All right, ladies and gentlemen, what do you say we get right into it? Welcome back to Blonde Politics, and it is Sunday. No, it is not Sunday. It is Wednesday, September 17th. Sorry, my apologies. And if I look and like crap, that's because I feel, look, and sound like crap, so my apologies right off the bat. But regardless of how I feel, any day is a good day not to be Kash Patel. Like, there's a really long list of people that I would not want to be on this planet at this moment in time. And very high up on that list right now is Kash Patel, because he got his ass handed to him yesterday at the Senate. And it seems like there's more of that going on today at the House. We got a lot to talk about. Make sure you hit that like button on the way in. Make sure you subscribe to the channel if you are not already. I appreciate it. We're on our way to 15K for subscribers. We're on our way to 1,000 YouTube members, which is unbelievable to me. I think that's probably the most beneficial and probably the most prominent statistic that I'd like to put out there is this, with the limited number of subscribers that I have, to be able to have almost 1,000 members on the show is really something special, and I appreciate you guys. Welcome to everybody on this space as well. Appreciate Matt for allowing me to do this, and thank you guys for hitting that like button. But there's a lot to get into. We'll be talking about the Israeli ground push into Gaza City. We'll be talking about the Trump administration clearing weapons shipments to Ukraine, which is a good sign, but again, from what I'm seeing, it still looks like Donald Trump's sticking to that defensive only, but we'll go through the Reuters article and see if we can find out any more details about that. And of course, we might even check in live right now, because I think Kash is still live at this moment. Let me see if I can bring him in, because he's not having fun, ladies and gentlemen. He is just not having fun. He's getting his ass reamed. We got a lot of clips to get to. I know Asen and people like Aaron Rupar and stuff have been doing a good job at covering this and posting the clips so that we don't have to suffer through the whole thing. But let me see if I can put this on the area. Look at him. Look at him. Doesn't look comfortable, ladies and gentlemen. Doesn't look comfortable. You can tell he wants to be anywhere else. I don't really think he's having the time that he thought he was going to have as FBI director there. People have questions in this country. People have questions about not only Trump, Epstein, Kash Patel, Pam Bondi, Dan Bongino, the whole crew, right? So they questioned him about Epstein. They questioned him about the Charlie Kirk investigation, which, more information has been released, more messages have been released, which, again, I don't know. I don't have a tinfoil hat, guys. I'm sorry. I have no tinfoil hat. But what I do have is a World War II helmet that I will put on. I'm just not that guy. I'm not that kind of guy. I'm not, but it seems like every bit of information that we get from the FBI or law enforcement just seems to raise more questions. Okay? Because unless Tyler Robertson and his lover, his partner there, are fucking robots, I've never heard anyone speak the way that they speak. Now, does that mean that it's not plausible? Does that mean it's not possible? No, of course not. Of course, there's people speak different ways on different platforms in different ways, and that's fine. But it's just not adding up. We went over yesterday the discrepancies that the prominent discrepancies in assembling and disassembling many times of the weapon, and where he changed, how he changed, we changed back and it changed back into the same. It just, a lot of it is not adding up. To release these messages that seemingly were perfectly written by ChatGPT, if you ask me. That were using perfect punctuation, seemingly gave away all the whole ball game. All the information you could possibly hope for was in these text messages. There was no timeline on them. It seemingly went from one day to the next day, right into it, without kind of telling us, this, without giving us the separation. There's a lot to get into. And again, I'm sorry to put on the tinfoil hat, but there's questions, and people have questions, and people want answers, and unfortunately we're not getting. But let's check in real quick to see what Kash Patel is going through. If there's nothing happening right now, we'll get into some of the prominent clips that have been posted from this interaction. Let's see if I can check in, see what's he getting questioned on now.
It's very important that has not been addressed enough today, and that is related to the consequences of the Biden open border. One consequence of the Biden border crisis is the impact that it
All right, so right off the bat, takes me about 0.3 seconds to recognize that he's being questioned by a Republican. So probably not going to get any prominent information or any prominent questioning from that. So I'll let that play, let that go live. We'll check in with some of these other clips that I have pulled up from this from this shit show that is going on. And there's a ton of them. I'm not sure if I'll be able to get to all of the, like I said, all of the ones, but we'll just kind of flip through Aaron Rupar and Asen, and because they have a bunch of them posted here. but it's just, Kash Patel in every single one of them that I've seen so far is like, get me the fuck out of here. Like, I do not want to be here. I don't want to be answering your questions. I would rather be anywhere in the world but here. Like, he's clicking his heels under that fucking table so many times. He's probably worn out his souls by now. All right, let's see if we can get into, because there's Jamie Raskin giving him the who, what, and where with all. Let's see what this is pertaining to. Raskin and Patel, in a few short months, how did he go from being a crusader for accountability and transparency with the Epstein files and being part of the being part of the conspiracy and cover up? The answer is simple. You said it yourself, because of who is on that list. And there are some great lines of questioning here, which is probably the reason why Kash Patel is so frustrated. But, before I get into my theories here, what do you say? I just want to make sure you guys are seeing what I'm seeing. Yes, you are. And let's play this clip from from this morning, and you might have to turn it up. I know, I apologize. Sometimes the sound sucks on Twitter. That's my apologies, but you can turn it up. I'll let it play the whole way through, and then I'll give my 2 cents. What do you say?
1,000 victims betraying all of the survivors of the sexual violence. Before you got in this job, you called for full release of Epstein files, telling podcaster Benny Johnson that the only reason the list was not released by DOJ and FBI was, quote, because of who's on that list. Upon your confirmation, you promised that, quote, there will be no cover-ups, no missing documents, no stone left unturned. And anyone from the prior or current bureau who undermines this will be swiftly pursued. This spring, you ordered hundreds of agents to pore over all the Epstein files, but not to look for more clues about the money network or the network of human traffickers. You pulled these agents from their regular counterterrorism or drug trafficking duties to work around the clock, some of them sleeping at their desks, to conduct a frantic search to make sure Donald Trump's name and image were flagged and redacted wherever they appeared, whether an email, a text, a letter.
All right, so, and just to kind of give you a little context, I apologize. I said I wouldn't stop it, but I always do. Just to give you a little context, so he's being questioned on whether or not, active agents were being pulled from jobs and from the resources were being pulled from active investigations into, murderers and people that are actively dangerous in this society. And people were pulled off of those investigations and pulled off of those duties in order to sift through these fucking files. Remember the 1,000 agents, and to make sure that every single time that Trump's name was in these files, it was redacted, right? So he's being questioned on whether or not it was the appropriate use of his force, the appropriate use of his power to remove people from, prominent investigations, prominent duties, going after dangerous criminals, to sift through a multitude of fucking paperwork looking for any instance in which Donald Trump or Donald Trump's buddies' names are mentioned, so that he can cross it out with with some whiteout or with a Sharpie or something. You know what I mean? Like, does that seem like the natural way to use the resources? Like, it seems like you're actively using the government and the agents and the people involved in that as props to actively engage in your conspiracy, right? Like, so you're using these people, telling them it's part of their duty, part of their obligation, part of their job as an FBI agent to sift through these fucking files and cover up for the president of the United States. I think I'd have a fucking problem with that. I'm pretty sure I'd have a fucking problem with that. But again, you have to put yourself in the agent's shoes, families, mortgages, things, maybe you're not fully aware. You're being told by the director of the FBI to do this, or you're going to lose your job. You've seen the repercussions from other government officials being fired when they don't agree with or, toe the line. So they've given a huge incentive to these people that are working now inside the government to kind of, like I said, toe the line, walk the line, fucking make sure that they pull that propaganda as far as they could possibly pull it. And if you don't, you're up on the fucking chopping block. You're next. Your head could be next, and we'll be happy to watch it roll down Capitol Hill to the demise of your family, to you losing your home, your career, and we'll just fucking laugh ourselves all the way back to the bank and continue to cross out Trump's name on the Epstein file. So this is that line of questioning. I think we'll hear more about this as well from some of these other clips. Dan Goldman does a great job. Whatever you think about Dan Goldman, does a great job. He kind of gets into the weeds because being a prosecutor himself, a lot of it does become somewhat kind of hard to understand unless you're a law and order junkie or have worked in the fucking justice system yourself. But you can follow the gist. But let's see what else Jamie Raskin has to say to Kash here.
interview, a photograph, or a video. In May, Attorney General Bondi reportedly told Trump that his name had indeed appeared multiple times throughout the Epstein files. And not long thereafter, in July, you and the Attorney General released a memo claiming that, quote, no further disclosure would be appropriate or warranted. In a few short months, how did you go from being a crusader for accountability and transparency for the Epstein files to being a part of the conspiracy and cover-up? The answer is simple. You said it yourself, because of who's on that list. Donald Trump's relationship with Epstein over the years is well documented. A week ago, the Oversight Committee released Trump's disturbing birthday book note to Epstein, written over a drawing of a woman's naked body, referring to a, quote, wonderful secret. The Oversight Committee obtained the note.
I bet you the first politician that brought in like these huge boards to be fucking held up behind them, if it was a Republican, is really, really fucking not happy that he decided to start that trend. Because I feel like Democrats, you know, say what you want about them, have at least made good use of the fact that like these props are now, you know, can be shown behind you, and, you know, to provide further evidence to your testimony, to what you're saying, you know, to corroborate what you're saying. Now look at fucking Jim Jordan right here. Look at Jim Jordan, eye level with Donald Trump's Bush signature, right? With Donald Trump's fucking with pube writing. How do you feel now, there, Chief? How's it feel? You want to go back to Ohio State? You got a couple things to say about some students there at Ohio State on the wrestling squad? Maybe you want to get off your chest. And speaking of chest, you know, don't forget, as we look at this picture again, that one can only assume that it represents an underdeveloped female, let's just say, to keep it as PC as fucking possible. But I think you get my drift on what I'm saying, right? It doesn't look like Jim Jordan's too eager to look back at Donald Trump's signature, anything you wrote, or the disgusting drawing with no arms. You know, I don't know, whatever. And dive deep into the mind of that fucking sick freak, and you'll find yourself in some serious trouble. So I'm not even going to try to break down that one. But look at Jim Jordan. Look, this is the face of a man. This is the face of a man that knows that he covered up sexual allegations at Ohio State and is sitting here as, I believe, chair of the committee, if I'm not mistaken, doing it again. Once again, actively involved in a conspiracy, in a cover-up, to again protect more fucking egregious, monstrous pedophiles. And Jim Jordan somehow finds his way right in the middle of it again. Look at him. Look at him. He's like, I ain't looking back at that fucking thing. I am not looking back at that.
From the Epstein estate, not from the FBI, raising questions again of whether the FBI has been withholding documents.
I'm drinking water. Ladies and gentlemen, you can tell if I'm drinking water. Things are never going good. Things are never good if I'm drinking water. I mean, something's wrong.
While you're unleashing the FBI to cater to Trump's desire to shut down the Epstein inquiry, the first 9 months of the Trump presidency have seen a spate of political violence and domestic terror events. We saw 1,000 victims. That.
Now let's see. There's a couple other ones, and now that what he's saying there just kind of reminded me, and I don't know if it was Mehdi Hassan. Let's see if I can pull this up in rapid time. I think it was Mehdi Hassan who pointed out to, was it Chris Cuomo? It was either Chris Cuomo or Piers Morgan, and he points out the accurate, statistical representation of, who is behind and responsible for the majority of political violence in this country. Let me see if this pulls it up. One day ago, this might be the clip that I'm talking about. Let's just see if I can play this clip here of Mehdi on with Chris Cuomo and see if I can just get lucky and see if this is the clip that I'm talking about, where he accurately talks about where the violence is accurate, where it's actually stemming from. Let me see if I can put this on the screen for you guys here. Put this on stage. All right, you guys should be seeing that at least, right? Yes, you are. And let's see if I get lucky here, if this is the clip.
Question. It's a perfect timing because with respect to Ken made a very good point about rejecting violence. I agree with Ken. The problem, of course, is that Ken's former boss, Donald Trump, pardoned a bunch of politically violent people earlier this year. He's even dangled pardons in front of the kidnappers.
So did Joe Biden.
the attempted, I'm not here to defend Joe Biden, but Donald Trump pardoned a bunch of political extremists who attacked the Capitol. And he's also, Chris, dangled pardons in front of the people who wanted to kidnap and maybe kill Gretchen Whitmer, like horrible political extremists. He's talked about pardoning them as well. So that's a real problem. And we need the president, as you said.
And let's not fucking forget just the other day, right? When Donald Trump was questioned by a reporter, hey, do you think it's appropriate to kind of lower the flags for Charlie Kirk? And, you know, really, you said absolutely nothing. And we lowered no flags for the, you know, Democratic representative, Melissa Hortman, that was brutally murdered by one of your supporters that had an active fucking hit list that he was working through. And Donald Trump's response is, I'm not familiar. Who? Like, what? Excuse you? I'm sorry. Like, is that not like the best representation of how ignorant these people are and how they only care when it's politically expedient for themselves? Because I don't remember any, huge press going on and push for the flags to be lowered nationally to have staff after one of our representatives, our politicians in this country, was brutally assassinated. And again, not to mention, I don't know if we'll get to the rest of that clip there from Eddie because it's about 4 minutes long. I know he probably does get to it in there, but I don't want to take up too much time because I know we don't have a ton. But basically, Jamie makes a good point here where, guess what? If you look at the majority of the political violence and the unrest, the unrest from the citizens and the citizenry that has taken place over the last, 2 or 3, it's the majority have happened under Donald Trump's leadership. Like under Donald Trump's watch, Donald Trump has seen more violence and public unrest under his watch than any time in the last fucking in recent memory, than any president in recent memory. And there's a whole host of things in examples that you could give. January 6th obviously being the most prominent one that will come to everybody's mind, right? The George Floyd protests. And it's like, it makes sense for us to continuously point out the actual facts of the matter, the actual statistics, the actual reality that we live in, and not be continuously blindsided and whitewashed with this bullshit saying that the violence is coming from the left when we seem to be the most level-headed motherfuckers on here, saying, hey, we can actively call out the egregious nature of this violence and say that it gets us absolutely nowhere and it actually moves us further backwards than anything, right? And this should take place in no civilized society. But we can also fucking live in reality and say, hey, these are the things that this guy aspired to. These are the things that the rhetoric that this guy used to say. This is the things that this guy used to promote. Like, two things can be true at the same time. We can call out the egregious nature of what happened, rightfully so, while also pointing out the reality that led us to this moment. And I don't think it's, I don't think you're being, I don't think you're being disrespectful or hurtful by giving your opinion, your God-given opinion as a fucking American citizen on this matter. Nor do I think you should have retribution seeked upon you and your family because you didn't show the North Korea level type of fucking emotion or outrage to satisfy these right-wingers and Republicans that are now actively going for and continue to go for anybody that they don't see wailing on the side of the road, clapping their hands again like fucking Kim Il-sung just died in North Korea. And again, if you're not fucking clapping the hardest you possibly can till your hands bleed and there's not the most tears coming out of your face, then you're going to be looked at by the secret police. You'll be brought in. You'll be moved out of Pyongyang. You'll be moved into a fucking remote area of North Korea because you don't get to choose where you live there. You're assigned where you live, depending on how loyal you are and what you do for the nation. And that's exactly what's fucking going on here on the other side. We're not clapping enough like SEALs, apparently, on the other side. So I guess that means that we need that allows the right to quell free speech, to go against everything that they themselves report to support and advocate for, to seek vengeance and just retribution and violence against the side that, again, seems to be the most level-headed in this fight by far. All right, so let's see if we can get to a couple other clips here from Kash Patel's little run-in with everybody. I know he had a couple good instances with Eric Swalwell as well. I think they went into it. So that was the one we just saw. Let's see here if we can get into any more. On the morning of August 20, Kennedy demanded 2 things to me that were inconsistent. Not sure if that's the same thing. Let's see here. Former CDC official. We'll just skip over that and see if we can get on to Kash Patel. My apologies if I'm sniffling. That's pretty rude of me to do. I'm not trying to. All right, let's see. This is another one here. Not sure. That's a ridiculous answer. Rand Paul tries to mag-explain vaccines to the former CDC. All right, so we'll stick on Kash. Here he is. Here's Jamie Raskin again, I believe, asking Kash Patel why he doesn't just release the entire Epstein file as he promised to do. Let's see Kash Patel's response to that.
Stop that. I'm not blaming anybody other than you. You're not keeping your word. You said that you would release all of the materials
Has
under your
anyone
direct
released
control.
more information on Epstein than I have? Has anyone?
Much
Did
more.
Comey, did Ray?
Much
Did
more.
they?
Excuse me. Much more has come out in the days since the American people in Congress have been demanding it. But it's coming out in dribs and drabs. Why don't you just release the entire file as you promised to do?
I literally just told you there are multiple federal court orders. I'm not going to break the law to satisfy your curiosity. You didn't join us when we filed court to release the court orders.
I'll see if I can find Dan Goldman because he's talking about court orders, and I think Dan Goldman kind of tries to explain how that's not legally the case after this. So I'll see if I can scroll and give more explanation as to, what Kash Patel is trying to say is the legal binding, the reasoning why he's not able to release the entirety of the files, which again, everybody that has knowledge about the situation or, any judicial background seemingly is calling out as bullshit. Right. And again, you can see how aggravated and agitated and, not happy to be there Kash is. And again, this is his second day. He was in front of the Senate, if I'm not mistaken, today in front of the House. And you can tell he's not very happy to be there. All right, let's see if there's anything else on this one.
Could have. You have lawyers. You could have shown up. You didn't do that.
That's a tiny fraction of the material we're
That
talking
is
about.
not.
It is
How
a
do you-
tiny fraction.
How do you know that? Have you seen
No.
everything?
It's all misdirection.
How do you know
Time
that?
of the gentleman has expired. The gentleman from California is recognized.
All right, and here's the clip. Here's one of the clips from Dan Goldman, where he says your testimony here is all the witness statements are under a protective order, which is, I think, what Kash Patel was getting to in that last video. And then Dan Goldman, I believe, goes on to, and if you understand it, to explain why that is not the case, or is, seemingly not the case, allegedly not the case. All right, let's see what he says here.
And I want to understand what the court order prevents you from releasing witness statements that the FBI took.
You should know that as a real prosecutor, when the court hand down the protective order and a motion to seal, the material is sealed unless that
Your
judge
testimony
waives
here
it.
is that all of those witness statements are under a court order, a protective order.
We are provided.
And that's the point right there where I think Dan has him. And that's why Kash Patel will not answer the question. Like, I think that's where he actually gets him in there. So you're saying the witness testimony, which, again, I'm not a lawyer. I didn't go to law school. I'm not going to pretend to understand the, the legal fucking system in the process and how it works to the fullest extent. But seemingly he's trying to say that all of the testimony, the witness testimony, everything is sealed by the grand jury. And, Dan Goldman, who was a prosecutor for over 10 years, if I'm not mistaken, is coming out with alternative arguments as to why that's not the case here.
Your testimony here is that all of those witness statements are under a court order, a protective order.
So that's the question. So you're saying that all of those witness statements are under that court order, the protective order, and that you can tell that Kash Patel does not want to answer that question. Again, I don't know if I'm reading too far into that, if he's just sick of answering questions on the whole and he's just not going to give him anything. But it's clear that he does not answer this question directly, and he tries to kind of, dive into the ditch on the side of the road to see if he can kind of get around the roadblock here.
We are providing everything we can legally provide.
Now, that's not my question. My question is, why are those witness statements that are not grand jury testimony, that if they were under a protective order are no longer under a protective order, why are they not being released?
How are they not under protective?
Why are you not going to the court like you did for the grand jury testimony to unseal those records?
The DOJ did go to the court.
No, not on those records. Why aren't you going? You just went on grand jury.
Time of the gentleman has expired.
You are hiding the Epstein files,
Time
Mr.
of the
Patel.
gentleman has expired.
You are part of the cover-up.
Can I respond?
Sure can.
any allegations that I'm a part of a cover-up to protect child sexual trafficking and victims of human trafficking and sexual crimes is patently and categorically false in the work of my
So I hope you will talk to them when they
Gentlemen's
have
time is
requested
expired.
to speak with you. Because the
Gentlemen's time is
victims have
expired. Gentleman
requested
yields
and you are
back.
not responding to that.
All right, so I think there's another clip here of Goldman and Patel going at it to talk about those witness testimonies again. Let's see if this is this the same one or is it different? Goldman testimony as a witness statement. I think this is a different one. Let's see what he says here.
knowledge, no.
Okay, let's talk about the witness interviews. 302s of witness interviews. Those are not subject to the court order. Those are not subject to any fictional sealed order for a search warrant. Why aren't you releasing those with the redacted names of the victims?
We are releasing as much as legally allowed. That's why we went back to
How
the
is that?
courts.
How is that not legally allowed?
Sir, do you know how court orders work? Do you know how protective orders work? Do
Actually,
you know how
Mr.
sealing
Patel,
orders
I was a
work?
prosecutor, a real prosecutor for 10 years. I know exactly how.
So I was a
court
fake one?
orders. And I want to understand what the court order prevents you from releasing witness statements that the FBI took.
You should know that as a real prosecutor, when the court hand down a protective order and a motion to seal, the material is sealed unless
So
that
your
judge
testimony
waives
here
it.
is that all of those witness statements are under a court order, a protective
I think
order.
that just kind of finishes out the same clip. But sounds like to me that Dan Goldman was saying that the DOJ went to the court for a very specific thing, but not for everything, right? And you can see that it might even be the case, and again, raise my hand, don't know the whole process, might even be the case that Kash Patel is at this moment, maybe possibly telling the truth about the legalities of this, but it's only because that, you know, the FBI and the DOJ hasn't sought out the appropriate measures to make sure that all the information could be released. If I'm what I'm gathering from Dan Goldman and his testimony, and you know his argument is the case. You know what I mean? So let's see if there's anything else here. This is where, oh yeah, Ms. Lofgren, she asked, how many times did Trump's name appear in the Epstein files? Kash Patel seemingly does not know. For somebody that has a command over these facts and the files and has done all his due diligence to you know, sift through and make sure that he can answer all of these questions accurately and honestly. You know, you might have at least some, and I don't know if we saw it in any of these other things or if we'll see it in this clip, but you can see the stack of notes that Kash Patel has in front of him and the lawyers that are sitting behind him. But he's got, you know, these cue cards, the cards about every fucking little thing that he's going to be questioned about and what to say. Weren't they making fun of Joe Biden for that exact type of thing? Like, wasn't it like it's a sign of weakness if you got to look at your notes? I don't know. I thought that was the whole thing. I know that's irrelevant to the facts of the matter and another case to be talked about, but just, I don't know. It seems like, you know, Donald Trump has no problem coming out with a big fucking notepad with a Sharpie written note on it so he can remember some shit. But, you know, other presidents that do it, anybody else that does it. And again, just to show the hypocrisy of these people.
Accurate, I said it wasn't.
So you're saying that none of this happened? That
No, I'm saying it was inaccurate.
Okay. How many times did President appear in the Epstein files? More than 100? More than 1,000?
No, and what we've been able to release is what we've been legally able to release, and that has.
No, that's not the question. I asked you, how many times did the president's name appear?
I don't know.
It's your testimony. You do not know that
The
answer.
number of times, no.
Jesus. And then Thomas Massey here, according to the victims' documents in your possession, detail at least 20 men, including Staley CEO of Barclays Bank, who Jeffrey Epstein trafficked victims. That list includes 19 over. I'm gonna assume that list includes over 19 individuals, one Hollywood producer worth a few $100 million, one very prominent banker, one high-profile government official, one high-profile politician, one owner of a car company in Italy, one rock star, one magician, at least 6 billionaires, including a billionaire from Canada. We know these people exist in the FBI files, and again, this is to you know, contradict the fact that Kash Patel came out, I believe it was yesterday, and said that there is absolutely no credible evidence that he's seen to say that Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell trafficked anyone to anyone. Like, let that sink in. And I know it's probably going to take a few for everybody to be like, what is going on right now? But let's see if Thomas Massey questioning Kash Patel and what he had to say here.
According to victims who cooperated with the FBI in that investigation, these documents in FBI possession, your possession detail at least 20 men, including Mr. Jess Staley, CEO of Barclays Bank, who Jeffrey Epstein trafficked victims to, victims including minors such as Virginia Roberts Ufree. May she rest in peace. That list also includes at least 19 other individuals, one Hollywood producer worth a few $100 million, one royal prince, one high-profile individual in the music industry, one very prominent banker, one high-profile government official, one high-profile former politician, one owner of a car company in Italy.
I'm sorry. I really am sorry, and I know this is important, but I cannot stay focused with Harriet Hagman's fucking eyeballs looking back at me like a painting where only the eyeballs move and it feels like it follows you through the room. I mean, look, what is going on, Harriet? Harriet, what are you doing? Harriet, what are you doing? Just, can you duck for a sec, please? You're scaring the shit out of the kids. You're scaring the shit out of the kids. Good fucking grief.
One rock star, one magician, at least 6 billionaires, including a billionaire from Canada. We know these people exist in the FBI files, the files that you control. I don't know exactly who they are, but the FBI does. Have you launched any investigations into any of these people, and have you seen these 302 documents?
Sir, I have.
Now, those
asked my
three,
FBI agent.
the 302 documents, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, were the same documents that Dan Goldman was just referring to in the last clip that we just played, those 302. So it seems to be, a focus of contention. At least the witness testimonies, the 302s, whatever they're, considering these 302s. And I apologize for my ignorance on the, judicial process of this whole thing. But again, I'm a plumber. What do you want from me? But again, Thomas Massey was part of that press conference with Marjorie Taylor Greene and other representatives there that, were calling for answers to this. So, and again, a Republican himself. So this is, again, goes to show that it's both sides of the aisle, as we've been explaining here, that have their respective questions. As we started the show with, the people have questions. And it's about a multitude of different things here. And it seems like that list continues to grow by the day. The list of answers that the Trump administration owes to the American people, to not only, the American people, but also their own fans, their own base, their own people. And it seemingly is more looking like people, slowly, very slowly, not on at any rapid pace, are becoming more willing to call out the administration or Donald Trump himself. I mean, I think something we need to talk about too, not to dive into it too early, but the fact that Candace Owens had 250,000 live viewers. I'm not sure if it was yesterday or the day before. 200. Let me say that again. 250,000 live viewers for one of her fucking shows, which is like beyond astronomical. I mean, we're talking, Midas Touch with almost 6 million subscribers, typically around you can hope for 20 to maybe 50,000. And excuse me if I'm getting that wrong, but I mean, just to kind of put it in perspective, but even she's now willing to call out Kash Patel, the FBI, what they've released, the information. Steve Bannon now coming out and saying, hey, this shit don't make any sense. What's going on here? Our own people don't seem to be feeding us the correct information. And again, just using those as examples of to show the willingness of the base, or what we used to consider the base, to now, kind of, flip the script and do a 180 and demand further answers and demand further action from their own people, which they were seemingly unwilling to do for a number of years, right? So, and again, I'm not saying this is happening at some huge rapid pace, but to see, again, a number like 250,000 live viewers for somebody like Candace Owens needs to be fucking looked at. Like, we need to be like, what's going on there? Like, I know. Well, believe me, I know. We need to do some digging and some battling on that one.
To review the entirety of the Epstein files and bring forth any credible information. And we're working with Congress not only to divulge that information and produce it to you, but any investigation.
All right, so that's obviously just more bullshit from Kash Patel, and I wish I had enough time to kind of get into the rest of the clips. You can find a ton of these clips, like I said, probably on Blue Sky, Twitter, wherever you find yourself, Instagram, Facebook. posted by people like Aaron Rupar, Asen, probably Midas Touch, Ron Filipkowski, C-SPAN, that type of stuff. So if you want to check out the rest of this and what Kash Patel had to say, I would very much advise you to do so. But before we get into the questions again that people have with what's being fed to the public here as far as information, I wanted to obviously cover this as well. Something that we've been doing our best here at Blunt Politics to keep in the spotlight and to continue to highlight and this is Haaretz, ladies and gentlemen. This is an Israeli publication. I want to make sure that I'm not feeding you just some bullshit, right? This is, an Israeli publication, Haaretz known. Day 712, Israeli ground forces push deeper into Gaza City as hospitals report 62 killed across Gaza. Senior Hamas officials make public appearance in news interview following Doha attack. Let's see, there was a couple other ones here. Let me see. Where did the other ones go? Oh, what's it? Oh, you got to subscribe to it? Is that the whole thing? What, it shows you for a couple minutes and then you can't? All right, let's see if I can put this back on the screen then. All right, well, my plan to show you the Israeli publication failed, but I'm sure we could find a multitude of organizations that are here. It's from 8 minutes ago, Al Jazeera. StreamYard. Put it there. How you doing? Israel has killed over 65,000 Palestinians and more over Gaza. Let's see. Dozens of Palestinians have been killed throughout the Gaza Strip since dawn as Israel continues its full-fledged ground invasion of its biggest city despite growing international condemnation. The dead include a child and his mother killed in an air attack on a residential apartment in the Shati refugee camp west of Gaza City. Now, there was also a statement made by one of the Israeli officials, which was in that Haaretz report. Let me see here. I'm going to see if I can pull that back up for a second and see if I can get the statement, because it was just a disgusting quote, to say the least. Something about real estate. Let me see here. It's turning into a great real estate opportunity. It was something like that. Let's see here if I can pull this up for you guys. Boom, boom, boom. If you want StreamYard, pull this up. So let's see here. Medical officials reported 62 were killed in the IDF attack since the start of the day, including 40 in Gaza City. Here it is right here. Gaza Strip is becoming a real estate bonanza. Let me see if I'll even zoom this in right here. And I'm just to show you the lack of fucking empathy or care and how this is actually the determined outcome. Like, this is the goal. This is the fucking goal. There is no other way to determine otherwise. When you're listening to people like Bezalel Smotrich talk about how the Gaza Strip is becoming a real estate bonanza. Finance minister. And negotiations have begun with the U.S. regarding a business plan for Gaza. As they're actively, again, first line. IDF kills 62. And I'm assuming that's just since the start of the day, as it says, including 40 in Gaza, right? Very next fucking statement, very next fucking pin on this. Finance Minister of Israel, Bezalel Smotrich, says the Gaza Strip is becoming a real estate bonanza. I mean, it's kind of hard to put into words the fucking psychotic detachment of reality that you need in order to see what's going on and what's happening and what's taking place and being like, oh, fucking, this is going to be one hell of a real estate bonanza. We're going to make fucking buku dollars here, baby. Like, we're already in talks with the U.S. for this fucking business plan. I mean, just calling this a business plan with the U.S. is fucking disgusting. Let that sink in. 62 people killed since dawn. And the U.S. is in negotiations with the people talking about this as a fucking real estate bonanza for a business plan? I mean, I'm really lost for words. But it's fucking tough to kind of put that into perspective on just how fucking egregiously monstrous it is to not only have that be what's going on, really, but to decide to callously call it a business plan. I mean, that is fucking head and shoulders above and worse than Lindsey Graham, wanting to see the best for the Ukrainian people, or at least coming out and saying he wants to see the best, only to follow that sentence with, because the U.S. can make fucking, a lot of money from the mineral resources and the natural resources of the land, and it would be great. And it's like, whoa, 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 whoa. So you don't give a fuck about the people. You just want the money. Not much different than this, right? The Hamas-run Gaza Health Ministry reported that 98 Palestinians were killed and 385 were wounded in IDF attacks in the past 24 hours. Additionally, it said 4 people died from starvation and malnutrition in the past 24 hours. UK Ambassador to Israel Simon Walter said the UK's recognition of a Palestinian state next week is not intended as a threat, and it's intended as a positive gesture. Our recognition will be a demonstration of our commitment to a peaceful future of two peoples living side by side in peace, which is, I don't know, it's a good gesture, but is fucking wholly laughable, I guess, at this point, to even talk about a peaceful future when we're watching day by day, hour by hour, the fucking military move into more and more heavily populated areas, and the bigger areas just fucking leveling this place, building after building, starving people one at a time, 10 at a time, 20 at a time. Unreal. The Hamas Gaza Health Ministry said the IDF bombed the Rantisi Children's Hospital on Tuesday night, leading to 40 hospitalized patients to flee. IDF warned Palestinians in Gaza City early Wednesday to leave through Salal al-Din Road in the next 48 hours. Cell phone and internet service were cut. So it continues, ladies and gentlemen. It continues. It continues into fucking, again, I just can't even get over that whole business plan, real estate bonanza. Like the sick and twisted mindset that you need to have in order to describe that situation like that, and to be like actively fucking chomping at the bit to get in there and build your fucking Trump Plaza Gaza is crazy. All right. But that brings us on to this next story that I want to touch on before we get into, I'm not good at time management. I need to figure out how to do that better. We'll just kind of go through this and talk about how Trump administration clears first Ukraine arms aid paid for by allies. Sources say the Trump administration's first U.S. weapons aid package for Ukraine has been approved and could soon ship as Washington resumes sending arms to Kyiv, this time under a new financial agreement with the allies. Two sources familiar with the situation told Reuters. This is the first use of the new mechanism developed by the U.S. and allies to supply Ukraine with weapons from U.S. stocks using funds from NATO countries. Let's see here if they give a little breakdown. Undersecretary has approved as many as two $500 million shipments. See if it kind of gives a breakdown of what is going on. I believe it was some Patriot missiles. Let's see. It's the stuff they've been a lot of stuff. It's the flow. I don't know if they're really breaking it down piece by piece yet in this. According to experts, remains consistent air defense, interceptor systems, rockets, and artillery. So it doesn't seem like air defense missiles and first U.S. weapons package supplied under mechanism. Let's see what this says real quick. See if this is a breakdown. Let's see here. We'll include highly valuable missiles for Patriot air defense systems and HIMARS rocket launchers, Volodymyr Zelensky said on Wednesday. So far secured over $2 billion in financing for the U.S. produced weapons via the NATO-led mechanism called the Prioritized Ukraine Requirements List, or PURL. He said he expected total commitment funds to reach $3.5 billion in October. The first two batches worth $500 million apiece. Definitely include air defense missiles. Doesn't seem like they're getting too specific, but at least they know we'll be getting more ammunition for HIMARS, more ammunition for Patriot missile defense systems, which is a good thing considering the uptick in attacks that we've seen in recently coming from the Russian side. So always good to see. But again, more needs to be done. More needs to be sent. These ridiculous new mechanisms that needed to be put in place because Donald Trump doesn't feel like he needs or is obligated to send another dollar or another weapon unless it's fully paid for by whatever the hell the whole fucking rigmarole is ridiculous and egregious and goes against everything that the arsenal of democracy in which the United States stood for at one time, should be and should do. against, our adversaries and for our allies that we, again, made and had signed agreements to give up their nuclear arsenal in exchange for our protection in the event of this exact thing happening. But all right, let's just wanted to kind of put that on there for you guys as well. But there's one little thing here, a couple little clips that I want to show you just to kind of highlight the fact that even the Republicans, even the prominent Republicans here, even people that have 250,000 live viewers somehow, aren't buying what is seemingly coming out from authorities. So let's see if I can put this on the screen for you guys. My apologies. I hope this isn't a jump scare. But this is just a little taste, just a little example of some of the dissent that we're seeing from these high-profile MAGA commentators. Again, from the information, about the information that is being released by the administration, by the people that they themselves put in power.
And as bad as it's presented in Utah, I'm not buying all of it. I'm particularly not buying those text messages. It just
you know what? It would probably be prudent and smart of me to show you guys these text messages, right? And then we can kind of talk about what we're talking, figure out what we're talking about and hear about that a little bit more. Images. Let's see here. There's probably a couple images here. Let's just to fly through these real quick. So these were released, I believe, yesterday, if not the day before. Here's a full exchange that Tyler Robinson had with his roommate partner after Charlie Kirk was shot. Said it had been planning it about a week, said to delete the messages, read the full exchange. Now, no problem with this. A lot of people are like, well, this doesn't look like a screenshot of text. I have no problem understanding and believing that this is just a reproduction of the conversation, or that they at least do reproductions of the conversation for the media use without giving them the actual thing. So I have no problem with that. But if you read this stuff, like it just seems like a chat GPT message. Like if you were to be like, okay, what, if you put in this fucking prompt, like, okay, I'm two people, one just committed this crime, the other person doesn't know about it. Like, what would these two, using the information out there in the media, what would these two talk about? And it would come up with, I am still okay, my love, but I am stuck in Orem for a little bit while longer. Shouldn't be longer until I can come home, but I got to grab my rifle still. Again, just right there in the first one says that he's the one that has the rifle, has to grab the rifle. To be honest, I had hoped to keep this secret till I died of old age. I'm sorry to involve you. The roommate said, you weren't the one who did this, right? Clearly suggesting that they had no prior involvement or knowledge. I'm sorry. I thought they caught the person. No, they grabbed some crazy old dude. They interrogated someone in similar clothing. I had planned to grab my rifle from the drop point shortly after, but most of that side of town got locked down. It's quiet, almost enough to get out, but there's one vehicle lingering. The roommate said, why? Robinson says, why did I do it? Roommate said, yeah. The roommate says, yes. Robinson says, I had enough of his hatred. Some hate can't be negotiated out. If I am able to grab my rifle unseen, I will have left no evidence. Going to attempt to retrieve it again. Hopefully they have moved on. I haven't seen anything about them finding it. Roommate, how long have you been planning this? Robinson seemingly answers, a bit over a week, I believe. I can get close to it, but there's a squad car parked right by it. I think they already swept that spot, but I don't want to chance it. Robinson, I'm wishing I'd circle back and grab it as soon as I got to my vehicle. I'm worried about the old man, what my old man would do if I didn't bring it back. It's Grandpa's rifle. Says it has a serial number, but it wouldn't trace it to me. I worry about Prince leaving in the bush. He changed outfits, didn't have the ability at the time to bring it with. I might have to abandon it and hope they don't find Prince. How the fuck will I explain losing it to my old man? Apparently it's his grandfather's rifle. And again, is this plausible? It is. I mean, is there something that I know definitively to say that this is like not how anybody in the world talks? Of course not. But a lot of people have suggested that just doesn't seem like the way 22-year-old kids or college kids or somebody in this type of a stressful situation that just went through what he went through or committed what he committed would talk. And it's seemingly, it's that both things are plausible. And I'm not saying this is an outright lie or anything like that. I'm just saying it's seemingly fishy that he gives every bit of information that he needs to give authorities in these text messages. Right. And the timeline. And again, I'm not saying I agree or disagree. It's just saying questions are being raised, questions are being asked because of the lack of information that is credible and makes sense being released by the FBI, Kash Patel, Bongino, all of these eight. It just, a lot of it is raising more questions than it's answering, right? Than questions that it's answering. Let's see here. I got Grandpa's gun. I think that it was a $2,000 scope. just weird things to be talking about. All of the information that is seemingly needed is in here. Where he left it, the weapon, how he changed, how the the guy that was originally arrested had no involvement in it. It's just, I don't know. A lot of it seemingly is begging and bringing up more questions again than it's answering, and that's why Steve Bannon, like I was just showing, is saying he doesn't
seems too stilted, too much like a script, actually a bad script. And as bad
right,
as
and that's just one, and then you go to here, which is Candace Owens, and then I think to round it out, we have a clip here from the I've Had It ladies from the I've Had It podcast, Janet Pumps there, where they're also kind of calling BS on some of this stuff. So it's not just one side of the aisle or the other, or people that have this intent or that intent, because seemingly to me these text messages would corroborate and would stand as ammunition, pardon the phrase, in this case, for people like Candace Owens and Steve Bannon to further their narrative. So the fact that they're calling this out, the fact that they're raising questions about it is like, well, why the hell would you be calling that? It's strange. So it's like even more questions being asked here. So let's see here what this says.
Yeah, these messages are clearly doctored, is what I would say. They're doctored. Now, they could decide why they're doing that. Tyler's being forthcoming. We're protecting him in some capacity. I find that to be unacceptable. Okay? Unacceptable. I want every single text message. I want timestamps. It is conspicuous that you are not telling us when this was sent, because it sounds like it's when the campus is on lockdown and he's got to go back and he's got to clean up. And then all of a sudden we're in the next day when his dad is getting clued in after the picture's been released.
And remind you, again, I'm not saying anything she's saying here is true. We should listen to her at all, but this is Candace Owens, very prominent fucking MAGA supporter, MAGA commentator, again, calling out Kash Patel, calling out Dan Bongino and the DOJ and the information that's being released, even though it kind of corroborates and seemingly corroborate. It's just, the whole thing is strange. What is going on? And again, this is just one of the things that I pulled up here too. Let's see if I can get this on screen, where it's not just these people either. It's not just people like me that are like, well, some of this ain't adding up here, ladies. Like prominent podcasts too, Jenna Pumps, which have been growing exponentially in popularity lately, talking about how a lot of this doesn't really add up to them as well. So let's see if we can get into in our last few minutes here. And Mel just sent me something about breaking news here that the FBI is launching a manhunt after possible act of terror this morning in Pittsburgh. We'll see if we can dive into that as we're heading out. But just a couple minutes. Let me see if I can speed this up. Maybe we can get into a little bit more. We'll go 1.15. Here we go. Let's take it away. See what they got to say. See if it goes against or kind of seemingly sounds like they're having the same questions as everybody else is. Oh, it would be great if I unmuted it. That would probably help, unless you're good at reading lips.
After sleeping on the text exchange released by the prosecutors, you guys, I just want to say I'm calling bullshit on it. I do not think these are legit, and I'm not alone. There are bipartisan calls right now that what the prosecutors received from the FBI is total bullshit. It's not making sense. Put this up, Kylie. I am still okay, my love. Now, I have a 22-year-old son. He doesn't speak this way. A little while longer yet is another quote from the letter. Till we died of old age. Grab my unseen, a bit over a week. And then he refers to a squad car. He uses the phrase circle back. He refers to his car as a vehicle. This is just, there's something incredibly fishy about this. I do not trust Kash Patel's FBI. He's a conspiracy theorist.
That's
Dan
a good
Bongino
point.
is a conspiracy theorist.
That's a good point, because a lot of this stems from everybody's mistrust of how not only the people in charge, but how this is being handled and what we know about them in the past and how they're covering up for Donald Trump in the Epstein investigation. Like, a lot of this is like, well, how the fuck can we trust anything that's coming out, right? Like, not only does it not make sense, but look at the people releasing this shit. Like, it's just, I don't know. It's like, I don't know. I'm not sure, but it's not making sense to me, ladies and gentlemen.
They had podcasts where they trash talked the FBI for 4 years, which was their audition to get this job. Their number one thing is that they are Trump loyalists. I'm just not buying that this kid texted ever since the election, my dad's been hardcore MAGA. If he and this roommate were in a romantic relationship, why do you have to say that? That would be assumed. Why are you giving all these details about changing clothes? I'm just telling you guys, it stinks to high heaven. I'm not.
Good point, though. That's a good point, though. That's a good point. If everybody's trying to say this is like, you know, a relationship that changed his life and motivated him to commit these acts and radicalized him, like, wouldn't it already be well known to this partner that his family is, fucking, deeply religious or deeply involved in the conservative movement, or, the MAGA supporters? Like, wouldn't that already be like, it's either the relationship wasn't that fucking close, which again, why would they be saying the things that they're saying, or that person would probably already have the knowledge to be like, yes, I know that your family is like, we're together. Remember that whole part? Like, I know, like, it's just a lot of fucking questions. And again, maybe it's, I'm not saying it's not plausible. I'm not saying this is like an outright lie. I'm not saying it's faked. I'm just saying it's raising questions. Like, it's not clear cut. Like, a lot of times you'll get information and you'll be like, oh, that makes sense, right? Like, you'll make sense. But when you hear like the kid had it in his pants, the gun in his pants, it was together, was limping, and then you got him going up the stairs, clearly bending both legs. Like, okay, where is it? Did he break it down in a porta potty somewhere? Where, every video that I've watched is everybody in a brightly lit room with a workbench with fucking, grips and vices to hold the shit down and tools they got. And it still takes them a fair bit of time to do it, even with knowledge and experience. But somehow we're led to believe that he broke it down. He put it together, broke it down, put it together, broke it down. Like, again, it's not making any sense. And like, once, I'm no gun expert or anything like that. But once you break down a weapon, wouldn't you then have to recite, recalibrate, takes a few shots to kind of sight the thing again before you just up there on the roof, just in a hurry, getting the thing out of a backpack, putting it together on the fucking roof in broad daylight. Like, it just, and then you know what I mean? Like, I don't know, ladies and gentlemen, I don't freaking know. But I do want answers. I know I do want answers. I know I do want the facts. I know I do want to make sure that this type of shit is prevented and doesn't happen again. I do know that, but it doesn't seem like we're getting that information, right? And before I run out of time, before I toss it to my buddy Jeff Waldorf over on this space, let's just see if I can touch base on what the producer, my lovely producer Mel, has just sent over regarding. Share this tab instead. This is just on that update about what's going on in Pittsburgh. Excuse me. I was going to say Chicago, but it's not. Let me see here.
FBI is investigating a possible act of terrorism this morning in Pittsburgh at an FBI field office where, according to reports, a suspect rammed into the gate of the FBI field office. A massive manhunt is currently underway this morning. According to FBI officials, Donald Henson is his name, of Penn Hills, drove at a high speed at the main entrance of the FBI building in Pittsburgh.
And he got away? How the fuck do you get away? I mean, I'm not going to say this is just further example of the incompetency under the leadership of people like Kash Patel and Dan Bongino, but how do you ram an FBI gate at high speed and get away?
Overnight, earlier this morning, FBI special agent in charge in a briefing said that they are looking at it as an act of terror, that it was an exhaustive attack on the building, and thankfully no one was hurt. After the crash, according to the FBI special agent in charge, Henson allegedly left his car, took an American flag, and stuck it on the gate. Now they're actively looking for Henson this morning. A massive manhunt is currently underway throughout Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, and in the surrounding areas. I'll provide you more updates as we get more information. As always, spread the word and follow along to stay updated on all the news.
Now, again, is this going to be like, from that little bit of information, is this going to be somebody that's, really pissed off again at the way the FBI is handling this investigation, is unhappy with the answers that they've been provided so far? Is this somebody that's, fucking discontent on the MAGA side at how Kash Patel has been, involved in the government cover-up and conspiracy to hide pedophiles, to protect pedophiles, and to protect the president of the United States and his criminality and his involvement in it? I don't know. But questions will be raised. I'm sure we'll get more information. I'm going to toss it over to Jeff over on this space. I appreciate you guys. Thank you so much, Matt, and everybody watching over there. Thank you so much to the mods over there. I appreciate you. Everybody here on Blunt Politics, make sure you stick around so I can thank everybody that gifted and donated to the show. I really do appreciate you guys. Just so you know, I'm probably going to take tonight off of the show just because I feel like absolute ass, and I don't want to become too run down and not be able to cover these things as they go. So I'll probably take my first show in, I don't know, what is it, 2 years almost now, tonight. So make sure you're checking out some of the other fabulous creators on there. And then hopefully when I come back Sunday, I'll be fresh as a daisy. So I appreciate your patience. I appreciate everybody. Thank you, Toma, to this space as well. And make sure you're checking out Jeff Waldorf over there. I appreciate it. And make sure you stick around so I can thank everybody. Let me see here. Let me pull up Venmo. So
You're not going to be a dictator, are you? I said, no, other than day one.
Donald Trump has successfully moved the Overton window in a way that is as dangerous for the future of democracy in this country as anything else.
This is what Vout and Project 2025 wanted.
He's daring Tom Homan to come and arrest him. Should he do it? I would do it if I were Tom. I think it's great.
They control the Congress, they control the White House, and they control the courts. And so, of course, they're massively overreaching. And yes, they are getting away with it right now.
This is clearly a man who cannot tolerate criticism of him or what he does, which is exactly what authoritarianism is all about.
The New York Times is just as fake as CNN and MSDNC. They really are the enemy of the people.
What he is saying, rather bluntly, if you stand up to Donald Trump, he will punish you.
Protesters in Philadelphia, state capitals in California, Minnesota, Michigan, Texas, Wisconsin, Indiana, and others showed up to oppose Trump, Musk, and Project 2025.
US and President Trump has overseen America's largest military parade in decades as nationwide protests take place against his leadership.
Demonstrations are happening right across the United States today to oppose the Trump administration.
Two visions of America. On a day the country's deepening divide was there for all the world to see.
What's up, everybody? Welcome to the show. I'm your host, Jeff Waldorf, and you are watching Logically Left right here today. This space, I love it. Love being on this space. Love all the fellow creators here. Thank you, Brian, Boston Brian. By the way, if you haven't checked out our discussion that we had last week about, mainly we talked a lot about what happened with Charlie Kirk and all that stuff, but all the related stuff around that as well. And so that was a great discussion. If you haven't checked that out on his channel, you probably should, because it's worth it. It's a great conversation, and we hope to have more great conversations. With that said, welcome to the show. We've got some very interesting stories here. We got Donald Trump getting trolled on his visit to the UK. I love it. Then we have, of course, terrible news. Mass shootings in America. Not exactly rare, but this one may have been caused by a Fox News host. I kid you not. So we've got that. We have Pam Bondi getting flack from both sides of the aisle for supposedly targeting hate speech, basically anything that she hates. Whenever somebody says something she doesn't like, hate speech, I'm going to come after you. Then we have, we're going to switch gears here and talk about a judge, a controversial judge that had presided over Dylan Roof's trial in Charleston. Turns out he himself is in a little bit of trouble. And then I'm also going to talk about developments, more recent developments in the trial against Luigi Manioni. Bit of an update there. And so it's going to be a great, great show. If you haven't already, please like and share this stream, this space. And with that, let's do it. Yes, the Michael Scott definition of hate crimes, says Pinker Bell. Yes, yes. That's not what a hate crime is. Well, I hated it. Exactly. I love it. All right. So with that said, first story, let's do it. The UK has once again rolled out a very warm welcome for President Donald Trump. I love it. Obviously, that was outside of Windsor Castle, the second home of the British King Charles III. Trump will be meeting, of course, with the king for the second time this year, which is a little strange. I mean, you know, I'm wondering if Charles will be able to get the smell out of his couch. I'm just asking. Although, to be fair, he is rich enough to buy another. So, to be fair about that. But look, this follows protests on Tuesday from the Stop Trump coalition who had gathered outside of Windsor Castle. There was also a van that was seen driving around Windsor with the words, "Welcome to the UK, Donald," over an image of Trump and Epstein. I love it. Police, you may have noticed in the video here, it said that police arrested 4 people on, get this, suspicion of malicious communications. Really now? Really? These are actual pictures of Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein partying it up. How is showing photos of things that actually happened malicious? How is this malicious communications? Weird. Oh, I'll tell you how. It is because the elites consider the truth to be quite malicious in this case. The truth about Donald Trump, the truth about Jeffrey Epstein, the truth about Prince Andrew. Turns out pedos don't exactly like being exposed as pedos. Who knew? Except everyone. Now, what's funny about this is that recently British Prime Minister Keir Starmer actually fired the UK ambassador to the US, one Lord Peter Mandelson, over what? His former close friendship with Jeffrey Epstein. Well, that's weird. So you fire that guy, but then invite Epstein's former best friend, who happens to be the United States president, to come visit. Seems a little strange. No wonder people in the UK are kind of pissed off. Okay, people like London's Mayor Sadiq Khan. Okay, who was like this? Hey, look, you know what we should do? We should totally criticize Donald Trump. Yes, that's right. In an opinion piece written for the UK daily The Guardian before Donald Trump's visit, Khan, who was the London mayor, accused Trump of doing more than anyone else to fan the flames of divisive far-right politics around the world in recent years. He said that while he recognized the practical reasons for maintaining strong ties with the United States, the UK should not be afraid to criticize Donald Trump. The so-called special relationship between the US and UK, Khan said, includes being open and honest with each other, At times, this means being a critical friend and speaking truth to power. Look, here's the thing about that, right? As much as I agree with Sadiq Khan, yes, you should absolutely be able to criticize each other as a friend in order to make them, just to be a good friend and say, hey, whoa, that's not cool, man. Yeah, maybe you shouldn't do stuff like that. Just saying. But the thing is that I'm seeing the elites sticking together. Okay. And there's few more elite than the Prime Minister of the UK and the King, along with the President of the United States. Okay. And look, the reason that I point that out is because remember, we had Prince Andrew, okay, who was sued by Virginia Giuffre, a sexual abuse survivor, okay, who was allegedly abused at the hands of Prince Andrew when she was just 17. So now, Andrew, I mean, he was sued. A court allowed that lawsuit to go forward, and as such, he ended up settling out of court, and then was stripped of his military affiliations and royal patronages by Queen Elizabeth II, the late Queen. Now, that's right there is a rare Queen Elizabeth win. Okay, very rare when it comes to, the royal family. I'm not exactly a huge fan of the royals. Let's just be honest. It's also a win for Great Britain, by the way, who is not in favor of Donald Trump. Although, once again, Scotland and Ireland really hate Donald Trump. Okay. And so more than people in Great Britain. So let's be fair. But look, about 3/5 of the British public do have a negative view of President Trump. And only about 1/3 of Britons have faith in the special relationship between the US and the UK now that Trump is in charge. I don't know, man. It kind of seems like most of the world rightly hates President Donald Trump. And not only that, though, as you can see, they are laughing at us. The world is laughing at us. Although more specifically, they're really just laughing at MAGA. Not a hard thing to do, is it? Not so much. Okay. A literal king, what year is it? Yeah, but we are kind of going backwards on all this stuff, isn't it? Isn't that a thing? Aren't we? Feels like we've slid so far back just over the past few months. They're trying to bring feudalism back. Look at Palantir. Look at the Dark Enlightenment. All right, but anyway, let's move on. Let's go to some devastating news. 2 devastating mass shootings recently rocked the capital of Minnesota. On Monday, 2 different mass shootings happened at a couple of homeless encampments in Minneapolis. At least 13 people were injured, 5 critically in these separate mass shootings. We don't know. We don't have a suspect. We don't know who was involved, if they acted alone, whatever. Now, mass shootings, of course, in America are nothing to be surprised about these days. But again, instead of it happening at the usual places like a school or a movie theater, both of them happened at a homeless encampment, right? At different homeless encampments, about 10 or so hours apart. Police say that dozens of rounds were fired directly into the crowds of homeless people that have been congregating in these encampments, and added that they're investigating if the shootings are related, as they both used similar high-powered semi-automatic rifles, and because the suspect or suspects are still at large. Mayor Jacob Frey said at a press conference on Tuesday that this is, quote, tragic, horrible, unacceptable, and sadly, not surprising. I mean, I can agree with all of that. Now, as to a motive, again, without a suspect, without any sort of information about who did it, the whodunit, we can't figure out why yet. But I don't think it's a coincidence. And again, until I actually have some concrete information on this, I am going to speculate a little bit because this is about a week after Fox News host Brian Kilmeade said this on air.
Give them a choice. Either you take the resources that we're going to give you, or you decide that you're going to be locked up in jail. That's the way it has to be now.
Or involuntary lethal injection or something. Just kill them.
Yeah, Brian, why did it have to get to this point?
Right. I would say this: we're not voting for the right people. And
just kill them. That's what he said. Okay, that's what he said about homeless people. Just kill them. Involuntary lethal injection. Well, I mean, you could argue that this involuntary injection could be delivered at the point of a gun. But that would be maybe arguing semantics. But anyway, that's what he said. And then someone or someone's tried. To me, this doesn't feel like an accident. Okay. And I say that because there is a documented relationship between the appearance of criminalization of the homeless through laws and rhetoric and the increase of hate crimes or violent acts against homeless people. And I think this is important to point out because we don't hear a lot about this. As far as I know, very, very few people are actually talking about this. Very few people even know that this had happened because everyone is concerned about, a right-wing podcaster that was gunned down by someone who was a suspected groiper, meme lord, whatever, edge lord, I don't know. But anyway, when you say that, homeless people don't matter and are not worthy of being able to live in our city, some people will say that, interpret that as, well, they just don't deserve to live then. And when you say things like, oh, they're inherently dangerous, they're all inherently criminal, they're all junkies, all that stuff that we have heard for decades about homeless people, that rhetoric that has been ramped up by people like President Donald Trump whenever he talks about homeless people. And I also will include Democrats like Gavin Newsom, who have been clearing out encampments. That just gives people the justification to do violent acts against homeless people. And you know what? We've been doing this for a while. In fact, from 2020 to 2022, there were about 97 incidences of anti-homeless violence in America. 47 of them were lethal. They were lethal. They killed people. People died. And in the past 23 years, there have been approximately 1,923 hate crimes reported. And this is just reported. The numbers are probably a lot higher, but you don't get a lot of homeless people that go to police, that report their crimes against them, right? 550 of the 8 of those, of the 1,923, those attacks have been lethal. 558 people were killed for just being homeless. And interestingly enough, since the year 1999, the majority of those victims, about 70% of them, happen to have been men over the age of 40. Homeless men are, basically, they receive or are, I guess people will perpetrate crimes against those people more often than other groups of people. Okay. And this is where, by the way, patriarchy actually hurts men. I mean, there's a lot of different examples of how patriarchy hurts men. This is one of them. And think about it this way, right? These are men that are cast out of society because perhaps they have issues like addiction. Perhaps they have mental illness or PTSD. Perhaps they're just unable, like a majority, to be able to get jobs that pay enough to be able to get them into homes. Not only that, but because of patriarchy, men are less likely to seek help for those particular issues because society teaches them that if you ask for help, that you are not a man, that you are weak. And you need to just man up, sack up and go do it yourself, man. If you ask for help, you have failed as a man. That's what they'll say. And so what happens? These men end up living in the streets and tend to become victims of anti-homeless violence, which, by the way, is perpetrated usually by other men. And that is not to say that homeless women do not have it worse. Oh, they absolutely do. They face a lot of violence. In fact, the violence they face is more often sexual in nature, once again, perpetrated mainly by other men. Look, at the end of the day, though, being homeless is stacking injury on top of injury. All right. Not only do you not have safety, a place to rest, a place to sleep, to call your own, to store your belongings, which end up getting stolen oftentimes, but you are also blamed, you are also demonized, and even assaulted or even killed for just being homeless. Now, I have to remind you that being homeless is not a result of a personal failing. In fact, the two main causes of homelessness are just not having enough money from work, because there are a lot of homeless people who also work. You're not getting paid enough to be able to afford housing, and there is a lack of any affordable housing. And look, there are also so many different situations where the death of a spouse or a family member who was the primary breadwinner in the family, that ends up leading to homelessness. Because again, in this country right now, in this economy, you need at least two incomes to survive. Housing is just too expensive right now for people to afford. And so wages, they have not kept up. I mean, think about it this way. The minimum wage in this country has not changed since 2005. It is still $7.25 an hour. While costs have gone up, especially for housing. All right. And not only that, but you have private industry. You have Wall Street hedge funds that buy up all the single family homes as soon as they're built. This is not a supply problem. Homes are being built, but they're being scooped up by these hedge funds, by Blackstone or BlackRock, whatever. And then they rent out those homes at increasingly higher prices. All right. And so that drives up the cost of homes, for one, and also drives up the cost of rentals. And so this is what happens when you turn shelter into a commodity. All right. This is why we have a homelessness crisis, even though we have more than enough homes, more than enough shelter for everyone. We have created in this country, thanks to capital, an artificial scarcity crisis when it comes to homes. And instead of actually attacking that and going after the main reasons why more and more people are becoming homeless, okay, folks like Brian Kilmeade, Donald Trump, and yes, even Gavin Newsom consistently attack the homeless. A large part, by the way, of homeless people, veterans, and another part is LGBTQ plus people who were kicked out of their homes for their identity, for their gender identity or their sexual preferences. Okay. Yes. And those generally tend to be youths kicked out of their homes, made homeless. And so they also, by the way, experience a large amount of sexual violence. And so this is a problem that, by the way, both liberals and conservatives seem to agree should be dealt with over policing, destroying homeless encampments, and punishing the homeless, instead of actually going after the real causes, raising wages to a living wage, ensuring that shelter is a human right that everyone is entitled to, banning companies from owning large swaths of homes and commodifying them, enacting universal health care with an emphasis on mental health care, and ensuring that we all have programs in place to help combat drug addiction. Those are the things that we could do to solve this problem, because it is a problem we can solve. It is a problem we have created in this country. But we will not solve this as long as we as a society continue to see homelessness as nothing more than a personal failing, instead of the systemic problem that it really is. Okay. Let's move on to some free speech. Freedom. But freedom for us, but not for you. Of course. Freedom for me, but not for thee. Okay. You get a drink first. Okay. In the wake of the tragic Charlie Kirk shooting, Attorney General Pam Bondi is pledging to absolutely target people who use hate speech. Now, what is considered a hate speech? Well, apparently it's any speech that Pam Bondi does not like, specifically about Charlie Kirk. Now, Bondi had recently said in a podcast hosted by Katie Miller, Stephen Miller's wife, that there is, quote, free speech and there is hate speech and there is no place, especially now, especially after what happened to Charlie in our society for it. Now, let me just note, by the way, that hate speech did not cause Charlie Kirk's murder. The shooter, alleged shooter, was the one who caused the death of Charlie Kirk. Okay. That 22-year-old suspect who used a lot of online memes, which he carved into the bullets, and they were, again, they were weird, obscure, 4chan-ish, possibly Groyper memes, right? You know, talking about ooh woo the bulge, right? Which is like in the, you know, right-wing furry forums and things like that. Not saying that that's what he was. Again, we don't really know a lot. We do know that he did come from a pro-Trump family and that he was immersed in Groyper culture. Okay. But apparently, though, according to some people who knew him, he was not exactly political. Seems strange. A friend described Robinson as a fairly typical young man in his age from Utah, someone who loved the outdoors, and was a gamer and into guns. Now, I think that's important because I'm pretty sure that they will casting about for some sort of reason that he did the shooting, that they're going to blame video games. Of course, they're going to blame video games. But look, one of the memes that was inscribed on one of the bullet casings from the shooting is, "Hey, fascist, catch." But that's not because he was a left-wing Antifa guy. No, that was a reference to Helldivers too. The three arrows, also part of online meme culture, and part of Helldivers. Okay, so that was a game that he really, really enjoyed playing. That doesn't mean that he was that made him go and shoot Charlie Kirk. Okay, that's just, again, online meme culture, right? Being a gamer, being into even guns, right? And meme culture, video games, all that stuff does not mean that you are going to murder someone. You are not more likely to murder someone if you're into those things. That said, Pam Bondi is focused more on the supposed hate speech against Charlie Kirk. A lot of members of the far right are also saying, "Oh, well, it was the hate speech. You called Charlie Kirk a fascist and a Nazi, and that's what made people want to murder him." What? Well, okay, but here's the thing. I remember a lot of right-wingers calling Joe Biden and Barack Obama a fascist. In fact, I also remember people on the left calling Joe Biden a fascist. So, you know, and nobody responded, by the way, to those things as in, we're going to go after your free speech. We're going to call it hate speech. That didn't happen, but it only happened this time, which is kind of weird. But look, one of the reasons that it didn't happen before, even though there was a lot of hate speech directed towards people like Barack Obama, for example, it's because that kind of going after that kind of speech is unconstitutional. There is no hate speech exception in the First Amendment. The government cannot target people for their rhetoric. It would be blatantly unconstitutional. And yet here is Pam Bondi and Stephen Miller saying, we're going to do that, and we're going to focus on the left. 100%. We're just going right after the left, and here's how we're going to do it. But again, apparently hate speech, according to them, is to blame for all the political violence against the right that's been perpetrated by the left. But wait a minute, hold on here. It's actually the right that perpetuates the majority of political violence. As you can see, between 2013 and 2022, you had about 75% of all extremist-related political murders done by the right wing. The left wing, 4%. Domestic Islamic extremism, 20%. And so, yeah, you've got a majority that is done by the right wing. Now, the response to that and those similar studies is for the Trump administration to literally pull their reports on right-wing violence off the internet. Good luck on that, because the internet is forever, and you cannot just scrub those things once, they are up. Once they are on the internet, you can't get rid of it. But here they are trying to pull any information off, off the internet that points out that, hey, it's actually the right wing that is doing the vast majority of the political violence. I mean, look, Melissa Hortman, the Democratic Speaker of the Minnesota House of Representatives, and her husband was killed by a Trump supporter, Vance Bolter, which, of course, now Trump is claiming, and Pam Bondi is claiming, oh, no, he wasn't a right winger, he was a leftist. Oh, give me a break. Or what about the Butler shooter, who was a registered Republican? Yeah. Look, I'm not saying that the left has not done any political violence. No, they have 4%. Okay. They're just massively dwarfed by the far right, who does the vast majority of political violence. And look, I also know the argument that the right wing is using about this. Oh, well, see, it was trans people. I mean, not him, because he wasn't actually trans. We were hoping that he was transgender, but he's not. But he's got a transgender boyfriend. That's it. That was transitioning to become a woman. That is why they targeted Charlie Kirk. Of course. It's very interesting that they went from it's a trans leftist to, okay, sure, it is a white person from a Trump-loving family, but they were secretly in love with a transgender person. What? That doesn't have anything to do with it. Again, you cannot blame this. You cannot pin this on transgender people or the left. But they're trying. Oh, are they trying? Let me tell you what. Look, they want to shut down the left speech, okay? Our freedom of speech, and claim that it is all hate speech. Now, here's the thing. Most people are not actually celebrating Charlie Kirk's death. Now, there are some, but the people who are usually happen to be members of groups that have been targeted by him and his network. Yes, some transgender people, they have been targeted by Charlie Kirk and his fans. You also had college professors that were targeted. They had a list of college professors that they would harass, okay, and reveal the personal information of, so that people could go after them online, or so they could lose their jobs. So these are the people targeted by Charlie Kirk and his network. And so, yeah, they would have good reason to be, like, oh, that happened? I don't feel bad about it at all. Okay. But look, most people are pretty ambivalent about this, about Charlie Kirk himself, though at the same time, they still denounce the political violence. In fact, all you've heard from the left pretty much, and from Democrats, is a denunciation of this political murder, this violence. And so, look, I don't like political violence. I don't believe in that. I do believe in having a dialogue, and I do believe in crushing people with facts and logic. But here's the thing. You can't really have a dialogue if pointing out people what people have actually said, their own quotes, okay, is considered to be hate speech, because that's what a lot of people have done. Okay. A lot of people have just taken quotes that Charlie Kirk has actually said on the air, racist, hateful quotes, and have just put them up, and they're being targeted and said, and with people saying, oh, that's hate speech. Wait, if quoting Charlie Kirk is hate speech, then isn't what Charlie was saying, isn't that considered to be hate speech as well? I'm just saying. Not only that, but look, Bondi has gone pretty far into trying to charge people with crimes. Okay. She had threatened to prosecute an Office Depot employee who refused to print out flyers for a vigil for Charlie Kirk. That employee was fired. Okay. That's the right of the company to do. The company can fire you, and I hope that employee sues. Okay. But what's illegal is the government threatening to criminally prosecute someone for refusing to print out flyers for a right-wing podcaster. That seems a little messed up to me. I mean, not just messed up, it is anti-free speech. And you know who would agree with that? Charlie Kirk. That's right. In 2024, he wrote this: hate speech does not exist legally in America. There's ugly speech, there's gross speech, there's evil speech. And all of it is protected by the First Amendment. Keep America free. Now, that is a Charlie Kirk quote. So that means I must have just engaged in hate speech myself, because I quoted the guy. Oh, no. Oops. But seriously, though, Pam Bondi's efforts here have actually created a huge backlash, even on the right. In fact, you have Matt Walsh, okay, who posted on Twitter of Pam Bondi, and maybe this is more than just criticism of what she said, and more of criticism of the fact that she is a woman in a position of power, because that's kind of Matt Walsh's whole thing. But anyway, here's what he said: get rid of her today. This is insane. Conservatives have fought for decades for the right to refuse service to anyone, which is true. They have. We won that fight. Now Pam Bondi wants to roll it back for no reason. Now, there's a reason. There's a reason. Y'all know it. It is to go after Donald Trump's political enemies. Eric Erickson, another conservative, also wrote on X, quote, our attorney general is apparently a moron. Hey, no disagreement on that one. Broken clocks and all. There's free speech and then there's hate speech. No, ma'am. That is not the law. And Savannah Hernandez, a commentator with Turning Point, Charlie Kirk's own old network, right? She called Bondi's words, quote, the most destructive phrase that has ever been uttered. She needs to be removed as attorney general now. So very strong statements here from leading conservatives. Now, following this backlash, Bondi attempted to walk back her comments on Tuesday, saying, quote, freedom of speech is sacred in our country, and we will never impede upon that right. My intention was to speak about the threats of violence that individuals incite against others. But that's not hate speech. That's not hate speech or free speech. No, look, in according to the law, credible threats of violence are not protected by the First Amendment. So we already have adjudicated this. The Supreme Court has already ruled that true threats, statements expressing a serious intent to commit unlawful violence, can be prosecuted under state and federal law. So we already have that. Now, political hyperbole, defined as exaggerated statements that are not intended as serious threats of violence, are protected speech. Jokes, statements made in jest, are also considered to be protected speech. Now, to me, look, I saw a few jokes, okay? at Charlie Kirk's expense. Okay. That's not hate speech. You might hate it, but it ain't hate speech. So it's clear to me that Pam Bondi either does not know the Constitution or does not respect it at all, does not respect our freedoms at all, and is simply using her office to go after Donald Trump's political opponents, which is why she was there in the first place. This is nothing more than the political persecution that the right had falsely claimed to be a victim of for so long, being weaponized against the left. Okay. So there you go. Moving on. Let's go to the next story. Of course. Not a drag queen. Another one of those. The controversial Charleston judge that presided over the trial of Dylan Roof, the convicted killer of Black parishioners at the Mother Emanuel AME Church in downtown Charleston, has been busted with possession of child sexual abuse material. Because, of course. Now, this is James B. Gosnell Jr., 68, who has been accused of possession of that material and has been officially suspended by Chief Justice John Kittredge on Tuesday. Investigators with the Department of Homeland Security apparently received a tip from the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children about several suspicious financial transactions with a distributor of child sexual abuse material from the UK. The payments came from peer-to-peer online money transfer account associated with that phone number for this judge, as well as the address and email account in November of 2024. In fact, Gosnell's attorney, Lionel Lofton, said that federal authorities had executed a search warrant at Gosnell's home and arrested him after the search was complete because they found a flash drive that contained numerous videos and images depicting child sexual abuse, which included videos and images of minors, infants, and toddlers. Oh, absolutely disgusting. It is absolutely disgusting. Now, documents state that Kittredge found Gosnell's continued service as a magistrate in Charleston County poses a substantial threat or serious harm to the public and the administration of justice. Yeah, that's right. So he was suspended. And again, the suspension, they said, was based on this credible information that was provided to the court. So now I mentioned that Gosnell had infamously presided over a bond hearing for Dylan Roof. Now, during that hearing, he got himself in a little bit of trouble because he talked about victims on both sides. Victims on both sides. Now, Gosnell had made a brief statement just before the hearing began, calling Charleston a very strong community with big hearts. But he sparked controversy when he spoke of the victims. Quote, "There are victims on this young man's side of the family. Nobody would have ever thrown them into the whirlwind of events that they have been thrown into. We must find it in our heart at some point in time, not only to help those that are victims, but to help his family as well." That right there caused a lot of outrage, and rightly so. Remember, 9 people were killed, Black parishioners. And yet this man is thinking of the perpetrator's family, okay, who was very much alive, all of them. White family. Now look, the family who were not accomplices in his crime, obviously, I mean, understandably would be horrified that someone that they love could do something like this, could do this kind of racist, horrific crime. That said, the pain that the family feels is actually nothing in comparison to those who have lost their lives and the pain that their families felt in losing members of their family. So to me, kind of feels like this judge was more concerned about the feelings of white people than the actual victims of this horrific mass shooting. And this got him in so much trouble that he was replaced as chief magistrate. Now, this isn't the only time he's caused controversy. In fact, back in 2003, to kind of buttress the point that he definitely favored white people, he was reprimanded for using racial slurs in the courtroom. Here's what he said, quote, "There are 4 kinds of people in this world: black people, white people, rednecks, and the N-word." That's not something that you should say ever in court or ever. Okay. Now, here's the interesting thing, right? Turns out there's a 5th type. Pedos. Guess which one you are, Mr. Gosnell? Allegedly, of course. Allegedly. Look, here's the thing. I'm not exactly surprised that this man is an old, white, cisgender Republican male. Okay? Why am I not surprised? Because that is the majority of people who prey on children. Okay? Women and children, by the way. They are the predators. This ain't trans people, ain't drag queens. No, it is white, cisgender, right-wing men. They are more of a danger to women, to children, than all of the LGBTQ community. And that's just a fact. Okay, last story for y'all. Oh, would you look at that? Oh, we got an update on Luigi. Wow. All right. Now, there is a huge new update in the murder trial of Luigi Manioni, man accused of killing United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson in December of last year in New York City. On Tuesday, Judge Gregory Caro actually threw out the terrorism charges against Manioni. So those charges were absolutely ridiculous in my view. I mean, yes, he allegedly shot and killed a man. Okay. Targeted this specific person. Now, that is not terrorism. It's murder, yes, not terrorism. In fact, this alleged killer went out of his way to avoid any civilian casualties. That is not terrorism. Judge Caro said that the 2 most serious charges, murder in the first degree as a crime of terrorism, and a second degree charge related to terrorism, were not proven by the prosecution's case as presented to the grand jury. He said that just because Manioni may have been motivated by ideological opposition to the for-profit healthcare industry, that does not de facto make it terrorism under New York statutes. Quote, while the defendant was clearly expressing an animus towards UHC and the healthcare industry generally, it does not follow that his goal was to intimidate and coerce a civilian population. And indeed, there was no evidence presented of such a goal. Look, I can't disagree with that. Calling this murder, which it was, an act of terrorism, which it wasn't. I mean, I believe the terrorism charges were a political decision that was meant to try to clamp down on any criticism of the for-profit healthcare industry, criticism that erupted after this murder. Okay, I believe that in doing so, prosecutors wanted to chill any discussion about the abuses of the healthcare industry, specifically what UHC had engaged in. Remember, this company under Thompson used an AI model to decide which claims that they would approve and disapprove. And no shocker, they actually had the highest claim denial rate in the entire industry. About a third of all the claims were automatically denied. But it got worse. In fact, when it came to Medicare Advantage plans, nearly 90% of them were automatically denied. Now, remember, if Medicare Advantage, these are people basically who are elderly or disabled, okay, who need those medications or those procedures. And you know what would happen? They would often die as a result of all these automatic denials that they could not fight, either because they may not have had the mental faculties to be able to fight them, or the money, or the physical ability to spend hours a day on the phone challenging these denials. They might have been too sick. And these denials were also that the company, the executives, including Mr. Thompson, could make even more of a profit. Remember, every single denial means more money in the executives and shareholders' pockets. Now, I am not saying that murder is the appropriate response. No. But let's be clear. This is what happened as a result of a system that causes the deaths of countless people. Okay? And so, look, over 60,000 Americans a year die from lack of health care. And you have so many people who have insurance, who play by the rules, who pay their premiums every single month. As premiums, by the way, continue to rise and take more of a bite out of people's limited resources. Okay? And then you add in things like deductibles, co-pays, and insurance no longer covering certain procedures. And then the automatic denials. Okay? What happened here is that this was a murder for a purpose. Is it wrong to murder people? Yes. But that does not make it terrorism. Terrorism has a very explicit meaning in the law, and it is defined by the unlawful use of violence or threat of violence to intimidate or coerce a civilian population or a government in order to achieve political, social, or ideological goals. The key elements of terrorism include a systematic use of violence, a clear ideological motivation, a desire to create widespread fear, and the intent to influence government policy or achieve social objectives. This case does not fit that. The target was not a member of the government, nor was he trying to create fear in the civilian population. In fact, according to Mangioni's alleged writings, okay, and this is an October diary entry, okay, saying, quote, "The investor conference is a true windfall. It embodies everything wrong with our health system, and most importantly, the message becomes self-evident. The problem with most revolutionary acts is that the message is lost on normies. That message is why, according to the writings, he didn't use something like a bomb. He said bombers commit an atrocity whose horror either outweighs the impact of their message or whose distance from their message prevents normies from connecting the dots. Do you bomb the HQ? No. Bombs equal terrorism. Such actions appear the unjustified anger of someone who simply got sick / had bad luck and took their frustration out in the insurance industry while recklessly endangering countless employees. Instead of carrying out a bombing, targeting the CEO at a conference is, quote, targeted, precise, and doesn't risk innocence." So, in these own alleged writings, he writes about going after Thompson for his actions in making the insurance industry worse for the public. This isn't trying to scare the public or create fear in the public. It's in his own way trying to be an advocate for the public. Again, I think it's the wrong way to do it because I abhor violence, But at the same time, I think that was the motivation there. To go after someone who was making insurance worse, who was actively hurting people, and to start a conversation on the greed of the industry itself and those who profit off of that greed. Again, this is not exactly what you would call terrorism, because the stated goal was not to coerce through fear the government or the public to make these changes. He didn't even advocate for Medicare for all or a solution. He was just pointing out that, hey, this is how the system works. That murder, I think, was to drive attention to the actions of UHC and Thompson and the industry at large. Charging Manioni with terrorism is a way to distract from that message and to put the focus on the alleged killer and away from looking at the horrific practices of the industry that kill tens of thousands of people a year through legitimate claim denials. Murder, as I said, is wrong. You can murder someone just as easily with a pen and a health insurance denial as you can with a gun. Actually, you can do it a lot easier, and it's legal through our system, even though that is actually violence in my mind. Yes, denying people's legitimate claims and allowing them to die, or just allowing people to die from lack of health care, is, to me, violence. So, now this is also, by the way, why the federal government is pushing for the death penalty. They want to send a message because they are owned by the owner donors. They're owned by the system. Okay. But at the moment, doesn't look like their case is going as well as they hoped, at least with regards to the terrorism charges, because we all know those were ridiculous. Not only that, but look at the absurd optics of the perp walk, okay, that they had back when he was arrested and brought into New York. Okay. Just an absolute ridiculous, perp walk with all these armed police officers walking around with their weapons as if Manioni was a clear and present danger to everyone around him. No. Look, at the end of the day, obviously we're going to have to see what happens with the jury. I mean, I'm not saying nullification is on the table, but perhaps it is. But we're going to have to see what happens based on the evidence presented. But it is good to see that the most ridiculous charges in this case have been rightly dropped. All right. There we go. Hopefully everybody enjoyed the show today. If you haven't already, please like and share the stream. Subscribe to me over at Logically Leftist, my YouTube channel. I've got a Facebook. I've got a Twitch. Got all that wonderful stuff. Places where you can go and sign up, where you can support the show as well. Patreon.com/ChefWaldorf, as well as signing up to be a member on our YouTube page. All right, everybody. Thank you all. Really appreciate you watching here. Coming up on this space, well, we got a one-way ticket, and it's going to Fville.
Mortuus libertas est. In other words, we're fucked, and not in the good dick way. hopefully today I can have a show without a major news event going on. Last week I did my show, this show that you're watching now, and there was a school shooting. Can you believe that? People were alerting me that there was a school shooting going on, a shooting. Please talk about the shooting. But I don't look at the chat. This is a live show, but I don't look at the chat when I'm doing this because, let's be real, you're a little distracting. But there was a school shooting last week during my show, and people were talking about it. So hopefully we don't have another major breaking news event during this program. But today's show, I'm going to be talking about how I think that if you are someone who considers yourself somebody who is in this sort of spatial dimension, that you should really firmly understand that we do not live in a free society. Arguably, we never did, but that's a separate philosophical discussion for another day, or possibly even today, but another time. A lot of people were reacting to the scores of violence that has been going on in this country, and a lot of those people no longer are employed. Once again, last week there was a school shooting that occurred on Wednesday during this show. Last week there was a school shooting, and a lot of people were not talking about that school shooting. Instead, they were talking about some dipshit fuckface who's, I guess, a podcaster or something, college dropout or whatever. I don't know. He's not, he's been awfully silent for the last week. But anyway, a lot of people are talking about him. And a lot of people have things that aren't so nice to say. And maybe they have reasons, maybe they don't. However, those things that are not so nice to say were said by some people, and now they are no longer employed. So I would like to talk about how we don't live in a free society in terms of employment. Just the concept that you can get fired at a moment's notice for things that are unrelated to your job, in my opinion, is a little interesting. Now, I will be honest with you. I will be upfront. I support certain people having repercussions against them for saying and doing certain things that I consider personally to be, in my opinion, harmful. However, the notion of a society that is drenched, as America loves to pretend, in freedom, where your entire livelihood is tethered to some private corporation, I don't know. It doesn't seem very free to me. It just doesn't. If you can say something, hell, I might even think it's evil, and then get fired. And then if you get fired, how do you get another job? Well, there's a whole shitload of fuck going on with the job market. You know, we got this, AI thing. They call it AI. It's not really AI. There's nothing intelligent. It's barely even artificial. And, they're like, there's like a bunch of fake jobs out there, and AI are reading all the fucking resumes or whatever, and no one knows how to get a fucking job anymore because our society is fucking... That's our society at this moment. Right, so if we're in a position where you get fired, let's say you're living paycheck to paycheck, right? And you get fired for having something to say, or rather, maybe not having something to say about the school shooting that happened last week. Personally, I think that that's the most important thing that happened last week, was that there was a school shooting, and no one seems to give a fuck about it. So no one even really talks about it, But anyway, if you can get fired and then, you become, you lose your house or whatever, you can't pay your rent, you can't pay your mortgage, then what happens? Well, then you become homeless. In Minnesota this week, if you're homeless and living in a homeless encampment, 13 people were assassinated. Let's use that word, assassinated. What does the term assassination really mean? It's usually some sort of politically motivated killing of someone. And so 13, at least as of this moment, to my understanding, that is the number, homeless people were executed and assassinated in the state of Minnesota. So that's what you have to look forward to if you get fired for saying something bad on the internet. So once again, I would like to remind everyone to watch yourself. That doesn't mean to watch your thoughts. It means protect your thoughts. It means write stuff down with a pen and paper, right? Look at this. Look at this pen, right? This is an incredible invention. If you were to show this to someone 1,000 years ago, right, you just click a goddamn button right? They'd have a lot of fun with this. You know, you show a fucking medieval scribe this shit, man. Oh, wow. They would do this all day. But again, it's a pen. You can write pretty much at any moment. Maybe in space it's a little difficult, but you can write almost anytime, anywhere. Just bring a pen and paper. A lot of people, they prefer writing in their phones. Phones, by the way, which can be monitored and seized by the government at any time. A lot of people like to use social media as a diary because they don't have a relationship with their inner self. So they create an outer self of which they parade around online and use that outer self as some sort of, I don't know, maybe this isn't the correct word, but a diuretic experience of some kind. I personally don't know if that's necessarily the best thing to do in our society where freedom no longer exists. I don't know if the first thing we should do when we have something to say is to go on Twitter or whatever social media platform and just say it and then hit enter without proofreading it. I don't know if that's an ideal scenario to be in. But what I do know is that the federal government is not going to be able to wirelessly tap my fucking pen and paper when I want to write my own thoughts in my own place of residence. And hey, maybe, just maybe, you could create some sort of mechanism where you can hold your thoughts in a bound, book of some kind. And hell, maybe let's get a little bit more, let's start thinking about stuff. This is what my show is about. It's about being bizarre. It's about being strange. Let's have like some sort of dead man switch where if something happens to me, the federal government wants to, I don't know, look at my belongings and they try to find my diaries. Well, they're in some sort of mechanism and they blow up in a puff of smoke and fire and no one will ever be able to see what I wrote. Very similarly, that is something that happened, at least allegedly happened, with this assassination, so-called. The FBI has released a bunch of information. I don't know how much of it is actually real. They love to use the word facts, but, that word's been thrown through the ringer as of late. That there was apparently a note that was left by this alleged assassin. And this note basically says, I did it. But the note was destroyed. Interesting. Very interesting. So there was a note, a confession, and it somehow magically was destroyed. But everyone wants you to believe that this is the guy who did it. But anyway, that's not what my show is about. My show is about, more importantly, the fact that you need to protect yourself. And more importantly, protect this up here, right here, the brain. All right, you need to protect your mind. And one way to do that is to write with a pen and paper. A lot of people, they like typing, and typing can be great for a lot of people. And I'm not here to shit on typing. If you have an offline system that is not connected to the internet and you want to type away your most whimsical thoughts that no one can ever see, feel free to do that. But hey, pen and paper, that's just a lot of fun. I love writing. I don't know. I love writing. But that's just my opinion. But again, we do not live in a free society. There are things you can say, express yourself with words. You can literally open your mouth and make sounds that will send you into a box, a steel cage, for presumably an unknown amount of time, potentially decades, if you say or do the very, very, very wrong things that this government is ever so expanding the list of. Once again, last week there was a school shooting. Parents writ large don't care at all about the school shooting. A lot of parents are parading around, doing their usual song and dance to exonerate themselves, we got to do something better. We're doing the best we can. Oh, enough is enough is enough. Except enough is not enough. You're still going to pop out more little Timmies and send them to school to get fucking murdered and fucking, gun violence over and over and over again. Because again, as I've said on this show, no one gives a fuck. This society is probably the most nihilistic society of all time. I'm talking about the United States of America in 2025. Does anyone ever seem to think about how, a Nazi freak bought Twitter? Everyone knew he's a Nazi. Everyone was talking about how Twitter's going to get worse. And then for some fucking reason, everyone's still using Twitter. and they think it's a sincere reflection of everyday events. Now, I will be honest with you. I look at Twitter sometimes, and Twitter to me, I understand to be a right-wing psychosis machine. So I look at it every once in a while, maybe 15, 20 minutes here and there, a day or so. But a lot of people, they're on Twitter, they're on TikTok, they're on Facebook and Instagram and stuff like YouTube all the time. And these websites are shifting and shifting and shifting further into becoming, and, you know, a lot of people would argue, including myself perhaps, that they already are psychosis machines. What do I mean by psychosis machine? I mean, you engage with a machine that manipulates your understanding of reality and substitutes a version of reality, a, you know, let's say simulacrum of reality that is not so accurate, but close enough that you can go around and go about your daily business. You can go to the grocery store and get some potatoes and fry them up for dinner and still believe in all these crazy things that the United States government and social media companies at large are spewing forth. Of course, TikTok is going to be controlled by billionaires, right-wing Nazi billionaires, and people are still going to use it because no one gives a fuck. Nobody fucking goddamn fucking cares about anything. But you know what people love to care about? The one thing that people do love to care about in our nihilistic, fucked up, anti-freedom society, the one thing that people care about is how other people perceive them. That's what everyone cares about. That's why people will say stuff that's just fucking weird. That's just some weird ass fucking shit. Like I said, there was a school shooting last week and no one's talking about it because everyone decided, for no reason, to just start talking about how great some dipshit podcaster was. You're seeing all kinds of weird fucking shit going on over the last week with this dipshit podcaster who, again, is awfully quiet. I'd love to see what he has to say about all this kind of weird stuff. I wonder where he's been. However, you have government officials talking about, you know, seeking vengeance on the left, whatever that means. The left is a domestic terror organization. You know, just some weird fucking shit that we're seeing around here. We're seeing a lot of people talk about how freedom to debate is of the utmost importance in America, a free country. This dipshit podcaster allegedly supported free debate, except he didn't. You were not allowed to debate this dipshit podcaster unless you were an uneducated college kid who they knew would say something stumbly or weird and they'd be able to make a cringe compilation out of. That's all these people are garbage, slop, cringe compilation producers. They're not debaters. And I'm not talking about just the one dipshit podcaster who's, again, awfully quiet. You know, I don't know where he's been. But I'm talking about this entire suite of right-wing, so-called free speech warriors. These motherfuckers that love to pretend like they're all about free debate, expression, democracy, and ideas. Except I have never, ever been able to get these motherfuckers down for at least 15 fucking minutes before we have a debate to define what the fuck our terms are, such as freedom. You ever talk to any one of these right-wing so-called free speech motherfuckers, and then you ask them what the fuck free speech means, and then they go off on this bizarre-ass fucking, you know, grotesque soliloquy about how being able to say the N-word is the most important thing in America, and, well, if you had to say the N-word to stop nuclear apocalypse, would you do it? And all these weird horseshit scenarios, these thought experiments that people love to say. But when someone who's a little weird, someone who likes free speech, someone who loves free speech, when I say something a little out there, like I think 90% of people are evil, all of a sudden, you know, these motherfuckers, they don't want to debate me. All of a sudden, they run the fuck away. When I say shit like parents are, as a class, garbage, evil, Nazi slave owner freaks, that's the parental class as a unit, as a sum of their parts, that is the parental class. All of a sudden, these right-wingers are afraid to debate me on these topics. I've tried. a couple times to debate right wingers on this stuff. And it usually just devolves into them calling me some sort of slur or some sort of horseshit. They don't really ever define their terms, and they just blah, 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 gish gallop their way until, oh, it's supper time. I got to get out of here, you know? Freedom isn't free. And that's a phrase that you may have heard many, many times in your life living in this God-forsaken hellhole that we call, well, some people call the United States of America. Not so united nowadays. Freedom is not free. What the fuck does that mean? Like, isn't freedom like the default state of things? You know, weren't we free like, I don't know, 100,000 years ago? I don't know. Felt pretty free back then. Felt like that was the default state. It feels like freedom is very desperate to be unleashed from a cage, a steel cage, a box of some sorts where they can be confined solitarily, perhaps. It seems like what's really not free, it seems like what really costs a spectacular amount of resources is fascism. You know, human sacrifice is what upholds our current society. Thousands and 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 thousands of motherfuckers are sacrificed every year, not just in the United States, but in the world at large. They are thrown into the volcanoes of capitalism in order to sustain our fascist hellhole society that we call global civilization. Thousands, hundreds of thousands of motherfuckers are thrown into the grinder to be sacrificed, their souls vanquished in order for the rich to get richer and for the poor to play more video games and drink more fucking beer and watch more reality TV. Thousands and thousands of people are extinguished so that you can watch this show right now. Thousands, if not millions of motherfuckers have been executed, murdered, and enslaved so that you can watch this fucking show right now and do nothing at all afterwards in order to make their lives and their deaths not to be in vain. Right? But again, this is just the cost of our world. Are we as ordinary citizens really to blame for the world that we were brought into? Well, I say yes, if you have kids. I know a lot of people don't like hearing this, and I know I don't shut the fuck up about it. But if you have kids, if you procreate, that is tacit approval of society. You are saying the current state of affairs is good enough for me to raise a fucking family in. Can you imagine? Can you fucking imagine? These generations of parents. I'm 29. I see motherfuckers that are 20 on TikTok with 3 kids. You know, you ever see this I don't use TikTok, but I see the reposts, you know, filtered down, you know, and the cringe compilations, but I see it. 20-year-olds, you know, filming their babies. It's just fucking weird. That shit is fucking weird. This dipshit podcaster is taking a vacation. He's been gone for a week. Typically, these YouTubers and content people, they take a week or 2 off once in a while, so maybe he'll be back soon. But his wife, you ever see this shit? His wife is parading around these little fucking toddlers and going, oh, look at these babies. And going, oh, the baby. They don't give a fuck about these fucking babies. Are you kidding me? These motherfuckers are merchants of death. They go on their shows on a daily or near daily basis talking about how minorities should be executed, about how thousands of people should be sacrificed to the gods of capital so that we can churn out some more fucking shitty ass electronics that we don't fucking need that end up in landfills. These are people that said, yes, people need to die. Little Timmy needs to get shot dead in fucking gym class. Little fucking Jimmy needs to be murdered, sniped through a window in the library in fucking 4th grade so that we can have our freedom. And yet, this dumb bimbo bitch broad is going to procreate with this dipshit podcaster motherfucker and then roll around and say, oh, our kids, Yet you had kids in this fucking society, this socio-political environment where everyone is steeped in blood. Everyone talks about guns and killing each other, and you're going to raise a family here? What? But of course, I'm not allowed to talk about that. Otherwise, all the good parents get pissed the fuck off because they're trying to rationalize their irrational decision to have children in this fucking hellhole. To bring other human beings along for the ride as we storm off the cliff with our foot very firmly pressed against the pedal of doom. Right? We are fucked. And like I said earlier, it is not in the good dick way. Our society is being raped by evil. And that's why they're trying to illegalize abortion. Because when they rape you and impregnate you with the seeds of destruction, they want you to clean up the mess. They're not going to be around to raise these children. They're going to piece the fuck out and go on vacation. In some instances, the eternal vacation. And they're going to leave you to clean up the mess and to raise the, I don't know, children of this fucking, like, I don't even know what kids are like. Think about it. Imagine, I'm just going to break my soliloquy here for a moment. Imagine you're 5 years old and this fucking shit's going on. Like, imagine you're 10. You're 10 right now. Imagine being 10. I know what I was feeling when I was 10. I was alone. I was scared. But you know what? I wasn't in the middle of a fucking pandemic. You know what? I wasn't witnessing a genocide going on when I was fucking 10. When I was 10, I was able to just play video games and not really know about this shit. But now, the internet, now we're getting back into the soliloquy, the internet has really kind of gone off the deep end. Right? There's really no such thing as online spaces for children anymore. There is really no modern equivalent to like something like Club Penguin where you log in and you pop the balloons and you say hi to the fluffy animals. That shit's long gone. Kids are logging on to the same internet that we are. The same internet where you can log on and see snuff films on a daily basis. Children in Gaza being sniped in the head on a daily basis. Imagine being 10 years old and scrolling through social media, right? And seeing baby after baby after baby's rib cage, dead babies, corpses, as a 10-year-old, as a 5 or 6-year-old stumbling upon this stuff. I know when I first got the internet, well, I mean, not day one, but like, you know, first couple months when I was getting online as a small 11 or 12-year-old. And I remember I came across all these classic snuff films, you know, of people mutilating their bodies with like fucking hammers and screwdrivers and, you know, killing people and uploading that shit. You ever see that shit? I remember I saw that one politician in Pennsylvania shoot himself when I was like fucking like I saw that shit when I was like 11 years old, man. And that fucked me up. You don't think that fucks people up? Except people are seeing shit that's way fucking worse while they're still developing, while they're even younger. This culture of fear, this culture of hell that we are living in, and no one seems to care because we got to go to work and we got to pay our bills. We don't have the freedom to think about how to improve our society or even our own personal position in society. We don't have the freedom to just relax. To just, don't you feel like you just want a fucking vacation from this fucking shit? From this fucking garbage? You can turn the news off, but that doesn't mean it stops happening. You stop reading the news for a day or two. Maybe you decide, hey, I'm going to unplug for the weekend. You log back in eventually, and you always log back in eventually. And then you're inundated. You know, homeless people executed, kids being fucking slaughtered. 6 years of a pandemic no one seems to care about. Speaking of, you know that Olympic runner guy, Usain Bolt? He recently did a little piece about how he has problems walking up and down stairs. An Olympic athlete is unable to walk up and down stairs without fucking wheezing because he got sick a bunch, you know, during COVID. That period of time that no one seems to know, no one seems to be able to understand the start or the end. You know, that nebulous period of time. It may or may not still be going on. So if Olympic athletes can no longer walk up and down a flight of stairs without fucking wheezing and being out of breath, you don't think that's affecting our children that are developing? Their bodies are still morphing into their final forms. This is like, you know, like we're running a mass torture experiment on kids, right? That's what we're doing. You know, you think that what's happening in Gaza is special? It is in some capacity, but it's been happening forever, all throughout our fucked up society. It's just now we have 4K video. That's really the main difference. We have been torturing ourselves and our children collectively, at least for the last 10,000 years. Right? When children are born into this world, we break them into pieces and remold them like domesticated horses. Right? You know, you ever hear the phrase childlike wonder? You know, that way you were able to look at the world before you knew what you know now. Before you know that you have to get up in the morning and go to work. And you're really not allowed to say what you really think because you might get fucking fired. And if you get fired, you become homeless. And then you go live at a homeless encampment. And then you get shot to fucking death by a madman with a gun or two. Or maybe it was the same guy doing a double tap. Who the fuck knows what was going on? And also, who the fuck cares? Because there's going to be another insane epidemic of violence. And then we're going to do that round where we do the whole, oh, should we do anything about guns? No. Should we do anything about mental illness? No. Should we do anything about anything? Oh, look, little Timmy got shot. Should we do anything about guns? And so on and so on. That's our society. The eternal loop of damnation. We are fucked. And once again, I have to say it, not in the good dick way. Because if we were fucked in the good dick way, at least on a regular basis, I highly doubt that any of this... Man, Max the dog just farted really badly. This is horrible. Oh my God, Max, what the fuck? What are you doing to me? Max, why? Jesus, I'm sorry. I mean, that was brutal. Holy fuck. Anyway. What are they feeding you? Where was I? Right. Being fucked. If people were fucked in the good dick way on a regular basis, you know, maybe we'd be a lot happier as a society. Polls indicate that Generation Z is at an all-time low as far as sex having. They're not fucking. Okay? That's probably an issue, but we'll get into that one later. There are closing in on 10 billion motherfuckers. Yeah, that's right. I'm rounding up. Rounding up. You know, there's going to be about 10 billion motherfuckers unless we go collapsing in the opposite direction. Right? A lot of people will say, that's too many people. There ain't enough room for all 10 billion of us. And that seems to be, in my estimation, a little bit of a self-fulfilling prophecy. Our climate is collapsing. But it's not a natural phenomena. It is a phenomenon that we are able and willing, in some instances, to combat, but for a handful of motherfuckers that are just too powerful. Think about that. Our kids, well, your kids, the one you decided to have, I didn't. Your kids are going to grow up in a world where there are billions of climate refugees. Billions of motherfuckers that are going to be fleeing their scorched desert homes. Is that going to go smoothly? In a society where a lot of the colder environments, typically inhabited by white people who are, let's just say, not the nicest groups of people when it comes to immigration, right? So when we have billions of motherfuckers that are going to need to relocate in the next 60 years, how is that going to go? Oh, and by the way, a lot of these countries, these locations that by the year 2100 are going to be uninhabitable, a lot of the governments that currently exist on those land masses have nuclear weapons. Isn't that lovely? So nuclear armed powers inhabiting patches of rock on Earth that are soon going to be uninhabitable, but for massive air conditioning systems that probably, I don't even know how you get air conditioning outside. I mean, you'd have to like make your entire city inside or whatever to be able to fucking last in those hellholes in 2100. A lot of them have nukes. Yeah, so factor that in to the next 50, 60, 70, 80 years that your kids are going to be growing up in. Does that seem like a world that is drenched in freedom to you? Do we seem that we are free in this world? I don't feel free. I don't have an employer like some people do. That is a corporate ghoul that will fire me over my free speech on the internet. But I still don't say everything I think online. What you are seeing right now or listening to is just 5, maybe even 1% of my true power. In my opinion, Frieza is the best Dragon Ball Z villain. Frieza, of course, is based on landlords. Yeah, landlords. That was the basis of the intergalactic villain. Actually, I guess intragalactic villain in the hit animation manga Dragon Ball Z. Frieza is based on landlords. Landlords. You ever think about that? Landlord. A little bit of an old-fashioned term. So they own land, and then they lord over it. Oh, look at me. I'm a lord. I'm a lord. Okay. I mean, it's a little strange. So most people, especially of my age bracket, people under 40 years old, most people don't own the land they live on. You ever think about that? Now, what is owning land? I know. Owning land. But hey, all right, let's just pretend for a moment. Let's all play make-believe. Even in our fucked up society where we do things like own land, you still have to pay property taxes. And what happens when you don't do that? Well, the government takes your shit. Right? So really, people don't own anything. They don't own jack fuck all. But think about what property taxes in essence are. It's a protection racket. What is the difference between going to a vacant lot in your neighborhood without any permission from any government or owner whatsoever, building a fence in that vacant lot, and hiring a bunch of people with AK-47s and bombs to defend that vacant lot and paying property tax. What are the differences between those two things? Nothing. Nothing. Nothing at all. Well, except for the law. One is legal. The other is not. However, they are effectively the same thing. When you pay property tax, you are essentially hiring the government to kill people at your behest if they violate your so-called property rights. You are hiring a private militia known as the United States government's local police forces in that city, and in some cases, even National Guard are getting involved. You're hiring a private military installation or institution, rather, to defend your property. If someone goes on your property without permission, you can call the cops. In most places in this goddamn hellhole we call the USA, you can walk outside with a gun and point it at their face and murder them in cold blood. And you'll get away scot-free because it's America and they were on your property. If someone is an intruder into your house and you call 911, police will bust in and shoot you. You know, they'll just shoot anybody. There's an intruder. They'll just shoot the first person we see. So, in a lot of instances, hiring a private military to guard your property that you are personally acquainted with is actually a more sound decision than paying property tax. You know, in that narrow slice of looking at things. But where am I going with this? We live in a fucked up society where people literally own every square meter of the world that you walk on. Some people live in cities. Can you be free if you live in a city? Is that free? Every single thing you touch is made of concrete, is made of asphalt, is made of metal. Maybe there's a small strip of gravel, which is just rocks, which is ultimately just kind of asphalt. Or maybe there's little patches of soil where they have like a decorative small tree popping out. Oh, just to make you yearn for what once was. Yeah, trees. You know, a lot of people on this space I know that are watching, they live in cities. You know, I used to live near a city. I used to live in the Washington District of Columbia, wider metropolitan area. And I, once upon a time, memorized the entire map of Washington, D.C. I walked up and down pretty much every street. At least I never made a checklist, but I just, you know, I kind of went up and down in order. It's possible when I, resumed 1 or 2 days, I skipped a line or two. But hell, I know Washington, D.C. very well. And there's not a lot of foliage in Washington District of Columbia. Hell, Donald Trump right now is chopping down trees, the very few trees that still exist, to build his ballroom. Isn't that amazing? Isn't that just fucking great? But we don't live in a free society. If you are somewhere around my age, when you were born, I'm 29, when you were born, society was already used up. If you were, let's say, 70 or 80 years old, maybe you had a good time when you were young. Yeah, if you're white, if you're a man, probably, I'm just throwing that. You probably had a good childhood, chilling out, having fun. Well, if you're growing up today, if you're 10 years old today, that's not happening. The only places that are truly up for grabs in our modern world are places that don't exist. Places online, the internet, websites, blogs, journals, online. Even this space. This space exists in our minds. It does not exist in reality. There is no patch of dirt that I can walk on that is this space. This space, in a sense, is both non-existent and eternally existent. With enough words and with enough cultural and contextual understanding, we can recreate this space, the concept. We can recreate it, copy and paste into anybody's mind. Anybody that is at least somewhat literate and has the ability to imagine things. That is why you see children and young adults, in some instances like myself, that live their entire lives primarily connected to the internet. Because the real world, as in the world outside of us, is used up. Other people used it up, and they never bothered cleaning the mess. You ever think about that? The baby boomers fucked us over so hard. They fucking used the entire planet up, had a great time, and now they're going to check out right as things start to get real interesting. And we're sitting here having to clean up the mess, or in most instances, we just ignore the mess. You walk outside, there's cups, bottles, bags, cans, wrappers, everywhere you look. You know, I remember not too long ago, I don't leave the house too often, but I went on a walk maybe somewhere in the last 18 months. And I saw some fucking like Doritos bag that had like the fucking like 80s or 90s logo on it. How crazy is that? That shit's just, who knows? Who fucking knows where that bag even originated from? That bag could have, it was like, you know, it could have flown through multiple states. Could have flown through multiple countries. It could have originated in Canada. And yet it arrived right there for me to look at and go, wow, isn't that interesting? And then walk right past. Because I sometimes clean up litter just when I'm going outside. I'll sometimes, if I'm near a public trash can and there's some garbage on the ground, I'll go over there and toss it in. And then I can't touch anything. I just walk around like this until I can wash my hands, you know, just, you know, oh God, oh God. But I'm not going to be the one to clean up the old school Doritos bag. Because part of me realized that went beyond litter. That's a historical artifact. It's like digging around and finding a Indian arrowhead, you know, a sign of another civilization. Except that civilization was real. Those were real people that lived. And they left those markers of their lives for us to see. But unlike the tools of our ancestors, our being people born in North America, our ancestors, the people that were here for thousands of years, they left behind their historical artifacts under very different circumstances than the 1993 or approximately Doritos bag that I saw floating through the wind at some point in the last 18 months. You know, I'm just bear with me here. All right. I'm trying my best to do a show. Okay. Fuck. But, hold on here. Our world is bought and paid for. And once again, not in the good dick way, prostitution is one of the oldest professions, as people love to say. Except it's illegal. I can buy a politician. That's fine. but I cannot buy a prostitute. You ever think about that? I do. Just something to think about. I don't know. But my point here is that you need to watch yourself, because we are living in a collapsing society. We are living through a transitional period where people are being judged harshly for saying the wrong thing. People are losing their lives. People are being arrested even for saying the wrong thing about the wrong person. Right? People are being sent to prison for saying the wrong thing. For holding up a sign that says, "Stop massacring babies in the Middle East." People are being held in detention centers, as they're called. I like to call them concentration camps. That alliterates, rolls off the tongue better. Concentration camps. It's a lot better than detention centers. Give me a break. But there are people that have been thrown in concentration camps for months for just holding up a sign that says, "Stop killing babies." That's a controversial statement. And yet people are still having kids. They're still raising families here in Fville because they tacitly approve of the society that we've built. They think it's good enough. It's good enough. Just like mommy and daddy beating the shit out of me, they were good enough. But again, a lot of people during this time, just like in the 1930s, are going to be wiped off the board. If you are going to be one of them, I mean, I don't know, man. That sucks. But it's a fine line to sit on of saying the truth, but not getting massacred, murdered, assassinated, or disappeared for it. Right? That's a hard situation. It's like walking on a stick across a fucking canyon, you know? That's difficult. To say what you really think, but also somehow say it in such a way that you don't get arrested and sent to jail for it. That's what we all need to learn. Because we're going to be here for a while, I think, in my opinion. It's going to be a while. If there's another side of it, there might be, there might not be. And the other side of this might not be so good. This could be a 1930s Germany situation. Could be. Maybe. Honestly, if we're lucky. But it might be a lot worse. We might be here for a long, 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 long time. One of my favorite things to yap about. But when the Roman Republic fell, it took well over 1,000 years to even kind of have something even a little bit similar to some sort of, I don't know, public rule of some kind, you know? We were kind of dealing with kings and queens since about, honestly, 100 BC up until, I don't know. I mean, hell, the UK still has a king, so what the fuck? You know? The idea of the public ownership of society, you know, there was maybe a blip in ancient Rome where that was a real thing, but it was mostly a fiction. It was mostly just rich people conspiring to control the poor and coming up with propaganda to sell it to them. Yeah, it's public ownership. It's a republic. That's what the word means. Public ownership of the state. Yeah, you and me. We both contribute. It was a fiction back then, 2,500 years ago, when Tarquinius was assassinated by Brutus. It was a fiction back then, And it's a fiction now. It's the rich versus you. And no one gives a fuck. This illusion of democracy, yeah, you get to vote. For what? Maybe voting seemed a lot more important back in 1965 or whatever the fuck. But look at the 2000 election. Since 2000, there was a coup d'etat in the United States in the year 2000. And since then, a fascist organization has taken over the United States government. Since 2000. Now you can make arguments to go further back. However, at the very least, since 2000, we have been living in a post-republic sort of affairs. When the Roman Republic collapsed, it took a lot of people hundreds of years to even realize what happened. When the so-called first emperor of Rome came about, he didn't call himself an emperor. He didn't call himself a king. He still said, we're living in a republic. I don't know what you're talking about, except he controlled the armies. And everyone was afraid, but no one knew what had happened yet. It took hundreds of years for people to realize that Rome became an authoritarian hellhole that eventually descended into utter chaos and collapsed into kingdoms and fiefdoms all across Europe. Just in the same way that we don't live in a republic now, and we haven't for at least 25 years, but we still pretend. We still talk about democracy like it's a thing. We still yearn for the old days when our voices mattered, when free speech seemed to at least kind of have some sort of effect, when we could at least have debates and agree on terms. It was a long time ago. We're yearning for those days. And similarly to how this space is a figment of our collective imagination, the American Republic is a figment of our collective imagination. Because ultimately, what this so-called government is a private corporation that has been synthesized with a militia. It is not owned by the public. It is not even influenced by the public. It is owned and operated by the billionaire class. The people that are in charge of everything. They own the police. They own the military. They own the news. They own social media. They own everything. They own the land. That's why you have to pay rent and not property tax, because they own your entire life. And that's fine enough for most people. Most people are just going to have their kids and follow the script and die a dumbass. But guess what? At some point, all hell's going to break loose. And hey, I live in 2025. I got some semblance of free speech left. I'm going to try my best to use the little bit that I got before it's all fucking gone. Anyway, Q-Cock. Questions, comments, or concerns? Questions, comments, or concerns? I'm now opening up the chat room. Last time I did this, there was a school shooting, by the way, last week. Last week, the last time I clicked on the Q-Cock button, everyone's like, did you see the shooting? There was a school shooting. School shooting got shot up. There's kids dead in school. You know, so hopefully that's not the case. All right. All right, what do we got here? We got questions. Anybody? Comments? Concerns? Lots of concerns, no questions. That's fair. Andrea, look at the not news. Nothing has happened. That's good. Will they pass a bill? Probably. Do I think he's going to try to stop the midterms? I mean, his thinking is not even required. They've already done it. Well, I've got 5 minutes left, but I'm going to give you all one of my favorite conspiracy theories, and one that I personally believe is 100% true. Donald Trump lost the 2020 election, and since then, MAGA people have been installed at election offices all across the swing states. They knew that they can't win free and fair elections, but they could win the collective figment of imagination that is so-called American democracy. You know, they installed all these people to count the votes. And now, somehow in 2024, Donald Trump wins every swing state. Bomb threats, over 70 bomb threats in every swing state. 3.5 million votes for Kamala Harris were purged during the election. Look it up. So do I think they're going to cancel the midterms? I think they'll have the midterms because the show is more important than the reality. To bring up Rome again. I love Rome. Well, not so much, actually. It was kind of a hellhole. But Augustus Princeps Primus, he did not abolish the Senate. He did not cancel elections. He let the senators play their game. He let the senators go and have their debates because it's all theater. It's all for the show. While he was the one in charge, bribing all the senators, forcing everything he wanted through behind the scenes, he let the show go on. Similarly to how the show has been going on since 2000, when the United States was engaged in a coup d'etat. Q-Cock, I understand your position on religion, but don't think Gaza has anything to do with that. Well, I only have 2 minutes, so factor this in. But I think Gaza has a lot to do with religion. So, I think that the 3 Abrahamic religions that currently exist, that is to say Islam, Judaism, and Christianity, are all evil garbage. And without them, would people still be doing evil? Yes, but they would have less of a pretext. So I think it's very important, very related. However, I only have 2 minutes. So if you want, we can have that discussion at a later time. But I'm open to hearing your perspective as well. Hey, Andrea, got any other content coming up today or tonight or this week? Well, tonight I will be appearing on a show called Left Past 10. You know, it's a show. I do it with other people. They're on there too. This is the only show that I do. I used to do my own show, and then I decided that's this now. So this is it. But as far as content is concerned, I am a Doom speedrunner. My favorite game, Doom. Look it up. Doom speedruns. That's the kind of content that I like to produce. My show will be ending in approximately 30 seconds, maybe even less if the producer decides to, produce me away. But I'm here once a week on Wednesday, everybody. Once a week on Wednesday, everybody. Welcome to Fville on Wednesday.
Do do do, theme song. Do do do, I'm broke, so this is my theme song. Do do do, just imagine this is an awesome theme song. Do theme song. Left of the box. This space. Ooh. Hello, welcome to This Space with Left of the Box. Bonjour, bienvenue. I'm Sandee. Why don't I just pull out my cell phone and check Twitter to see if there's any breaking news that I need to get on top of this week. Whew, yeah. Last week was a bit of a doozy dealing with the breaking news as it was happening. It's still processing. I'm still having the processing issues in my brain with it because it was quite the thing, and there's a lot of fallout. The Canadian House of Commons, that would be Parliament, gave Charlie Kirk a standing ovation. I guess they didn't want to bring in a live Nazi this time, so they were just celebrating a dead one. Yeah, I'm probably going to be doing a video about that, like a video essay. I'm not going to be doing a live stream incorporating all the fallout from his unaliving. And I'm also clipping a lot of what I did last week and put it into a video, which will most likely be released later today. Of course, you know, nobody's going to watch it now that it's been like a week and it's old news and whatnot. But then after that, I think tomorrow I'll be working on a video, the fallout from that incident, and even how Canadians up here have been acting about it. And, you know, I said at the time they're probably going to build statues to Charlie Kirk, and I thought they would at least wait till the 1-year anniversary, but nope. The amount of gaslighting I've been feeling this past week, the amount of threat, the amount of, you know, targeted hatred towards trans folks and queer folks and everything has been just so demoralizing, so betraying from people who were supposed to be on our side. Like, there is the NDP, that's the New Democratic Party, the so-called Socialist Party of Canada. The Premier of Manitoba is NDP, and Wab Canoe, and he said in 4K video, he was talking about condolences over Charlie Kirk and stuff, and I just, yeah. So I'll be, like I said, I'll be clipping a lot of my coverage, not the whole thing, just mostly my hour, then some when the Letterhack joined me. And then I'll direct other people to, you know, go back and watch the whole thing if you want to see more of the coverage from then. But since it's a week old, I'm not imagining it will get much in the way of views, but that's not the point. It's just important to get out there to show that there's some fight in us, that we're not going to tolerate people trying to whitewash who this monster was. Because Charlie Kirk was an absolute monster. And yeah, so I'll talk more about that in my follow-up video about it. But I have something that is just completely not related, which I think might be a nice break for everyone. And it's breaking news from 1814, when Canada burnt down the White House. Letterhack, it's okay. I know you want to clip me out. I get it. It's fine. I'm not offended. Just crop me out of the frame. I don't want to post the 3-hour-long video. That's all. That's all. But you said some good stuff during that too, I'm sure. But yeah, I want to talk about the breaking news from 1814, back when Canada burnt down the White House. And the reason why I was thinking about this is because you Americans don't know it happened. Us Canadians like to brag about it, but here's the catch: Canada wasn't a country back then. But we like to take credit for those sorts of things. But the reason why it was on my mind was I was emceeing a fundraising show for a group that I volunteer with, and the theme of the show was kind of like Canada and the US's animosity towards each other, but done in a more playful way than the reality of the situation. And so I decided to do a monologue of when we burnt down the White House, and then it was followed by like a live auctions of things from the event. Like, here's a vase, the tasty ashes of the White House, and it was like red, blue, and white candies in there. And then there was like a Tim Hortons tote bag. It was left at the scene of the crime. Just silly stuff like that, you know, nothing serious. But I wrote out a monologue for it, talking about when we burnt it down. So I figure I will read my monologue because I like my monologue. And then we'll actually go over some like real information about it. Because I don't think you Americans know anything about this. At least Letterhack seemed very surprised to find out that this was a thing, that we did this. It was a long time ago. But I have my monologue. So this is a snippy breakdown of basically what happened. And then, like I said, we have the Canadian Encyclopedia to go over, and there's some heritage moment videos in it, which are super fun. That's Canadian propaganda for you. But I don't know if it's easier for me to read it from the paper or to read it from the screen. Because if I hold it here, I think I do a better job when I'm reading from like actual handheld paper than I do from when I'm looking at a screen. It's easier for me to follow along on it. So is this in the way here? No, you're not seeing it. Okay, here we go. This is my monologue about so it's about the War of 1812, and then in 1814, as it went on, that's when we burned down the White House. So we'll start from the beginning here. Burning of the White House. The year was 1812. Supported by both the Senate and Congress, the U.S. President James Madison declared war on Great Britain. Not the Britain across the pond. I don't think he was a good swimmer. The part of Britain that would eventually be known as Canada. He had his reasons, but ultimately it was Britain supplying First Nations with weapons which they used to defend their territory, thus hindering their settler agenda, the manifest destiny that really put a tick in their toque. Helped in his decision was a group of Republicans demanding war, and Major General Henry Dearborn, who said Canada would be easy pickings and that the people would welcome becoming the 51st state. I mean, they would welcome the invasion. First Nations and Métis people played a significant role in the War of 1812. Most First Nations strategically allied themselves with the British, viewing them as the lesser of two colonial evils. Unfortunately, within a generation, the contributions of so many different peoples was forgotten. Those colonial settlers seem to have a really bad memory, but only for things that would be inconvenient for their settler agenda. Even back then, the Americans and British had a lot in common. In April of 1813, the Americans burned York, now known as Toronto. For you Americans, Toronto is the capital of Canada, at least that's what you think. And in true Torontonian nature, the gloves were dropped. Revenge was in the rink, and the British took the offense. Sir George Prevost instructed General Robert Ross, Admiral Alexander Cochrane, and Admiral George Cockburn, unfortunate name, to retaliate and deter the enemy for repetition of similar outrages. Washington would receive a slap shot. I'm pretty sure they were traveling by Zamboni because it took them a year to get there. The American Secretary of War, John Armstrong, was convinced Baltimore was the target. Secretary of War, good thing that doesn't exist anymore. Oh, what's that? Trump has rebranded the Department of Defense to the Department of War? Oh, well, that sucks. James Madison appointed General William Winder to safeguard the region. A man of indifferent skill and meager experience, his untested abilities were quickly overwhelmed. Thank you, nepotism. With surprising ease, but with substantial losses, so not so easy for some, the British who didn't fall moved through the American defenses to take Washington on August 24th, 1814. Madison and his administration quickly fled, earning the nickname Valsenburg Races. With foresight and determination, the president's wife, Dolly, managed to save many of the cabinet records and White House treasures, like Gilbert Stuart's iconic life-size portrait of George Washington. By that I mean she received a letter from her husband urging her to be prepared to leave Washington. She then got the enslaved and other staff to save the valuables. Her actions made her a hero in the eyes of many. Maybe she should have been president. I have no doubt there would be heroes today willing to put their life on the line to save the life-size portrait of the current U.S. president. I wish that were satire. The British proceeded to plunder the city and light it on fire, including the home of James and Dolly Madison, that home being the White House. It was gutted but safe from being completely destroyed thanks to a hurricane putting out the flames in the city. Too bad this was before the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration was created. Otherwise, the British could have predicted the hurricane coming and attack afterwards. What's that? Trump has cut key hurricane forecasting data from NOAA satellites? Oh, well, that sucks. The burning of Washington remains a point of Canadian national pride, even though this was before the British North American Act was signed. But leave it to Canadian history books to claim credit for the good stuff achieved before 1867, while not claiming the bad stuff like the slavery that existed here. That is the synopsis of what happened. Yeah. So, well, we got a little bit more into it. We're not going to go over the full article of the War of 1812 because it's super duper long, but then there's another article specifically on the burning of the White House that we can also get to. Share screen. Let's go there. That one. Boom. Okay. I just want to check comments from Subspace before I get to the War of 1812. See, somebody knows their history. Neon Death 07. I was aware that the Canadian and or British set fire. Yeah, so it's like kind of Canadians, like it was the British colony that would eventually become Canada, but Canada became Canada in 1867 with the signing of the BNA, which is the British North American Act. So let's see. Yes. Buy my book. Buy my book. Oh, you're saying my Facebook. You put my Facebook link on? No, buy my book. Nobody check out my Facebook. I don't give a damn about that. I never go on my Facebook and it's completely private. Oh, there's something in the private chat. You know, you could just say that in Subspace, Nicholas, who says, you know, I also recall learning this in school. Not any of the details, though. You see, I can't highlight it when you put it behind the private chat like that. But then you get me all distracted because I see something in the private chat and I'm like, oh, am I not coming through? Did I forget to put my shirt on? Something like that. Yeah, but buy my book. Buy my book. I really love this book. I can't wait to get back to it. The reason why I haven't gotten back to the book yet is I've been working on that TYT essay that I keep on promising people. And I got the first half done, the first part. It's going to be done in at least 2 parts, maybe 3, depending on how long the second part goes. So I got that done, like scripted and the videos in order. You know, I'll still have to like edit the script and stuff as I go along, but I want to get like the main script out first. And the second part, going to have to tweak it a little bit, what I had in mind, because it does go over a little bit of Charlie Kirk. So that has changed. So I will find a way to tactfully include that still. Because it's, you know, talking about how Jake and Anna have changed over the years towards certain people, how they've cozied up to right-wingers while totally abandoned and decided to demonize people who were their friends on the left. Anyway, we don't need to talk about that right now. We need to talk about the War of 1812. So let's add this to stage. Here we go. So this is the Canadian encyclopedia that people can go to. Oh, right. I'm going to have to plug in my headphones because there are some videos included in this. I have shown Canadian Heritage Moment commercials on my channel before without issue. So, you know, no copyright strikes or anything of that sort. So we should be fine. So what a Canadian Heritage Moment is, we'll get to them in a bit, are commercials that are literally state propaganda. They were like a 1 and 30-second clip of our history put into bite-sized stuff that would be broadcasted on TV. And sometimes the timing of them is really stupid, because I remember back during the COVID lockdown, there was a new one made and I wasn't even aware that they were still making them because I don't watch cable. And it was about the person who discovered insulin and how he made the patent for it $1 because he felt like everyone around the world should be able to have access to this life-saving drug. And the guy who discovered insulin was Canadian. And that's a point of national pride. That's a point of bragging for us. But at the time that they released that commercial, Canada was denying, oh, what was it? RIPA? Was it RIPA? I think it's RIPA. It was basically Canada wasn't signing off on letting other countries get the patent to the COVID vaccine. They were denying other countries from getting that. At the same time, they released this commercial of our point of Canadian pride of having the patent to insulin down to $1. So, yeah, the fact that Americans get charged so much for that really goes against what the discoverer of insulin stood for. And even here in Canada, because eventually we started getting charged for it too, our medications are not free up here. They're just cheaper than in the United States. Although recently, and I mean like last year, they passed a Universal Pharmacare Act, because that sounds so cool. Universal Pharmacare. No, it's for insulin, like diabetes medication, and birth control. That's it. Nothing else. So all my medications I take to keep my mental health kind of in check, not covered. Luckily, it's covered under my disability benefit. But yeah. Anyway. ADHD and live streaming, good combination, really good combination. So War of 1812. I will try to look forward when I'm doing this, because I have the tendency to look off to the side. Because no, I'm not going to suggest an edit. Go away. No, I'm not doing that. Okay. Is it going to do that every time I highlight something? That is super annoying. Anyway, War of 1812. The War of 1812, which lasted from 1812 to 1814, was a military conflict between the United States and Great Britain. As a colony of Great Britain, Canada was swept up in the War of 1812 and was invaded several times by the Americans. The war was fought in Upper and Lower Canada, on the Great Lakes and the Atlantic. And in the United States, the peace treaty of Gnat, I don't know how to say that, 1814, which ended the war, largely returned the status quo. However, in Canada, the war contributed to a growing sense of national identity, including the idea that civilian soldiers were largely responsible for No, I'm not suggesting an edit. Go away. Go away. Darn it, I'm not going to be able to highlight that. It's super annoying. Repealing the American invaders. In contrast, the First Nations allies of the British and Canadian cause suffered much more because of the war. Not only had they lost many warriors, including the great Tecumseh, but they also lost any hope of halting American expansion into the West, and their contributions were quickly forgotten by the British and Canadian allies. So, got some pictures. This is what is called a selfie from back in that time. So then it gets into the causes of the War of 1812. The origins of the War of 1812 were in the conflict raged in Europe for almost 2 decades after Napoleon Bonaparte became first consul of France. The Napoleonic Wars caused Great Britain to adopt measures that greatly aggravated the United States. So they do put a separation in here because there's overlap between the Napoleonic Wars and the war that was happening here, because Britain was kind of spread thin at those times. Let's see. Like I said, we don't need to go over too many of this. So for many years, the Americans have grappled with the problem of being neutral nation in Great European War. Tensions mounted as British began stopping American ships from trading in Europe. Even more vexing was the British practice of searching American vessels for contraband, defined by the British as goods they declared illegal. How American of them. And of searching for deserters who had fled harsh conditions in the Royal Navy. Many of these deserters had taken jobs on American ships, but American certificates of citizenship made no impression on British. Moreover, some British captains even tried to seize native-born Americans and put them into service on British ships. Let's see. We can scooch down a bit. So, however, President James Madison was intrigued by the analysis of Major General Henry Dearborn that in the event of war, Canada would be easy pickings, even that the invasion would be welcomed by the Canadians. Furthermore, the War Hawk, a group of congressmen from the South and West, loudly demanded war. Motivated by Anglophobia and nationalism, these Republicans encouraged war as a means to retaliate against the British for economic distress caused by the blockade and for what they perceived as British support for First Nations in resisting American expansion into the West. On 18 June 1812, President Madison signed the Declaration of War against Great Britain, supported by both the Senate and the Congress. And so then they get into the planning of it. Why don't I toss this link into the sandbox as well? So, not the sandbox, into Subspace, so that people can check out more of this article at your leisure, because we're going to be skipping over a lot of this. So First Nations and Métis people in the War of 1812. First Nations and Métis people played a significant role in the war in Canada in the War of 1812. The conflict forced various Indigenous peoples to overcome long-standing differences and unite against a common enemy. It also strained alliances such as Iroquois Haudenosaunee Confederacy, in which some nations were allied with American forces. Most First Nations strategically allied themselves with Great Britain during the wars, seeing the British as the lesser of two colonial evils. And we kind of went over that. Let's see. So for Indigenous peoples living in British North America, the War of 1812 marked the end of an era of self-reliance and self-determination. Soon they would become outnumbered by settlers in their own land. Any social or political influence enjoyed before the war dissipated. Within a generation, the contributions of so many different peoples working together with the British and Canadian allies against common foe would be all but forgotten. And the British attack. We don't have to get into all the little skirmishes that happened back then. So there was a black soldier apparently back then. Campaign in Upper Canada, 1812. Let's see. So Black Soldier here, member of the 104th New Brunswick Regiment on Foot, is the description of that painting. Campaigns in Upper Canada, 1812. At this point, Thomas Jefferson remarked that the capture of Canada was a mere matter of marching return to haunt Washington. Having lost one army at Detroit, the Americans lost another at Queenston Heights. After their militia refused to cross into Canada, citing the constitutional guarantee that it would not have to fight on foreign soil. However, during the engagement, Brock was killed, a significant loss to the British and Canadians. Anyway, here's a heritage moment about it that we will now listen to. Neon Death 07 says, oh, did we just see where the phrase Warhawk came from? Quite possibly. A lot of our phrases come from interactions with Indigenous peoples that we don't quite give them credit for or understand and stuff, and it's just become so commonplace that we don't even connect the dots. Such a phrase like burying the axe actually comes from that comes from them as well. Anyway.
General Brock is dead. Americans hold the heights. We are but 100 men. They are thousands.
Sawadis. Our future was determined by our oath, not the Americans. This land does not belong to them. Comrades and brothers, remember the fame of ancient warriors.
Quite honestly, like the quality of these videos were really good. Like the qualities of these heritage minutes are actually quite good for the most part.
Let not their numbers frighten you. I know in my heart, before the sun falls behind these hills, our enemy will have fallen before you.
Well, what can we hold them?
At the Battle of Queenston Heights, 80 Grand River warriors, including John Norton and John Brand, held off the Americans for hours to help take back the heights.
Yeah, part of our heritage. So did you know, outnumbered more than 10-1, Mohawk Chief John Norton, I do not know how to pronounce that, and John Brand, and about 80 other Haudenosaunee and Delaware warriors held back American forces at Queenston Heights for several hours, long enough for reinforcements to arrive so that the British could retain the crucial outpost. Let's see. I have not seen this particular heritage moment that I remember. So colored corpse, and yes, in Canada, we spell color with a U. Let's see. The Colored Corps was a militia company of black men raised during the War of 1812 by Richard Pierpoint, a formerly enslaved man from Bondu, Senegal, and military veteran of the American Revolution, created in Upper Canada, where enslavement had been limited in 1793. See, slavery did exist in Canada. It's not something that we tend to acknowledge much in our history classes, because the point of my end that I did in my monologue was we like to include the good things that happened before 1867 and then just not teach the bad things. So there's quite a lot of Canadians that don't know slavery actually existed here. It was banned well before the United States, and it was never to the scale, but that's partly because we didn't have the same agriculture type economy here. But it absolutely existed here as well. And then the Underground Railroad happened after it was abolished here, but not in the United States. But a lot of Canadians don't necessarily know that because it's not taught that it never happened. We're just not taught that it did happen. So the corpse was comprised of free and enslaved black men. Many were veterans of the American Revolution, in which they fought for the British. The colored corpse fought in the Battle of Queenston Heights and Battle of Fort George before it was attached to the Royal Engineers as a construction company.
When he was only 16, Richard Pierpoint was enslaved in Senegal and taken to America.
All us men have sworn on this petition to fight.
You're an old man. The British Army has militias and trained soldiers.
I fought with the British during the American Revolution.
Take your land and farm it. Leave the Americans to us.
With respect, sir. I was born a free man, and I intend to die one. Your officers fight for land and money. I fight for my freedom.
Richard Pierpoint was one of thousands of black loyalists who won their freedom in the American Revolution. 30 years later, at the age of 68, he petitioned for an all-black unit that would defend Upper Canada during the War of 1812.
Okay. And so that's talking about the burning of York, which is now known as Toronto. So, next up is Laura Secord. I don't know if Americans even know the name Laura Secord. Up here in Canada, most Canadians know the name Laura Secord because of an ice cream shop. Yes, we have an ice cream shop called Laura Secord that you can find in the malls, and you get your scoops of ice cream and they put a nice little chocolate on it. So it's like a chocolate and ice cream store, but apparently it comes from this. So Laura Secord walked 30 kilometers for you Americans. That's really long. From Queenston to Beavers Dam near Thornhold to warn James Fitzgibbons that Americans were planning to attack the outpost. Secord took a oh my gosh, I know this word. Circuitous, I can't pronounce it right now, I know it. Oh well, route through the inhospitable terrain to avoid American sentries. On her trek, she was helped by a group of Mohawk warriors she encountered along the way.
In June of 1813, Laura Secord overheard the secret plans of the American soldiers in occupation.
If you raise your sword against Fitzgibbon, Upper Canada will be broken.
How many men can we muster?
500 infantry, battery of artillery, my dragoons. Fitzgibbon can't manage more than 50 men, small band of natives. Not a serious resistance if you're equal to the enterprise.
Pursue the advance 2 days hence.
Take me to Fitzgibbon. Laura Secord delivered her message to the Canadian troops. The Kahnawake Mohawks forced the surrender of 500 Yankee soldiers, and the American invasion was stopped.
Yeah, so we had spies. Rich P, LOL, when they have been saying Upper Britain to be accurate. No. It was Upper and Lower Canada at that point, were the names of the colonies. And so the name Canada existed, but Canada as a singular nation didn't exist at that point until the signing of the British North American Act. But I think Upper Canada was Quebec and Lower Canada was like Ontario type thing. I don't know my history all that great. Let's see what else. So, like I said, this is a super long article that goes into a lot of details. The invasion of Upper Canada. invading the United States, and then it's talking about the thing. So during all of this was the burning of Washington. So I'll share this tab instead, the burning of Washington. So in the final summer of the War of 1812, British presence in Chesapeake region was strengthened in an effort to divert the American forces from the frontiers of Upper and Lower Canada. Yeah, they repeated the sentences there. Anyway, frustrated by the growing damages wrought by invading U.S. troops, Sir George Prevost had instructed General Robert Ross, Admiral Alexander Cochrane, and Admiral George Cockburn, unfortunate name, to retaliate and deter the enemy from repetition of similar outrages. In late August of 1814, that retaliation took the shape in which captured the burning of Washington. With the capture and burning of Washington. So yes, this is in retaliation of burning down Toronto. So American defense at Washington. Despite Britain's strong naval presence in the region, very little was done to protect Washington. The American Secretary of War, John Armstrong, was convinced Baltimore would be the target. Concerned about the growing expense of the war, he hesitated to call out the militia, and he remained adamant that bayonets was stronger deterrence than barricades. Defensive weakness was exacerbated by President James Madison, who appointed General William Winder to safeguard the region. A man of indifferent skill and meager experience, Winder was a political ally of the president and the nephew of Maryland's federal governor. With only 500 regulars at his disposal, Winder's untested abilities were quickly overwhelmed. Thank you, nepotism. The American position was weakened further by Secretary of State James Monroe, who ordered an unauthorized redeployment of militia just prior to the battle. The race to escape Washington. Knowing that their enemy was unprepared, the British sailed up the, I don't know how to say that, river and landed approximately 4,500 men near Benedict, Maryland on August 18th. Their march towards the capital went virtually unimpeded. The worst hazards they faced were the heat and humidity. Heat and humidity. It's the humidity that's the kicker. It's always the humidity. On the afternoon of August 24th, they reached the eastern shores of the Potomac River at Balsenburg. There, they faced three lines of hastily arranged and poorly distributed American regulars, militia, sailors, and Marines, approximately 7,000 men in all, described as a little more than a motley rabble. With surprising ease, but not without substantial losses, casualties estimated at 250. So that I found to be a very ironic statement when I was putting that in my monologue. With surprising ease, but with losses, and it's so with substantial losses. So maybe it wasn't so easy. The British moved through the American defenses to take the city. Within a few notable exceptions, the American troops, along with Madison and his administration, fled. The Americans' quick retreat later earned the nickname the Balsenburg Races. The capital in flames. Once in control, the British troops proceeded to plunder what was left of the city. With foresight and determination, the president's wife, Dolly Madison, had managed to save many of the records in the White House. Nevertheless, the extent of the damages was extreme. While most private residents were left alone, the White House and the Capitol buildings, including the Library of Congress, the Treasury Building, and the Navy Yard, were all in flames before the British left the following day. So I was adding information because you might have noticed in my monologue, I'm sure you all memorized it. There's more information than what you're seeing there. That's because I was also including information from the Wikipedia page on this. And so there's multiple sources on this. And not all of them have great consistency, which is super annoying when you're trying to do this. So did I say that part? Yeah, so we burned a lot of your parliament. Political impact of the Battle of Washington. Yeah, we don't really need to go over. So the ruin left behind the British drew sharp criticisms. This should be mentioning the hurricane. Was it the hurricane mentioned in this one? I'm going to do the Control F. You. Oh, no, I guess it was in. I'm pretty sure it was in this one too. I guess it's in this one. No. There we go. So here we go. Down on the Wikipedia page here. British blockade. No. It's in there somewhere. You'll just have to take my word on it. As I try to find it. Oh well, it's in there somewhere. Super annoying. Unless I'm spelling hurricane wrong. No. Anyway, it's there somewhere. Yes, I'm going through. Well, there's this one. As the Royal Navy base that supervised the blockade, Halifax profited greatly during the war. British privateers and French. More than 100 prize vessels anchored in St. George Harbor, waiting condemnation. A hurricane struck in 18, so that's not the same hurricane. There was a hurricane that helped put out the flames. Oops. It's bugging me now. Oh, I think it might be on the Wikipedia page of burning down the White House. Burning Washington. There we go. Yeah, okay. Let's put this back up on stage. Share this tab instead. There we go. I knew I wasn't making it up. So the burning of Washington, also known as the capture of Washington, was a successful British amphibious attack conducted by Rear Admiral George Cockburn, unfortunate name, and all these people. The attack was in part a retaliation for a prior American actions in British-held Upper Canada, which was the burning of York. Less than 4 days after the attack began, a heavy thunderstorm, possibly a hurricane and a tornado, extinguished the fires and caused further destruction. The British occupation of Washington, D.C. lasted for roughly 26 hours. Yeah. References to the hurricane. Yeah, the storm that saved Washington. Here we go. So less than 4 days after the attack began, a sudden very heavy thunderstorm, possibly a hurricane, all right, reading from me, put out the flames, also spun off a tornado that passed through the center of the Capitol, setting down on Constitution Avenue and lifting, oh, what time is it? Okay, yeah, and lifting 2 canoes before dropping them several yards away and killing British troops and American civilians alike. Following the storm, the British troops returned to their ships, many which were badly damaged. There is some debate regarding the effect of the storm on the occupation. While some assert that the storm forced the British to retreat, historians have argued that the intention was only to destroy the city's government buildings rather than occupy it for an extended period. It is also clear that Ross never intended to damage private buildings, as had been recommended by Cockburn, unfortunate name, and Cochrane. Whatever the case, the British occupation of Washington lasted only about 26 hours, despite the storm that saved Washington, as it has become known, did the opposite according to some. The rains sizzled and cracked already charred walls of the White House and ripped away at structures the British had no plans to destroy, such as the Patent Office. The storm may have exacerbated an already dire situation for Washington, D.C. An encounter was noted between Sir George Cockburn, unfortunate name, and a female resident of Washington. Dear God, is this the weather in which you are accustomed in this infernal country? Inquired the admiral. This is a special interposition of the Providence to drive the enemies out of the city, this woman allegedly called out to Cockburn, unfortunate name. Not so, ma'am, Cockburn, unfortunate name, retorted. It is rather to aid your enemies in the destruction of your city before riding off on horseback. Yeah, so depending on how you look at it, some people say it saved Washington because it put out the flames. Other people say that it also made things kind of worse. So I will remove it from stage and come back to me. So that's a little bit of your history lesson for today about the burning of Washington. Let's see what other people are saying in subspace. They're not too chatty in subspace because that helps me figure out what to say next, because my ADHD will take off as soon as a comment comes in that I'll start blathering on about, because I'm looking to fill in there 13 minutes. But knowing how my ADHD works, I'll see something, I'll start talking about it, and 20 minutes will go by. That's usually how it works. Show, fun history lesson. Why, thank you, Rich P1K. Yeah, there's a lot of interesting histories and stuff. Like when I first started my channel, Left of the Box, I didn't realize it would be like this. Like it would be far more interesting when you start really getting into like Canadian politics and stuff. You find that there's more there, because I used to think as a kid growing up that the history of Canada was very boring. And that was in part because they weren't teaching us all of our Canadian history and what happened here. And so I thought it was particularly boring. But when you start actually finding out about all the different things that happened here, the different wars, the treaties, negotiations, what the land was like, what the settlements were like, all of that sort of stuff, it becomes super interesting. And even now, when you look at Canadian politics, the dynamics between the different parties, how our parliament runs, our relationship with the monarchy, our relationship with the United States, how that's all connected. It's actually, politics are quite interesting. Like I'm one of those people that when I'm not on here, I still want to talk about politics. Like I do my channel not for a job per se, like it'd be nice if it was actually, you know, a full paying job, but because I'm interested by this subject, you know, I feel it's important to know more about Canada and its history. And, you know, at first I'm feeling like I'm not qualified to do this because I don't know that much. But then the reality is it's beneficial to have people that aren't smart asses all the time doing this sort of thing, because then you're learning, you're more aware of what people do and don't know. And even then, I was still more politically engaged than most people. So when I first started my channel, I had a friend helping me who was not politically engaged at all. And so I would swing things by her first. And sometimes she'd be like, and what's that? Because it didn't clue into me. It's like, oh, the average person doesn't know this particular term when it comes to politics and whatnot. I felt that it's important to not necessarily come at the analysis from like an overly academic perspective or journalistic perspective, but more a perspective of I'm an average Canadian living in this system, and how does it affect me and people like me? How do the policies actually apply? What are we seeing at ground level? And then even then I have the more unique perspective of somebody living with disabilities, which means I'm disproportionately hurt by a lot of the policies that are going through that tend to benefit the average Canadian. Because there's a lot of talk about people like, why aren't there more people fighting back? Why aren't there more people getting involved? And that is, unfortunately, more of the average people are still doing okay for the most part. You know, life might be getting harder, bills might be getting more difficult to pay, but they're still getting by for the most part. And as long as they're comfortable, as long as they still have, you know, the option of 10 different, 20, 100 different chocolate bars, they can still have all their streaming services and internet and stuff. As long as their quality of life isn't impeded, they're not going to do anything. It's kind of like you look at what happened in Nepal. So in Nepal, there was a revolution recently, like in the past couple of weeks, I'm sure lots of you know about, where the population overthrew the government in a matter of days because they banned social media. And what that did was it was a wake-up call to the average person who uses social media. So it's kind of like there was a large political movement from the young folks in the USA when there was the threat to ban TikTok, which is now not going to be a thing because, of course, it was never going to be a thing. So it's when people, the average person's life is no longer comfortable, that's when they'll start fighting back. But unfortunately, for a lot of people who are in vulnerable situations, it's a little too late for a lot of us. You know, we've already been suffering. We've already been dealing with it. But that also makes us some of the strongest fighters because we know it. We know the routine. We know how to fight. We've been fighting this entire time to stay ahead. You know, we're resilient. We're battle tested and ready to go. Whereas a lot of people who might just be thrown into chaos don't necessarily know, like, so what do you do now? We know, because we've been doing it already. It's just our voice tends to be ignored for the most part from the political elites, from the average people. But once that voice starts getting amplified by people who are still comfortable right now, then that will start, you know, making a bigger difference. But until then, it's still just a matter of getting people informed, getting people involved, which is what I try to do with my channel. And sometimes it's just an education, a quick little history lesson of how our country came to be, as in our country, as in my country, Canada, but just also the relationships between Canada and the United States, Canada and the UK, and all that sort of things, because I keep on saying we need more cross-border solidarity, because we do, because the right wing is so good at it. It's so good. Like, just the sheer fact that the Canadian House of Commons gave a standing ovation to Charlie Kirk tells you just how strong the right-wing connections are across borders. The fact that they can do that, where we have Canadian politicians praising this warrior of free speech without knowing who the fuck Charlie Kirk is. Because just like your politicians, our politicians aren't exactly plugged into social media and is knowing what's happening online and stuff. Just like I had an interview with Yves Angler not too long ago. He's somebody that wants to be a hopeful candidate for the upcoming federal NDP leadership race. And he went and did an interview with Jackson Hinkle, which was just that was a bad call. But part of it is he didn't know, because they're not plugged into what's going on online and the social media aspect of it. I could have told him that when he was on my channel. He says, oh, by the way, I'm about to go on an interview with this other YouTuber. You know anything about them? And I would have said, fuck, don't go on that show. So yeah, it's all interconnected. But what influences the Americans tend to influence us up here too. Alberta is definitely going absolutely apeshit crazy over Charlie Kirk right now. Like, there was a vigil outside of the Alberta Parliament building. Like, it was just, I'll be covering this in my video that I make about the fallout of the Charlie Kirk killing. But I'll be working in hopefully today, because I don't have to do much editing to it. I'm just clipping out gaps and parts where I'm not talking about it, and then whatnot. And I'm not doing like the whole 3+ hours that I was doing commentary last week. So yeah, I'm just going to leave in the part where Letterhack was complimenting me on my coverage of it, and then I'm going to be cutting out everything else he said. No, there's going for more. So it's still going to be like over an hour, well over an hour, almost 2 hours worth of content that I'm going to be posting up on my channel with telling people to, you know, come check out this channel. And if you're on this channel and you don't know about my channel, go check out my channel, Left of the Box. Canadian politics with sarcasm and sass. Let's see. So Neo Death 07 from Subspace says folks have apathy or somewhat apolitical. That is most people, unfortunately. Let's see. Mercuto says an interesting and hopeful, inspiring history lesson. Perhaps you could do it again, Canada, but now with the benefit of White House having added a new ballroom. I don't think there will be a sequel, unfortunately, and also did not know about the hurricane. Yeah. I can't believe Canadian Parliament gave him a standing ovation. Like, I can understand it. I don't agree with it, but I can understand it happening in the United States because he was buddies with Donald Trump. But the fact that it happened, like there was a standing ovation for him in Parliament where a whole bunch of the liberals also stood up and applauded, the ones who had no fucking clue who he was. And apparently some still sat, like you can see Chrystia Freeland sitting there, but she's still clapping along like a little seal. And I'm singling her out in particular because of her, you know, connections with Ukrainians of certain descents, if you know what I mean. And the support that she gave to the actual Nazi that was given a standing ovation in Parliament last year. Because all they heard was, here's a Ukrainian. And that was when the Ukrainian president was in the house, and here's a Ukrainian, and they gave him a big standing ovation. And it's like, you know what, like he's a veteran from the Second World War. And it's like, you do realize what he was involved with, right? It's just so many Nazis fled to Canada. Oh, it's Neon Death 07. You see, I am dyslexic. I did not see the second N until you pointed it out. But I first caught that, and it's like, what are you talking about, a hard N? No, I'm dyslexic, so sometimes I can absolutely miss letters when I'm reading things. And there's a lot of people within Subspace in the chats that have Neo in their names as well. But if you capitalize the N's, it would be a little bit more noticeable, I think. But I blame my learning disorder on things like that. Okay. See, that's what I mean. I get off topic and then I start talking for like 15 minutes without a worry. Like, I'm always worried sometimes, how am I going to fill time? And then I just do. So let's see. Yes, I'm used to clicking buttons at this point, which shows you all the things that you can link to. So if you go to my YouTube channel, Left of the Box, under all my videos in the description, you can find links to my Patreon, to my Amazon wish list, to buy my book, to becoming a member on my YouTube channel, all that sort of stuff. Super duper helps. And yeah, plug this channel, plug my channel, plug all the leftist channels that are on here, because we're all working together to build a stronger leftist collective community. And up next, we have syndicated, syndicated content, Leftist Mafia, because last week, Rachel Gilmore, who is being featured in Leftist Mafia, she's an independent Canadian journalist. She was attacked quite viciously by a Canadian politician, again, Andrew Scheer, who twisted her words about Charlie Kirk. Again, it's the conservatives here that totally just like embraced everything Charlie Kirk. Canadian politicians embracing everything Charlie Kirk. And he put her on blast to the point that she had to go to the police with all the threats and stuff that she was getting. Absolutely, like, it's just the fact he isn't being forced to step down is part of the rage, the inner rage that I am feeling right now of being let down by people who are supposed to be on our side, the government officials that were supposed to keep us safe. The fact that Andrew Scheer can put this independent journalist's life in danger and there's no calls for him to apologize or step down, it just makes me so mad. And I'll be adding that into my video. And see, I just went over. Anyway, syndicated content from the Leftist Mafia coming up. Everyone go follow all their content and stuff too that do the Leftist Mafia. And so I will do my sign off now. Salut. Oh yeah, you can catch me next Sunday doing my news live stream. It's usually Sunday evenings. I've been trying to do ones Friday and Monday or Monday, but neither of that's going to happen because I'm going to be busy Friday and Monday. Anyway, salut, à la prochaine. Thank you for watching and stay tuned. I'm Sandee, wishing your tomorrow is better than your today.
Eclectic collective of skeptics, the Leftist Mafia. Eclectic collective of skeptics, the Leftist Mafia.
Eclectic collective of skeptics, the Leftist Mafia.
All type of hustles and all type of grips, pushing all stereotypes and all type of myths. Look how they talk it fast, yep, they type it swift. They got to get the gab and know just how to recite a script, the formula to keep you mad, show you why your life's a bitch. These awful hypocrites with lies dripping off their lips, but they could give a shit about what you really dealing with. It's all for the bag, all for the cash, all for the drip, they here to get rich. But I ain't here to trip, just all for my analysis and watch the stones start to get thrown like glass palaces. Cause when they spit that bullshit, I gotta challenge it, man. I manhandle it, break it down, dismantle it. Cause if it ain't true, then my dude, I can't stand on it. I can't stand with it, the stance is against it. Witnessing the slaughter of innocent Palestinians like cowboys and settlers killing off the indigenous. Y'all claim y'all in the right, but it's all wrong. I can't rock with you, something fishy going on, the stench is strong. Tilapia, so we formed a coalition here. Our main mission is stopping you. Eclectic collective of skeptics, the Leftist Mafia. Eclectic collective of skeptics, the Leftist Mafia. Eclectic collective of skeptics, the Leftist Mafia. Eclectic collective of skeptics, the Leftist Mafia.
Eclectic collective of skeptics, the Leftist Mafia.
The mob wants victory, but more than that, it wants the total humiliation of its enemies.
Hilarious. Oh, you pulled me. Sorry, I was laughing at you behind the scenes. I was like, that's a really funny intro to the Leftist Mafia. It just, you went on screen, it was all blurry, and then you're like, where the hell is everyone?
Am I all blurry still?
You're a little less blurry. You were really clear when you were behind, when I was looking at you behind the scenes. Then it was like crystal clear. Yeah.
Give me a second. I'll be right back. 1 second.
Okay. I'll host the Leftist Mafia by myself. It's about time. Hey, everybody in all the chats. I've been waiting for this opportunity, actually. It's the new Leftist Mafia. Just Lance. My goofy ass laugh. My occasionally inappropriate takes. I got Chico too. Look at Chico just staring off into the distance, being like, what does the future hold? What lies beyond? He's actually just sleeping.
Hello.
Well,
I think that should be better, right?
You look great. Clear, crisp. I was watching your show yesterday, actually, and I thought your camera, if you got a new one or what was going on, looked really nice. I was like, oh, damn.
really?
This production quality, it looks upped.
Oh, shit. I don't know what I did. It's the same camera. I don't know. Ooh, maybe I got a new light. That's why. I haven't done anything with it yet, but I can do some slight. I have to get a more powerful one. I tried a light bulb thing and it worked, but I didn't get it powerful. I didn't get a powerful enough light bulb. Got some a little bit of mood lighting.
Oh, that's nice. All right. I always thought you were in front of a green screen because when I was watching yesterday, you had like that digital gray background, and I was like, "Oh, that looks nice."
Yeah. I do use a green screen. Sometimes I'm not using a green screen right now. If I shut that off, could play with the lighting a little bit here. Let's see what I got. That's no good. Let me put on this light.
Okay.
You can see the little slight tint, right? The slight. I gotta get more powerful light.
Looking good.
That one works a little bit. That one looks nice.
That one's nice. That one's nice. That's good mood lighting.
But I'll just use the regular. So hello.
Welcome to the leftist duo, I guess.
How you doing, everybody? I don't know where everybody is. I know that Mike's not here because he said he wouldn't be here, but nobody else said they wouldn't be here.
I think everyone's just running late. You know, life is stressful. I don't know if you got much sleep last night. I didn't get a ton, so I think there's.
Oh, I was doing my stream till late. You saw that.
Yeah, I didn't watch the full end, but yeah, that's true.
You didn't watch all 3 hours plus of my stream? How dare you?
I watched the first hour. It was a good first hour. I didn't get as far as the call-ins if you were doing call-ins.
Oh, I did too many call-ins. I was like I usually do. I went calling crazy. Right. But yeah, it's big busy week, right? I mean, yeah. How do we want to start this? I mean, we didn't do the intro because it's just I messed up, I guess, or we decided not to do the intro just to get right into it. I don't remember, but I threw the countdown on.
Let's go with that.
Yeah.
People are saying they can't hear you as well. Maybe your mic's slow.
What's going on?
I hear you fine, but if chat says something better than I do.
I mean, wouldn't be the Leftist Mafia wasn't for
technical difficulties,
terrible audio, right? Is this better? That should be.
That is better.
That should be a little bit better.
Stuck in traffic. So Rebecca is on her way. Stuck in traffic. There's construction.
I mean, I was stuck in traffic getting back from my son's soccer practice, and I'm pretty sure the reason there was so much traffic was because Donald Trump is at Yankee Stadium right now.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that's why I think there was so much traffic. And if I knew about that, we would have skipped today's practice because the traffic was insane.
Wow. I saw Yankee Stadium did a tribute to Mr. Charlie Kirk.
They did. They did. We're getting ahead of ourselves here.
Well, yeah. I mean, I'm sure everyone knows what we're going to talk about.
So, folks, I've been breaking news you haven't heard. Yeah. Right. So, what's the latest? They got no idea what this guy is, do they? Like they really dropped the ball here, didn't they? They really
you don't
fucked up.
You don't have faith in Kash Patel, the conspiracy podcast head of the FBI. You don't think he's got the true grit that it takes to lead?
I mean, it doesn't seem like it, being that they don't even have a good picture of this person.
They released new ones. That was the last thing I saw before.
The new ones don't even show his face. They're even worse than the old ones. The old ones were the old ones were lesser quality, but were at least got some sort of facial features out of it, even though it's really bad quality. This one, I don't see his face.
Right. They also we don't know if that is actually the shooter. They just said they have a third person of interest they want to bring in for questioning. That's as far as I understand. Yeah.
Right.
So I assume they think this person is either a suspect or knows the suspect. I think that's what that means, right?
Or they really have no clue and they're grasping at straws here.
Right.
And
I mean, you know, the really fucked up thing is that doesn't matter because the narrative has already been set both by the president of the United States and now with that terrible Washington Post, the bullets had trans ideology and Antifa.
That was Wall Street Journal.
Sorry, Wall Street Journal. Yeah, trans ideology and Antifa
where one of the sources was someone who sent something to Steven Crowder.
Yeah,
unbelievable.
And I don't know if you saw that people on 4chan found posts that may have been sourced, as in people were just looking at serial numbers on the back of the bullets, which had the letters TRN, and that was enough for them to think that was trans ideology. Which, if that's true, I mean, that's beyond embarrassing. But the fucked up thing is that it doesn't matter anymore. We live in this post-truth society that if you set the narrative first, which they there's already a Tim Pool video up that says confirmed breaking, the Charlie Kirk shooter was trans Antifa or something like that. And I was like, so they're just running with it. It doesn't matter if there's absolutely no, not only have they not caught the shooter, they don't know the motivation, they don't know the ideology, they don't know the purpose, they don't know if it was, a person on the right, the left. I mean, odds statistically, it's probably someone on the right to the far right, just based on.
We just don't know. We have no idea. What we do know is that they don't know, and they're just wildly speculating on something that you definitely should not be wildly speculating about, because
it doesn't matter, right? It's kind of like their philosophy here is that they've already done that. They're already speculating wild. Like the president of the United States made a statement in which he's saying that this was in part due to leftist ideology, calling people the worst names in the world, the N-word, Nazi.
That was quite the speech, right? Where he goes, "We're going to honor Charlie Kirk's commitment to freedom of speech by going after anyone who calls us Nazis."
It's half funny, half scary as fuck, because he's also said that he's going after international people as well. If you've made a joke about Charlie Kirk on social media, they're basically going to be doing Red Scare style. You got to think twice before you try to enter the United States if there's evidence of you having mocked his death in any way, which seems like a massive violation of the First Amendment, right? But it's happening. Every right winger I know, or sorry, go ahead.
They're just bored. They don't know what to do. The policing of people online is all people can do. Who gives a shit if someone made a joke? No one cares. Give me a break. Give me a break. You every single politician who's come out and said something, fucking Clay Higgins over here saying how he's going to go after every single person he saw, a Republican congressman saying he's going to go after every single person he's seen that belittled the assassination of Charlie Kirk and ran their mouth with smart-ass hatred. He's going to use his congressional authority to go after them and get them deplatformed off of every platform, and also do what he can to go after business licenses, get people's driver's licenses revoked for posting on social media and not respecting what happened to his liking. This was a guy who was cracking jokes about the attempted murder of Nancy Pelosi's husband on social media. Give me a break. These guys are hypocrites.
They're hypocrites with power, though, right? That's the scary thing. I don't know if you read that Wired article. There's a website that got set up to basically dox any single person who's made a joke about this or talked about it in a way they don't approve of. And they've already successfully gotten one person fired. And there was also the person who worked for MSNBC, and that wasn't related to the doxing website, but they basically didn't even say something that I thought was that controversial. They basically reported on Charlie Kirk as being a controversial, some have said, far right agitator, and that was enough. That was yeah.
Yeah, I mean, they're just bored. That goes through their whole, that defines the modern right-wing sort of ideology that they long for this sort of mythical era where they would be heroes. Like that's why they talk about everything in such dramatic, like they're drama queens. This is war, civil war. This is war. We're going, and they write like fucking like they talk like what's that joke online? Like they talk like Sephiroth from Final Fantasy VII. Like they long for this fantasy where like they're knights in shining armor having battles against dragons every day, where like they are like fucking in Game of Thrones fighting during the Battle of the Bastards or something. They long for this. They need to be a hero in this like old school sort of way. Yes. And like that's and then like what happens when they live in the modern day, where I mean you should be grateful that you're not fucking waking up and going to war every fucking day, but they're not. They long to be heroes in their own mind, and so they do things to cure their boredom, and that's where you get things like them acting like this is some fucking sort of big epic blockbuster movie war, and you have them going out of their way to attack people and stuff like this. They're bored. They're looking for something to do that makes them feel like a hero because they're powerless and they got nothing else to do.
Oh, I disagree with the powerless. I think.
No, I'm talking about people online, like the online concern. I'm not talking about like Congress people.
I think there's real world consequences to having like almost universally all of them calling for violence right now, right? Like from Matt Walsh to Crowder to Elon Musk. I mean, he's one of the most powerful humans on the planet. They're all in one way or another trying to be like, this is the left is coming for you. They're all using these kind of like as close as you can get to inciting violence without legally inciting violence. Like Matt Walsh said, act like we're at war, act accordingly. So did like Miles Chong, who lives in Malaysia. So maybe he's not a good example, but the video, I don't know if you saw the one with Stephen Crowder and Megyn Kelly. Stephen Crowder's talking to Megyn Kelly and he's like, 5 years ago, if you had told me that the streets should run with blood, I would have said that's pretty extreme. But now with everything that just happened, you know what? I don't endorse it, but I understand it and I get it. And then Megyn was like, yeah, right. You're not endorsing it. You're not saying that people should do it, but you'll understand if it happens. And I saw the same commentary come out of Asmongold, coming out of like a number of pundits online. They're all pushing that narrative now where it's essentially like, hey, if people want to hit the streets and start a civil war, who am I to stop you? I don't want you to. I'm not endorsing that. But if it were to happen, what could I do?
Yeah. I mean, they just need someone to lash out at because they're so angry. And I mean, the fact of the matter is, like, this guy has, who knows where this guy is right now. And the biggest disrespect to Charlie Kirk, quite frankly, is how Trump's FBI, led by Kash Patel, is handling this. Like the idea that they're lashing out at someone for saying something uncouth or a little bit unserious, handling
edgy,
it.
you might say.
Edgy, being edgy humor. The things that they really want to do themselves, but of course, if they're the butt of the joke, then they don't like it. Yes, but they're lashing out at those people, and who cares? Some idiot on Twitter or Instagram or TikTok making some joke that you don't find funny or you think is disrespectful means nothing to anyone. It doesn't mean anything to Charlie Kirk or his family or you personally at all either. What does it mean to you other than something for you to get mad at? But here you go. You have Trump's FBI, Kash Patel, absolutely dropping the ball and letting this guy escape. They picked up the wrong person more than once, in which Kash Patel went online and pounded his chest, bragging that they got a subject. They got someone, which he should not have done. That's so like out of bounds for him to do. Going against even the local law enforcement who came out later and said, we don't have anybody.
Yeah, the local law enforcement were so confused, and I was like, "There's no way," because like he's a fool, he's a children's author weirdo, but there's no way that he's tweeting out that we have the suspect in custody as an authoritative statement if that wasn't true. Like that's like just such a bare minimum. You wouldn't do that. That's fucked up, right? Like, don't do that. That's exactly what happened. They released him, and they're like, he was just a person of interest, turns out, and we're actually looking for the real killer. So
right.
Yeah.
I mean, that's disrespectful if you ask me. They completely cleared out the FBI in that area. I was reading that the head special agent of Utah was literally fired because I think she was like a woman of color or something like that. A couple of weeks before this, and they never replaced her. So you have the FBI over there running without a head. You have apparently they didn't call in the what's that law enforcement group? One second, I saw it.
Our guest is waiting to be pulled in, apparently.
Oh yeah, pull them in, please. Who do we got? Tell the. Oh, I could do it. Tell the I can't even think right now. Tell the audience who's joining us.
Everyone, this is Rachel Gilmore, a journalist from Canada, and one of the featured people in the Wired article that just came out today of people who are being targeted by a online anti-Charlie Kirk doxing. I don't even know if you can call it an organization, but let's just say a website that is trying to keep a catalog. I don't know how to describe it other than they're essentially trying to ruin people's lives, and it feels like get people hurt. But and Rachel, I'm sure you could explain it better or tell us more.
I mean, it's stupid. It's like this massive doxing effort from people who constantly complain about being doxed because someone like put their first name on the internet. And they just like list all of these people claiming that they're Charlie's murderers. That's what they call the website, Charlie's Murderers. And for some reason... Yeah. And for some reason, I have the honor of being the first result. Like some journalist from Canada is like the first thing you see with the most tame take. I wasn't even like doing any like hot, I don't know. It was like not even anything funny or particularly interesting. I just said the same thing a million other people said about, this could really further fan the flames and be used as an excuse to retaliate from some people who are already itching for violence on the far right. Literally all I said. But because some of Canada's biggest politicians on the conservative side took that and posted it and like made it into this big thing as if I, cheered on the guy's murder, which I absolutely did not and, would never do actually. I'm now getting like, sorry.
I just went to the website because I read the article, but I never actually checked the website out. You're the top. You're at the very top of the list. It says Rachel Gilmore, Canadian influencer.
And you know what? I have a theory about why that might be, but before I drop my like tinfoil hat on you, the thing that's like, I just feel like it's really stupid of them because of the fact that it's such a timid take. So people come to that website and the first thing they see is like someone obviously not celebrating Charlie's murder. It just like, it makes them look dumb. But yeah, no, a friend sent it to me and I thought that she sent me the direct link to like my listing or something on this website. Cause I was like, why the fuck is my name there? Like I'm not important enough in these circles to like be there. And it just like, it blew my mind when I realized that it was first. But my theory about it, the first person who shared the link on Twitter is an account that I actually had just encountered for the first time this week from doing some research for a podcast episode I'm working on about some of the extremist elements in Canada that I've been reporting on. There's some guys who are trying to bring the remigration movement to Canada, which is like a more politically palatable version of the like mass deportations now that the white supremacists are doing. They're like trying to find a way to sneak that rhetoric into mainstream politics through calling it remigration, saying like, we'll just give people some like, you know, perks if they want to move back to their home countries. We'll make it appealing for them. It's a nice thing to do. So like that's that movement. But anyways, like this guy who started this website has been in those Twitter spaces talking with all of these far right wingers that are already full of like Rachel Gilmore derangement syndrome in the Canadian context. Like there's a bunch of like right wingers that are weirdly obsessed with me. It's very creepy and odd. And I think that maybe if he's the first one to post the link, he at least is affiliated with or knows of the people behind this website, because how did he get this link before anyone else, right? So I'm wondering if that's sort of, they already had a hate on for me and that's why they put me first, which is so weird. Like there's more fun targets. I don't know, but at least it hopefully takes the heat off of someone else. I don't know.
Binder, did you see the statement? Because like you said, I don't think this is in any way, it's first off, it's not celebrating his death. It's saying like, you know, I don't believe violence is the answer. I'm just, you know, worried. What if the right are now going to use this to think of ways to retaliate? And it turned out you were completely right about that. Like Matt, were talking about this before you came on, about how like every single right-wing pundit right now is effectively being like, we're at war, this is war, act accordingly, that kind of stuff. Rather than like, let's take the temperature down and realize what's going on.
Well, yeah, it's because they want to be, we were talking, I mean, the Charlie's murderers thing is the exact perfect example of what I was saying before about how they're drama queens.
Yes.
They are perpetually feeling this is not just about what just happened. This motivates the entire modern right wing, especially right wing men. They feel inadequate. And so they envision this world where they should have been a war hero if they were born in a different time. They would have been a knight in shining armor if they were born during the medieval times. They would have been in the trenches of whatever, Vietnam or whatever, if they were born then. They envision themselves as something much more than what they are. Because in modern society, they don't have to be that, which I think is great that we're not waking up every day, one step away from death's door because we're in war times here or something, or, we got to go fight the other, the foot soldier army waiting outside the barrack doors for us or something.
Barbarian hordes, the Gauls.
Yeah. But they feel so inadequate and bored that they do these things online because it's the closest they could get to feeling that way. And that's why they talk about everything in these fantastical, epic Hollywood summer blockbuster movie ways. It is ridiculous that they're constantly on there going like, "This is war." Like they're the equivalent of like fucking like Revolutionary War reenactors, but doing it online. Like it is.
Yeah, this is what I always say. They're LARPing 100%, which is maybe an insult to LARPers, honestly. Like, yeah, it's really pathetic.
Cool. Yeah.
Yeah.
But like that drives
real
everything
IRL
they do.
Yeah.
That drives everything they do.
Yeah, totally. I do think that like you're absolutely right about it coming from a place of inadequacy. That's something I always say about I think there's a lot of different complex things that feed into why people have become radicalized into these ideologies, but like the feeling like just reverting back to defining yourself by the skin that you were born with as some sort of marker of moral superiority, which like obviously that's not necessarily everybody in like the Republican Charlie Kirk sphere. I'm speaking more specifically about like these more extremist elements, but like that to me is such a signifier that you have nothing going for you. Because if the literal only thing that you can lean back on is the privilege that you're clinging to and terrified of losing in society, like, what does that say about your ability to make it based off of your skills or intelligence or anything else? Like, you're just telling us that this is all you have going for you. And I think that's really pathetic.
I saw that a lot in the incel community when they were coming out post-Trump's election, making statements that went really viral on Twitter too, saying things like, for years, like, you know, you insulted us men, you told us that we were all rapists because of Me Too, and you stole our birthright. And I was like, that last part is so telling, our birthright, and that like
exactly.
you've been indoctrinated online into an ideology that teaches you that you are owed something and someone is taking it from you. And that could be women, that could be non-white people, that could be trans people, whatever the group is that they want to go after, right? That's a really core part of it. And so because of that, we are lashing out in righteous fury and anger, right? And like, you know, all jokes aside, I wish I knew a way to kind of like mass deprogram the tens of thousands of likes those kind of posts get, because who are these hundreds of thousands of people who are that angry, that are that willing to, like, you know, like I imagine your last 24 hours have been pretty shit, since between, you know, that website and the ex-leader of the Conservative Party. Binder, if you didn't know this, the ex-leader of the Conservative Party of Canada was the one who put her on blast. His name's Andrew Scheer. He used to be like the Conservative Party leader of the country, who went up against Justin Trudeau in in 2 elections ago and lost. But he basically, like, on his social media, he's a public servant. He's got his own social media account. He put her on blast, and that's what basically, like, you know, I'm assuming that's what made you had to lock your account or something to that effect.
Yeah, I had to go private because it was just like getting out of control. Because also, like, on top of, there was him doing that I think initially put my post on a lot of people's radar. And yeah, basically, like, from there, sorry, my sister was just texting me info about like the ongoing doxings and stuff happening in the background. So I got distracted by that. Because yeah, that's the thing. Like, people are like actively trying to figure out where I live, which is super fun. But basically, yeah, he posted that. And then there were also a bunch of other people, like on the right, a bunch of like unnamed account, like women posting L's and stuff, that went over to Blue Sky, screenshotted me tweeting that I was freaked out because of the fact that my post was first on this Charlie's Murderers website. And they left out what my post actually was, because I think they knew if people saw it, they would be like, wait, what? Because for the record, because I realized I haven't actually said what my post was, I can read it to you guys really quickly. It's nothing. I said, terrified to think of how far-right fans of Kirk aching for more violence could very well turn this into an even more radicalizing moment. Will they now believe their fears have been proven right and feel they have a right to retaliate regardless of who was actually behind the initial shooting? Like, that was all I said. And that's literally what caused all of this. And like, Milo Yiannopoulos was reposting like posts saying that I'm a demonic, I don't know. I don't think it said I was demonic, that particular one, but that is one I've gotten over the last day. But like, all kinds, like, he was reposting hate about my post. It was very overwhelming. And I've gotten like so many threats. I had to go to the police station this afternoon just to like make a report, but also police don't know what to do with this. So yeah, I'm just really hoping they don't figure out where I live. That's like the main thing. And like, I've had to reach out to my family and stuff. Yeah. And I've gotten like sexual violence threats. Like, it's like nonstop. It's like literally every couple minutes I get a new DM somewhere. So not even, like, probably every minute. Anyway, people need to get a life.
That's fucked. Yeah, but that's terrible. Again, for not like taken in any way, shape, or form where you're like, he got what was coming to him. You know, I'm listening to you know, respect your neck by Wu-Tang Clan or something like that. Like, you were just straight up like, this is probably going to have people who are radicalized become more violent, and that's what happened.
Yeah. And honestly, but if anything, it's like kind of a compliment that like they all focused on me that hard, because it tells me they view me as some kind of a threat for some reason, that they're like this dedicated. I mean, I think that it spiraled out of control just because they had picked a target. And so like, you know, part of that was just the right-wing outrage machine that like once they find a main character, they just go with it. But just like specifically within the Canadian political context, I think that the initial attacks coming from these institutional figures who I've reported on their transphobia and their dog whistling conspiracy theories and stuff like that, when a lot of other journalists in Canada aren't really touching those issues, I honestly, I'm like, yeah, I'm not surprised that you guys are trying to like smear my name again. Anyway.
All right. Yeah, it does.
Really?
It does seem like it's just a person.
Than I am.
No, it does. It does seem like it's just a personal attack on you because they don't like you. Honestly, I mean,
I know.
Your posts were completely not offbeat or mean-spirited or rude, either way at all. I mean, it was an analysis of the situation and what the discourse online was going to be. Yeah, and you're right.
Yeah, they immediately proved me right. I was like, oh, people are going to use this to feel like they have a right to retaliate. And then Libs of TikTok is tweeting war in all caps. Like, oh, I don't know.
Yeah, Elon Musk too. And like,
yeah.
Goddamn. Stephen Crowder, Megyn Kelly, Matt Walsh, Ian Miles Strong, all the way from Malaysia. Like,
oh my God.
Yeah, there was a lot of calls to war.
Yeah. How are things in the States? You're surrounded by Canadians on here, Matt. How are you guys
have
things gotten weird? Like any weirder?
I'm in New York, so you know, I'm in my liberal elite coastal bubble here.
Yeah.
You know, as much as the right loves to paint New York City as one of the most dangerous places on earth, I literally feel I'm in the safest place on earth, honestly. And I've always felt that as long as I've lived here, which has been my whole life. We you know, they act like there's crime running rampant in New York City, and it's just not the case. There is not gun violence in the way there is elsewhere in New York City. Do people have access to guns in New York City? Sure, there's been shootings. I would say a very large percentage of that, like 80-90%, are people, like the shooting that happened a couple of weeks or months ago that got a lot of attention, are people coming from outside New York, bringing their guns that they got from outside New York and bringing it here. It's just not like I've been other places throughout the United States where people just walking around with guns, and that doesn't make me feel safer.
Yeah.
Just seeing people carrying giant.
That would creep the fuck out of me. Open
carry.
carry.
That doesn't make me feel safer.
I saw one guy once in Ottawa. I saw a gun and I was like, what? It freaked me I'm assuming we say fuck on here, right? It's my first time. Okay. I was like about to say it. Just want to make sure, you know, can't cuss here. It freaked me the fuck out is what I was going to say, because like I never see guns here, but I'm glad to hear that New York is hanging in there.
I'm looking at this site just to see who's on there. And this is without a doubt just a site for people to submit individuals they personally know in real life that they have a vendetta against. Like these aren't big figures. These aren't even small online figures. These are complete nobodies. It's
a Kiwi Farm style, but it's Charlie Kirk themed. It looks
it's like someone who these people know in their real life saw their post and was like, I fucking hate this person. You know what? I'm gonna fucking fuck up their shit and submit this post because I'm they're the liberal I knew from high school or college, and I hate them now, but I'm still friends with them, so I see their posts on Facebook or Instagram. But I don't agree with their Charlie Kirk take, and I hated them all along, so I'm gonna send it to this site because these are nobodies.
Yeah, or we got in a fight in DMs. There's literal DMs on this website. It's wild. Like
the people, the screenshots of their social media accounts, 312 followers on Instagram, a guy on Facebook with 260 friends. Like that's it.
That's honestly the part that like I also really want to highlight is like, honestly, it's these people that I think are probably getting it. Like they're small, non-public figures. I'm used to dealing with this. These guys are probably having their lives fucking ruined right now. And like, there are the people who really need our support.
Someone got fired from their school based on this website. Like Breitbart has a whole article on like Charlie's murderer's website exposes leftists cheering the assassination of Charlie Kirk, and then it's bragging about how libs of TikTok used it to get someone fired from their school based on Facebook posts. Now all the posts have been deleted. But like that's fucked up. That's scary.
We also can we please get institutions to learn to grow a fucking backbone in the face of bad faith outrage campaigns? It's ridiculous. Like people should not be losing. This is the actual cancel culture that exists. It's like people will take your words, spin them in the worst faith possible, and then you'll have literal like international right-wing figureheads like, I don't know, Glinner or some shit will come after you, post about you, get all of their people rounding up and just like circling the wagons. And next thing you know, like you've lost your job before you even know like what's happening, because it's easier for the institution to get rid of you and deal with the PR problem than it is to actually stick up and have your back, because then the whole like swarm it'll cover the entire institution. And that is like such a failure of understanding social media dynamics and the danger that a website like Twitter now poses. I don't know. It's just like there's all these boomers running like these institutions who never bothered to learn how outrage can be gamed online. It's the Gamergate model, and it's ruining people's lives.
I think that's the only reason, though, that you've got places like, first off, the Prime Minister of Canada or people in like the European Parliament debating whether or not they should do an honor, a 1 minute, whatever, solidarity silence for Charlie Kirk of all people, or like, the Premier of Ottawa, like doing statements on it. Like, I think you're only seeing international.
The Yankees had a moment of silence before their game yesterday. Are you
because the outrage is so intense online, because on
Exactly.
Twitter right now people are rabidly mad. Like I've seen posts get like 80,000 90,000 likes where they're just like they're trying to kill us, all hail Charlie Kirk, things like that, right? So like if you so much as make a post being like Charlie Kirk wasn't Jesus, just so we're clear, right? I'm pretty sure he wouldn't say that either, right? So just so that could have a whole, like she's saying, swarm, like a huge amount of people, basically go after you, to the point where like all day here in Canada, like conservative accounts were demanding the Prime Minister make a comment on Charlie Kirk. And I was like, it's not going to talk about Charlie Kirk, some right-wing pundit in the U.S. Like, why would he do that? And he did. He ended up making a statement on Charlie Kirk.
It's so
And I was like,
embarrassing.
that's so and then European, like, prime ministers and presidents started making statements on Charlie Kirk. And I was like, why? Like, this is so far removed from your world. Why are you all making statements? Obviously, they're very safe ones. I condemn the violence, as I'm sure everyone does. Political violence is never the answer. Everyone agrees on that, right? But why are you speaking out about that? Like, I would not expect a U.S. politician to say that some Australian pundit died and he was like, that's a tragedy. That would never happen, right? And granted, the U.S. is way bigger in media, and everyone has to basically pay attention to U.S. news, or the U.S. comes after you. But still, it seems very bizarre. Did the Prime Minister here make a comment about that U.S. politician who was murdered a couple months ago? Did anyone in Europe make statements about that? Right, and that seems like a higher scale political violence, like act of terrorism.
Well, it's an actual it's a politician.
Yeah, an elected official.
It's actually a colleague of yours.
Killed. Yeah. This was a media personality, of which, like, I'm not saying not a big one. Charlie Kirk was famous. He was huge. Turning Point USA was a very, very effective strategy at recruiting younger people into the right and all that kind of stuff. But it's still it's like world leaders making statements about a pundit seems really new. Something that was, I think, pushed by online outrage. I could be wrong.
Yeah. No. I mean, it's all just like I can't even remember what I've said on this show and what I've said on all the other shows I've been on over these past 2 days, because it's the same. Like I feel like we're just talking the same thing all the time when it comes to these guys. It's just a new thing that sparked their reaction. Like I think of the perfect sort of sentiment I've seen online is these guys are screaming, "This is war," over the killing of one of their favorite influencers, when just a couple of days ago they were also screaming, "This is war," over the Cracker Barrel brand changing their store logo, their restaurant's logo. Like everything is outrage turned up to the 11.
It kind of circles back to the point you made initially too. Sorry, go ahead. Finish your
No,
thought.
yeah, I mean that's it. Like you're and then you combine that with this post-pandemic mind that we have, mindset we have now, where everyone or a large majority of our society believes in outright lies and conspiracy theories. Like there was a point where like debunking something actually meant something to people who believed a falsehood.
Yeah.
I don't feel like that's the case now.
Yeah, 'cause they killed the messenger. They did a really great job of poisoning the well. So like no one will believe the fact checkers anyway. The word fact checker, the word expert was intentionally devalued by all of these talking heads. And like that means that now you can't say the word expert without people immediately being like, ooh, that's a red flag word for me because they've been listening to too much Alex Jones or whatever, you know?
Right.
But
no,
even if they get corrected in real time, they don't back down. Do you see that clip with Joe Rogan and Matt Walsh where he was like, I imagine there's got to be like 20,000, 40,000, maybe 60,000 sex change operations on teenagers that happened this year. And then Jamie's like, just pulled up the numbers. It's under a couple hundred. And he's like, oh, wow, that's a huge difference there. And he's like, yeah, this is going to be on Media Matters tomorrow, I bet you. But no correction. No, I'm going to change my entire worldview. I've been doing outrage propaganda. I've been vilifying this group of people that actually are not having these tens of thousands of sex change operations, all this kind of stuff. It was just kind of like, oh, well, yeah, whatever. And then they move on, right? But he was corrected live in real time, right? Like on the show, and it didn't matter. Like the hate matters more, I guess.
Yeah. I mean, there was another insane one just a couple days ago where he's fooled by the Tim Waltz AI video where there's like Tim Walz's face is like deep faked over.
You should show Rachel that clip. Can you?
Yeah, I haven't seen that.
Oh,
that one is actually wild. Yeah, that is one of those like, are you kidding me? It's just kind of like, I don't know if you both saw J.K. Rowling the other day posted a video where she's like, this is direct evidence of the radical trans ideology. And it was AI gibberish. And it was so bad. It was one of the early AI versions where they can't even spell words yet. So it's just like garbly gook on it. And I was just like, how is she posting this in good faith, not knowing that like someone's going to go 30 seconds into the video and realize it's not English. It's just not in any human language whatsoever. But I guess it doesn't matter.
They've transcended shame. You can't like they don't ever feel embarrassment for like getting anything wrong. They've learned they can just be like, no, and just like push through it and never feel embarrassment or shame. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's so bad.
It's really bad. So. Yeah.
I think isn't that like part of like one of Machiavelli's books, like The Prince, about shamelessness being weaponized? Like I think they achieved it.
All right, here is that clip of Rogan.
You know what's really fun?
Yeah.
When someone is in that whole race and running for president or vice president, and then the race is over and they realize that person was a liability, so they cut them off.
And you never hear
then that
from
person
them.
goes wacky, like Tim Walz.
That's right.
Did you see where he had a fuck Trump shirt on?
Yeah.
And he's dancing and going down an elevator? Have you seen this video?
I haven't. Please play it. I haven't seen it.
Please, Jamie, find that
Tim
video.
Walz
But this is weird.
That was a big mistake.
Oh, a huge mistake.
They should have picked Josh Shapiro from the governor of Pennsylvania.
I think they're worried about the Jewish thing.
Well, of course, it's a big swing state, and it would have been better.
Okay, you go full screen.
Is that really him?
No, it's not real. It's real. No, it's not. Yes, it is. No, it's real.
No, look,
I love it. It's real.
It's not real.
It's got to be.
It has to be real.
It has to be real.
Jamie,
come on, man.
Jamie's compromised.
Look at them dancing.
I mean, the
that is so real, Jamie.
By the way, if this was real, he might have won.
It's probably a real person. It might not be Tim Walz. The fuck Trump is AI generated.
No, he slaps his ass.
I mean, that is hilarious.
Oh, it's definitely him. This is all 100% real, Jamie. You're a plant by the
Jamie's
government.
compromised, and I'm worried about Jamie, and I'm worried about Grok.
Does it say that it's AI?
I mean, yes.
You say it's AI.
No, the video.
Everybody says
the
it.
video I played on top says it's AI generated.
Rep Riley Moore fell for an AI generated video of Minnesota government. I fell for it too. And you know why I fell for it?
Yeah.
Because I believe that he's capable of doing something.
that's
Oh, he did the meme.
Yes.
So fast.
What is it? Oh, and the reason I fell for this says something about society. Yes.
What does that say about
Oh my
society?
god, that's crazy.
He is a fucking moron. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Like you fall for that shit, like the most obviously AI generated video in the world. You think that's Tim Walz going down an elevator dancing like the most fabulously gay man I've ever seen dance?
Also, he
Like,
could
give me
like
a
the
break.
wiggle.
The move.
It was impressive. I was like, "There's no way Tim can move like that."
No way. Tim wishes he could move like that. I wish I could move like that.
We all do. Oh my god!
Yeah, the
Unbelievable.
wild thing is Jamie is as close as you get to an editor there, right? Like that, there is no editorial team, but he's got what 11, 12, 13 million people watching. That's the same as a news network. He has the reach of a news network, of a national news network, and yet the only person who's his editorial staff is a guy sitting there. He's like, I think it's fake, man, and he's like, it's real. I love it. It's real. It's gotta be real. Play it. It's real. I love it. Oh, look at that. It's so funny. And he's like, yeah, I don't think it's real though, Joe. It says it's AI generated at the top of the video. Why are we doing this? Like,
but he does this for everything. And you would think at some point you listen to him for so long, you'd be like, man, I can't trust anything this guy says. I mean, but no, people fucking still just listen and eat it up, and they'll repeat this shit. Oh, you saw the Tim Walz dancing video, and they'll be like, what are you talking about? That's fake. Like, no, they played it on Joe Rogan. Even though Joe Rogan himself at the end goes, oh, I fell for it. That doesn't matter. Once you like you were saying, Rachel, once you poison the well, it's over. Yeah. Like today with the Wall Street Journal sharing that there's a trans and Antifa insignia carved into the bullet casings or the magazine or whatever. And they reported that shit.
That was so irresponsible.
And that shit started with Steven Crowder. That started with Steven Crowder. And the New York Times came out and said they spoke with their source within the FBI, and they said they have not been able to corroborate that. That could be something that was misheard or misunderstood. They have not seen that. But once you put it out there, that's it. Because once people
100%.
read it, that's it. Like there are people right now. There are people right now who think that bald 60, 70-year-old man who was the first guy arrested at the Steven Crowder thing, who was immediately released, but it was going around while he was, arrested, that this was the guy who did the shooting. Even though it's been put out there that this guy's not even being held by the FBI or the local law enforcement, he was released, there are still people sharing his photo saying this is the guy. Because once you put it out there, there are too many people who read it and then say, case closed, that's it. I don't need to read anything else about it. And they continue to perpetuate that. And then once they believe it so hardcore, it becomes foundational in their mind that when you tell them that's not true, they'll argue with you about it because they believe it. It's crazy.
My dog was really agreeing with you, so I had to mute for a second because she started barking.
My dog's blacked out.
Oh.
Oh, coiled like a croissant in the corner.
I love it. I love it.
I wish I could sleep that well.
Yeah. I mean, it's only gonna get worse. It's only gonna get worse.
All right, so give me both of your expertise then. Who did it? this is clearly ex-military, or I've heard on the internet that apparently it was Mossad. Also, it was Islamic extremists, a trans Antifa super soldier, and I think Groiper is also in the mix.
Clean up your room.
I mean, I don't know. I just don't know. It could literally be anybody. It could be anybody. I mean, I've been saying on every person I've talked to, for on streams or whatever, that there are two things we know for sure, and these are the two things that are the through line for all of these type of events, and that is that. Well, this one is like 95% of these events, a gun was involved. And then the other thing, the second thing, which is pretty much true for every one of these, is that there was a mental health care, lack of mental health care issue at the very core of what went on here. Because to do something like this, no matter what your ideology is, no matter what your reasoning is, to be able to do something like this, you are mentally unwell and not receiving help for it. Because I want to make it clear too, I'm not talking about people who are, with mental illness, because there are mentally ill people who don't do this either. This is people who have issues and do not address them or get health care for them, or because they can't afford it, they don't have access to it, whatever.
They don't have access to it.
Yeah, no.
I mean, these are the two things that are always the case. Always the case.
And it's so damning that those two things, it's always the reason why, and they're never dealt with. It's like, it's just wild. And I don't know. I mean, we don't have mental health care coverage in Canada either necessarily. Like, you can maybe get it if you get like, it's not really part of like exactly. But I don't know, the state of the healthcare system for you guys scares me. Like, even just visiting down there, I can't imagine what it's like living under. And then the guns everywhere. Like, it's no surprise that this happens all the time. It happened multiple times that same day,
Right.
Like,
right. And
it's
I should say
wild.
that it's looking like the shooter in that school in Denver is one of those people who is one of those online accelerationist neo-Nazis who completely idolized other school shooters. That's what I'm seeing so far. It looks like police are looking into whether this individual was a 16-year-old shooter was part of a larger extremist network. This is the same thing that happened to we heard for a few of these recent school shootings, where they were carried out by young individuals who idolized mass shooters and shared accelerationist, neo-Nazi, I hate everybody, I want to kill, rhetoric. And that's what it seems like happened in Denver, Colorado. But we're not talking about that one because, the Charlie Kirk shooting,
Because the
obviously,
kids didn't have
is
podcasts.
the bigger story. Yeah, I mean,
yeah.
I mean,
no, it's well, and that's the thing is like what ends up leading the news and what we all talk about is stuff that doesn't happen every single day. So like that's the crazy thing is I think that a lot of society becomes desensitized to school shootings. Like that used to be, I feel like a multi-day international news story, and now I feel like they happen and they barely make a blip unless they're like exceedingly more gruesome or violent, or there's something, it's a younger school or there's a higher kill count. It's just like, it's really abhorrent that like, it's like the newsworthiness standards change based on how often something happens. And that shouldn't necessarily be the way that media like approaches what they choose to talk about and how they talk about it, but it is. So I don't know.
Yeah, that other school shooting that took place that day turned out to be yet another far-right radicalized individual who was going into like Holocaust denial forums and stuff like that. And once again, there seems to be kind of consistent through lines with school mass shootings of that nature, is that they're inspired by other mass shooters. There oftentimes overlaps between misogyny, incel communities, or white supremacist communities, and the radicalization that happens from that. But yeah.
I mean, they don't like I was saying right before you joined us, Rachel, like the outrage over people saying things just online that they find to be that hurts their feelings, that they deem mean about the situation, that in the big picture are completely meaningless. They don't do anything to anybody. Yet nothing from these same people about the most disrespectful thing to Charlie Kirk, the way Kash Patel and Trump's FBI are handling this, to the point where his killer is still out there. And quite frankly, based on the information they're putting out there, they have no fucking clue. They are 100%. Completely in the dark. How they messed this up, how they blew this, how this guy even got off the campus is unbelievable.
Yeah. And isn't it a thing as well? Like I only saw bits and pieces because I don't know, I've been kind of on and offline today, but like I was seeing people say that the main sort of longstanding FBI guy for that area was fired in some of the politically motivated FBI like cleanouts. I'd have to double check this, but I feel like I was seeing it from some pretty reliable sources that like there was some guy who probably would have been handling this who was no longer there, and who was like, that's why the public service, like these sort of institutions aren't supposed to have politically motivated hiring and firing, because you want to have people who have longstanding institutional knowledge, who have been in these like roles for a long time, because they can actually handle shit like this. Right. And so what I was seeing is that person was fired. I think Majority Report talked about it, so I feel like I'm not talking out of my ass here.
No, you are. They fired the head, the special agent, like lead or head or something.
Yeah, exactly.
And they never replaced. I think it was a person of color. It might have been a woman too. And they had to fire everyone who they feel like was hired for DEI or whatever. I guess that was probably why that person got released.
Yeah,
but they didn't replace him.
I can't handle the fact that Dan Bongino is like, you talk about people. I can't believe he works for your FBI. It blows my mind.
And Kash Patel. I mean, it's really clear now in hindsight, seeing that like Trump was basically going to be covering up all the Epstein shit, being the guiltiest man that ever lived, that you'd want to hire the two biggest podcast conspiracists who talked about the Epstein files. Like, why not? Why not hire them, appoint them to be at the senior positions of the FBI, and then have them cover up the entire thing? I mean, it writes itself. But now that they actually need to be competent in order to actually, discover who this person was, catch them, make sure they can't harm other people. Now it's just like, yeah, it's a clown show.
Do you think they would have met the moment if they were still at the helm of their podcast empires?
I think if they were working in there, they'd be like most other right-wing pundits who have made Epstein their entire personality. They'd still be talking about it. Like there are people like, Ian Carroll's that his name, and other people who are, right-wingers who care just a lot about the Epstein files, who are basically like, this looks bad, I can't deny, or I mean, Charlie Kirk was one of those people. Charlie Kirk was one of the people who was still saying like they should release the Epstein files. They're going to, don't worry. But it seems pretty weird that they haven't released the Epstein files yet. Now it's gotten to a point where I mean, just a couple days ago, that was really big news. The leaked letter, the Trump love letter, the disgusting fucking weird ass poem that turned out to be real. And I was like, well, this is bad, right? Because so many of them spend so much time being like, not only is that letter not real, it's so gross that it can't be true. So we deny it. we deny it outright. And I was like, okay, but I'm pretty sure it's real. Just knowing what I know about journalism from someone like Binder, for example, like there's legal teams, there's people who look over this, there's editors, there's no way. I mean, you know, you would know as well, right? Like there's no way an esteemed publication is running the risk of a lawsuit by saying we just made up a fucking, you know, something of this, you know, a bombshell like this. And so I was like, it has to be real, but maybe it'll never see the light of day because the sources will protect them, and that'll be that, and they'll choose not to believe it. I didn't think the estate was gonna release everything and just dump every love letter from Bill Clinton to Dershowitz to goddamn Trump. You know, pretty wild shit.
Yeah. It's, you know, one of the things that I keep seeing is how like the right thinks they're going to turn Charlie Kirk into like a Martin Luther King Jr. Have you seen that? Yeah, they think they're gonna make him their MLK or something like that. And listen, but what I want to discuss there is like we today, like people like today, the way the news cycle goes and people's attention, like this story is already the guy isn't even caught, and this story is already falling off the front pages, honestly. Like we just don't have the capacity anymore to focus on these things and turn things into like events that we actually like remember, or like think about the Trump shooting where he got grazed in the ear because he turned at the right time. Like that was a non-factor within days.
Yeah.
This, because the shooter's not caught, is probably going to hold on for a little bit longer. But you know, we just don't. These events don't have the same sort. Maybe it was just when I was younger, and like when you're younger, things seem like a bigger deal, like when I was a kid. But I feel like back when I was younger, you know, when major events happened or when someone of notoriety was, you know, died or something like that, like it was like a news story for a long time. And even like people even would refer back to it. But like now people just move on from shit. Like it's one shooting after another, one horrible thing after another, one natural disaster after another. And people just in one ear out the other, next day in new news cycle. No one even when someone, a celebrity or someone of notoriety dies now, it's like within hours something replaces that their death was a story that day.
Yeah, it's because the news cycle isn't you get your paper in the morning and that's how you learn, or you watch the news at night on TV. It's every minute is a potential news story online, right? At any given time. Like you could make a story happen right now, Binder, by tweeting on your account if you just put a falsehood out there. If you wanted to right now, if you were twisted or crooked, you could actually make a news story happen right now. If you in all caps put breaking and then added whatever you wanted and an AI photo of something, that would suddenly become news until someone debunked it or were like, oh, he's live right now. Lance is goading him into this, right? But like, you know, that's what can happen.
I made my Twitter account private today. And one of our far-right news outlets reached out to me and said, hey, we're doing a story on the fact that you made your Twitter private. Can you please send us a comment? I don't know. They'll write about fucking anything.
Did you know?
They don't have. They're bored.
Yeah, I didn't answer. I was like, why would I? It was Western
bored.
Standard. Yeah.
Oh, well, that also makes sense. But they're bored too over there as well, obviously. But yeah, I mean, they don't do any reporting. Everything is culture war stuff to them. Everything is bottom of the barrel. The right wing as a whole, like, think about like what they write about. To them, their big story, like you said, is you put your Twitter account private. That doesn't matter. Like, I was like, I've been totally like for the past like year and a half, I've been not as online, not as plugged in as I've been for the past 15 years when I started doing this stuff, because it always was treading this way, but we've gone full bore. Like, policy doesn't matter. Even electoral politics doesn't matter as much as the meaningless culture war bullshit drivel. the online feuds, the drama, the rage over movies and actors cast in movies and video games not having the female characters with big enough boobs, and like this is not politics. This is not politics, but the modern political analyst or reporter or social media person or influencer or whatever content creator, this is what they deem as politics because it's good ratings. It gets lots of views. So this has become what in 2025, what political reporting, what political journalism, what political analysis, even what political punditry with talking heads, that's what it's now about. And like, I just don't find this stuff interesting enough to even like partake in it, let alone like my personal feelings about how stupid it is. Like, it's just, I don't know.
Yeah. I feel like this is a kind of the entertainmentification of journalism and like clickbaitification has just, I was just reflecting on while you were talking there, how there were these moments in my career because so for the longest time, I worked for CTV News and Global News in Canada. So I was like a mainstream politics journalist on Parliament Hill in Canada. And like, I remember when I was being taught how to do TV hits, I was told, oh, sometimes like bring a prop. People love it when like you pull out a dossier or like documents. Like it's just, and that was the emphasis rather than like, here's how you most effectively communicate information to the, and I guess you could argue like, oh, maybe the props are part of communicating important information well, but it really was like about how entertaining you could be. Like,
right.
Yeah.
And listen, I don't have a problem with reporting in an entertaining way, presenting
no,
in an
you have
entertaining
to.
way. Yeah, even
But
covering stories that are, worthwhile covering, but they're more entertaining, but there's still something there. Like, on the Majority Report, we cover right-wing punditry. We do a lot of right-wing clips where we think it's important because obviously we are debunking or criticizing or rebutting the point they're making. But along with that, they're also really funny to watch because they're really bad sometimes. So it's a combination of the two, and that's what catches people's attention. What I'm talking about, though, is not about being entertaining, covering this as entertainment, period.
Yeah.
Like, it's
no
just
substance underlying it. You're not
Right,
packaging real information into entertaining. And that's sort of like what I was getting at there is like the focus almost is too much on entertainment, and it's easy to lose sight of how important it is to have the substance underneath it, because that's that's the part that you can't lose, and that's the part that's getting lost.
I mean, the perfect example, you mentioned the props with the dossier. The first thing I thought of was the fucking Epstein files with libs of TikTok and all those other right-wing influencers who were invited to the White House. Funny enough, that didn't work out for them. I know you said sometimes it works. Did not work out for them. That stuff will be haunting them for the rest of their lives. But, I mean, it is absolutely ludicrous. And listen, if they did that to be entertaining, to draw people into this big old reporting or newsworthy thing they were about to do, fine. But it was all that showmanship for what? Nothing at all.
But Fox News has taught people you don't have to have substance under the showmanship, as you were just saying. So it's like, I don't know. It's like we're in not only a post-truth society, but a post-substance society, if that makes sense. And I don't mean that to be like, like I love watching Real Housewives and like having bullshit entertainment as much as the next person. You need that to like stay sane in this world. And like, but it's just the places where they're supposed to be having those substantive educational, like where we're supposed to be able to go to inform ourselves, have lost that plot and are just concerned about ratings and selling, ad revenue, getting clicks to be able to like get as high of a price on that ad revenue as possible. And it's scary. And like a lot of that actually comes back to the big tech monopolies. And like, I could go off on a big rant about that, but I won't, because it's really boring. But just like
I don't find that boring. I mean, it's,
I was like, that's Binder's bread and butter.
Really?
Yeah, go ahead, please.
Well, I was just gonna say, because I worked for Check My Ads for a little while. It's a U.S. nonprofit that like was trying to get transparency.
Them, yeah.
You know them? Okay, cool.
I interviewed one of the founders on my podcast a while ago.
Oh yeah, was it Nandini or Claire?
What were their names again? I'm sorry.
Nandini or Claire?
It was her.
Nandini? Yeah. No, she's cool. She's very fun. But no, it's just like the way that the ad tech industry works. If you actually like dig into it, it explains so much of why journalism is so broken nowadays. And it's like kind of become something I'm a bit of a freak about because it blew my mind when I learned this. And I haven't had to explain this in a really long time, so I hope I don't fuck it up. But basically, and I also only slept for like 4 hours last night because of all the death threats. So wish me luck. But basically the way that the ad tech industry works now is like the people who are selling ads, and like Matt, you might already know this, so sorry if it's boring for you, but for the audience,
it's not. Go
like
ahead.
the way like the person who the advertiser doesn't know where their ad is going to end up because Google is the middleman usually, and then there's like another middleman and another middleman, and there's all these degrees of separation, and it's incredibly opaque and really hard to actually follow that trail. Like they did studies of the programmatic advertising pathway, which is like these automated ads. So like when you click on a website and the ad that loads in 2 seconds that like knows that you were talking about like what you wanted, a Jeep Cherokee or something, or like a Bronco, I don't know, and it just like pops up. That is programmatic advertising. And that like, it happens so fast and goes through so many layers that what happens is because brands don't know where their ads are going to end up and the websites don't necessarily know what ads are going to land on them, there's this whole cottage industry that's popped up called a brand safety industry that is this hammer being used that like they'll just say, hey, we don't want our ads to show up on websites that make people feel bad or that have the word abortion or whatever, because they don't know where their ads are ending up or like headed in the first place. And that ends up defunding the news. But then the flip side of that is there's actually techniques that can be used behind the scenes. Like you can be sharing IDs on the back end between different websites to hide the fact that like a website that's got disinformation slop on it is like where this ad money is actually going to go. But they can put up a front website. Like there was one that we found that was literally like a Canadian tourism website that was tied to some far right like disinfo websites that wouldn't be getting ad revenue if those advertisers knew that their ads were going to go there. But there was this other website that like shared the same ID that was brand safe. And so they were able to like launder it. But the problem is that actual news outlets can't do that because it's unethical. And so they get fucked by the brand safety technology. And then these grifter shitty websites are the ones that actually profit. And it's fucked. And no one wants to do anything because it's cheaper for Google not to do anything. And they have a monopoly. So where the hell else are all these advertisers going to go? So all I have to say, break up the monopolies.
Absolutely.
That sounds similar to what
no, it did.
About the raw economy, right? I don't know if you guys listened or interview Ed Zitron at all. He talks about that a lot, about how basically the advertising funnel effectively is destroying the internet itself because of the prioritization that Google, Apple stores, all these other companies are doing on simply basically highlighting what they think is going to generate and flow the most people to the most amount of possible ad revenue, which, I mean, makes sense.
Well, and now they're also like doing AI, lifting stuff from websites so that you never actually have to click on those websites. So it's like they're taking out even that part of it.
I've noticed that.
Yeah.
I've noticed that, yeah.
I was going to post this yesterday because I forgot to I forgot to post it yesterday because of what happened. But yesterday was my daughter's turned 3 months. And so just for the hell of it, I was like, oh, let's see what the Google's AI overview says. So I Googled daughter born, June 10th, 2025, how old today? And it said, you are 1 year and 3 months old. And I was like, oh, wow, a year passed by really quick. It was completely wrong.
Oh my God.
A year and 3 months.
And there's so many people living their lives on AI. It's so scary. Do they just think they're all a year older? These people are walking around lying about their age to everyone.
Right.
Yeah.
It's just like everything is bad. Everything, there's nothing, there's no like light at the end of the tunnel. There's nothing good going on right now. Honestly, I mean, it's bad everywhere. It's bad everywhere. I don't know where it ends up. I don't know where it resets, if it does reset. I mean, it's gotta something's gotta change at some point. It can't keep going in this direction without a complete collapse. I mean, maybe that's where we're headed. Who knows?
Yeah, 35% of the entire U.S. stock market is propped up on tech, and the AI bubble is supposed to be the biggest one to pop. And you're already starting to see the cracks in it. So, giddy up.
So excited. Canada just got an AI minister and a Starmer-fied PM.
Yeah.
Awesome.
It is fantastic how like all of these governments just eat this slop up. I could say eat this shit up too. They just with everything, every new tech trend. You think at some point they'd be like, all right, this is like the fucking fifth next big thing that didn't fucking work out. What are we doing here? Believe in these guys. But no, they continue to just eat this shit up and act like this is going to be what the economy is run on. We're already seeing, and Ed Zitron has written about this too, we're already seeing these companies, some of these companies and some of these investments go take a nosedive. Because people are not using AI as much as everyone thought they would, at this point at least, because AI, quite frankly, does not do what it was sold as doing. Like, yeah, there's some industries, like I understand that I hear a lot of developers, programmers say it helps them like be more productive. Okay, they found an industry that AI helps. The entire economy can't run on a product that just helps programmers and developers be more productive. There are lots of things to be done in this world, in various economies, in various different markets, in various different industries that don't require that. What are like? But they're putting everything into this. It's ridiculous.
AI.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
sorry,
we
I got a
can
phone
make
call and
cool
everything
little
muted.
images of SpongeBob doing 9/11. So,
What
it's
happened?
worth it. I'm just saying AI, you make fun of it, but we can make SpongeBob do 9/11 now.
Right.
You can
right.
generate
Doesn't
that.
it make you feel like a god that you can personally melt an entire iceberg just to create an image of SpongeBob doing 9/11?
I think the AI artist thing is such like a crock of shit. Like, you're not doing anything. There's no artistry there. You're not doing shit. Like,
Do they call themselves artists? People
AI
are using
artists.
They
it?
do. And
Yes.
there's courses you can take now on prompts. There's AI prompting courses. So learn how to do the proper prompts to get the best art.
Well, the worst shit I've seen is so like there's all these different like this has been a thing that's been online for a while now, but like Photoshop request groups, like they're on Reddit, they're on Facebook, they're every platform that lets you create a community. There's a Photoshop request group, at least one on there. And if you go in there, it used to be like, my this is the only photo I have of my grandma and grandpa together. And it's, it was in a box and it was disintegrating. Can someone clean this up and help me? And it used to be like these amazing Photoshop whizzes able to work their magic, actually doing what needs to be done using talent to restore these photos, like meticulously going pixel by pixel and cleaning things up. Now you go in there and it's fucking some idiot taking the image, running it through an AI system, acting like they did something, and posting it in there all proud. And it's an AI generated image that completely changed how the guy's grandma and grandpa even look. It's not even the grandma and grandpa.
Oh my god, it's like the yassified grandparents with 7 fingers.
And what you and the comments under it are insane. You have half the people going like, this looks nothing like them. What did you do? And you have the other half going like, oh, this is amazing. You're so talented. How did you do this? It's like, what is wrong with people? I actually think
do they have
I've said that.
like 14 fingers, and do they dance? And is it like those weird ones from live out of the photos and all that disturbing stuff?
It's even worse than that. Like, I wish it was so over the top, but instead it's like just facial features, like just changed entirely. So like it doesn't look like them, but like the overall composition of the photo looks like the same. So people are just too stupid to realize that the face is completely changed. I don't understand how people are like, oh, this is wonderful. How did you do this? It's amazing. You're so talented. And it's like, you just changed how this person's grandma and grandpa look in the one photo. And like, I've actually made the argument, I'd love for there to be studies on this, how like this shit over time is going to like warp people's memories of like how their like loved ones looked. And like what they sounded like. Like there's people who like create AI generated voice of like people who passed away so they could hear them still. But like, it's never exactly accurate. It's never good. You're always going to have like words and tones and like emotions that you don't have on audio for the AI to learn off of. So it just makes up shit. And that shit's not going to sound like your loved one, but you're going to hear that voice over and over again, and more time's going to pass, and you're not going to know what your actual loved one sounded like anymore, because, you know, that's what happens when time moves on. But you're hearing this other voice that is supposedly supposed to be your loved one, and you're just not going to remember how the person actually sounded anymore, or how the person actually looked anymore. It's that shit is like...
That's so sad. That's like Black Mirror shit right there. Oh my God.
Yeah. It's like seance people. That's how evil that is. Like the people who used to be able to tell you will talk to your dead relatives. They're selling you a digital version of that, because it's like you're talking to an algorithm. You're talking to ones and zeros. You're not talking to your dead aunt, right? But even if it sounds enough for like, and people will believe it. Like if you talk to an AI chatbot or whatever, the voice ones can be convincing enough that if it sounds like your aunt, you're going to be like, oh my God, it's like she's alive. But I'm like, that's fucked up.
It's playing with people's emotions. People are
these people falling in love with them.
Yeah,
like
that too. Yeah, people who are proposing to them, and shockingly, a lot of women. Because like when we were talking about this maybe like months ago, all of us were like, it's gonna be all lonely guys who are just gooning over the anime waifus and all that. And like every story on Reddit is women. It's like,
you know what? It's because it's fucking the bar is in hell out there. Okay,
honestly, that's
actually
that's probably the case.
You know,
that's because men are doing such a poor job.
That's I mean, it makes sense. I get it. I mean,
oh God.
Yeah.
I just don't like. But the thing is, like, I would understand if, like, when we talk about AI, we're talking about artificial intelligence in the way like sci-fi movies had us believe that this shit was going to be eventually, where like it's actually like a thinking machine. It's a machine, like it's not human, so it doesn't have, maybe not have human emotions, but it could reason, it could think. It's not just regurgitating what the user wants to hear, but in human-like paragraphs and sentences and words.
Super
and
validating.
stuff. Yes, but like, I mean, like that's the thing. Like that's why the underlying technology behind AI, it's not called artificial intelligence. It's called a large language model. It's LLM. Yeah. Like it's simply all this shit put together for the AI to give the user exactly what they want in a way that makes it sound like they're talking to an individual. That's all it is. And you see how easy it is for the AI to just tweak the original point it was giving the user based on what the user says. So it just makes the user happy. You see it all the time where a user will ask for something. The AI will give it the person something pretty close, and they'll be like, no, it's like, oh, what's 2 + 2? And the robot will say 4. And the person will be like, no, it's I really want it to be 5. And the large language model will reply, you know what? You're totally right, honey. I was wrong. It is 5.
Validating.
Yeah.
I think that's intentional. That's to be addictive, right? That's why so many people are falling in love with them, because humans aren't like that. Like even in relationships, like we're all in relationships, right? Like your partner is not always going to be like, you're so smart. That's such a good idea. I'm so happy to hear that from you. Like that's just not how humans speak to each other. But like, if you have something that's always
mine, always. No, I'm just kidding. Sorry. Yeah.
But it's like,
this is him right here. No, I'm just kidding. Oh, sorry, dumb joke.
It's to keep you addicted, because obviously that's nice for a little while. You're like, oh, I do feel smart. You're right. Thank you.
Well, did you watch that South Park episode where like Randy? Yeah,
that was pretty perfect.
Yeah. I heard they took down their Charlie Kirk episode.
It's still up on the streaming service. They took down one of the re-airings on Comedy Central. Like they rescheduled, like they put a different episode in its place.
We're gonna edit out that line where he says, "What are you gonna do? Shoot me?" Right? I heard.
Oh, does he?
Wait, they say that?
That's in the episode.
Really?
I don't know if that's just a meme floating around, but a lot of people posted a picture of the little cartoon.
I don't think that's. I think that might be thing someone. Yeah, I don't. I mean, that would have been. Yeah, that would be. You know how they. They do the whole Simpsons called it or whatever. Yeah, I think that would. Yeah, it's not in the. I don't think it's in the episode. I haven't seen the episode, but my take was that people were editing that. That was like a meme.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Well, if you wanna
should we read some super chats? Yeah, we get to the super chats.
Oh, hey, before we start that, Rachel, you're welcome to stay for super chats if you want. We just read out the super chats and respond to them. And some people who are guests like to take off because they've had enough, and other people are like, I'll stay. So it's totally up to you. But before you make a choice, why don't you plug everything about yourself and that where people can find you, etc.
Well, I mean, I kind of want like less people to find me right now, but just kidding. I feel like the people watching this probably are very cool. So I have a link tree in my bio. So if you find any of my socials, you can find me everywhere else. But I'm on Substack, Patreon, YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, everywhere. My Substack is just rachelgilmore.substack.com, but it's Bubble Pop Media. I have a podcast, Bubble Pop with Rachel Gilmore. I'm big on TikTok. That's kind of my main spot, but it's also one where I make no money. So if you'd rather subscribe to my YouTube, just look up Rachel Gilmore. You'll find one of my things and find my link tree. Thank you.
TikTok doesn't change Canada.
Yeah, TikTok doesn't pay me a cent here. I'm doing it for the love of the game, the love of the death threats.
Yeah, I mean,
yeah.
It's Oh, thank you for joining us, though, Rachel. Are you going to stick around? You can totally leave if you want. But
I might stay for like maybe I'll stay until 10:30 my time, just because I have to do a French language TV interview tomorrow morning at like 8 a.m. So I have to make sure I'm not totally dead, or I will not be able to speak. So because my French is not great.
I was going to say, do you speak French?
I do speak French. It's just like I'm an anglophone. Like, si je parle français, ça va être, je vais chercher les mots. Like, I'm going to like be looking for words. I'm going to be like slow, but I can get by enough that I get invited on French TV sometimes.
Hey, it was convincing enough for me. I don't understand
the
lick of French.
I live in Quebec, so.
There we go. I assumed when you said you were going on French language TV, I was like,
yeah. It's mostly.
Or I should have said, hey.
Sorry, what was that? Yeah, totally. Yeah. Anyways, thank you so much for having me on, though, guys.
This was great.
Maybe I should jet actually, because I'm just thinking about it and I really should go to bed. But this was really great. And if you ever need someone to fill a slot, I had a really fun time. So I'm always around.
You should come on more. This was great. I had fun.
Me too. I had a great time.
Had fun
So yeah.
talking about the worst things in the world, but it was fun.
I know. It was like really depressing. But we got through it.
We did. All right. Have a great night, Rachel. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, guys. Enjoy the super chats. Thanks for having me.
All right. I'm hearing.
I don't have a lot, Matt. Do you want me to run through them?
Do you hear an echo? Do you hear an echo?
I don't hear an echo.
People in the
Do
chat
you?
hear the echo. Yeah. It might be your thing. It's usually your thing. What is the echo?
I didn't change anything. I was a good
I know
boy.
that's weird. I know it just started now.
All right. Is it better now? Do you still hear an echo?
Yes, it is. What did you do? What did you do? Oh no, I hear an echo now. I hear an echo now.
Oh god, it's all falling apart. At least it happened at the end of the show. That's good.
I'm echoing. They said. Wonder why.
Oh, okay.
That would start. All right, I'll leave and come back. Be right back. Be right
All
back.
right. You can do that, and I'll start reading my super chats. That'll be easy.
Sounds good.
Thank you very much to Abscondage for the $5. Meanwhile, the New York Times libs are self-flagellating over how we've allowed the temperature to rise too much. The solution is
Did that fix it?
Just
Did
keep
that fix
on
it?
Drilling.
No.
I mean, I never had a problem. If it's on your end, I don't hear you echoing.
I don't get it.
It's not echoing in my feed either. People in my chat are saying it sounds fine. But
All right, I'm
saying
gonna just shut down this shit. Shut down this shit, and then I'll go back.
Okay. Whoa. Reicherine, thank you for the $5. Not saying he's conspiracy pilled, but Paul Kalinsky spent an hour on how this is a professional hit, and a lot of it seems like plain incompetence. I mean, if you're just having fun, I guess, and being like, I'm going to speculate wildly on what I think is potentially the cause of or the shooting or whatever, then maybe just as long as you're honest about it. Hello.
Why is there an echo? This is so weird. It just started.
Yeah, I don't hear any echo at all. Sounds great.
I don't get it.
I'm looking at your chat. They seem to like it. Everyone's like, I like it. Sounds like he's multiplying.
I'm gonna try changing my input. Let's see. Does this do anything? No. Why is this happening? I really don't know.
Maybe it's the output. That could maybe be it. Are you feeding your input to your output?
I don't think so.
Yeah, that is strange. How it just started.
I got no clue. All right, let me try one more thing.
Sure. And finally, Anime Fox, thank you for the $2. DC Comics is still run by cowards, by the way. In relation to what? I'm not really up on my comic book lore. I haven't read comic books in a long time, except for, as you can see above me, One Piece, as I did promise, because I said that because One Piece was about to beat J.K. Rowling in the best-selling comics, I started reading it, and it's been a great adventure. Did it fix it?
No, I could tell right now it's still there. Don't know why.
What about?
I even just turned on.
Whoa, that was real loud.
Yeah, I don't get why. I'm gonna switch the mic, I guess. Let's try that.
All right.
Do you hear me?
I can. You sound robotic.
Oh my god! I get it. How did this happen?
Now I hear an echo though. Yeah, this is terrible.
Can you try resetting? Just leave and come back in.
I will leave. Just make sure you let me back in, okay?
Of course.
Scary out there in these mean streets.
Check. I'm not echoing anymore. It was Lance. I'm not echoing anymore. It wasn't me. Right? You guys hear me, right? There's no echo. Yeah, it was Lance. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Guess we'll just wait for him. Because I have no idea where we are. I guess they're all for me, right?
I guess Binder will let me back. Can you hear me? Am I echoing?
The echo went away when you left. It's back.
It's
back.
Or now it's back?
Yeah.
Ah.
You're feeding something through, I think.
All right. I'm turning off echo cancellation. Now, am I still echoing?
You're not echoing at all. You're feeding my voice back through the StreamYard.
Oh, okay. Can you hear me now?
I could hear you. Yeah. And I
But
still hear my echo. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
They think it's because Rachel's still live. Can you DM her? But she's
she's not in here.
Yeah,
She's not in here.
she's not in here. This is a problem between me and Matt. All right, you know what? Maybe I'll just disconnect because I only have one more super chat to read, so I could just disconnect and write into you, and then you could read them because I don't know what it is. I've disconnected.
Yeah.
All right, bye, friend. I love you. I'll see you next week.
Thank you for joining me, Lance. I'm glad we did this show. I thought it was a good show. Good show.
It was a good show. To everyone wondering, Rebecca got caught in traffic, and Ariana is on a train to see her mom, and she also got stuck. So otherwise, I think everyone will be back next week, ideally. So, yeah. All right, bye, friend.
Well, he just up and left right away, just leaving me with all you guys. Well, hello everybody. We still got a good amount of super chats. I'm not gonna check out which ones are just for me because it's just me in here. I'm gonna read all the super chats, and that's what we'll do. Okay. It doesn't matter if it's for me or someone else. It could be in Mike's feed. It could be in I don't know who else is, but I'm just gonna read whatever's here in the StreamYard super chat section. Rimuru Tempest the Slime Dragon gifted 1 Humanist Report membership. Thank you. Appreciate that for Mike. Tropical Ding Dong says, oh no, I forgot. I don't know what Tropical Ding Dong is referring to. Otaku Dragon says Repub kills fisherman last week, yet left is violent. Oh, you're talking about the I don't know what you're referring to. Quinto Clone do Zando says, here to say we judged Bolsonaro guilty to 27 years. I saw. That's how you do what you do in a functioning democracy, in a functioning government, in a functioning country. Yeah. Quite honestly, that's yeah. Cosmere Dragon with a super chat. No intro. I'm guessing the intro will be modified. I love the badass AI clips, but seems the cinematic clips of brutal gun violence may be in bad taste. I mean, it is what it is. We're still going to use it. I mean, entertainment is entertainment, and that's just an intro to be funny and have it be entertainment. I'm not someone who believes that movies and TV shows and video games have anything to do with that. We just didn't use it today. I mean, we cover shootings all the time and use it. It was just me. I was like, let's just get started. Lizzie Bennett with a super chat. In memory of Charlie Kirk, I've been playing Protect Your Neck by Wu-Tang Clan on repeat when I work. Tyler Hackner with a member for 32 months super chat. Tokyo Hans says, this is nice and all, but don't forget to remind Orange Man about certain files. Right. I don't believe this is a distraction from the Epstein files, like conspiracy theorists think, but that should be something that remains and should not be forgotten about until it's properly addressed and dealt with. JJ Sayin says USA is collapsing. The Eduardo says 36 hours later, they aren't talking about anything in those billionaires' drawings. Are they? Good timing for them, eh? Well, I just addressed, I don't think this is like the plan. This was just how things happened. Tokyo Hans gifted 5 memberships. Thank you so much. Jordan Rakusan Burge with a super chat. America began going down this spiral a long time ago. If it wasn't Charlie Kirk, they would have inevitably found another excuse to keep pushing their hatred. Yeah. Nalurno with a super chat. Thank you. Just handed the super chat over. Whoa, Nick gifted 10 memberships on my YouTube channel. Thank you so much, Nick. Tokyo Hans with a super chat. Rachel is in Canada, so I'll explain her situation in Binderite terms. Binder reports on how the effects of sudden Bitcoin crash negatively affects right-wing investors. Paul Ryan posts about Binder, and MAGA try to dox him. Oh, okay, that makes sense now. Chris Thibault with a super chat, $20 super chat. Thank you. Great stream last night, Binder. Lance, yours too. Rachel, thanks for your bravery on covering the far right here in Canada. Any of you run into people holding your empathy to a higher standard than Charlie Kirk himself? Yeah, I mean, listen. It's of my opinion that I don't let anyone dictate how other people act, dictate my humanity. I think for the good of a healthy country, a healthy society, this was bad. We don't want this happening because it's not going to end up good for anyone. You can say you don't want this to happen, that this shouldn't have happened to even an individual you dislike, hate, whatever, like a Charlie Kirk, but also not like lionize or lie or create a fantasy version of the person that this happened to. Like, you don't have to mourn anyone to say also that thing shouldn't have happened to them. That thing shouldn't happen, period. I think those are completely legitimate things to feel dually together. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I don't need someone's empathy or sympathy. Who cares about that? It's the same thing where, like, when a politician shares how they personally feel on an issue, but then vote in another way entirely. I don't care about how you feel. I care about the thing that gets results. So if, God forbid, something happened to me, I don't care if an individual mourns me or sympathizes with me or says something nice about me. In fact, I don't even care if they say the worst things that they feel about me. I don't care. The point is what they do in terms of addressing what actually happened. If you're a person in power, you do something to stop that. If you're an influential person, you denounce the thing that happened in hopes that it means something to your followers, your audience, whatever. I don't need your thoughts and prayers and tears and no. That's how I feel. My beliefs, what my policy proposals, what my ideological beliefs are, would have made what happened to Charlie Kirk much less likely. By Charlie Kirk's own words, what happened to him, what his political ideology made what happened to him much more possible. He said himself, having gun deaths in this country is just the cost of having a Second Amendment, and that he's fine with those gun deaths, or he'll live with those gun deaths. And look what happened. I don't feel that way. I don't think we should, in a healthy society, just be okay with that cost of doing business. It doesn't have to be this way. It shouldn't be this way. T-Types with a super chat. I hope this hyper focus on Kirk will have a larger effect on causing more normal people to learn about how antisocial and psychotic Kirk's worldview was. What I noticed is that, like, if a lot of people are posting how, like, oh wow, this person from high school, or this random like Instagram influencer, or a lot of people on Instagram with their Instagram stories that you may have known from high school or college, or influencers who didn't talk about politics but are posting about Charlie Kirk. A lot of them are doing these Instagram stories, you know, mourning or lionizing him. But if you actually, I've seen a bunch of these, but if you look at a bunch of these, they're so vague. They're like, oh, Charlie Kirk was a huge influence on me. Oh, I looked up to Charlie Kirk. None of that, which is bizarre to not actually share what it is about this person, any person who you are memorializing, what exactly it is that they did for you. Like, what it is that spoke to you. What is that thing that influenced you that he said or did? What was that thing that he said or did that touched you and brought you into him and made you realize that this is someone that you followed or agreed with? None of them are saying that. It's all just very vague, which is weird to me. Why wouldn't you share exactly it is about Charlie Kirk? What was your favorite quote from him? What was your favorite idea in the marketplace of ideas that he held that you agreed with, that opened your eyes? What is it? I would love to know if that's what, you know, how you feel. Why wouldn't you share specifics? I think we know why. T-Types, another super chat. I think Kirk made too many explicitly antisocial public statements to be taken seriously by the average person, but maybe this is too hopeful. I mean, the fact of the matter is the average person has no idea who Charlie Kirk is. Seriously. We are in a bubble where even the largest podcaster or influencer or creator in our world is just not widely known by the mainstream public. Malerno with a super chat. $10 super chat. I think a lot of these unrelated institutions taking a position on Kirk is done more out of fear of looking indifferent or even approving of the assassination and getting piled on by the right. I mean, as an institution or a company or whatever, you can put out a statement saying there's no place for political violence, for killing, murder, shootings, whatever, without having to rewrite the guy's biography like some of these organs, like the Yankees. The Yankee statement was insane. Kirk founded the youth activist group Turning Point USA and had become a fixture on college campuses. Charlie Kirk, a husband and father of 2 children, was 31 years old. Kirk founded the youth activist group Turning Point USA and had become a fixture on college campuses. That's how you describe him? Give me a break. Give me a break. For Resto, the super chat, Netanyahu just said Islamic extremists killed Kirk. Yeah. Mm-hmm. All right, give me a break. Canadian Goose with the super chat. Hey, Rachel, Lance, and Matt. Not sure if you all know this, but Nancy May said she will be putting forth a resolution to have some memorial dedicated to Charlie Kirk in the Capitol. Yeah, that's not going to fly. And if it even passes and it's put there, I expect it to be removed in 4 years or whatever. Give me a break. Who the hell is Charlie Kirk to be put in to have a memorial put in Congress? No memorials for anyone else, any other victim of gun violence. 180K Chan with a super chat. If Trump makes it to the end of his term and democracy stands, you think we will give blanket pardons to people who will get for free and who will have to pay? I don't know. I think whoever runs for president, the winning platform is literally, I want legal ramifications for everyone who's doing this shit. If they broke the law in some way, shape, or form, if they did something improper, I want them arrested and prosecuted. The people who are ruining the lives of these immigrants, the people who are wrongly rounding up people with valid visas and all that, I want them all prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. I want that guy in Chicago, that American citizen in Chicago boasting about joining the IDF and slaughtering unarmed civilians, Palestinian civilians in Gaza, taking out an entire family as each member of the family went out to try to collect the body of their loved one. I want that guy sent to The Hague. I want that guy arrested here and sent to The Hague. I want him prosecuted for war crimes. Tigwick with a super chat. Super cool to have you on Leftist Mafia, Rachel. Don't be a stranger. She left. But I agree. She was great. I had a good time on the show. It felt short, too. She got to come back on. Daniel Tyree with a super chat. Remigration now. Okay. 180K Chan. So Trump's doing a bunch of stuff at once, might be backfiring, turning Kirk into a martyr. Yeah, this is going to be moved on from. It's not my choice. I'm not the one pulling the strings here. It's just the fact of the matter. I'm calling it as it is. These things are now just a blip in the hourglass. These are the days of our lives. Jacqueline Leitch with a super chat. I really wanted you here. Come back soon. I think that's for Rachel. She was great. Zoe with a super chat. Matt, it's like my French lessons didn't mean shit. I'm sorry, Zoe. They didn't. Byron Joe David with a super chat. Charlie Kirk got a military escort back home, but MLK got a body bag back to the ATL, right? I mean, T-Type says, Matt, it's okay. We still love you. Matt, it's okay. We still love you. Tim Kruller with a super sticker. I don't know if that was for me. And if it's not for me, I can't see what that super sticker was, unfortunately. But thank you. T-Types with a super chat, $10 super chat. Repub kills fishermen last week is either about the bombing of that boat off the coast of Venezuela or the revelation that a boat of fishermen in North Korea was murdered by U.S. intelligence in 2019. Oh, yes, I saw both of those stories. I thought you were referring to something domestic. But yeah, those stories were insane, especially that North Korea one. Oh, my God. And the Venezuela one. But that North Korea one was crazy maybe because it has been hidden for all these years. It wasn't a current event. Jeremy Elwood says, I can hate the act while also not mourning a Nazi. Right. I think that's a completely valid way to feel, 100%. I mean, I personally think that is the way to feel. Canadian Goose said with a $20 super chat. Hey, Matt, already sent the super chat to Lance. He didn't get a chance to read before signing off, but Representative Anna Paulina Luna and Nancy May said something about putting a statue of Charlie in the Capitol Rotunda. Oh, for Christ's sakes. I mean, I don't care about that, even though it's ludicrous. I don't care about a statue, even though it's fucking insane and stupid and ridiculous. Tim Cooler says Kirk coverage proves privilege, but act not right. Mm-hmm. Jeremy Elwood says, did you see how Bernie threw Brian Thompson into the discussion? Completely different scenario, Bernie. That was not politically motivated. Oh, he did? JJ Sayin with Super Chat says, BB admitted he don't want a Palestinian state. I mean, not shocking at all. Did he say something new? I mean, he's been saying that pretty much. Pandora Bryn with a super chat says, thoughts on the two security-looking guys with Kirk making possible hand signals right before the shot? Normally would dismiss, but looked really strange.
Hello and welcome to American Wasp. I am your host, Deter McBizness, joined today by the ever-present, ever-ubiquitous Devil's Advocate Productions, DAP. How you doing, man? You are up on this channel, I think, more than anybody, as best I can tell.
Well, I'm probably home
as
hooked up.
as
anybody.
Getting hooked up with the guest spots, as best I can tell, man. I'm jealous. What's your secret? Everybody seems to like you. You gonna run for class president?
Yes. Vote for me, November 4th, folks. Class president of this space.
So I don't know if how this looks. It's like at a little bit of an angle, but
It looks all right. It sounds you're a little quiet.
I'm a little quiet. Okay.
A little bit.
Okay.
If you could either bring the mic closer or just turn up the gain a little.
No, I'm just gonna do this. How about that? That should be good.
Better,
That
much
should be
better.
Yeah, that should be much better. So dude, I texted you earlier today because I was excited to talk because I've got a lot of clarity about, you know, the whole tragedy that has been, you know, the Charlie Kirk assassination.
Yeah.
Because I just tuned into some right-wing channels just to see how they were responding. And
You were like, oh, right.
They're of course they're acting like the left is dancing on his grave and firing pistols in the air, and no one's really doing that. People are just saying, don't forget who this guy was. We shouldn't be having moments of silence for him at NFL games.
Yeah.
And that's what we're doing. So it's important for us to remember who this guy was. And they're interpreting that as us dancing on his grave and being glad that he's dead and all that shit. And they're going to believe what they want. I was typing in the chat on this guy from Pennsylvania, conservative populist, he calls himself. And I was talking with them and I said, like, you know, who on the left, who are some big name lefties that are celebrating Charlie's assassination? And he didn't come up with anybody. So they're just going to believe what they want. Their victimhood justifies their narcissism. Talk about this on my channel a lot, is if you're the victim, then you're allowed to get away with a lot of shit, aren't you? If you're the victim, then you're allowed to get away with a lot of shit. And that's what they want, dude. They want to be the victims. So that, I mean, that's what Trump's MO has been from the beginning, is the bully playing the victim.
Yeah. It's a classic bully move. You said something to me for whenever a bully is called on, by the teacher or whoever's a parent. They said, well, they did this, and they changed their voice to be all soft. Well, I was attacked. That's what they've been doing. As if you if you needed any kind of reminder of who these people are, it's fucking Stephen Miller. It's all of them coming out.
I call them the four horsemen. The four horsemen of Goebbels is Bannon, Miller, Shapiro, and Kirk. And now
I would replace that
obviously
with Shapiro and Tucker.
No, because Tucker was popular way before Trump.
Yeah.
Those four people really became powerful because of Trump.
Okay. All right. I can see that.
Yeah, Tucker's
what
been
about
around
Shapiro?
for a while.
Because Shapiro's been around for a while. But
Shapiro's been around for a while, but
and he was
really
anti-Trump
grew.
at first.
Yeah, he was. But it shows you that crowd, they don't care.
Yeah.
They don't
And they
care what
really
you used to
don't
say.
care
There's no
about
accountability.
being hypocrites. They don't
No.
care about, like, they.
No, my
the reason they're
co-host
saying
of
everyone's
my-
dancing on the grave because that's what they do. That's what they do.
Exactly.
And they assume
That's what
everyone
they did
else
with
does.
with the Minnesota politicians who got sniped.
Yeah, Paul
that's what they
Pelosi.
did. And,
Anyone, George Floyd.
My co-host on Left Coast Live, which I'm going live tonight at 7:30 p.m. or sorry 6:30 p.m. Pacific, 9:30 p.m. Eastern. My co-host on Left Coast Live says that the Republican Party is built on hypocrisy, and they say one thing and then they do the exact opposite.
Yeah,
I
they
mean,
just don't care, and they
don't care.
Stop caring.
And they talk about
being
freedom of
embarrassed.
speech. Well, they talk about freedom of speech and how that's what Charlie stood for. That's was his ethos, was the First Amendment, right? First Amendment and the Second Amendment, ironically, were his ethos.
Yeah.
And so, isn't it just a test of the freedom of speech to say, I don't think he should have gotten shot and killed, but am I glad he's gone? Yes. And people are getting fired for that.
Yeah.
People are fucking getting fired for saying shit like that, and it's ridiculous.
They're getting. I mean, dude, they had a whole website. They had a whole website until someone sued to bring it down.
Oh, right. Yeah, I saw
I
that.
still have it logged in, but it's can't be reached. But it's charliesmurderers.com. This is what they did right away. Stephen Miller coming out. We're gonna label any leftist organization that we want, anything that we decide. We're going to define the rules of what hate speech is and whatnot. That's what their arguments have been on CNN. That guy, Scott Jennings, who's always on the fucking round table. He's going like, well, you've been calling us Nazis and fascists and racists.
Yeah,
for
that's
this
the
long."
problem,
Well,
right?
That's
the problem.
Those are the slurs, not the actual slurs. They want the actual slurs to just be commonplace again. They miss it when it was commonplace to say, call someone gay for being dumb or whatever, or the R slur for disabled people. It's all over Twitter because that's what Elon wants, because that's what he remembers, and they don't want societal consequences. They don't want people to think they're assholes, and you just can't legislate that. You can't force it down people's throats. The more you try, the more people are going to think you're assholes.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, it's one of those vicious cycles types of deals.
Yeah.
But that's the case. That's the case with a lot of things in American politics today. And people are just hearing what they want to hear. But the victimhood thing really drives me nuts because these fucking bullies have been just pushing hardworking immigrants around ever since Trump took office with these ICE raids. And it's like everyone's forgotten about that. And
even
they don't care. They look at them less than. They say, "Oh, they're illegal. They shouldn't even be here."
Yeah.
It's like, so wait a second. I thought you hated the government, and so you think the government's immigration law is like fair, balanced, makes sense.
Right.
Of course it doesn't.
Does
It's fucked.
when you
The
break it
immigration law is
down.
fucked.
To anyone, when you really we've seen it on CNN, MSNBC, The Daily Show, fucking Colbert, for John for 20 years. We've seen it, them being confronted with their lies, their double standards, their hypocrisy, and they just shrug and they keep getting elected, and it doesn't fucking matter. So now they don't care. They don't even care to try. Like some people still try, like the establishment ones. Susan Collins and them. But it doesn't matter if you say you disagree, but you vote for it anyway, or like we're done. We're done.
Yeah.
We're done getting placated to, especially when
that's
Charlie.
what. Go ahead.
I'm sorry.
No, you got it.
Especially when Charlie Kirk is getting fucking this much airtime, and then moments of silence at baseball games. This fucking happened. Nina Turner, 13 homeless people were killed in Minneapolis. America shrugs. These folks are not invisible, not disposable, not less than human. Like, this happened, yesterday? Is this getting round the clock cover? It's still Charlie Kirk.
No.
And that's because that's all the Republicans are talking about. They know how to. They're not even clever, man. They're not even clever. That's the most frustrating part.
No, they know how to deal with the moment. They know how to deal with the moment.
They just repeat it.
And they've got different weapons in their toolbox where it's like they could do the distraction, they could do the victimhood, they could just straight up bully and shame. They could talk about transgender people. They can go racist, dog whistle. Like, they got a lot of weapons in their arsenal, and it takes a good education to be able to see them all coming.
And the news doesn't do shit. They just react. They just react to whatever they say. What are you guys going to say today? Oh, you're going to say that? Well, we're going to talk about what you said. We're going to say this. We're going to stand for this. You talk about it. You talk about how we should still have sniper rifles available. Right. Defend that. Defend it. Not, they'll stop politicizing, blah, blah, blah. I don't care. Why should we have sniper rifles just available at Walmart? God damn. It's so frustrating that they're so dumb.
Yeah, but they would call you dumb. Like, these guys on these shows that I was listening to, they would totally call you and I dumb.
I know, but
and they would be like, well, these guys don't understand guns. And that people, they would counter what you just said with people have a right to defend themselves.
Okay, you don't need to defend yourself from 500 yards away.
Right, exactly.
No one's coming for you.
Right.
Like, goddamn, man. I get it. And again, have guns available. Go to a shooting range, and they have all the different kinds of guns that you can play with, test, and whatever the fuck. There, in that safe environment. And then you have to give it back to them when you're done. And you can have a personal shot, like what Joe Biden said, get a shotgun. Remember when he made that ad after Sandy Hook?
Yeah.
Get a shotgun. That's all you need is shotgun. That's it. Get a shotgun.
I don't want a damn gun. I don't want a damn gun. I don't want anybody. I don't want a gun in my goddamn house. Like, I just don't want it. I just don't want it in my house. I don't want anything to do with guns. And I mean, people have to get real. It's not about defending yourselves. More often than not, people want a gun so that they can feel powerful. Okay?
Yes.
That's what they really want. They really want to feel powerful. This was my last episode of the Who Are MAGA series. I finished up, I think, about a year ago. And I did one on the gun nuts. So I encourage you guys to check that out. And please subscribe to my channel if you haven't already, because I could use the subs. But I want to move on to this shooter and his identity, because I keep scrounging for details, and they're really hard to come by. Reliable details are really hard to come by. But all I've been hearing is, so far, this is what I know, is like he comes from a MAGA family. But some people are saying he was like the only lefty in his family. There was the Groyper theory early on, but that has since kind of waned. But still, it seems like there is still mystery surrounding who this guy is and what his motivations were.
Well, I have this article from Ken Klippenstein that I showed on my show yesterday that kind of goes into, he got leaked some of the Discord chat that he was in, that the shooter was in, and kind of goes into it. Are those
legit? Are those verified messages, though?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes. Ken Klippenstein, I do not.
Yeah, but what did he say? He doesn't want the hate, right? He didn't identify with the left. He didn't like.
Yeah, no, he did.
He didn't say like, oh, he didn't say like, oh, Hassan is my favorite progressive lefty or something like that.
Ultimately, Ken Klippenstein says he's going to be identified as a nihilist, violent extremist, is what the federal government is starting to look into. People who have no discernible motivation, like political motivation for killing high-profile figures, like Luigi, like this guy, who's, I mean, Luigi had personal grievances with the healthcare company, as you described the other week,
right?
But also, like, this guy who shot Kirk just found out that Kirk was going to be nearby. The guy who shot at Trump also falls into this category. He just found out that Trump was going to be nearby,
right?
And he wanted to do something to become famous, to have some kind of meaning. And it's because, or at least the going theory is that a lot of young men are told you have to be, I mean, I think you said this maybe, have to either get really rich or really famous. One of those two things, and you have to do it as soon as possible.
Yes.
And if not, you're a loser. So by the time they hit mid-20, they're post-school, school's done. What are you doing now? You're supposed to have...
Shooter's only 22. But
well,
the full sense of purpose...
I mean, you're looking down the barrel of literally no more college. Like, you know, they said he only went to like 6 months of like a technical school or something. Like on remote online school. So like he wasn't even in college. He's looking down the rest of his life going like, am I going to make an impact? Because I have to, because I see Andrew Tate saying you have to. I see Logan Paul having all the mansions and the diamonds and whatever the fuck. And it's the pressure, dude. We grew up under it. We saw like rappers and fucking celebrities, actors have cool shit, rock stars.
A lot of people who, because you're doing what I like to call empathetic arithmetic right now. And
that's a good term. I like it.
Yeah, you should. You can take it as long as you give credit. But a lot of maybe women would struggle to understand that kind of sociopathy, that need to matter. Mm-hmm. But I think it goes all the way back to our hunter-gatherer days, where it's like my purpose is not really the purpose of my life is to protect and provide for others, and that's really what a man back in the hunter-gatherer days was supposed to do, right? Protect and provide. Right. And so when you grow up and you still have that innate desire in you, and then you grow up in a society that tells you, basically what you just said, you're either a winner or a loser, and most people who are
here's what we mean
men,
by winner and loser.
But the straight white man thing too is like it's particularly like pronounced that like there's no excuse for you to not be a winner.
Exactly. You don't have the excuse of you're black and you're systemically oppressed. You're a woman and you're systemically. You don't have the excuse of any other. And when you're a white man, you look at those as excuses, like, oh, affirmative action. You took someone's spot because you don't. The government tried to fix a problem that wasn't really there. It should be merit and blah blah blah. But yeah, as a straight white man, you're like, well, I should be. Why aren't I? Why don't I have a house right now? I'm in my early 20s. Every sitcom says the parents got married in their 20s, moved out. Like, these are the checklist of life things to do. And why aren't I filling this out? I don't have a political understanding of the systemic problems that have happened over time and how the middle class has never really existed and been shrunk. And so I'm just angry. And I know a famous person's going to be in a convenient spot. I have access to guns. This is my chance. Maybe in a moment of panic, I don't know, but
desperation. It's desperation.
Exactly.
It's the ability. It's the power thing. Power is defined as the ability to create change or prevent it. And I think he probably heard just a lot of some guys that we're friends with on YouTube said earlier today that like these Charlie Kirk America First Turning Point USA events, they were effectively Hitler Youth recruiting events.
Yeah.
They really effectively were. Like insofar as Charlie Kirk was a Nazi, these would qualify these would qualify as youth recruiting events,
And
it's disgusting. Like, but I mean, it's actually like if there's the big negative of him being assassinated is the martyrdom.
Yeah.
Is the revisionist history, the whitewashing of his legacy, which was like, now it's not okay to call him a Nazi because of the way he died.
Nah, man. Just like Ben Dixon was saying, like the way you could still be like, he should be alive. He should be alive, but he wasn't a good person. He wasn't a good person. Like, it was shocking when that happened. And it was shocking to see the video as a human being, like feeling like, oh my God.
That's what it was.
It's scary.
Too. That's exactly what it was.
Definitely.
It was seeing him die and being like, wow, I wouldn't wish that on anybody. But yeah, and then this competition over the identity and purpose of the shooter. And my whole thing is like, no matter where that conversation goes, everyone's obsessed with it. And I get it, like totally get it, you know? You want to know who did it, what was his motivation, you know, that kind of thing. But it's not going to end up mattering because we're already at war. People are saying like, oh, we need a civil war. It's like, this war's been going on for a while. I've been saying it on my channel for fucking ever since I started my channel, is that they're waging war on us. Go watch the Steve Bannon documentary, American Dharma, and he will tell you that MAGA America, which is what he, is a craftsman for, is the purpose of it is to wage unapologetic socio-cultural war on any kind of progressive change, any kind of liberal change.
Yeah.
And
wasn't that
extreme.
the Breitbart mission too?
Yes.
Andrew Breitbart?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So this is for people who are familiar with conservative culture, you know, we understand that fascism is the natural net result of conservative politics devolving over time. Like, we know that. But most people don't. And most people don't understand that, like, we're living in a fascist war. I found out, I got a blood relative, that I found out voted for Trump 3 times, and so did their spouse, and they were huge Charlie Kirk fans. And so now I have to see them at some point in the relatively near future.
Aye.
And it's like, how's that going to go? I'm just going to stand out. I'm just going to stay on my fucking high horse, man. It's like, I've been right about this shit since I was a kid.
Dude.
Like I haven't been right about the left since I was a kid. I'm not going to say that. But ever since I went to college and actually like did the homework and studied conservatism, I've been right about the right. I've been right about the right for over 20 years.
It's scary. You know, I rejected it. Like, I went to progressive schools, you know, my whole life, and I hated my parents. I hated the teachers. So the authority figures I didn't like. So you must be wrong. The opposite of what you're telling me must be right. So I guess that's that thing, republicanism, that you won't really tell me about. You just keep telling me they're racist and they're bad. And I don't know what that means. And I don't see any racists around me here in New York City. So it must not be true. Let me go investigate this shit. And I didn't really care. So I didn't really investigate. But once I started watching the news, because I was curious and I found it entertaining, I recognized, I was like, oh my God, they were right. My teachers were right. These people are racist. They are dumb. Yeah. They are vicious and cruel and want to harm.
Confederate Christian Nationalism. CCN. Confederate Christian Nationalism. That's the enemy. All those, see, that's the thing, is if you could get that message to like the Republican New Yorkers, like the New York conservatives and the California conservatives, it's like, do you know who you're in political bed with? Do you know who your, like, you know, your political spouse is? It's a Confederate flag waving, Bible beating gun nut. Like, all you kind of like Northeast and West Coast conservatives, like they're completely oblivious to that. Or some of them embrace it. Like places like Fresno and Bakersfield, they like have the Confederate flag all over the place in those towns.
This is what I've been thinking. Like, some of these people, the elites, right, the moneyed people, Some of them are true believers and truly believe the shit. And most of them, I would say most, I don't know, you may know more better than I do, but I would say most are just in it for the money. And so we'll go whichever way that the money goes, and knows that this shit is chaotic and destructive because they remember the first term. It wasn't great for them. They got tax breaks for themselves, but their companies didn't, because if people don't have the money to spend to go out, that's what's happening in DC, or they're afraid because the troops are walking around, it's not going to be good for business.
Right.
They don't want, and
that's why
eventually they're going to pick a side and they're going to be like, all right, like FDR, and they go, okay, we'll cut you a check for the people so they don't come and kill us. Let's get back to work and back to business.
Right.
And have some regulations. And then we'll, slowly work to undo that over time. But right now, at least we get a break. And that's coming. I think it's coming. With Zoran, fucking Graham Plattner in Maine, Kat Abu in Chicago, all these candidates rising up, the movements rising up, the No Kings protests. The tide is changing, I hope.
Yeah, it's just going to take longer than you expect it to or want it to. Just, make sure.
Yeah, but I think it will be faster.
I think it's going to take two or three election cycles. 2 or 3.
Don't make me wait.
Hopefully 2, because we're going to presidency, and I can see Gavin coming back to the left a little bit harder than he used to be.
Again,
I can see him getting in touch
I can
with
see
his
him
roots.
being a weather vane. Kathy Hochul endorsed Mamdani.
Yeah,
like they're looking for their futures.
Yeah,
they're gonna come around.
Yeah, hopefully.
But in the meantime, we can watch them fight a little bit. So in the wake of Charlie Kirk, this is Lon Harris. He's a movie critic, but he works on the Some More News show. He said, having failed to kickstart Civil War II, the new class, they've decided the best way to honor their favorite podcaster is turning on one another in his memory. So this right-wing account says Tucker Carlson reveals that Charlie Kirk told him many times in private that he did not like Netanyahu. Says Kirk saw Netanyahu as a destructive force and was horrified by the children being killed in Gaza under his leadership. And that's Tucker saying that. So then Bill Ackman jumps in, goes, Tucker Carlson went on a rant yesterday trying to tattle to Turning Points and suggested that I was in Jeffrey Epstein's constellation of people who have been getting away with scams. Ooh, I didn't know that. That's funny. His evidence is that the most useless people who have no actual skills become billionaires. True. That's a true thing, Tucker said. He referred to me as an example of one of those most useless billionaires in Jeffrey Epstein's constellation. And what's next? Ted Cruz. I'm getting really tired of Tucker and his cronies falsely claiming Charlie agreed with me that Israel is terrible and the problem is America is all the damn Jews. I knew Charlie went well, and indeed, the very last conversation we had was how deeply concerned he was about the rising toxic wave. First of all, Ted Cruz, a senator, retweeting like some random Twitter account, just it never gets old for me. And then what's the last one? This guy comes back.
I need you to do all the Twitter shit for me. I can't stand the Twitter platform.
I love it. I think it's so funny.
Oh God, I hate it.
The last one is him saying Candace Owens warns she is ready to go to war against anyone who thinks they can step in to replace Charlie Kirk. She promises to release every single text messages and expose everything. Owens tells them to back off now, claiming she knows exactly who they are over my dead body, which I'm sure can be arranged. So she's accusing, I didn't see that shit. She's accusing Ben Shapiro and the Daily Wire. Because they're here, rumors are they wanted to buy it like right after. And I was like, they're already on the corpse, dude. The vultures are already fucking eating themselves.
To buy what? To buy
Turning Points, yeah. Ben Shapiro was looking into it.
Library of content or something?
Library content, have a new host, and fold Turning Points into the Daily Wire, because apparently Daily Wire is bleeding money.
I don't know.
And subscribers, because they don't trust Ben.
Do you know why?
Israel.
Do you know why Turning Point USA was so successful?
Coke
Yeah,
money.
because of the money. Because of the money that they had. Any idiot could have started a new media venture if they had access to hundreds of millions of dollars to go get out and market their shit and take up all the best real estate and get all the Saturday nights they need to attract college kids. I mean, it'd be so easy. It was just a gimmick. And then Steven Crowder did the same thing.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, wow. He was like, oh, the college kids. It's like, yeah, they're college kids. They're there learning.
Yeah, it was an easy way. I mean, and this all started with O'Reilly. O'Reilly was the guy who started that by sending out a man on the street who was, for most of the time, Jesse Waters. And he didn't even come up with it. Jay Leno did that shit on the Tonight Show. That was
but they didn't do the college students. I think that was Kirk, wasn't it? Kirk that did the college
but they
students?
learned that they could send someone out on the street and manipulatively edit the footage to make it funny, to make it.
Yeah.
And that was the Jay Leno bit on the Tonight Show. And then
Sure.
O'Reilly decided, oh, well, I can make it seem like liberals don't know anything.
Right.
So that's what they did on Fox. And then spun out into like, oh, anybody could, just like fucking Dateline with Chris Hansen. Now he doesn't have a show. He's doing it on YouTube with a bunch of other YouTubers who are also just randomly trying to catch pedophiles. Like that's their content that they make.
Wow. I didn't know that.
Yeah. So also what's going on because of this Charlie Kirk shit, because, it's the dance, they got a gift in that they can fucking talk about this instead of Epstein and whatnot. They're having the CEOs of Discord, Steam, Twitch, and Reddit have been called to testify in front of Congress. They will answer to the American. This is the House Oversight Committee account, by the way. They will answer to the American people how their platforms have been used by radicals to advance political violence, including the assassination of Charlie Kirk. So this is the old 90s video game hysteria again. And you can't talk about guns. So they're trying to blame video games now. And I doubt it's going to work because they're fucking the Charlie Kirk's fans, the internet fans, the younger ones, they're all fucking video gamers.
Right.
Like that's the profile, the Ken Klippenstein article about this shooter is that he was from, middle, all over the place. Probably leaning conservative because of his family and whatnot, but was interested in a trans person sexually. Like that's all. That's the only thing that the right has to call them a left winger, is that they were sexually attracted to a trans person. It's like, but that's first of all, the amount of Grindr things that go up when the RNC is in town. Yeah. Me and Christina talked about that yesterday, but it doesn't. It's not a part of the ideology.
No.
You could be as racist as fuck and fucking homophobic as fuck in your legislation and your actions and still be, attracted to gay guys. Look at fucking Lindsey Graham, allegedly. But
allegedly. Nothing alleged about that.
I mean, I'm saying it for posterity, folks.
Exactly. It's being
But yeah, what do you
polite.
think
We don't
about them
need to be.
dragging these people into Congress and what's going to look like? It's going to be hilarious on the internet. I'll tell you that.
Yeah. Yeah. I didn't even know. So they're giving the subpoenas out to those 4 social media outlets.
Yeah. It looks like the CEOs.
I didn't even know Reddit had a
each one.
CEO. And what is Steam?
Okay, Steam is a video game launcher. So you'll on your computer, you'll open up Steam, and then that's where you'll buy games from. It's like a digital storefront, essentially.
Steam, Twitch, and Reddit, and Discord. I mean, Discord, there's a lot of conservatives that use Discord.
Yep.
Reddit's pretty liberal or pretty left, at least in my experience.
There are pockets. I mean, there's a reason why 4chan spawned out of Reddit and then got cleaved off.
What did?
4chan, I believe.
4chan started out of Reddit?
I believe I thought so. I don't know. I could
Yeah.
be corrected in the chat.
Yeah.
But this is the full statement, I guess. Today, House Oversight and Government and blah, blah, blah. James Comer invited the chief executive officers of Discord, Steam, Twitch, and Reddit to testify in a hearing on October 8th. All right. So that's, we'll check that out when that happens. The hearing will examine the radicalization of online forum users. I mean, it's Steam, you can't, again, look, basically with Steam and Twitch, it's like bringing in YouTube CEO, you know, but Steam specifically, there's not even really comment sections or forums. I guess there might be. I don't use them, so there could be a whole ecosystem out there on Steam that I don't know
you're not
about.
aware of, right?
But like, it's really just chats in video games. So you ever play
Discord...
a Call of Duty online with the headphones on?
Yeah.
I mean, have you heard the slurs that are just spoken constantly? It's been like that for 20 years. It's going to be like that. That's just how it is.
The slurs, like people dropping like the N-bomb and stuff.
Oh yeah.
And during playing Call of Duty.
You never heard?
No.
Oh yeah, because you're all anonymous. I mean, that's our generation. That's us who created that because we're anonymous. You're not never going to know who I am, so I can say whatever words I want. That's what we did a lot, our 13-year-old selves, to establish this crazy internet culture. But I wouldn't say it's our fault. I would say it's our parents' fault.
Oh, yeah? Okay. Sure. Why not?
It's our parents' fault for not understanding that we're joking. That's what happened with Facebook. They came into Facebook. They took everything seriously.
Like on the casings, if you are reading this, you are gay.
I mean, that's the culture that they are in, is that it's funny that the governor said that at a press conference.
Right.
Because he had to.
Right.
Like, that's the joke. Right. It's like a Joker joke, man. It's from the comic books. That's it's crazy. I'm telling you, the Joker has done shit similar to make himself laugh, and that is essentially what they're going for. But he's not even one of those guys. He's not one of those guys who did this on purpose. Like, he did this to, I don't know, I'm gonna put these on bullets. Maybe I hit him, maybe I don't. Maybe they kill me before I get there. He has no idea that this is actually gonna happen. You know, and he did it, and like the footage, you see him run off the roof. Crazy.
So do you know what the conservatives are saying is like the problem? Why this is happening? They're saying it's because we're calling them Nazis.
Yeah, it's Scott Jennings on CNN.
They're
saying calling us Nazis.
They're calling us Nazis. So people are rising up and taking them out. And it's like people can think for themselves.
Mm-hmm.
People can think for themselves. People decide for themselves. Aren't you guys all about individual freedom and individual responsibility? So this is just some individual that took matters into his own hands. And if you actually do know numbers and permutations, like, it's just a matter of time before the circumstances were going to line up with the individual and the vigilante, right? Vigilantism. That's the argument, right? That's the argument right now. And I know Vosh is someone that is weighed in on vigilantism. He is a hard no on vigilantism. And I don't know.
I mean, they're trying to stoke it. Like you say, it's all projection. The reason why they're like, oh, all these things influenced people into doing this is because they don't think much of people. They don't think that people can think for themselves and make their own decisions. They think they can tell people how to feel, how to think. That's what they've been trying to do, and it doesn't work. They're trying to force it now, and it's still not working. People actively go, wait, and especially when you try to force it. They've been smart since civil rights. They've been smart about being quiet, dog whistle. Yes, they'll be outward. I mean, Kirk did it. We showed clips. He was really good at seeming like a nice guy, calm-mannered. I'm saying my truth. I'm going to stand up for my beliefs. And that's what I'm doing. And he acted. That was his act. That was his shtick.
It's amazing
but
to me.
The shit that he says, it causes violence. I mean, Brian Kilmeade, that Nina Turner thing, of 13 people killed or shot, hurt in mass shootings in Minneapolis, could be directly linked to fucking Brian Kilmeade saying on air, the homeless people, they should just kind of be killed. Like, I don't know, if they don't want help, they don't want help. Man, maybe you should just give them involuntary lethal injection. Like, and then he did apologize a couple days later on Fox. But in that time, someone might have had the idea, you know what, this guy's right. There'll be less crime if I do this. There'll be less problems if I do this. The city will be better if I do this. And they had access and they went out and they did something in a moment. I don't know. But it's not getting talked about. It's not getting talked about as much as Charlie Kirk, by the way, to remind people.
Yeah, I mean, so what outlet is that? What outlet was covering
ABC.
local news? Okay.
ABC.
Yeah, because CNN and MSNBC are super guilty of not covering shit as much as they should.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, I don't know. I haven't been watching ABC or CNN or MSNBC that much, but they're just so scared to death of coming across as like cold and insensitive that they won't bring up the negative side of Charlie Kirk's life, and that he was.
And they're terrified because I get it. They're public. They're people on TV in this nation knowing who these people are. Like, we know who they are. We're on a small enough channel that I don't think it's going to get much reach, but we are looking to get reach. We are looking to be big personalities. This is a concern. Hassan said it too. And you don't want to be seen as even close to celebrating,
right?
Or anything. And yeah, the Republicans are fucking goading, trying to goad. I saw Dave Rubin yesterday on the Vanguard Boys podcast talking about he was on Piers Morgan with Cenk Uygur,
right?
And they work together, and so he's being like, you played this about how he should get harassed, blah blah blah. You incited this, and Cenk's like, dude, are you trying to put a target on me?
Yeah,
and that's a valid concern. That's a valid concern. So I understand why people on CNN and MSNBC wouldn't want to, but like, if you're Rachel Maddow, if you're someone who can afford private security, fucking talk about it. Play his clips. Just play his clips.
I know.
Like, that's
it's
all.
Like the guy's on public record. The guy's on public record in a lot of ways, saying some controversial shit, saying some racist shit, saying some xenophobic shit.
Everything he says. Just fucking take out a block of MSNBC time for an hour and just play his show for an hour. And then follow it with, that was Charlie Kirk's show. Do you see, people, who this guy was? I'm sorry.
No, that's the kind of clarity that's come from a few days, right? Of it being out there and having like the time to reflect on it and dealing with the sensory effect of seeing it, right? Of seeing the assassination. That was the toughest part of like coming to terms with what happened, is that you saw it.
Yeah.
And you're like, oh, I wouldn't wish that on anyone.
And people, but
it doesn't take away.
But people
from the
have been
guy
seeing images of genocide for 2 years.
Right, exactly. But they haven't been. They haven't been seeing it. They've been turning a blind eye.
Not as much, for sure.
They've been turning a blind eye to it, for sure.
I do have a clip of Obama talking about Charlie Kirk.
I haven't watched, I'm going to try and fix this fucking desk thing. Fire it up, and I'm going to try and...
Obama weighed in on Charlie Kirk's death. This is, first of all, Charlie Kirk would have laughed that this even happened. That Obama would have to kind of try and defend him here. That's so ironic. But anyways, this is Obama talking about it.
Look,
a little 3-minute clip.
Yep. Obviously, I didn't know Charlie Kirk. I was generally aware of some of his ideas. I think those ideas were wrong. But that doesn't negate the fact that what happened was a tragedy and that I mourn for him and his family. He's a young man with 2 small children and a wife who obviously, and a huge number of friends and supporters who cared about him. And so we have to extend grace to people during their period of mourning and shock. We can also, at the same time, say that I disagree with the idea that the Civil Rights Act of 1964 was a mistake. That's not that's not me politicizing the issue. It's making an observation about who are we as a country. I can say that I disagree with the suggestion that my wife or Justice Jackson does not have adequate brain processing power.
I mean, that's kind of all we need to see from that. But like, yeah, and he took it personal, dude. They've been talking shit about Michelle. He knows. I've been calling her a man since day one.
Yeah. No, he knows who Charlie Kirk is and what he stood for, and they went after the Obamas really bad. I mean, if there is a guiding light in terms of understanding the evil that Charlie Kirk represented, it is through the lens of Black America. Just go ahead and check out what Black people have to say about Charlie Kirk, because they were listening to what he said about them.
Yeah.
And it's pretty straightforward. If you have any Black friends or relatives, and just ask them what they thought about Charlie Kirk, and they'll probably give you some insightful
They'll
shit
most
to work
likely
with.
say, who's that?
Yeah,
is that
yeah,
the guy who
exactly.
just died last
Just
week?
died, yeah.
Because they don't know, dude. He's
Right.
not that big of a figure. This is most people's first time hearing about it.
Right.
I would wager. We do have some breaking news that my lovely disembodied off-screen wife has texted me.
Okay.
Jimmy Kimmel has been pulled off the air for what he said about Charlie Kirk, and I had to find out.
I saw
what he
that in the
said.
chat. I saw that in the chat.
Oh, okay.
But I didn't know what he said.
Yeah. So this apparently is the clip of him getting pulled, of what he said that got the right wing. Again, they're headhunting right now. They're going, who can we take? This is what happened. And I guarantee you this is why. Because I saw when I was looking for this just now, ABC fired Roseanne. And then they wanted blood. They said, Roseanne's one of us. We're going to take one of yours. Cernovich got a hate campaign going against James Gunn. Disney fired James Gunn. Warner Brothers hired him. We know the whole story. We talk about it, me and Christina, when we talk about DC stuff. But that's the story. So now this is another one. We want Jimmy off the air. We don't like what he said. We want him off the air. Fire him. And ABC has already paid money to Trump, to the administration, to settle the lawsuit because they don't want smoke. And anyways, this is what Jimmy said that they got mad at.
We hit some new lows over the weekend with the MAGA gang desperately trying to characterize this kid who murdered Charlie Kirk as anything other than one of them and doing everything they can to score political points from it. In between the finger pointing, there was grieving. On Friday, the White House flew the flags at half staff, which got some criticism. But on a human level, you can see how hard the president is taking this.
My condolences on the loss of your friend Charlie Kirk. May I ask, sir, personally, how are you holding up over the last day and a half, sir?
I think very good. And by the way, right there, you see all the trucks? They've
what did
just
he say?
started
He just quoted him.
construction of the new ballroom for the White House.
I remember this, yeah.
Which is something they've been trying to get, as you know, for about 150 years. And it's going to be a beauty.
Yes. He's at the fourth stage of grief, construction. There's demolition, construction. This is not how an adult grieves the murder of someone he called a friend. This is how a 4-year-old mourns a goldfish, okay?
So
I mean, that's hilarious.
Terribly
There you go. So much for
offensive.
free speech.
Yeah.
So much for free speech. I mean, the hypocrisy is ridiculous.
Yeah.
I've always been reluctant to call out hypocrisy for some reason because I feel like I'm a hypocrite in so many ways.
Yeah, me too.
But
everyone
it's
is.
just like, this is so bad. This is so brutal.
I wanted to share. This is another.
They say free speech, and then if you just say anything slightly critical about Kirk right now,
I'm
then
telling you,
get censored.
Trump might not be taking it that seriously, but everyone else is. 'Cause look, some of people are getting tattoos.
See,
of
y'all,
turning
it's not
points.
a cult.
I mean,
Ew.
like,
just gross.
this is a political action. This is a pack. You're getting a tattoo of a pack.
Yeah. I saw a right winger last night talking about how, like, oh, the left wants to investigate Turning Point USA, but they don't want us to investigate any of their PACs. And I'm like, There you go, dude. Not a right winger not knowing the left. Actually, progressives and socialists, we're all down to see investigations of the PACs. We're down to see the PACs go away.
Yeah, we don't want.
We're down to see the
period.
PACs go away. So, like the mischaracterization. I was watching Scaramucci's podcast because I find him hilarious, and they were trying to suggest that the left wingers are the worst at understanding conservatives' arguments. It's like, no, we just reject them because we understand them so well. There are no arguments. It's not fact-based reasoning. Like they just
the ultimate
they have
argument
it in,
is I don't feel good about this. I don't want to
Right.
see it.
Exactly. It's like the way that they have demonized trans people, like that's an issue I didn't even really want to deal with. I was just like, this is just the gay rights all over again. They have to vilify somebody. So they're going to vilify the trans people now because it's not cool to vilify the gays anymore.
Yeah, but they're going to turn that. They're trying to turn that back. And again, Dave Rubin, you're gonna learn. It wasn't a good idea. Every black conservative also gonna learn. Wasn't a good idea, dude. A black conservative
no sympathy.
Congressman could be driving down the street. A fucking ICE agent stops them, and they say, "Well, I'm a congressman. Don't you know who?" That ICE agent doesn't know who you are.
Right.
You lowered the standards of letting people join ICE.
Yeah, stop and frisk.
You don't want education in this country. They don't know who you are, and you get popped. Like, it's not going to end well. But
well, I mean, yeah, it's a lot of. I mean, you tell me, but this on the superficial level, it seemed like the black people that were remotely interested in MAGA were pretty much all men, and it was black men that the vibe that I got were like, I'm gonna get rich. Like that was the vibe. Like I'm gonna be
black excellence, black capitalism.
I'm gonna be an entrepreneur and get just stupid rich, and that's what's most important.
Yeah,
that seems like, and that's that's not specific to just black men who supported MAGA. It's the case for a lot of other minorities. Probably every gay.
I mean,
that's gone
Snoop
MAGA
Dogg.
is probably the same
Snoop
way.
Dogg performed at the inauguration.
I know. That was really
he just wants
disappointing.
money. He doesn't care.
Right.
And he's like, well, why are people mad at me?
It's like, because this guy's a fascist, you
It's
idiot.
like, dude, you've
You're
been smoking
normalizing
weed
him.
for like too much and too long. Like,
yeah.
Stop.
Yeah, Snoopy needs to
listen to your
needs
friends
repent.
when they say, hey, don't go.
Well, there's
do
going to
that.
be a comeuppance, man. There's going to be a reckoning. There's going to be a repentance demand on public figures who supported Trump. It's like, you want to get your public respect back. You want to be treated with respect in public places.
And the only way this is really going to end, and you're right, and I got some more of that, but they need the people who committed crimes need to be prosecuted.
Yes.
There can be no more turning the page. We reconcile. We're okay. No. What happened in Brazil, Lula putting Bolsonaro in prison, that needs to happen.
Right.
Because he broke the fucking law.
Right.
But speaking of people cozying up, there's Jay-Z and
Yeah, I know.
Beyonce
Yeah, I saw that.
at dinner with Ivanka and Jared.
Oh, God.
It's at some kind of prison. I picture this more as not Jay-Z and Beyonce trying to get in with them, but Ivanka and Jared trying to be like, hey, can we still kind of like come to these fancy parties and like, we'll hang out at the Oscars and stuff? We don't really want to. We're not down with my dad. Like, come on. That's what the vibe I get.
Gross.
Yeah.
It's so gross. And I mean, what do you expect? The thing that the conservatives can't get around is the Epstein files. Like, at the end of the day, if you ever get into a pickle with a conservative or a Trump defender and they want to try to act as if Trump was anything remotely resembling a respectable or acceptable person to be president, then just stick the Epstein files in their face. Tell them to fuck off.
Yeah, but I understand where you're coming from, because you're saying like you're gonna have to go see some people soon who are like really into Charlie Kirk, and I understand, like, face to face when you're talking to someone. But I try to be like, well, dude, do you want more money in your paycheck? Do you want to not pay so much to go to the doctor? Why don't you think government should help with this? Like, what if government is for the people, by the people? It's us. It's you and me. We're the government.
Well, yeah,
we elect these people.
That's
So
a
shouldn't
conversation.
we get good shit? Don't you want money
That's
back?
going to happen north of the Mason-Dixon line. That's going to happen north of the Washington. That's going to happen the northern side of I-95. Like, that kind of conversation is not going to happen in the South.
Well, it can.
I mean, I don't think so. I don't think so. These people have been programmed to think that black people are dangerous, that immigrants are dangerous, that gays are dangerous.
But
and they,
you know, where do they work? Who is this fictional person that we're making up? Who is this?
But they've got Reagan has programmed them too to think that government's the problem. Like, you got to break through all those cultural assumptions that have been built up in their head.
By being like on a person-to-person level. You know, Mr. Southerner who works at a gas station. Do you serve black people at your gas station? Okay. Do you have black people who work here? Okay, you do. Do you trust them to do a good job? You hired them. Do you sit next to them at a lunch counter, or do you go to that restaurant if they have black people in it? Like, how I have to judge, I have to know on the insano-meter, like, how far gone you are. Because if you're to the point of like, yeah, I don't want to like be around people that I'm like, all right, well, there's really no breaking through to you, at least not from me.
Right.
Maybe from a white person, but even then, that had to be a different conversation. Okay, don't like black people, fine. But what about the paycheck that you are getting for operating that gas station? The costs of getting all the materials that you're going to sell in that gas station. I don't know. But it goes into your point of you need a different messenger for different situations.
Yes. That's why, I mean, they're never going to listen to a half black, half Jew talk to them about, anything down south. Like, it's just not going to happen. But I'm telling you, they won't even listen to me, man, because I'm too well educated. I took school too seriously. Like, they don't like the guys that did the learning. They don't want to do the learning. They want to learn about the New Testament, and that's enough.
Yeah.
They're so fucking lazy. A lot of this is laziness.
It's so lazy.
A lot of conservatism is just laziness. It's just intellectual laziness. They just don't want to do the work. They don't want to do the reading. They don't want to do the thinking for themselves.
Very true. Very true. They're not curious. They want it. They want to.
They want the shortcut to the answers. I talk about this in my. I talk about this in my third essay that you might remember, where it's not enough to just call them stupid, right? It's what kind of stupid, because stupid takes different forms, and they have low existential IQ. They have a low IQ with respect to answering those big questions of why are we here? What are we supposed to do with our lives? Yada, yada, yada. Oh, I know. I'll just go to church on Sundays, and that's where I'll get all the answers.
Yeah.
And
I'll feel good, and I won't have to think about it.
Exactly.
I do my 1 day a week, and that's it.
I call it spiritual stress. They don't know how to deal with their spiritual stress, so they have to get a minister to do it for them. But they're, I mean, and that's not to slam all religion, because we love Pastor Ben Dixon.
Yeah,
I mean,
of course.
When Christianity is used as the foundation of a spiritually enlightened community, then that's a beautiful thing. But predominantly, that's not what it's used for.
Speaking of that, kind of a dark into a light story, and then a funny one at the end, because we're almost out of time here.
Yeah.
Ben and Jerry's. Jerry is leaving the company because the company, I believe, has been sold, and
it's been sold.
They are, they have been staunchly anti-Israel. They're two Jews who created this ice cream shop, and now they can't do. They're active. They're being told by the parent company, you can't say this, you can't say that, and so Jerry's saying, I'm done. Put out a whole statement, and it's sad, but the thing that brought a little bit of like hope to me is Chance the Rapper talked about this, and Chance the Rapper is a big fucking name. All right, I haven't listened to any of his albums. Maybe I will on my channel. I do album reactions, movie reviews, all that kind of stuff. But he says Ben & Jerry's is the only major company I know of that has repeatedly lobbied for Black American reparations. 2 older men with access who have no incentive other than justice are now being punished and silenced for their unwavering support of Palestine. I'm not heartbroken. I'm galvanized. We will continue to fight the good fight. The tide is turning. The tide is turning. I keep saying. And this last piece is just funny to me. Eric Adams has calls on the city council to ban horse-drawn carriages, signs executive order to get the city to prepare to end the practice. And Bill de Blasio retweeted it because that was his position. And I agree with that. As a fucking native New Yorker, I feel horrible for the horse carriages at Central Park and other places around the city, mostly Central Park. They go through the streets, dude. It's not like away from the park. It's very like nervous.
You don't like the horse carriages? Don't make sense to you? No good on the
I mean,
horse carriages?
I care about animals. I think they should all be on fucking pastures running around giving horseback rides or whatever. But like in the city on concrete daily, and it's a taxing work, and they are going through the streets. They're in traffic, dude. You ever been stuck in traffic and there's a horse behind you? It's fucking weird. It's weird and scary because you don't know that the horse is not going to rear up and just kick your car. And smash the windows out, man. So I'm glad he's doing it. It's funny to me because it reminds me of Cuomo legalizing weed as he was getting kicked out, trying to like have some goodwill right at the end.
Yeah.
Which leads me to my little surprise announcement. In 2 weeks, on the 30th, I'm having Lindsey Boylan show up on this show, on my show, on this space, who first accused Cuomo, and has gotten that ball rolling and is a big part of New York politics. So I'm very excited for that.
That's great, man. Cool.
But I want to know what you have to say, and I want you to wrap it up. Take us out.
No, it's great. No, thank you for doing that. Yeah, thank you guys for listening. Please like, share, and subscribe to me if you haven't already. It's been a good show. Thank you, Alex, for joining us as always. And until next time, we're just both reminding you all that you don't get change in America by asking nicely. All of the recent events have proven that to be true. So please continue to watch this space and check out my channel to learn why that is the case. And try to get involved with your local DSA, Democratic Socialists of America, if you're wondering how to get politically activated. Because that's how I got activated, and that's how I'm staying activated. Thank you very much for watching. We'll see you next time.
So a lot has happened. A lot has come out, a lot of reactions since Charlie Kirk's assassination yesterday. I did a video on it just after it was reported that he had passed. This video, I want to focus on some of those reactions, some of the latest information as well, and some of the pushback from Republican lawmakers on what we are seeing from some right-wing pundits. So first, the latest information from the FBI Salt Lake City here, sharing this out. We are asking for the public's help identifying this person of interest in connection with the fatal shooting of Charlie Kirk at Utah Valley University. So a couple of images here. Not a whole lot to go on, but if you recognize the individual, you know who to contact. So in case you're wondering about the shirt, it reads, "Land of the Free, Home of the Brave." Robert Downen shared this yesterday. "I'm not in any way speculating, but I'm actually shocked how few people know that Charlie Kirk has for years been among the most reviled people on the planet by white supremacists, many of whom are radicalized by sustained campaigns painting him as an anti-white fraud." Again, I'm not speculating about the shooter. I just have been stunned how quickly people have jumped with certainty to partisan conclusions because in extremism spaces, the Charlie Kirk hater to Nazi pipeline is canon. It's how we got a generation of anti-Semitic extremists. So as someone who has largely checked out of following the right wing that closely because I just find it incredibly exhausting, I did not know this. Now, that isn't, again, let's not jump to conclusions. We have no idea who the person is, what motivations there were, but this is just something worth thinking about if you were not aware of this. This also came out from B&O News here, but they share this from the Wall Street Journal. Ammunition used by Charlie Kirk's assassin was engraved with transgender and anti-fascist ideology, but then an hour later, that was refuted. So, according to preliminary internal report circulated inside the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives, federal and local officials recovered ammunition with the rifle that appeared to be engraved with those statements. But a senior law enforcement official with direct knowledge of the investigation cautioned that report had not been verified by ATF analysts, did not match other summaries of the evidence, and might turn out to have been misread or misinterpreted. In fast-moving investigations, such status reports are not made public because they often contain a mixture of accurate and inaccurate information. So again, all this stuff coming out, just understand, take it with a grain of salt. The only thing worth noting right now, really, is that these are the images of a person they're looking for. So we don't know who the individual is, motivations, anything else. I think this is the only thing related to the actual investigation that you should be aware of. Now, this gets to what I really want to focus on here. As Reuters headline writes, Nation on Edge, experts warn of vicious spiral in political violence after Kirk killing. As they go on to write, Reuters identified last year at least 300 cases of potential violence across the U.S. between January 6, 2021, attack on the Capitol, and the 2024 presidential election, making the most significant and sustained surge in such violence since the 1970s. This also here from Johns Hopkins University. This was shared out shortly after those two Minnesota lawmakers were assassinated. Why is politically motivated violence on the rise in the U.S.? Johns Hopkins political scientist Liliana Mason explains how political violence is eroding American democracy and changing who participates in politics. So, yeah, just to be clear, this was after a gunman entered the homes of two Minnesota lawmakers on June 14th, killing one representative and her spouse and wounding the second couple. Those were Democrats. They write here, the number of threats against elected officials has been skyrocketing. We know this because the Capitol Police said that in 2024, they had more threats against members of Congress than ever before. And they go on to conclude, to counteract this, we can reaffirm that political violence is bad in our social spaces and in our communities. We can hold people to those norms and discourage them when they advocate for violence. I completely agree. That's why seeing crap like this is such an issue. Fox News' Jesse Waters says, we're going to avenge Charlie Kirk's death. This is a mainstream outlet. I don't have to explain that. Fox News. Watch this video.
Trump gets hit in the ear. Charlie gets shot dead. They came after Kavanaugh with a rifle to his neighborhood. They went after Musk's cars. Whether we want to accept it or not, they are at war with us. And what are we going to do about it? How much political violence are we going to tolerate? And that's the question we're just going to have to ask ourselves. And it has to stop now. And everybody's accountable. And we're watching what they're saying on television and who's saying what.
I am just struck by how authoritative he is trying to be. Everybody's accountable while he is calling for violence in response to an assassination where we don't even know who the suspect is. We don't know what motivations. We don't know anything about that person. Jumping to conclusions. Not to mention he mentions the attempt on Trump's life. That was a conservative that did that. He also doesn't mention, of course, January 6th, doesn't mention the attacks or the assassination of those Minnesota lawmakers. Like, there's just no other context here. Pretending it's all the left is so violent. This is incredibly dangerous. There's a couple other clips just quickly here worth sharing.
We're in a war. The left has been saying put a bullseye on Trump, a bullseye on his supporters.
Charlie Kirk's a casualty of war. We're in this country. We are.
They are at war with us.
Again, jumping to conclusions based on not even knowing who the individual is. So there's a couple of solid reactions here that I want to share. There may be more. These are just the ones that I've seen. But Tillis, so Tom Tillis, this is a Republican. Now, he's a Republican senator who is on the way to retirement. He said he's retiring. This may, potentially free him up. At least he may feel freed up to speak a little more honestly than he would have otherwise. Because a lot of other lawmakers on the right are not saying this. But his statement here, what I was really disgusted by yesterday is a couple of talking heads that sees this as an opportunity to say we're at war so that they could get some of our conservative followers lathered up over this. It seems like a cheap, disgusting, awful way to pretend like you're a leader of a conservative movement. And there were two in particular that I found particularly disgusting. Solid statement here from a Republican senator. I can't believe I'm saying this, but it's so rare to see this kind of thing denounced by a Republican. Here is Mark Wayne Mullen, who, again, not a fan of this lawmaker in any way. But David Sirota shared this clip. I think it's worth playing this as well.
Hold a responsibility to this. Republicans, Democrats, news outlets to the left and to the right. We in this country have faced some very difficult times. And every time we've been at our worst, we've been able to hit a reset button and recover. Hopefully we can all sit down and say, hey, it's time to take a deep breath and embrace what we have in this country, but not resort to where it's went. The temperature needs to be brought down in the political environment, and this is a good opportunity to do that.
Yeah. So you could argue there's a bit of conflation there with the left and the right and the kind of rhetoric that we actually see on a regular basis from one versus the other. That said, whatever, I'll take it. This is a much preferred reaction to the one we're seeing from some other pundits. This was shared as well. So Nancy Mace is just, watch the video.
I'm going to say this. Democrats own what happened today. I am devastated. My kids have called panicking. All the kids of every conservative in the country called panicking. Just because you speak your mind on an issue doesn't mean you get shot.
Then, by that logic, do Republicans own the shooting of the two Democratic lawmakers in Minnesota? Isn't this on both sides?
Are you kidding me?
No, I'm asking.
We don't know what condition Charlie Kirk is in right now. Some raging leftist lunatic put a bullet through his neck, and you want to talk about Republicans right now? No.
No, I'm asking
not
you.
at all.
You said the Democrats
have owned it too. But I'm asking, Democrats own this.
But isn't there a problem with political violence across the spectrum?
Yeah, we're talking about Charlie Kirk right now. That's the subject of this that we're talking about right now. Democrats own this 100%.
Look at the political opportunism. We have no idea who this person is that did this. Using this as a moment to put this on Democrats. Has the Democratic Party look at the current makeup of the Democratic Party. Have they really encouraged anybody to do anything? Look at Chuck Schumer. Look at Hakeem Jeffries. These are the most uninspiring people, political leaders I've seen in my life. These are not individuals who are going to excite people to do anything, good or bad. They're completely boring, useless politicians. So this idea that the Democratic Party is somehow behind, like it's so dishonest and gross. Like for people to criticize, those making light of the situation, those on social media, random accounts, whatever, like I get the backlash to that. But here is a lawmaker using this moment for a political opportunity without knowing anything about what actually happened. Here's Elizabeth Warren's reaction. Sorry, context. When asked who say Dems need to tone down their rhetoric, this is her reaction to that.
Oh, please. Right. Why don't you start with the President of the United States? Right? and every ugly meme he has posted and every ugly word.
And on that point, Dork, can't help but laugh at that name, shared this. By the way, I can pinpoint the exact moment political violence began to be normalized again in the U.S. So about 9 years ago, Donald Trump hints at assassination of Hillary Clinton by gun rights supporters. In case you forgot about this, you know, every day there's something new with Trump, so you could be forgiven to forget. But
Hillary wants to essentially abolish the Second Amendment. By the way, and if she gets to pick her judges, nothing you can do, folks. Although the Second Amendment people, maybe there is, I don't know. But
can you imagine if Hillary Clinton had said that? Joe Biden, Barack Obama, Bernie Sanders, anyone else had said that? That would have been the end of their political career. This is a footnote that most people don't even remember. And he joked constantly about this kind of thing as well.
you know, in the old days, boom, firing squad. No, it's true. Boom, gone, bang, bing, bong. When we were strong, bing, and it goes quickly, right? It's called, you're dead. You know, in the old days.
Again, the defense will be, oh, he's just joking. Imagine Obama out there doing this. Bing, bong. Like, let's be real.
Bernie was right. I am here to fully walk back my entire 2016 position.
I don't know. 2025 is not really doing it for me. So how about we rip open some old wounds with 2016? Joy-Ann Reid, former host at MSNBC and political commentator, gave an interview to Crystal, Kyle, and Friends, Kyle Clancy and Crystal Ball, on her change of heart since 2016 when she was very pro-Hillary Clinton, very anti-Bernie Sanders, and then goes on to discuss some very interesting details about what it was like working at MSNBC post-October 7th when she was doing correct reporting on the genocide going on in Gaza. And ultimately, she was let go from MSNBC. Her show was canceled. So gets into a bit of that. First, though, I want to play this clip, and I'm going to get to my thoughts on this because I was there 10 years ago covering the insane media blitz against Bernie when he was clearly the right choice, clearly correct on everything he was discussing. But here is Joy's perspective.
And this is now going to break news, and I would break this news only with you guys. Bernie was right. I am here to fully walk back my entire 2016 position, because you know, one of the things you live and learn, you get, like, I'm an OG, you live and learn.
Yeah.
You realize at some of the fights that you fought were just the wrong fucking fight. And, you know, I have to admit, Bernie Sanders' critique of American capitalism is spot on. Now, I think that he lacks like a racial critique involved in it, but you know, I'm not Bernie Sanders. I can't really get in his head as to why he doesn't have that. He hasn't lived that experience. But his critique of our system and our capitalist system is 100% spot on. It just is.
I know. You knew. Not just now, you knew back then. I was watching this interview, and when she said that, a part of me was happy. It's great to see people grow and learn and change and move in the right direction. It should be an uplifting thing, and it is an uplifting thing. It's good to see that. At the same time, a part of me was so frustrated because Joy was a great example of somebody back then of how dishonest the media was, because it wasn't as if this was somebody who was completely siloed and really truly believed everything Hillary Clinton was pushing and thought that she was, you know, the right person, not just in terms of who could win, but also in terms of the policies. It wasn't like Joy was in that camp. Joy was somebody who had complimented, even propped up Bernie Sanders at one time before he ran for president. So as Jackman writes, this is an article from back then, MSNBC's Joy Reid was once a fan of Sanders, calling him, quote, the great clarion voice in the Democratic Party, before transitioning to attacking him full-time, even claiming in 2017 that he mistreated his wife, which was so ridiculous that even Jane Sanders came out to denounce it. Bernie Sanders' wife to MSNBC anchor, don't ever use me to demean my husband. Now, I'll link to that below in case you want to relive that whole thing. But this was a great example of why Joy in particular, in terms of the mainstream press, was somebody who got into these fights because we all knew that she knew better. And there was no way for her to deny that because of the way that she had spoke before. This is somebody who was deeply involved in being anti-Iraq war. So there was a history there of somebody who was more on the activist side, was more aware of the reality, and was not acknowledging that reality in a mainstream news position in the way that she could have. So it was very frustrating. But let's get to the follow-up here. Why her explanation as to why she was pushing Hillary Clinton.
And look, I'll tell you, as a Black American, what we are pragmatic. We're pragmatic voters. We don't vote our dreams. We don't have the privilege to vote our dreams, right? This country, we're in survival mode at all times. And so when you look at the way African Americans vote, we vote survival. When it came to Bernie Sanders in 2016, I had already spent a lot of time looking at Donald Trump. I, lived in New York for a long time. I knew that he was a criminally racist, really frightening figure. I found him so objectionable. I never even watched The Apprentice. And I looked at that race as, we cannot let him win. But at the time, I literally just made the pragmatic sort of, that he can't win. And so to this day, I look back and I'm like, I definitely was on the wrong side of that primary in my mind now, because my actual beliefs and values are really more with Bernie Sanders. My kids were Bernie people. I had 2 out of the 3 were for Bernie. I had like rabid Bernie people in my house.
That's funny.
But then, it gets caught up in a lot of other things. I got in online fights with the Bernie bros and it got really nasty and ugly. And then I was in my feelings. Then I was like, oh, y'all gonna fight me, I'm gonna fight you. And so I think in those moments, you just really are in the moment and you're doing the thing you think is the right thing. But in the end, I feel like we made a decision in 2016 as Democrats to try to go to the pragmatic route. And it turns out maybe that was wrong. I don't know if he could have won the general. I don't know.
I know, and I will get to that in a second. Just, I want to be clear. I cut it up a bit here, that answer. Go watch the full interview or listen to the full interview on Crystal Kyle and Friends Substack. I will link that below the video. I'm a subscriber, so I have the video feed. I hope they're okay with me using some clips. But if you want to hear the full interview for free, it's on there as well if you're not a subscriber. But yeah, look, I get the explanation. I get that the thought process there. That's why a lot of people, Democrats at that time, voted for Hillary, thinking that she was the more practical choice, that people knew who she was, she was going to win because of that. That doesn't necessarily explain the hate or hate boner, for lack of a better term, for Bernie Sanders that Joy was displaying, and that got into, she briefly mentions there the fights back and forth. Maybe it was just because of that. The emotions got involved because she was being attacked for being so anti-Bernie. I don't know, but whatever. Look, those are old times. I think it's okay to forgive and forget. Maybe not forget, but it's okay to forgive and move on. On Bernie, though, look, this is a Politico article. Okay, these are people that are center right at best. At the time, talking about Bernie's not so secret weapon. So this is May 2016. This is when it was clear that he was about to lose the primary to Hillary Clinton, even though it was very close. But they go on to right here. The data remains unequivocal. The latest averages from HuffPost pollster give Clinton a just less than 2-point advantage over Trump, while Sanders, who is virtually certain to finish well behind Clinton in pledged delegates, leads Trump by 10 points. An ABC or NBC News Wall Street Journal poll released on Sunday showed Clinton leading Trump by 3 points, 46% to 43%. Sanders, on the other hand, had a commanding 15-point advantage. So Clinton, 3 points. Sanders, 15 points. Fox News poll. Clinton trailing Trump by 3 points. Sanders ahead by 4 points. CBS News, New York Times poll. Clinton leading Trump by 6 points, Sanders leading Trump by 13 points. Now, the argument that people go to is, well, then why didn't he win the primary? If he's clearly so popular, why couldn't he beat Hillary Clinton? Clearly that means he couldn't have won the election. It's because most people don't vote in primaries. People vote in general elections. Bernie Sanders wins independents by far, or people who just generally don't pay close attention, but they like what Bernie is talking about because it speaks to their lived experience. That is why he would have won the election against Donald Trump. And Politico also touches on that. Sanders isn't beating Trump because he's winning more Democrats. Polls show he's winning over more independents and even a few Republicans. This was Bernie's strength. This is why winning a primary was always going to be tough for him, because he's an independent. Like, he's not even a Democratic politician. He's an independent politician running as a Democrat in a primary. The stakes were always against him because the entire party apparatus was against him. That said, he would have won the election. He absolutely would have won the election. But getting past the primary was always going to be the problem. This gets to the final discussion here, which is Joy talking about her her show being canceled at MSNBC. So this happened a while back. February? Is that what it was? Yeah. So a few months back, shortly after the inauguration. And Joy gets into what it was like post October 7th, when she was one of the few people who were actually covering the genocide properly.
When you were at MSNBC, did you feel pressure over
100%.
your, because you were maybe you and Eamon were, among the most.
By the way, I just want to give
Yeah.
you a lot of credit, because the fact that you were willing to speak up like that on MSNBC on the most important issue is not something a lot of people have the courage to do. And so the fact that you were willing to stand there, say it, knowing it may cost you your job.
Yeah, because we said, let me do one more thing to give you your due. We see independent creators who don't have anything to say about it.
That's it.
Because
True.
they find it uncomfortable.
That's it.
You had a whole corporate structure over you that you knew was not excited about what you had to say, and you still did it.
It was hard, and you know what it's like to work there more than most. And I have not felt this much pressure on the job since I quit local NBC over the Iraq War. I mean, I walked out of there because I, have been anti-war pretty much my whole life, and I was deeply against the Iraq War, found it insane. Take that environment in the Iraq War when everyone was putting the flag pins on, triple that after October 7th.
Wow.
Triple it. It was, and the reason that I did speak out, even though I had lots of family members and my godmother and everybody saying, please stop talking about this, you're going to get fired. Please be careful. I had HR complaints. I had people complaining that I was liking a social media post that, not even reposting it, but just liking a post, I would get dragged back into.
Jesus.
The reason I still did it is because I am not Palestinian. I am not Muslim. And even though as a black woman in America, I don't enjoy a whole hell of a lot of privilege. Privilege ain't really what I got, but in this case, I do.
I love that. Joy deserves so much credit for being one of the few voices who were on cable news earlier on, willing to discuss what was going on in a real, legitimate way, in a way that others simply were not. And this will go on to mention, it's a longer answer, but she goes on to mention how she could say things on air that would get Mehdi Hassan in trouble, or Eamon in trouble, or Ali Velshi in trouble, because she was not of that identifiable group. She wasn't a Muslim. She wasn't Palestinian. Eamon, I think she mentions, is half Egyptian, half Palestinian. So she was able to get away with things that they simply could not. And she felt, because she was privileged in that particular area on that topic, that she felt a responsibility to speak up on it. And I think that's amazing. Good honor for doing that. And she deserves a lot of credit for sticking to that despite getting her show canceled and being pushed off the air, and then going on to mention how she believed that this issue of the genocide and her discussions on it were at least one of the reasons why her show was canceled. So, look, people grow. They changed. They deserve credit. As it's so weird to go back. Please do not go back and watch my old videos because they're terrible. It's also weird to hear my voice because it sounds very different 9 years ago compared to now. But just to see what was being said back then and the complete transformation, it's great. Even though part of me was a little frustrated because I felt like Joy knew better at the time, it's good to see this move and to see somebody who is coming out the other side of cable news with a much clearer voice and purpose in this desire to really speak up and tackle these issues in a real way that doesn't censor anything.
Well, it figures when I try to take a week off, shit hits the fan. I can't control what happens. I'm in the news and commentary business, so of course things are going to happen that are genuinely insane that I need to respond to. But if you were wondering why the videos that have gone up on the channel this week are about everything but the topic you all expect me to cover, that's why. It's because they were recorded weeks in advance and they were just there to feed the algorithm while I'm gone. I planned on returning on Monday, but I can feel a lot of you breathing down my necks. You want me to talk about this now? And that's fine. I wanted to address this because I see individuals in the comment sections speculating about my position or wondering if, I have some sort of a hot take or if I have words of wisdom to help individuals process this. And spoiler alert, I don't, unfortunately. Like all of you, I am just reacting to what I'm seeing and trying to digest the news. And, I feel this overwhelming sense of dread and concern about what's to come. Seeing the video of Charlie Kirk get violently murdered was horrifying, and that was my initial reaction to seeing it, was wishing that I did not just watch this, but also feeling a deep sadness that our political system has devolved into a state of nonstop political violence. And that's unfortunately where we are. A month or so earlier, a prominent Democratic lawmaker in Minnesota, Melissa Hortman, was assassinated. But over the course of the last 2 years, we've watched Palestinians get slaughtered in the most barbaric ways imaginable. Images of Palestinian children being massacred have been burned into my brain forever. But still, I haven't become desensitized to death. And watching Charlie Kirk's death on the internet, it still shocked me, and I wasn't numb to it. And there's something good about that. It's good that we're, as a society, still collectively shocked by violence, because when we start to really grow numb to it, I think that is bad, right? It's really, really bad. You don't want to grow numb to this. Having said that, though, I don't think that if the shoe were on the other foot, Charlie Kirk would have had that same empathy, because he was against empathy, right? If this was done to a leftist, we know how right-wingers would have responded, because we just saw them respond to Melissa Hortman by joking about it. Mike Lee, a sitting lawmaker, was memeing about the assassination of a politician. So I find it deeply hypocritical that these right-wingers are now basically tone policing. That's not really the right word, but trying to incite hatred against leftists and use this as a justification for a broader crackdown against the left and liberals, because you see people online memeing about this. But I think that if they actually do want to bring down the temperature, and I hope that they do, this moment requires introspection, and it requires people to understand that, even though you can not condone violence and condemn violence, which I do, of course, I condemn it and I don't condone it. But even though that's the case, you have to understand that this was the world that Charlie Kirk was cultivating. This is an individual who incited hatred, who espoused white supremacist views, and you can simultaneously be upset that, he died violently, but acknowledge that that doesn't change who he lived as an individual. It doesn't automatically make you a good person in death if you are a bad person while you lived. That's just objectively true for any human being, right? This was somebody who wanted people like me to die. He said that gay people should be stoned to death. And it makes the people who wanted mandated conversion therapy seem sympathetic by comparison, right? Because if you stone somebody, you're burying their body in the sand, their arms, so that way all that's left is their head, and then everybody gets in a circle and throws rocks at them until they die. It's violent, it's gruesome, and that is what this individual said is something that gay people should go through. It was God's perfect law, as he described it. He also said that trans people should be dealt with like they were in the 50s and 60s. Fill in the blanks. What does that mean? So this individual, he said all of these things. He incited violence and hatred against these groups. But I find it gross that there's this like expectation that the individuals who were harmed by his rhetoric are supposed to feel sadness for him when that's not how he would feel for any of these individuals if the shoe was on the other foot. Again, I don't think that that justifies his murder. This was not a politician. It was a political commentator. So unlike a CEO of a healthcare company or a politician, he's not directly responsible for the social murders of individuals, directly or indirectly. Having said that, he absolutely cultivated this environment where violence was the norm. He himself said that gun deaths were necessary because that's just the cost of freedom. And I don't know if he would change his position if he were here today, knowing that he would be a victim to this. I mean, I don't know. All we can do is speculate. He's gone now, so he's not going to share his take on that or adjust, right? But like, you have to understand that you can't just like sanitize his image as some liberals like Ezra Klein and Gavin Newsom are trying to do and say he was doing politics the right way. I mean, demonization rhetoric has violent consequences. And the world that he lived in was, or the world that he wanted to live in, I should say, was one where political violence was the norm, just not of people that looked like him. And again, that's not saying that I condone his violent murder. Again, that made me horrified. It was disgusting to see that, regardless of, you know, what they believed. If I see a human being who is violently assaulted in pain, my human empathy kicks in, and I'm glad that I still have that, right? It doesn't matter who they were. I am thankful that I feel that humanity. And the world that I want, the world that I've been trying to cultivate on this podcast is a world where that sort of thing just doesn't happen. And I think that it's frustrating that, you know, the right is trying to, regardless of like what we know about the individual who was just caught at the time that I record this video, that's breaking news. But like, it's frustrating that the right sees this and they deduce from some people's lack of sympathy online that this is evidence that the left wants the right to die. And that's all the more reason for us to crack down on them. Like, they want to turn this into a Reichstag fire moment. And it's just frustrating because on one hand, you know, you see some say we need to bring the temperature down now, you know, not with Melissa Hortman's assassination, but now that somebody that they really like and respected was assassinated, but they want to bring the temperature down. And then you see others saying, no, we need to turn the temperature up. This is war. And I just like, rather than letting them speculate about what the left wants, let me just tell you what the left wants as a leftist. I want to live in a world where there is no political violence, where there's no violence. I don't think that that's possible, but as little violence as possible. I want to minimize pain and suffering on this planet because I am fundamentally a humanist. I want people to have healthcare. I want people to be able to live their best lives, to spend time with their families, to have the economic ability to travel and have families even. I want people to have good lives, and the same is true for conservatives. My solution to America's problems is not to kill right-wingers or to wish for their deaths. My solution is to give them healthcare and economic stability in hopes that this is going to somehow, get them to stop focusing on marginalized people. I don't want to live in a world where like there's these political assassinations and everybody is waiting on pins and needles to see who did it. So that way that will be used as a justification to crack down on whatever marginalized community that group came from, right? That's deeply, deeply unstable. But unfortunately, I don't think we can actualize this world that I'm talking about because our system simply is incapable of producing anything but violence, not just, against its own citizens with the police crackdowns in blue states, in DC, in LA and whatnot, but around the world. I mean, just simply withdrawing funding for USAID is going to lead to 14 million deaths in 5 years. Our system is so fucking violent. This is not a new thing for America. Every single week, we are learning about gun deaths in schools. We are watching Palestinians be slaughtered with impunity by a rogue genocidal regime that our government is unconditionally supporting. There is so much violence in this system. And, for some individuals to want to draw the line now, why weren't you saying this to begin with? And I think that people might mistake my views on this because you see my commentary about Henry Kissinger, for example, where it's like, hey, he died. Fuck yeah, fuck him. I think that's different because Henry Kissinger was a politician in power and he directly contributed to the murders of individuals. Social murder is still murder, right? Charlie Kirk did not murder anybody. He contributed to, I think, this violent climate and incited hate. But I think that's different than the actual perpetrators of violence who have the ability to press the button and make the decisions that leads to death and destruction. But even that is not ideal. Like for citizens to, take a little bit of relief in the death of a politician that killed people, that is not ideal. The substitute should be actual justice. These people should be arrested, but our system just constantly subjects human beings to nonstop violence, and the individuals who perpetrate this violence, they are never held accountable. George W. Bush, a war criminal, is being welcomed back with open arms on mainstream media. So the entire system is insanely fucking violent. And I just find it incredibly ironic that there are so many people online who are like creating these witch hunts for people who, are expressing anything but profound sadness at Charlie Kirk's assassination. I don't think anybody wants to live in a country where political assassinations are commonplace. But if you see somebody who's not sympathetic, you have to understand that you don't get to tell them how they can and can't feel. And, the response to this is something that has been not shocking to me, but nonetheless still frustrating because, we saw individuals like Charlie Kirk call George Floyd a scumbag when we all watched him get assassinated on video. So like the sympathy is extremely asymmetric. And, if we're going to have sympathy as a society, I think that individuals have to acknowledge that it can't just be selective. If you see human suffering and death, you shouldn't have a bias. Like you shouldn't wonder, what was the political beliefs of that individual? Because even though I vehemently disagree with every single thing that Charlie Kirk stood for, watching the video of him get violently murdered absolutely triggered the part of my brain that says, oh my God, that's a human being suffering. I don't want to see this. That's bad. But that thing doesn't exist. That mechanism doesn't seem to exist in Republicans. And I find that deeply, deeply frustrating. Another thing that I wanted to address is not only the fact that we live in a deeply violent country, in a system that perpetrates and propagates violence nonstop, but we also see this culture of violence where individuals try to justify and rationalize violence as if it is necessary. And one example that I've seen just personally is, whenever I share my horror at the violence coming out of Gaza being perpetrated by Israel, supported by our government, I see people, primarily conservatives, but also liberals too, tell me, Mike, you shouldn't feel sorry for them because if you were in Gaza, they would throw you off a building because you're a gay man. And a lot of the same people who say that are now saying there's no justification for political violence, which is rich with irony because which is it? For the record, I don't think that it should be a death sentence if you are homophobic. Like Charlie Kirk also wanted to live in a world where gay people were stoned to death, but these people wouldn't think that that justifies his murder, nor should they. But it's just something to think about, right? Where if you have this response to a Palestinian halfway across the globe, but you don't have that same rationalization to an American. You have to explore why that is in your brain. You have to understand that there are biases here that is causing you to rationalize death and destruction if it's people who are seemingly worthy of death and destruction. And I don't think that it is a valuable endeavor to try to ascribe value and moral worth to people's lives. You can judge them accordingly and have the response that you have to it. Nobody can really control that, nor should you try to control people's response. But my plea to individuals in America is that if you actually want to actualize, not to sound too redundant, a society where political violence is not the norm, then you have to understand the ways that you are wittingly and unwittingly contributing to that. And the Conservative Project is contributing to that. The fear that is permeating through immigrant communities right now, that is violence, right? The fear that is permeating through trans communities right now and other marginalized communities, that is violence. This idea that trans people feel like they're being erased and that people in this country want to kill them. Again, Charlie Kirk said that gay people should be stoned. After the Club Q shooting, conservatives were justifying those deaths because the gay people in question who were murdered were apparently groomers, according to them, even though that's not true. You know, Ron DeSantis decided to get rid of the Pulse nightclub memorial. So conservatives have created this environment where they've made it very clear that they want gay people to die. All of this has fostered this climate where violence is not just rationalized, but sometimes it's celebrated if it's against people that you believe deserve it. And if you don't want that to be the case, if you don't want people to not have empathy when they see, you know, somebody that they don't like get killed, you have to stop contributing to that as well. You know, you see libs of TikTok, you see individuals online talking about how demonic the left is for, you know, joking about Charlie Kirk and his death when they do the same fucking thing. So the hypocrisy absolutely bothers me. Having said that, though, you know, at the end of the day, I think that it is devastating that this is what this country has come to, where political assassinations occur with relative frequency. I've been trying to create a politics of empathy where people don't die needlessly, where we don't spend money on wars while Americans are starving and dying due to a lack of health insurance and sleeping on the streets. But conservatives have been antithetical to that. They've worked against that. Liberals, to some extent, have as well. So I guess that my closing comments on this is, if you don't want political violence, then you actually have to use whatever platform or power you have to work against it. Advocate to hold people who propagate violence politically, social murder and whatnot, accountable. Like, advocate for people to have basic necessities so they don't die needlessly. Actually ascribe value to life that you want to be ascribed to your side, but be consistent. So I'll end by emphasizing, again, I do not condone violence and I condemn the murder of Charlie Kirk, but that doesn't mean that we have to obscure the reality of his politics, because his politics fostered political violence. He incited hatred against basically every marginalized community. And even though that does not justify his violent murder, it's something that you have to acknowledge. You can't pretend as if he did not yearn for political violence if you actually want to stop political violence. So I just want everybody to maybe try to do a better job at bringing about the reality that they want, or that they say they want, which is a society free of political violence. But unfortunately, a lot of people want political violence. Their whole politics is about inflicting political violence on people who are powerless, you know, homeless people, immigrants. And so if you genuinely want to stop political violence, you've got to stop advocating for it.
be consequences with regards to people spewing that type of hate and celebration in the face of this. And I believe that there will be, and I certainly plan to hold them accountable. So if you are out there and you are celebrating the political assassination of a man who was exercising his free speech, a very foundational element, a cornerstone of who we are as the United States of America, you should be held accountable. You should be fired. And that is the beginning and the end of it. Full stop.
If you have any thoughts about Charlie Kirk at all, be very careful, peasants, because as Senator Katie Britt warned, there will be consequences. They claim that Charlie Kirk stood for free speech and open debate, and to honor that memory of him, they're going to punish you for exercising speech that they find offensive. And it's not just speech that they find offensive. If you so much as quote Charlie Kirk, tread lightly, because if you pick the wrong quote, that could be the end of your career as well. For example, Karen Attia, the last Black opinion columnist for The Washington Post, was fired for, quote, unacceptable and gross misconduct that supposedly endangered the physical safety of her colleagues over her comments about Charlie Kirk on Blue Sky. But what did she say, you ask? Well, she condemned political violence, and the only direct reference to Kirk that she made was a quote from him where he said, "Black women do not have the brain processing power to be taken seriously. You have to go steal a white person's slot." In other words, the Washington Post fired her for quoting Charlie Kirk. Can't speak ill of the dead by quoting what they said when they were alive, of course, so you've got to punish anyone who dares to share the things that they said that made them look bad when they were alive. But Karen isn't alone because, as Dropsite News reports, as of September 15th, more than 60 Americans have been fired or faced discipline for committing thought crimes as it relates to Charlie Kirk. And while educators are bearing the brunt of it, nobody is safe. A veteran developer for the upcoming AAA PlayStation 5 game Ghost of Yotai was fired after Grum shared a screenshot of an edgy joke that he made on Twitter where he said, "I hope the shooter's name is Mario so that Luigi knows his bro got his back." So all it took was one corny-ass joke for this individual who's worked at this company for 10 years to get fired, just like that. But I mean, it's not too surprising since corporations care about one thing and one thing only, which is profit. So if they think that some contrived scandal is going to cause too much negative publicity ahead of one of their major releases for the holiday season, they're going to dispose of that distraction to focus on what they care about the most, which again is money, of course. But I mean, they better make sure that they do more than just fire all of their edgy joke tellers, because the mob is also trying to dictate how companies as a whole should feel altogether. And right now, they're demanding that you mourn a right-wing podcaster in order to avoid their wrath. For example, Vance Patrick, the chair of the Oakland County Republican Party in Southeast Michigan, warned Chase Bank that they've had since Wednesday to comply with state and federal orders to lower their flag to honor Charlie Kirk, yet they haven't done so. Wouldn't want this to turn into a major scandal now, would you, Chase? Now, you might question whether or not it's appropriate, or dare I say constitutional, for a public official to compel speech from a private entity. But I mean, that ship has sailed and nobody even cares about the Constitution anymore or free speech. And people who don't sufficiently mourn Charlie Kirk or dare to say anything negative about him are being threatened with the full force of the federal government now. It's not just dickheads online. It's actual lawmakers and people in power who are trying to compel speech. For example, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth announced that he is tracking current and former service members who celebrate Charlie Kirk's killing. Although by celebrate, he namely means quote, because individuals like Army Lieutenant Colonel Christopher Landier are going viral in right-wing circles, and I mean really viral, simply for sharing quotes from Charlie Kirk. Whether or not he ends up on Hegseth's radar is yet to be determined, but aside from Hegseth, lawmakers like Nancy Mace, for example, sent a letter to Education Secretary Linda McMahon encouraging her to cut off funding to any school that refuses to hold employees accountable for comments that they make about Charlie Kirk on social media. Also, there's Congressman Randy Fine, who's encouraging people in his state to snitch on anyone that they know so he can use his power as a congressman to get them fired, defunded, or have their licenses revoked. And he also brags about how he already got 2 university board chairmen fired for less, so it's not going to be very difficult for him to punish people over their posts about Charlie Kirk. But of course, there's also Senator Mike Lee, the guy who joked about Melissa Hortman's assassination, who is now encouraging defamation lawsuits against the press for daring to publish columns objectively describing Charlie Kirk's own bigoted ideology. And Trump himself announced a major probe of the left, whatever that means, in the aftermath of Kirk's assassination, and suggested that he was planning to revoke the visas of foreigners for their posts about Charlie Kirk on social media, adding, "We wouldn't celebrate if something happened on their side, and we don't." Right, unless, of course, it's George Floyd or Paul Pelosi or Melissa Hortman or news stories about trans people unaliving themselves. Otherwise, they would never celebrate something like that. They would never do what End Wokeness did and share this comic mocking George Floyd's death and lying about it, only to then clutch their pearls about unsympathetic posts about Charlie Kirk. They would never pull a Nancy Mace who went on a crusade against her own colleague for being trans, only to then complain about how one-sided the toxicity in politics is and claim that she would never dehumanize her colleagues. The right is never hypocritical, and it's only their free speech that gets violated, and when they do engage in cancel culture, it's actually good because anything that they say and do is automatically moral and just, and we're bad. Anything that we say and do is automatically bad and immoral, so that warrants cancellation if they see fit, and everybody else just has to bow down to them in order to avoid their backlash. And if you disagree with anything that I'm saying, well, tough titties, because they have power right now and you don't, and that means that they get to shape the reality that we all live in. And if you think about it, we should be grateful to all of them for even allowing us to exist, because if they really wanted to, they could just throw us all in camps, since the Constitution is no longer in effect and nobody is pretending that it is. So I, for one, am thankful to our fascist overlords for letting us live in their country so long as we abide by their arbitrary and asymmetric rules that don't apply to them, of course. But who do I bow down to? Is it Donald Trump directly, or will any right-winger suffice? Whose ring do I have to kiss to appease them? Like, I'm asking because it seems like that's their literal expectations of us, since, of course, they have power. And let me just say that if my side had power, I would simply be pushing for policies that improve everyone's lives. Medicare for all, education. But now that their side has power, this is what they're focusing on. Political commentator Olivia Krozik, for example, bragged about becoming the final boss of Karen's and boasts about how she's contacted 700 plus employers over comments that their employees made about Charlie Kirk, even though a month ago she tweeted about how hate speech is still free speech. Now, you might be thinking that this sounds like the very cancel culture that conservatives have been crusading against for years now, and you'd be right, but you have to understand that when they do it, it's actually acceptable. When we do it, it's bad, as explained by Olivia herself.
It's no shock that the left is mad that we are playing by their game. They created cancel culture, and we are now playing by their rules, and they can't stand it. In reality, it's just consequence culture. They're finally learning consequences to their actions. We're holding them accountable because complacency is what led us to the last week.
In other words, cancel culture is good now, if and only if conservatives are the ones doing the canceling. And by her own logic, you could argue that when the left adopted cancel culture, they were simply playing by the rules conservative evangelicals created, who are the actual architects of what is colloquially known as cancel culture today. But I don't want to be too down on Olivia, because she's not the only right-wing hypocrite. In fact, we've experienced what I think we can only call the hypocrisy-ocalypse on the right, because all of them who previously either denounced cancel culture or praised free speech are doing the exact opposite now. And here's just a few examples of conservatives trying to police thought crimes online. Laura Loomer, for example, called for the arrest of people glorifying violence, even though she celebrated the deaths of 2,000 migrants. Derek Evans, former state lawmaker in West Virginia, asks how we got to a place where political violence is not only acceptable but celebrated, even though he himself shared a picture of Democrats hanging from nooses on his Christmas tree. In 2023, Matt Wallace said to cancel culture, only to brag about getting 25 people fired from their jobs. Jack, a producer for the Benny Johnson Show, asked why the left fears free speech so much, only to boast about a searchable database of 20,000 people over their comments about Charlie Kirk on social media. Political commentator Ian Yeager denounced people getting canceled back in 2022, but now he's calling on Barnes & Noble to remove Stephen King's books from shelves because he dared to point out the fact that Charlie Kirk said that gay people being stoned was God's perfect law. Lisa Kipp bragged about a spreadsheet that she created to oust people for saying mean things about Charlie Kirk on social media, even though she said herself that she wouldn't care if Palestinians were bombed into oblivion earlier this year. I guess it's okay to celebrate death if they are a type of person that you believe is worthy of death, specifically if they're brown and Palestinian. Right-wing influencer Gunther Eagleman said that it is your moral duty to get liberals fired, even though he said good riddance to cancel culture back in April. And perhaps one of the worst and most unconstitutional examples of right-wing hypocrisy comes from Governor Greg Abbott of Texas, who bragged about arresting a student for mocking Kirk's assassination, even though he bragged about signing a law to protect free speech on college campuses. When he says protect free speech, he means for conservatives and for bigotry specifically, by the way. And let's not forget about Matt Walsh, who said that free speech advocates should always oppose anyone getting fired for controversial tweets, only to now say that it's good that people are losing their jobs over tweets about Charlie Kirk. And as Nathan J. Robinson points out, a lot of the people that are being targeted by the right for supposedly celebrating Charlie Kirk's death are saying things like, I don't think he should have been shot, but he wasn't a good person and we should give equal protection to other victims. And even though there are some people genuinely celebrating his death, most of the people being punished are doing so for the most anodyne milquetoast opinions imaginable, like Matthew Dowd, a senior political analyst at MSNBC, who was literally fired for saying, quote, hateful thoughts lead to hateful words, which then lead to hateful actions. You can't stop with these sort of awful thoughts you have and then saying these awful words and then not expect awful actions to take place. But that's all it takes to trigger the fury of the right-wing mob. Anything short of unequivocal praise for Charlie Kirk is tantamount to you celebrating his death, according to these people. And celebrating death is a big no-no in 2025 America, unless, of course, you're celebrating the deaths of Palestinians, as we've seen, or calling for the execution of homeless people, as Brian Kilmeade of Fox News did.
You can't give them a choice. Either you take the resources that we're going to give you, or you decide that you're going to be locked up in jail. That's the way it has to be now.
Or involuntary lethal injection or something. Just kill them.
Of course he wasn't fired. Why do you ask? Because, again, right-wing people getting fired is never, ever acceptable. But left-wing and politically neutral people facing consequences for their speech is A-OK. Because, as Matt Walsh put it, there's a big difference between the left canceling people and the right canceling people. The left cancels you for saying things that are true. To the extent that the right cancels you, it is for saying things that are abhorrent and sick. A pretty important distinction. Right, because when Gina Carano was fired by Disney for lying about the Holocaust and the 2020 election being stolen, it was apparently because she was telling the truth, because as the official thought police, conservatives are the ones who get to dictate what is and isn't the truth. So if we don't conform to their alternate reality, we're the ones who are liars. Makes perfect sense. Listen, I shouldn't have to say this, but regardless if the 20,000 or so people in the anti-Charlie Kirk database were quoting him, criticizing him, or outright celebrating his death, literally all of that is protected speech. Unless they're making a direct call for violence, they have a First Amendment right to say whatever the fuck they want. Now, you can't really stop private companies from firing people for speech that they say, but if you've spent the last 5 years or so crusading against this type of cancel culture, you should at least be self-aware enough to not engage in the same sort of thing that you said was bad. Like, you shouldn't join this pseudo-McCarthyist witch hunt against people simply for criticizing an individual who was a public figure. It makes you look so unserious, and I get that the right doesn't care about hypocrisy, but at least have the decency to try to pretend like you do. But they can't even be bothered because they expect all of us to conform to their backwards-ass groupthink, but I, for one, refuse. They've already taken away our civil liberties, they've taken away our civil rights, but I refuse to let them take away our freedom of thought, too. I refuse to feed into this mass psychosis right-wingers are forcing on us, where we pretend as if Charlie Kirk, of all people, was some sort of civil rights leader akin to Martin Luther King Jr. and Jesus fucking Christ, as Congresswoman Anna Paulina Luna claimed. I'm sorry, but if me saying that you're all mentally unwell for shit like that gets me death threats or harassment, then so be it. He was a fucking podcaster, not a deity, and he was known for saying the most outrageously bigoted shit imaginable. And the same principle of free expression that allowed him to build a platform off of the bigoted shit that he spewed should be extended to the people saying mean things about him now. You don't have to like what they're saying, but free speech goes both ways. Being able to espouse speech that is ugly, gross, and downright evil is what makes America free. As Charlie Kirk himself put it, there's ugly speech, there's gross speech, there's evil speech, and all of it is protected by the First Amendment. Keep America free. Precisely. That's one thing that Charlie Kirk said that I actually can get behind. Although, I hope that it's acceptable that I use that quote, since, after all, I didn't get clearance from the Ministry of Truth before using it, so I hope that that's okay. But if right-wingers really wanted to honor what they say Charlie Kirk's legacy was, they should stop being the biggest pussies on the planet and shut the fuck up about people's thoughts on his actual legacy or quotes from him that they're sharing. If you were a fan of Charlie Kirk and you genuinely believe that his lasting legacy is going to be that of a free speech champion who loved open debate, then how are you honoring his legacy by shutting down free speech for everybody that disagrees with him or criticizes him? And by the way, I don't think that he was principled on free speech either. The educators on his professor watch list can attest to that. But regardless, you should allow people to say what they want, because being able to say what you want is how Charlie Kirk himself got a massive platform. Regardless, I don't condone political violence, and I condemn Charlie Kirk's murder, obviously, but you can't bully us into pretending like he was someone he wasn't. His own words speak to his true character, which is why you're literally trying to get people fired for quoting him. But you don't suddenly become a saint upon death, and people will judge you for what you said accordingly when you die. The same is true for everyone, especially if you're a public figure. But regardless of the level of hysteria and outrage that the right is trying to cultivate, the rest of us don't have to play their little game, okay? I'm not going to celebrate his death, but I'm also not going to celebrate what he stood for. And I'm not going to sign onto their gaslighting campaign to convince the public that he was the next Nelson Mandela or some shit who was only criticized for being a conservative. No, I'm sorry, this man espoused white supremacist views, and I'm not sure that even he would be okay with the way that people are trying to whitewash and sanitize his image. Either way, I'm sorry, I don't care if that hurts your feelings. Suck my dick. If you're offended, you can be offended. The upside is you get to say mean things about other people, as you have, right? But regardless of how right-wingers behave, going forward, the rest of society should know that these people have no principles. They don't care about free speech. They don't care about debate. They care about domination and control. Period. Full stop. This is proof of that. And if you give them an inch, they're going to take a mile. So resist the urge to acquiesce and let the chips fall where they may. You are allowed to talk your shit online, at least for now. So talk your shit. Be mindful but honest about what you say, and don't let the online hive mind of right-wing culture warriors intimidate you into silence.
Hello and welcome. I am the Letterhack. This is Hey Funny Book. You've been watching this space since like 1 p.m. Eastern today. It has been an epic lineup, and it's nowhere near done. I'm going to be here for the next hour, and then Left Past 10 is going to be here for God knows how long. Anything can happen in the fever dream that is Left Past 10. But first, I have a pre-recorded interview from earlier today that I would like to play for you now with Jim DiPartolo, the creator of the comic book Fuck Billionaires. Here is that video. Joining me now is comic book maker and creator of the upcoming graphic novel Fuck Billionaires, Jim DiPartolo. Thanks for coming back on the show, Jim. This is your second appearance. The first time you were on here promoting the Kickstarter for this book, which I believe was successfully funded by over $10,000, the amount that you needed to get the book done. That is a big deal. Like, I just want to talk about the crowdfunding aspect of this first, that whole campaign. Were you ever nervous that you weren't going to meet the goal for any reason?
Absolutely. I was scared for all the years leading up to even knowing that I was going to be doing a Kickstarter for this project. At the idea, I would see other people going through the process of their Kickstarters, and I'd be like, how terrifying. Already as a creative person, so many of us are plagued with self-doubt, and we're our own worst critics and all of that nonsense. And I kept, as I was telling people that I knew kind of in the industry or sort of outside of the industry slightly about my idea for this book, in a general sense, people were often saying, this sounds like probably would be something ideally you'd want to kickstart, because I don't know if a publisher is going to have basically the guts to to do something with this sort of 1% takedown sort of aspect. So I was scared the whole time, and when I launched it, thankfully somehow I did some lead up promotion on social media. And I had a few people that had put the word out to beforehand, and I was really I felt very heartened when I first hit the publish, that a few people like right away were kind enough to buy. So I saw that number just go from 0 to a couple $100 right away, and I was like, oh, and then you always wonder about something where something has momentum at the beginning, and it's kind of hard to keep that momentum going for 30 days, which is how long this crowdfunding was on for. And so there was like that sort of midway sort of like slowed down a little bit, and thankfully I from appearances here on the Letterhacks and on other shows and some other people that were kind enough to post and repost things on social media, I was able to get it funded, and like you said, it ended up exceeding by a little bit and or a fair amount, and it meant so much because like I said, as a creative person, that worry of always comparing yourself to others and that sort of thing, it kind of never goes away. At least for me, it hasn't. So just to know that it got funded really was heartwarming for me and really encouraging, and has kept me going afterwards to keep it going. So to finish the project. And while it's not quite done yet, all the art's done, the drawing is done, the line work, it's all lettered, and I'm in the process of coloring it. And it actually ended up being longer than the projected 280 pages because you and I were talking beforehand about script writing, and everything is oftentimes one of the, of course, challenges, obviously, for making a comic. But as I thought I'm done, I would literally have ideas going, okay, I need to tie up that, and then you read something 50 times or something that you're writing yourself, but sometimes a little bit of space away or a little bit of time away from it, your brain will go, oh, there's that other thing you need to wrap up or need to tie a bow onto. So there were a couple little things I had to go in and change some dialogue or add a couple pages in between, and thankfully it all seems to flow. So
I mean, they do say, there's a couple of ways to think about this. When writers say, oh, at one point the story just started to write itself. In some ways, that's okay. I've given the character enough backstory and personality. They sort of tell me what they're going to say. Like, I already know what they're going to say. I don't have to dwell on it and really think, would he say that? It feels right or it doesn't. Yeah. But then there's another aspect to that writing itself where the story or like in the process, you're reminded of certain things that you've left out in terms of the story's needs. So it's almost like the comic or whatever it is that you're writing, the script, the book, is saying, yeah, you're not done yet until you do this. And I always thought of that as another way of the book writing itself. But when you're writing and drawing and doing all this stuff yourself, even if you have assistants, even if you're using apps or doing it digitally versus traditional, which, it takes a lot longer, but like there is so much to, like, it's hard enough to be creative. And now you have to be production minded. Now you have to, lettering there's an art to it, but it's very structured. Like, you have to know where your lettering is going to go. You have to account for a certain amount of lettering. You can be too wordy. You have to do some artful pruning. This is getting in the weeds. Sometimes it's even being like surgical. So like, I always liken certain things to, some of us just drive cars. Some of us look under the hood and can identify all the parts of the engine. The rest of us who just drive cars are willing to rely on an expert for that. But when it comes to things like, podcasting or making comics, you have to know a good deal of looking under the hood. You can't just say pencil goes down, art comes out, paper goes to printer, comic book comes back. It's not really like that.
Right.
So like, then you do a Kickstarter. That's a part-time job. The anxiety that comes, like, on the one hand, you're very motivated by those figures going up and up and up. But then there's that mid lull where everything kind of drops off and you're like, oh no, is it over? What's going to happen? Like, that's going to keep you up. Right. So like, it's very motivating. I hear you. It's very motivating. And like, you're just like, oh my God, I can't thank everyone enough for the support you've given me.
Yes.
You're giving me all the energy I need to get this done. But like, on the other hand, what they don't see is you sitting there behind the scenes, just a fucking mess, top to bottom, like a total wreck half the time, wondering, I suck. They're going to realize I'm faking it. These are my thoughts that I'm putting in your head, by the way. They're going to realize I'm not good at this. I've never been worthy of this. Why am I even doing this? The challenge is too great. I'm going to fail everyone. When that's not really the case, those moments are just however long you choose to hold on to them. But that, again, is a whole different aspect of self-publishing that people don't take into account. So you really, really are, it builds you up. Do you feel like coming out of it, like, even though you're not completely done with the book, and we'll talk about that, but do you feel like coming out of the process of crowdfunding it, and like you're well underway making the book and you've added pages even, do you feel transformed? Do you feel like that's a transformative experience, not just art, but like the entire thing? It's like, that's not something you necessarily go to school to learn, you know? Like, do you feel better off for it?
I mean, that's a great question. I mean, yeah, I believe I do. Like, I feel like I made connections. I mean, meeting you has been lovely, and like, there's other YouTubers and podcasters that I've become friendly with. That is heartwarming. There's people through social media that are complete strangers to me, other than they've said nice things on various Instagram reels or whatever that I've posted, that I've kept in contact with. That they, we share little DMs about various topics, usually politics. One of the avenues that I couple ways to come at this. So one of the avenues I realized early on was going through like the traditional like comic book folks, the people who are comic book fans, to fund the Kickstarter. I'm sure that would be like a little bit of it, but going, because it's such like a political book, I felt like having to go, or wanting to and needing to go down the politics YouTube avenue, which is what I listen to often as I'm drawing or writing other things, before Fuck Billionaires. Going through that avenue and those audiences, so many of the people that would listen to your show or listen to like the Majority Report or Status Coup or the Humanist Report or others, they would be likely readers, not necessarily of comics, but I figured the sort of the topic plus the politics, hopefully the art would attach to some viewers and interest them enough to throw in a little bit of support towards the book. So I was really thankful for that, and certainly that meant the world to me. As far as making the book itself and doing all of the so you and I'm a little bit older than you, but so the whole like avenue of like what a creator would be, in the 90s or something compared to now. My wife, who's a writer, we've kind of joked about, can you try to explain to an author from the early 1900s or whatever, that now you have to also get on social media, make these clever reels, type certain things out to be broadcast to strangers, hope they're not, hope nothing you're saying gets people offended or too riled up against you, but also stand your ground, especially when you're trying to make in this case, like a little bit of a political statement. So there's so many things to juggle at once. So I have written and drawn and colored other books in the past, but this is the longest book I've ever done, and so certainly it's at the end of the day it's going to be like 298 pages or something of art, and that's a couple thousand drawings. That's a
lot. Yeah,
it's a lot.
There's like 60 to 90 in your average single 24 page issue.
Yeah. So it's already like biting off so much, and then like you say, then figuring out every panel that I'm going to have lettering on, where does that lettering go, accommodating for it in the composition of each panel, the flow of a page. I always try to make every page turn a little bit of not a cliffhanger, but a little bit of what comes next.
Yeah,
And,
like a reveal. Like you want them to turn that page.
Yeah, and I'm not saying each one is a dun 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 moment, but it is a conscious thing that I want the story to be like, oh well, what's the next thing that happens? And so that while I'm plotting out and thumbnailing out the entire book, that's one thing to take into account. So it is a little bit of like storytelling that is separate from the art of just like drawing faces and bodies and crowds and cars and stuff, but it's also then you get into the coloring of it, which I try to have like I'm having to like make certain choices to have the colors not be another 6 months of process of the book. And thankfully the guy who I hired to do the flatting, his name's Gandang Sahadewa, and he was a flatter on this book, Billy Blaster, that my wife and I did with Abrams a couple years ago. And so he's doing the flatting and been doing a great job of, for people who maybe don't know, he's kind of choosing colors for like a head and hair and clothes, and he's making every object where an object ends and another one begins a different color. So then when I go in to do the actual colors, I can just select hair for every version of that character on the page or double page spread, and then kind of paint bucket in that color, and the same with a shirt or a jacket,
And then
or
do shading
then do rendering of shading and highlights and everything. But so we're getting kind of into the weeds here, but yeah,
that's
so
good.
So all this stuff is just sort of like choices on every page, or I kind of work on spreads, like I say, to accommodate for that. And I'm working everything digitally for Fuck Billionaires, which I've done here and there for other projects. I prefer to work pen or pencil on paper, but digital is so much faster in so many regards especially when you're doing such a big project. So many, what I'm saying is every like spread, it's nothing unique to me. Every comic book artist does this, but there's a million choices you're making, or at least 100 choices you're making for every page, and every spread, because you're having to choose, like you say, the letter balloon and letterbox sort of positioning, the composition.
And
of
then
every
you
panel.
have to worry about facial expressions, poses. Does the hand look fake? You know what I mean?
Right,
The
carrying
angle,
over
the
characters,
perspective,
likenesses.
Yeah, there's a lot. And
Yes.
I mean, again, there's like, here, I'll give you another example of how you're up against it, not just as a comic book artist, but like, if you could get a hold of somebody in the early 1900s and go, oh, and do you know what an algorithm is? Do you know what suppression is in the algorithm? If you have the wrong politics, they won't even let you like have a voice in the world. So like when you were doing the Kickstarter, and when you were like, you went on a ton of shows, you did a great like media run. It was fantastic, even to the point where I was like, dude, just come on my show last, because if you come on my show, you'll get a few views, and then you'll go on Leftist Mafia and get all the rest of the views. Come on my show last, and we'll just talk about comics, right? Because I know those guys won't be able to hold their water talking about that conversation. So or that angle of it. But like, were you ever at any point worried, maybe just with the Kickstarter, in not unlike in the way I think you said a friend said, hey, maybe a publisher wouldn't be so cool with the topic of the 1% and all that. Were you ever worried, or maybe you actually experienced some sort of algorithmic suppression or pushback, or people were just like, dude, change the title? Or was there anything like that you felt like, whether it was automated traffic like bots or something, but did you ever feel like there was a whole nother level of people like trying to suppress you or keep you from seeing the light of day?
Well, figuring out if the algorithm was suppressing me is way over my knowledge. So maybe it did, but
yeah.
but
some people just
I
think they're
wouldn't
shadow
know.
banned, and I'm like, you probably are. If you think it, you are. Yeah.
I don't know, but like I know. So for example, I tried to. I'm. If you can see on my that Matt has my at Jim DiBartolo. I'm at Jim DiBartolo on everything, and I don't know if TikTok still exists as of today. Maybe it doesn't. I'm not sure, but I tried to, so I managed to, I did most of my promotion through Instagram just because that one seems to, at least in my brain, be a little bit more skewed towards showing visuals. And TikTok, I hadn't really gone down, but I tried to do some posts on TikTok and I got a couple through, but man, it was so hard with the title and with any sort of anything I would mention that was anti-billionaire on there. I was trying to do just post reels and it wouldn't let me post on there like numerous times. And I had to really edit it down. And probably from, being on social media is like sometimes just putting together a reel where you're having to like narrate a little bit, show some art, have some changes, some transitions,
Could
add
be like
some
an
music,
hour editing, 2 hours. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. And you're on your phone, like, so if your finger hits the wrong thing, then you have
Nightmare.
to like restart. It's just such a, it's a terrible sort of system. So there were so many situations where when I'd finally get a thing up, so TikTok was a little bit problematic in that regard. So maybe I was shadow banned on there, but I was getting a lot of knee-jerk, not an overwhelming amount, but a lot of knee-jerk defense of billionaires, which is kind of that sort of, oh, I need to run to bootlick. that's my sort of take on it. Is like, okay, unless you're a billionaire, what you're doing is you're sticking up for literally your oppressors. What is it in you that that makes you feel like you need to run to their defense? And so that was an interesting thing to see, over and over again. But I would say about halfway through the campaign, that kind of went away. I don't know if it was because I replied. I tried to reply very friendly and be like, I don't know why you're trying to defend these people and run to their defense, but have a great day. And then they may or may not reply, and I'd be like, look into it a little bit, and I would list off a couple statistics or whatever. And
what's funny, half of those are fake, but the comment itself keeps you in the feed, keeps you in the algorithm, keeps you in front of people. So replying is just as good. So
yeah,
you'll take it. People would tell me when I say fuck billionaires, like we don't need them on our side or at all.
Yeah.
People would say, don't you need money? And I go, what you mean is need money, like in terms of playing a game that somebody else made the rules for, which I'm already never going to win, is different from wanting money. Like I don't want money, but we might need money, right?
Yeah,
like
sure.
This isn't a game that we can unilaterally disarm, right? We need to play. I mean, look, I'm sure you would have liked to avoid crowdfunding money to get your comic out into the world.
Yeah.
But what's the other way? Just do it completely for free and like, oh my God, it's like almost, 300 pages. Like this is ridiculous. So
yeah, I did get a few people.
You have a family.
Yeah. Yeah. I certainly had there was a couple of recurring comments of people like, oh, how ironic. This guy hates billionaires and yet he's trying to get money to do a comic that's against billionaires. And I'm like, first off, I didn't say I'm against wealth. I'm not against wealthy people. There's wealthy and there's billionaires, and they're the whole statistics of the difference between a million and a billion. Google that if you don't know.
Oh yeah.
And it's money, like you say, is a necessary thing in society. We have to pay bills, buy groceries, have clothes on our back, that kind of thing. But the idea of so that was a little bit of like the comments I got from a couple of people saying like, oh, you're trying to become a billionaire by doing a book against billionaires. And I'm like, okay, first off, I was asking for $35,000.
Yeah.
That's
wow. And a lot of that is going to be spent on stuff like
so
it's
like
not all
well over half of that goes towards the flatter, the printing, which has gone up since our genius in chief has done some tariffs. So some of the tariff stuff supposedly won't affect having the printing done, but it has gone up a fair amount since I did some preliminary figures prior to launching the Kickstarter. A lot of it goes towards the mailing of the books. So again, like, yeah, I made 10K over the 35, which is amazing. I'm super thankful I can't believe it got funded, let alone more than that. And the book's still available for pre-order until I send it off to the printer, because I like you and I talked about, I don't know if perhaps it'll be something where the book gets printed, I mail it out, and a publisher is like, hey, we like this, let's pay you money to publish it ourselves and do a wider distribution. But I have no idea if that'll be the case, or if this is it. And I don't have like the capacity to store hundreds or thousands of books in my house for an indefinite amount of time. So if people can pre-order, if they want it, if they can pre-order it, that's, at least for now, as far as I know, going to be the only way to get it. So
and we will share that link. And I mean, just when it comes to like greater like mass distribution, that's a whole thing right now. After Diamond Comics Distributions claimed bankruptcy this year, that's like a whole thing. So you go from somebody having a monopoly to like, everyone just trying to pick up the pieces, and then you're self-publishing. And I don't know, does that put the brakes on people picking up a self-published book just to offer them greater distribution? I hope not, but who knows? So there's just so many things working against us. But like, by contrast, and in doing all those shows, you did all the shows, it was great, and you were great on them.
Thank you so much.
You had to have educated people, informed people, recruited people to this way of thinking. You had to have gotten feedback from people to say, look, I'm looking at this in a new light. The book is going to do even more of that, right? Like, if anyone's on the fence about whether to fuck billionaires or not, you got to at least read the book and see for yourself why. But like, there's an educational, like, this is your mission. You're not just making, your book isn't about ninjas and cave trolls and a quest, right? It's in a magic ring or sword. Well, it could be. That would be very interesting, actually, if you took it there. But like, it's this to me seems like you're setting out to I don't know, you tell me. Like it's described as I love the description. Here, I have it. A twist-filled, in-your-face, page-turning thriller told in full graphic novel form. Now, we've talked about the graphic novel form, right?
Yeah.
Tell me about what it is that you're trying to convey people message-wise.
Well, I guess first off, I want people to understand that, so there is violence in the book. I probably should say, I need to say that I, as a person, my politics are not towards violence, political violence, the stuff that's going on the past week or so. It's
that's why it's in the book.
Yeah,
so that we don't have to live it. We can just read
it's
about.
Disgusting to me. I don't want things to come to violence or bloodshed. I'm anti-war. I'm anti-death penalty. But the frustration of the sort of the creation of the book is that I see, and I knew it was coming, and the idea for the book, it's been a long time percolating in my head, and I've been working on it for a few years now. I've always thought that billionaires were the problem in so many ways. I'm not saying they're the only problem, but they affect, the environment. They affect how they affect our schools. They affect our media. They affect.
There's a death toll to being a billionaire.
There
you can't do it without sacrificing life.
There absolutely is. And like I say, like and so most billionaires are not one billionaire, not worth $1 billion. They're worth multiple billions. And I just saw a thing before we got on that something like 500 of the billionaires.
400 gained another 400 billionaires gained another $1 trillion collectively, or almost $2 trillion.
Yeah, but the 500 billionaires, I think, is the right thing, that aren't rich enough to make it onto Forbes' list this year.
These statistics we shouldn't even have these. These should be like the butt of a joke, or like the punchline to a joke. But this is real. So you're saying 500 billionaires are probably disappointed that they weren't billionaire enough to get on Forbes' richest. That's
and there are 500 American billionaires, I think was the statistic, but I saw it like literally 2 minutes before we got on, so I might be misremembering, but I believe it was 500. I believe it was American billionaires, and
wow.
Yeah, and so there's somewhere around 3,000 billionaires in the world. America and China kind of are the top ones. But anyhow, the what was the so in the book it's a situation where I feel like someone like Bernie Sanders in real life, when he tried to run and he go against the 1%, he was totally, tamped down by his own party. I know he's not a Democrat, but like the Democratic Party, like tamped him down. The media, how are you going to pay for it? All this kind of stuff made it so where it's like he's just running up against a brick wall constantly to try to get the message across, to try to like assume any sort of power where he'd have even a little bit of control, even as president, over legislation and regulating the billionaires even more. So in this fictional world that I've created in Fuck Billionaires, it's borrowing the statistics and figures and reality of our world, but all the names and likenesses and everything are changed for the story that I'm telling. And it's a situation where the same sort of problems and running into a brick wall people have encountered there. And then one morning, a message on a skyscraper appears: billionaires should not exist, get ready. And so people are like, what does that mean? Like, what, and then there's a little bit of like initial sort of like, well, okay, somebody graffitied on a building and it's large on this billionaire skyscraper, but then it's quickly realized that it's also on a few other skyscrapers, and nobody witnessed the graffiti go up. Nobody steps forward to say it's them, and it's a mystery of what's going on. So there's people speculating. There's the media has on some people on talk shows talking about, kind of like you and I are talking. There, some people are dissing billionaires, saying that, and some people are defending billionaires. And then that night, a billionaire dies in a mysterious way, and then the message appears on his skyscraper, and again, no witnesses to it going up. That one down, who's next? Billionaires should not exist.
This is okay. I'm not gonna put this down once I start reading. This sounds great. Like I know things are getting tougher out there as far as like what we were talking about with costs and the algorithm and all this stuff, and people, real or not, going to bat for billionaires when they just shouldn't. But like the climate is only going to get better in terms of people needing this book. You know what I mean? Even just for escapism, or learning things along the way of finishing the story. But like it's only going to be more relevant as we go. Although, depending on when you actually release it, you might just switch out billionaire with trillionaire, because I don't know if people are all going to graduate that quickly. But
that's so scary.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to happen. But I'm so sick of seeing like, oh, so-and-so might beat so-and-so to be the first trillionaire. And it's like, just why are you talking about it?
Yeah,
Are
that's
you really
a race
trying to bring everybody? Yeah, I mean, everyone is so depressed already. Okay, look.
Yeah.
I want to talk about probably my favorite part of the book.
Oh, okay.
I'm going to show some unfinished art that you shared with me, if that's
okay.
okay. Yeah. This is now, normally I'm the guy.
World premiere, yeah.
Now, oh, okay. Nobody's seen this, huh? So
if it's what I think you're about to show.
Yeah.
If it's about
what very personal to me.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Okay. So this is, I'm normally the guy drawing everybody else. That's like if I'm known for something, it's that, right? Like I'm always drawing other people.
Yeah.
And so when people draw me, I get very excited. Like even if they're like, I'm not an artist, it's not that good, I am flipping out. Like I love it, right? Because I want everyone to draw. Yeah, I want everyone to draw everyone. So when you showed me this, I lost it. Like I immediately, hit pause on whatever we were watching, showed my wife, and was like, "Look at the background, you don't get it." So, so like I said, it's unfinished. We're gonna look at some flats and then some black and white.
Yeah.
And this is cool because we've been talking about it. Now people can relate. We'll give them examples, visuals, and some of it's redacted because we're not giving away the plot, right?
Yeah.
So read what you can, but there's no spoilers here.
You
Although
say
I
some
do.
things,
I like what I'm saying, what I can see that I'm saying. I like it. So,
okay.
So let's share this now for everyone to check out. Okay. So okay. Now this isn't me in the story, right?
So I have
It's just my likeness.
I have not named you as Matt Strackbein. I've not said the Letterhack.
Okay.
So yeah, but it's just sort of like it's something where I have the YouTube sort of play live stream.
That's awesome. So it is me. It could be me.
It could be you. It's one of those things where it's kind of if you know. So people might be again, because this is something where through a lot of the political shows and because it comes at from such a political angle. I feel like people might be reading and go, "Oh, hey, I know that guy."
Look at this set. Look at this
set
set with my set. This is perfect. Like, okay, and so just in terms of flats, like you were saying, they just put in color blocks to hold selections and make selections easier.
And I've done a little bit of rendering on this, and there's a little bit of shadow so far, but that's as far as I've gotten on that one.
But like, you could just get rid of the hair color and go white, because that's practically the way it is in real life. Like, you could just make it purely white hair and it'd be fine. That would save you some time. But like, this is great. And then there's another. And I believe this takes place later in the story, right? There's another
a different period of the story. It's a different period.
There I am again. So good. And you know what's funny is, like, this looks like me. It also looks like my little brother. Because well, I mean, which just shows that you nailed the family likeness as well, This is so cool. This is
thanks.
It's really a treat to me. And it's funny because I got known for drawing podcasters. So for
I love
draw
the stuff
me,
like I first saw your stuff like when Sam Cedar shared it on the Majority Report. I was like, oh, this guy's awesome. Yeah.
Well, to draw me at all is cool, but to draw me as a podcaster is just like, I've come full circle.
Yeah, there you go.
All the way around. It's so cool. It's another reason for me to look forward to the book. But and you were saying something like, I think I asked you if I could do this. I'm not sure. You did. I remember saying like, yeah, whatever.
Yeah.
And moving on, right? But like, I had no idea it was going to be that cool or accurate my set and everything. It's just so cool. So it's really a treat for me. I appreciate it. I feel like I should have contributed more to the campaign to get that level of pledge or whatever.
No. Like seriously, like you having me on to help me promote, and your kind words, like when I first, reached out, like when I saw your Blue Sky post, I think, or tweet, like, wanting to talk to people who are political and doing comics. And I was like,
oh yeah.
I was like nervously like, hey, I have a thing I'm going to be doing. And yeah, you were like wrote back so quick and so nicely. Yeah. So it was my pleasure. And, I know it's not part of a tier in Kickstarter, but, you and others did such unique help for me through the campaign, not just having me on, helping me promote, but it was also sort of, nice to meet you. And, at least for a little while before and a little while after, feeling like, that warmth of, okay, maybe this will get funded.
Yeah.
Because if it didn't, I honestly, it would be so much work, would have gone for nothing. Because when I started it, I had over 200 pages drawn. And on like a wing and a prayer of, okay, I hope this gets funded. that all that work is for something.
Honestly, the reason why I have people on to promote their Kickstarter, because I do comic book reviews, and they want you to review a lot of Kickstarters.
Yeah.
And I don't always do that, because even the big guys, DC and Marvel, do Kickstarters now.
I know, I noticed that. I'm like,
I don't care to like. I don't want CNN to like have a live stream on YouTube either. You know what I mean? Like, just do your thing.
Yeah,
where you're already making the billions. But like,
so bizarre to me.
not that DC and Marvel make it billions, but whatever. So like the thing for me is to do exactly what you said, not just promote art and the book and the story and this creator, but to give you and people like us, because I'm in this, I know what it's like, to give them that sense of security that you're not on your own, you're not alone out there, that people do have your back, there is support for this, and it's not just your grassroots self-promotion, it's grassroots promotion in addition to that. And so that really is like a big part of it, and that's why I put the call out there. I wish more people would take me up on it. I do think a lot of people are like, oh, I'm not big enough for YouTube, and that's not true. Everyone's big enough for fucking YouTube. It's not that big of a deal. So, but I've actually had people
need
say
content.
That.
Creators need content or want content, and and you never know who might be out there having something to say, whether literally or through their books. Yeah.
Well, I do want to thank you for coming back on and talking about this.
Yeah.
We're going to have you back on and talk about the physical demands of being an artist, professional artist. It's a lot like being a professional athlete. We can compare notes on that. I'm willing to give you the stretches and exercises I do every day to
Can I
leave
really
neck
quick
and back.
talk about my
Go ahead. Yeah.
Oh, so like in the spring, I started to notice my hand was going numb, and was a little bit like, why is I guess to say like late winter, early spring, and I was like, why is my hand? And from having previous lower back issues where it affected my foot and my thigh, I was like, uh-oh, is my neck, my cervical spine causing me problems? And it was getting worse and worse and worse, and I was having to take breaks while I was drawing to like lie down and kind of like rest my neck, and so that my hand the feeling would come back. Anyhow, after like MRIs and physical therapy and all that kind of stuff, I ended up needing to get cervical surgery. So I had a surgery, like,
wow,
I don't want to gross anybody out. So I had cervical disc replacement in my neck, and they go in through the front, and then I also had another one below it fused, because the surgeon couldn't get the vertebrae apart enough to put in an artificial disc in between.
Wow.
Because it was already sort of like so crammed down, and anyway, pinching the nerve. So it was pinching the nerve that was like kind of like shutting off part of my hand. But so that was like 10 days ago. Thank God, like the surgery seems to be a success, and I can feel everything again. It's not causing me problems, and the recovery.
We are not going to rush the book.
Well,
back off, everybody.
No. That's not what I'm saying. That's not.
He will finish the book. No, seriously though.
Yeah.
Give him some space. Like, self-care is a big deal. Not, hey, I paid for this thing. Relax. Like, it'll be fine. But that is not a small thing, Jim. That's serious.
No.
That's huge.
No, it was a hindrance, certainly, and worrisome. And I am careful. I try to exercise most days leading up to the surgery and stuff, and not do anything where I'm like, as I've gotten older, especially, not anything where it's going to cause an injury. So it's like gentle, slow, like things to try to, and walking and that kind of stuff to take care of because I'm sitting here drawing and everything for hours, so to get up and move is important. But anyway, I wasn't saying that for guilt, but just sort of, you mentioned that sort of side of it. And I also wanted to quickly share my shirt, just if I could.
Love that. All of my heroes punch Nazis.
Yeah, I wore this to Emerald City Comic-Con last spring, and I literally, it was pretty heartwarming. Like I walked in, and like literally, like over the course of the first like 10 or 15 minutes, had people run up and like, can I take a photo of your shirt? And
that's great.
Because awesome. All of my heroes do punch Nazis.
Amen. Hey, thanks for coming on. Thanks for sharing your personal experience all the way through. Thanks for doing this book. Thanks for focusing on this issue, for putting attention on this issue and a spotlight on this continually. I would love a follow-up or sequel one day, but I haven't even read it yet. And honestly, real big deal. This is a big deal. And so if anyone hasn't had a chance to get on it yet, there is a pre-order link. We will be sharing that, and everyone will have an opportunity to. You won't miss out. If you don't want to miss out, we'll give you a chance not to. So Jim D. Bartolo, thanks for coming on. The book is called Fuck Billionaires. We can't wait.
Thank you so much. Always a pleasure. And thanks for having me back on. Cheers, everybody. Take care of yourselves.
As promised, the link to pre-order that book is in the chat. It's a Kickstarter. Kickstarter's ended. Don't be deterred. Scroll down through the pledges. Look for a green one. That means it's active. You can still get in on the Kickstarter even though it concluded. Okay, so you're not missing out. Moving on. I've got a little less than 15 minutes to talk about this next topic. That's right. I'm very upset about AI. Again, how AI is disrupting the photography business. This is from Axios, not so great, but sometimes worth reading media outlet. The emergence of cheap AI tools is upending the business of photography. Why it matters. AI is disrupting everything from headshots to stock images, forcing photographers to adapt and watch their job disappear. The big picture. Photography has been in a state of transition for decades, from the rise of photo editing to from the rise of photo editing tool Photoshop to the explosion of digital images and the decline of film. But AI now poses an existential threat. AI can compose entirely original photos, providing a cheaper and more efficient alternative to expensive photo shoots for individuals and businesses. And those images are only getting more believable by the day. AI headshot generators are great tools. This is a quote, are great tools for creating professional images in less time. According to writer Andrea Alamian's comprehensive review of more than 30 of such tools, but they have limitations when it comes to getting the right style, enough editing options, or realistic expressions in the image. Okay, now we're going to cut over to that review real quick. What I'm going to do is here, I'll just show you just quickly. This could be like a 2-hour segment that I'm doing in like 10 minutes, just so you know. So check this out. I tested 30 plus headshot generators. Here are the best 17 tools ranked for realistic results. Headshots. Okay? Don't forget that word. Here, okay, there's a lot of examples. Here's the original selfie. Love the original selfie. Here's the AI generated one. Different person. Okay? If you'd like a human to generate a beautiful AI headshot for you, the best place is Fiverr. And then they go on to tell you all 30 of these different ways of getting AI images generated instead. And then here comes some more examples. This is not a real person. This is not a real person either. None of these, right? Here are the real people. Let's look again. Here are the fake people with the all fake, clothes fake, backgrounds. I don't even know where this background is, but that's fake. Not in a library, not reading a book, not even posing as reading a book. Here are the real headshots, which I love. These are real. No soul, soul. You see the difference there? Okay, here's some more. These have fake backgrounds, okay? Fake locations. They're putting fake, like, destination locations in the backgrounds of these photos. That's not her. She doesn't look anything like that. This could, I guess, be a sister or a cousin or something, but it's not her. And she's never been there. She's never owned those clothes, okay? But don't take my word for it. Let's listen to her in her own words.
Your profile picture is the first thing people notice when they come to your LinkedIn profile. If you have a profile picture that's cropped from a group photograph or one where your face is not clearly visible, then so many people who might be your prospective recruiters or clients might as well move on to the next profile. You don't want that to happen to you, do you? What's the solution then? A good profile picture has two clear elements. The first is your face needs to be visible clearly. It has to be well lit. And the second is your face should be distinguishable from the background. If the background is super bright and super noisy, then your face won't be the highlight of the profile picture. And the third bonus point is, of course, it has to be a headshot. You cannot use a full body picture for LinkedIn or even.
She's talking about headshots for LinkedIn. Okay, for LinkedIn. Now, I could listen to her talk all day. I love her voice. I love her accent. It sounds like music to me. I love watching her talk. I love everything about this. I would never look at this person or listen to them talk and go, you should do AI instead. Mainly because they'd be like, what the fuck do you mean by that? And then also because it's completely unwarranted. Okay, so first of all, this is a tremendous effort just for LinkedIn profile picture. The whole article and the whole video, and that video is long. It's a lot longer. It's like nearly 30, 35 minutes. All it talks about is your LinkedIn profile picture. And this is the app I keep hearing people say, does LinkedIn even exist? Do people even use that anymore? But here we are worried about the profile picture. Okay, secondly, who are the recruiters and employers on LinkedIn of all places going off of headshots to this degree? I mean, why spend this amount of time on a headshot if it isn't the most important thing? Or is it? And it's like, if you spend this much time and effort and money and resources on a headshot for LinkedIn, I can only imagine what you're spending on your actual resume, because to me, that's the most important part. I get dressing the part or the role. I get feeling confident. You are talking to the look good, feel good person himself right here. But I am resistant to a world that judges me on a profile picture, especially to this degree, to the point where I feel like I need to completely fake it. Okay, so I guess we're going off first impressions, right? I've conducted hundreds of interviews where I was the sole hiring manager. Nobody would ever interfere with my decision, okay? And these were high-paced jobs, critical roles. Let me give you my honest first impression of this person that we just saw in the video. Tons of personality. Okay? Oozing personality. I get the sense that we could very easily hold a conversation. And even if we don't have things in common, we'd find a way to get along. I am disarmed and engaged all at once. And honestly, big plus here, not a white guy. We've had our chance, and white guys rely on privilege too much, whether they realize it or not. So don't sell yourself short. But that last part aside, I think we often mistake those attributes like disarming and engaging personalities for attraction. I think we often think to ourselves, could I be in a relationship with this person? But that's, well, I mean, it's weird, first of all, but it's not something you think in a professional setting. Can I work with this person? Can I sit in stressful meetings and overcome obstacles with this person? Whether a profile pic can tell you a lot about someone isn't for me to say. I don't know. But I do know this isn't a dating app, LinkedIn. And we should respect people for who they are and what they offer instead of good lighting, the right outfit, or location shots. But to be perfectly honest, look, none of that matters. I'm just pointing out how it's challenging to overcome the stereotypical meaning of first impressions. What matters is experience and motivation. What matters is, can this person bring enough to the table while also demonstrating the ability to resolve or to evolve and grow, but also resolve. There's going to be a lot of resolving problems and stuff like that, but like evolve and grow into the position, because the position isn't just in the best jobs, it's not just a stagnant role. I would never look at a LinkedIn profile pic and say, nope, just based on the pic. What kind of, that is the worst kind of person. I'm sorry. Because that's somebody saying, hey, when you look at the LinkedIn profiles, make sure you're looking for what? What do you want to see? Who do you want to hire based on looks? And so, I would certainly never look at a LinkedIn profile pic and think, ooh, damn, should have used AI. That's fucked up. And especially not in this case, because one, there's nothing wrong with non-AI pics in the first place. And two, the AI pic looks fake as hell. It actually makes me wonder if the person has something to hide. It makes me question their honesty and their integrity. And I haven't even met them. Why are you using a fake picture of yourself? Why are you putting yourself? I got to wonder what happens when the person shows up to the interview. Because these assholes hiring for the job are so superficial and gross about having the most perfectly charming, handsome face in the room with the exact right focus on the background and the lighting, then, surely they're going to be very disappointed when an actual human being shows up, right? You wonder if the company just walks around with everyone wearing their AI image printed out on a mask. And what if they see London, England in the background of your LinkedIn profile pic and they're like, tell us about London. And you're like, oh, that was just for AI. Are they going to be like, oh, no, totally, I did that too? Are they going to be like, you lied about going to London? What the fuck? Well, I saw a video that recommended I use AI. Oh, sorry. Did I do it wrong? Look, when it comes to your career, the worst thing you can do is misrepresent yourself. And if the profile pic has this much importance, then why misrepresent yourself right away? LinkedIn only has pictures because it's trying to be social media. It's trying to be the social media of job banks. And other people do it now, but you would never get a resume, then call the person and say, hey, yeah, I was just reading a resume. By the way, what do you look like? Right? And so I guess we look at it the way as a social media app works. And in that way, LinkedIn is accurate. It's disgusting, but accurate. If social media puts importance on an image over substance, then I guess mission accomplished for LinkedIn and a social media platform as a social media platform. You know what I think they should do? Everyone should have a kid draw your picture, because check this out. Here is another version of somebody taking one piece of art and altering it or enhancing it in a way that I think is very positive. This is Thomas Romaine. His son is 6 years old and designs these characters that his father, a professional animator, renders. Look at this. Now, that picture on the left by the kid isn't bad. The one on the right isn't good. It's a matter of preference. It's not a matter of taste. The design informed the animator's rendering on the right. Who's to say the animator can come up with this shit on his own? Maybe he can't. There are several versions of this. It is a wonderful, wonderful project. They've launched a book of these. It's fantastic. They have a YouTube channel where you can watch all of this happen. It is amazing. It is a beautiful thing. 2 points to make. First, don't waste money on a professional photographer for LinkedIn profile pics. But if you feel like that's the game you need to play, by all means, go for it. Because the second point is that AI is only going to help you fake it. Whereas a photographer worth paying for, would bring the best out in you. There is the matter of the soul to consider. You are only limited by your inability to see the beauty in the things around you. You are only limited by your inability to see the microcosms of life that exist everywhere at all times. Why would you fake where you are or where you've been? Your feelings, your perspective, your style, your voice, That's what matters. And the fact is, no matter how realistic an AI generator may be in terms of the images that they produce, it is not real at all. And so if your future boss would rather you fake a profile pic of yourself, well, maybe reconsider if you want to work for those dumb fuckers in the first place. Left Past 10 starts right now. Hello? Anybody here?
Yeah. Hi there.
Hey.
We're doing it.
Let's go. I think Sandee's here. She might be muted, but that's okay because...
I'm here.
Hello? Good.
I just don't know if it's on my channel.
Well,
You never know that.
it appears to be.
No,
It appears-
Nick.
Schrodinger stream.
Nick is supposed to be setting that up. I didn't do it. I couldn't do it.
It looks right. We're good. We're good. But again, and Andrea, this goes for you too.
What?
Don't talk during this part because it ruins like the music that we worked on, and the visuals are engaging and
You've got
delightful.
a really old logo in there of mine.
I'm
I'm gonna make us a new opening video.
Get up. Oh, okay. Wow.
That sounds
That sounds like a
Okay.
shut it down reboot, right? Like are we
Dragon wants me to
retooling
make
with the
sure
new?
my light's good.
Okay,
It's
Dragon. He's calling the
probably-
shots. I guess
Yeah, he is. All right, now I'm not on my channel. It doesn't look
you
like I'm on-
are.
I am. I don't see it.
Well, refresh.
All right, I will. Refresh it. Oh, it's on. Okay.
Okay, see, yeah.
All right, cool.
Look, producer Nick is on top of it.
Yeah, he
okay?
is. So I can.
He's the
change
best in the
thumbnail.
game. If I'm
I
allowed
can
to say.
change. He was going to change the thumbnail. This is
I think he is
okay.
the best in the game, though.
Oh my god! Because I wanted to tell everybody that they should go to this space, but I want them to watch tomorrow when I'm on. But I want them to start getting used to going to this space. I think.
I like
Oh,
this
hell
space.
yeah.
I think this space is cool.
I know.
Yeah, me too.
And if we need, I see the subscribers, but I would like more people to start going. That's all. Uh-oh. Okay, here we are. All right, Groove Dragon.
Okay,
Only
well,
producer.
Sandy, you at the beginning vowed a new video. When can we see this? Do we have to put a deadline on this? Your all new video incoming? Is that what you said? That's what I heard.
I'll
I don't
make
know
one
about the
for
rest
us.
of us.
I'll make one for us, and it won't be AI. You
saying,
know
so
that. It won't
by
be.
next week, we can expect this. When can we expect?
Yeah, next week,
Maybe.
tomorrow, actually.
Well,
Yeah,
I
make it-
still have the kittens, but yeah, I guess.
Finish it by the end of today, if you don't mind.
You're gonna.
I was thinking about you. I wanted to talk to you about something too
Oh,
on the show.
Should
Yeah.
Jake and I leave? Are you guys?
No. It's about
We got.
food.
We always
It's
talk
about
over the gals.
food.
We gotta let the gals
That's right.
have moments.
It's about
What's up?
food. Now it's funny. I can see.
I like
this-
food. I was
Yeah.
eating food earlier.
and it's about
actually.
you doing some cooking, and then me
Oh, me.
making you doing cooking with the bitch, right?
Oh.
And you make a dish
offensive.
that I can make at home, and
Okay.
then I can then can it and teach you how on a live stream we can can something like that, something with food. Although I'm trying not to eat any food. Oh, I'm in my pajamas, by the way.
I
I'm in
mean,
my
that could be
bathroom.
good. I don't.
Yeah,
I don't know
think
what
so.
I could cook up. I got a couple recipes.
Well, you have to just think
Canned
about it.
pickles.
That's all.
And
You
then,
have to think
oh,
about
you would jar pickles.
All right, I see this. Oh God, I just did that.
I
the day
definitely
before
prefer jarring
yesterday.
them for sure.
I just jarred pickles the day before yesterday.
Oh, so you could bust those out in a little while, like what, a
They're
week,
in the other
month,
room.
something like that. And
Yeah,
have
but I've
some
still got pickles from
pickle and peanut butter
2022.
sandwiches?
I still have 2022 pickles.
Are those COVID pickles?
Let's
Those
just ship 'em.
pickles
COVID
infected
pickles?
or?
No, they're not infected.
Oh yeah, the pandemic was over by then.
I
right?
never even got COVID till 23.
It was
Never
over
even
by
fucking
then.
got it till then, till 23. Oh, I was so pissed.
Oh, Andrew's doing.
I
Little
was
cat
gonna say
ears.
that would annoy me so
It
much.
did
to
because
escape.
That's not what I was.
Yeah. Anyway,
Jake,
All
what
right,
are you
so
drawing?
I see. I'm gonna try to change the
Looks like a
edit
penis.
That
video.
asparagus?
Oh, I could do this while we're live.
It's like a
Everything.
magic wand.
It is asparagus.
Sandy
Oh, I
has been back
get it.
for 3 episodes. It's 3 episodes in a row. She's doing off-camera tech, which I love. I
Yeah.
love this.
Really?
Hold on, where did I
That's
wait?
pretty good,
1 sec.
actually.
It's hold on.
I'm
What did I
still
call
not
it?
in
What
the
did we
color,
did we
really.
do the underscore
Are you
01
drawing a
or
swastika
how
on
did
that
we-
on that. Whoa. You're getting
Folks, the fever
dangerously
dream
close
has
over there.
begun. I don't know if people realize we retooled the fever dream this
We
week.
got
It's
Nazi
getting a little,
asparagus.
weird.
Yeah.
I was so I don't know
right
if you saw my
live.
interview with Jim DiBartolo.
Yeah, I did. I
Philly.
thought we got to get his book because we got
Yeah.
Sandee's book. Now we have to get his book.
Gotta. But I talked to him off air because it's pre-taped, and so we were, I was talking about, we're cartoonists. I was talking about a Calvin and Hobbes comic where Calvin is like, and I've been sending this to everyone. I like sent it to Boston Brian recently, just in reply to something. But it's Calvin and Hobbes, and Calvin's going, how old will I be when I stop needing to know things? Right? Like he's over it. And he goes, yeah, dude, I just found something out that blew my mind and it's about dinosaurs. And I know there's a lot to know about dinosaurs, but you kind of think I'm 50, he's 55. You think in our 50s, we would kind of know the basics about dinosaurs. I don't know, maybe not. So anyway, I didn't know this. He didn't know this.
Shit about them.
This is not. And I don't even know how they would determine this. He gave me a link to a video to watch that apparently explains it. But dinosaurs had different stress level.
They did.
I don't know what the fuck, right? It makes no sense.
I just would have assumed that we all thought that different stress levels, of course.
Well, but like the different, not just like different levels of stress in their day.
Next, you're gonna tell me they had a bloodstream.
No, the different dinosaurs had different levels of stress than other dinosaurs. Not that they all had different levels of stress, which is a little more, I think.
But even then,
complex.
Yeah, like some dinosaurs were T-Rexes, and others had to look out for T-Rexes.
And they're all
and actually, you want to know why they call them that?
Did not blew my mind.
You want to know why they call them that? Because Tyrannosauruses were so stressed that they called them nervous Rex.
All right, that's yeah, good.
That was damn well done.
You see, I knew something was fishy because that was some horseshit story.
Jim is sitting at home watching, going, "What the fuck? I didn't have."
Yeah, what the
fuck talk about
was that?
Dinosaurs? What's this?
Okay.
So I mean, that was good. I mean, it was kind of Jake and I were not very cooperative on that one, but
no, that was great. It felt real.
No, it wasn't. It was all scripted. It's part of the scripted
Birds
panel show.
nice.
Sorry, folks.
It's a Letterhack controlled show.
Letterhack 10
wrote the script.
Writer's room.
I'm reading it right now. I got it right here.
Sandy's like, goodbye, everybody.
No, not yet.
Like,
I'm
later.
tired. I'm in my
I'm done.
bathrobe. I mean, I'm in my pajamas.
Hey,
I'm not even, can't even freaking be dressed. Well, I came in from, I was ripping out cucumbers. The cucumbers.
Ripping them out.
Yeah, they're done. And they all got to go in the
Pull 'em right off.
compost. And I was dirty and all that. So I just said, fuck it up. Oh, wait, that's right.
Why is the
What?
asparagus hiling Hitler right now? What is going on?
Where
What
are you getting
doing?
the
What are
Hitler
you doing,
from?
Jake?
Sandy, you just got upset for cussing.
Straight up there, Jake.
I forgot. I
Do
can.
now.
I'm trying to be good on my channel, but I'm not. I can't.
Why?
I'm terrible. I don't know because of 3-month trauma, but it probably doesn't matter. It probably doesn't matter anyway. It doesn't.
Jake's that's toothpaste. That is salt shaker.
Yeah. What are you drawing?
Is that Microsoft
soy
Draw? What are
sauce.
you using here? Oh, what? I don't get it.
Right. Let's see.
Soy sauce
see it. It's
asparagus.
working.
Man, we used to prank call a Chinese
cool.
food place. We were actually like really good friends with them.
Right.
And I gotta put this on screen.
Put it all off. All right. I'm shutting.
Are
everything
you
else
Somebody
off.
appreciates my fucking
Yeah.
dad
Are you
jokes.
really
already.
Hello.
Elling your AO? Is that true?
We
I'm not
use
elling my AO. If you
I
yeah.
L'd my
Ew.
AO.
Ew.
No, but we called this
Oh,
we love this
Weird.
Chinese food place in our neighborhood. It's called New Canton. And
Really?
and we were like friends with them. The people that worked there, and we were teenagers, but we loved this place. It had the old school cigarette machine where you pull the slot, and one of us would distract him while the other guy was like over there being real loud with the cigarette machine. But like we would prank call them, and they knew it was us. They knew it was me, and I would call them and say, you know, like, hey, I would like to make a to-go order. And they go, okay, what would you like? And I say, I'd like 10 all-beef hot dogs. And they would go, we don't serve all-beef hot dogs. And I said, okay, I'll take 6 all-beef hot dogs and with buns. And they were like, no, we don't serve those. And I go, okay, well, I'll have 4 hamburgers and some French fries. And they go, we don't serve that. And I was like, do you have anything like spaghetti? And he goes, do we have Chinese spaghetti? And I was like, you do? And he goes, yeah, it's called lo mein. And I was like, we want spaghetti. And we would just do this over and over and over and over and over.
Annoying. I like the idea of you going, how about spaghetti? I think
But
I'd
then
All right.
eventually he would say, like, okay, look, we're getting busy. But and he was like, he's in on it. He's just having fun. One time I had a buddy of mine call into work. My name is Strackbein. My dad's name is Bruce Strackbein. And all he had to call was say, this is Matt.
His name is Bruce?
Bruce
middle name
Strackbein.
Bruce.
All he had to do is call.
Twice. It sounded like it was Bruce B.
I'm
Strackbein.
just being clear.
Okay.
All this guy had to do was call and say, hi, this is Matt Strackbein's dad, Bruce Strackbein. He's not going to be able to make it in today. He's in trouble. Because you can only call in sick so many times. Sooner or later, you got to get your dad to call in, you know, supposedly, and say that you're in trouble because they're not going to argue with that. They're going to be like, oh, he's so grounded he can't go to work. Damn. So, like, I was like, I'll figure out what my offense was later. But so this guy calls, and we're all sitting there being quiet, just like, huge mistake. Should have let him be on his own. But we're all sitting there in the room being quiet, right? Probably like passing like 6 blunts around at once. Just this idiot gets on the phone and goes, yeah, this is Bruce Springsteen. I mean, Strackbein. We fucking lost it. I lost it because I was like both mad and angry, and all my emotions swelled
instantly. It was instantaneous fuckery.
And then it worked though. Nobody ever said anything. He was just like, yeah, he's not going to be able to make it in. He's in big trouble. I hope that's okay. He'll be back tomorrow. And they were like, oh, okay. And then they said, what happened? I heard you were confined to quarters. And I was like, yeah, I snuck out and got busted.
I got to look at what Jake got. Drew.
Truth
really
is,
close.
I don't get busted. Yeah. So what do we got here, Jake? Is that hot honey and string beans or?
It looks like asparagus. Soy and asparagus.
It's a soy sauce bottle Highland Hitler is what I'm seeing. That's how I.
Where are you getting the Nazi stuff from?
Yeah,
it's a hand. It's a hand, and it's straight up.
Sandee's or Andrea is such a lefty that she's seeing it everywhere. You can't just call everything Nazi.
Not see it. You not see it.
Good one. No, she's like the asparagus Nazi.
Asparagus Nazi?
Tomatoes Nazi.
Tomato
Mr. Rogers Nazi.
I'm just telling you. I mean, if you don't see it, then there's something wrong with you. I'll
just calm down. I don't see it.
I'm calm. I'm very calm.
I did think it was toothpaste and a toothbrush. I see now that it's not.
All right. So,
I'm trying to see what like how one arrives at the Nazi salute there. But
I don't see it.
It's a hand.
I'm pulling it up
it's a
on
hand
my
straight
phone,
up.
like really big, like really close. And I see asparagus.
There's a thumb and fingers.
And soy sauce.
Thanks, John Lithium. Appreciate it. We got some new mods in there from that. It's a good one.
Notice, by the way, that this space did not get those memberships. That was exclusively to Letterhack.
We refuse to monetize. We do not monetize.
Siphoning our dollars away.
No, not yet. You will be eventually.
That's soy sauce. Jeez.
Yeah. So I want to say one thing about tomorrow.
I got some Percocet
to
over
my
here.
channel because there's
What's
really
tomorrow?
not that many people. My first show on this.
At 5 p.m. Eastern.
It'll probably go along with some of the things you've been talking about, Matt, because we're going to talk about data centers.
There you go. Good. Do it.
So because and you've inspired me, and I've been looking at this issue, so that's what I'm going to talk about. But I kind of feel like, I want people to watch on this space.
Yeah.
But I also want people to watch on my channel. But I think it's important for solidarity to get everybody to go to this space.
It all counts. It is solidarity. It all counts. It's fine.
It doesn't count. You have to stream exclusively or bust.
You can get people to watch on this whatever you want. We cannot operate under the terms that there is one perfect method. You know what I mean?
It's a learning process. I think,
and we are not being like so marketing that it's like we need more people on our channel, but like we we are behind the scenes talking about how to get views and how we get views in terms of just how you do it, not how we gotta get them. You know what I mean?
No,
So
it's not so
I mean,
much.
we do have to get them though.
It's
We're
the
really
familiarity
familiar.
of people realizing, wow, this is all on this space. I can go out to the garden with my little headphones on and just listen and not have to change
Amen.
anything. And I've got 7, 8 different shows of people that are like really cool. And there you go.
we've got over 30. I think we have almost 35 different contributors to the collective.
Good.
Is that
I
like
it.
remember
It's
when we had
collective,
like
right.
just we were like, well, it'll be us 4. We'll do our show and we'll do individual shows and maybe we can get 1 or 2 other people. And now it's like almost 35. And it's
It's pretty cool. Every time I fucking turn on this space, there's some fucker I never heard of before talking about some shit.
Don't you love it?
I don't think anybody can accuse me of being too humble with my planning and what have you. But even I, when in the early days, was like, yeah, we probably get 6, 7 people after a year.
Yeah.
After a year.
Yeah.
No, I think it's
No,
cool. I like
we
it.
are
I was too
potentially going
depressed to watch it in the beginning.
I get it. I get it. But we were almost too depressed to do it without you. But like we are I don't know. We're always just about to move into Fridays. So we'll see. But because we just have more live shows lining up. So another cool thing is I had an all mod hangout. I did a hangout with the mods last week and it was really cool. I'm trying to get another one going for the creators. I don't think we'll be able to do 30 people in a single hangout, but you know, I'm trying to do another one this Saturday at noon, so that'll be fun. But just with the host.
Could you do it in what's the Zoom?
Yeah, we'll do it right here.
Oh,
but but I think that it was really cool because it's not just we're doing the news, we're the left. It is a resource for doing this. And so in talking to the mods and like giving them a lot of it was mostly just me giving them tons of behind the scenes, showing them the software and explaining programming and just how everything works, and then getting input from them and developing like what I consider to be resources. So the way we interact in the mod channel on the Discord, private channels. You know
It's
what
all
I mean?
private. It's all locked down, you motherfuckers. You're not getting in there.
That's to keep it tidy because it's a resource.
It's
So
tidy.
anyway.
Well, Slack used to do that too.
fuckers allowed.
Slack was a thing we used, and Slack had groups, and Slack you could exchange.
Well, you could like group
spreadsheets and
conversations,
all kinds of stuff. Yeah, but you could
It's
do
just
work. In
good
it.
that
Slack
it's-
had work.
It's good that it's becoming a place where you don't have to wonder anymore. Is this a thing? You can throw it out to the group in any of the channels or the general tab, and like you get instant feedback. Like today, I was talking about a video we put out. It was Jackson White talking about Charlie Kirk. It was a short. It got
Wait a minute. Who isn't talking about Charlie?
right, but this got 600 views in the first like 4 or 5 minutes.
Okay. Well,
Right, and we were like, oh, okay, this is gonna take off. And then it got to 700 and stalled. Not one more view in like 8 minutes. And then it went down to 600. And then it went to 605,
So you're looking at
604.
the analytics that closely, because YouTube algorithms and AI,
did not
as
see what I
I
saw.
showed you, blows. I didn't see it.
Well, I had to make sure.
Wait, Jake.
What?
Jake just put up a new picture.
Brett,
didn't know
the
such
Hitman Heart.
thing.
But see,
But
if
like
I
we-
really want to see it, I have to
Jesus.
go like this. I have to go
Oh
like that.
man.
No, I can't.
Wow.
But that was the thing is we were trying to figure out like it stalled, huh? It just stopped. And this happens on the left. You can't have a video gain that many views that quickly and then zero.
No,
that
you can
isn't
if AI is in charge of all this bullshit.
it's gonna trickle out or it's gonna slowly like dwindle down. It doesn't just and then go backwards. So something
right.
they're
Something is-
definitely targeting all of that stuff. They just are. And it wasn't
I can't
anything
get out of my own way anymore. Since I came back, I'm still not getting. You know what gets the most views? Left Past 10.
I heard that. I mean,
That's
obviously
pretty funny. And I work hard on my shows, but I have I'm lazy and I want to start clipping.
Well, and who doesn't
I
like a
wanna
good
do-
fever dream?
No, I want to do
I
the clipping
love
because
lazy people.
I have
Let's just
no. I mean,
shout
I'm
out to
lazy to
lazy
do this shit in here.
People
I've got
like
kittens
crazy
and
shit.
garden and all kinds of other things.
People
I
like this
can't-
crazy shit.
I
It's
have
Yeah,
no
but
crazy.
stuff's more important. This is all going to be going away in a couple of years, probably.
Well, I
This
say
way.
less than that, Andrea. If you really want to get to it, I was saying that all this shit. What do you think that Jimmy Kimmel is going to trickle down to left progressive channels?
What's going on with Jimmy Kimmel?
They cut him loose, right?
Yep.
Is he out, or they just
Suspended.
took him down, suspended?
Didn't that happen like a few months ago?
Back. Are you kidding? No, that was Stephen Colbert.
I get them all
No.
mixed up. I've
yeah,
never
but
watched
Kimmel,
them.
I like. I actually like him. He actually gets. I only started watching him a couple of years ago, and I actually laughed. So I thought, you know what? If somebody makes me laugh and I look forward to seeing them, that's cool. Now I'm
Apparently,
fucking
the
mad.
FCC
Yeah, we're
was
fucked,
was
everybody. If they're
upset over it.
canceling these
Of course they
mainstream
were.
loser cable
There
TV
was a guy.
Did
I
you
don't know
hear-
if it was a senator or what, but this fucking guy said if we were in biblical times, Charlie Kirk would be the 13th apostle, and this is like a member of government.
I saw that. These people are insane. I mean,
it's
listen,
it's
but they're
bad
in
faith,
charge.
but like,
They're
come
insane and they have power, weapons, and money.
okay, but do you think
and-
they're insane, or do you think it's just bad faith? Like they're
Well, not
just building
insane.
a narrative.
I mean, it seems insane to all of us that are just watching this craziness. But it's not. It's
words are a weapon?
No, it's sociopathic.
Jimmy Kimmel needs to
Psychopatocracy.
sue the fucking shit out of
Well,
that.
he's got a contract. They'll have to
Reports are
pay him.
captured.
They'll pay him whether he's on or not. That's why, Jake, when you say he's probably terminated,
Parachute.
but they're going to pay him out, and he's just
Yeah.
not going to go. That's the legalese. The lawyers are
Can
already.
we get,
they already
can
did
we
that
get
in
Jimmy
20
to
minutes.
join this space? You think we could send him a...
I heard he's
Midas,
free. And
Midas touch already
he's got money.
has said it. They
plenty
can.
of
They
money.
go,
those
we're,
bastards.
we're getting to be the biggest growing platform, so But Jimmy makes buku bucks. But at this point, when you have enough is enough, right? So he could be like Mehdi Hassan, who is doing his own thing and has a great audience. Maybe Jimmy can do that with his commentary. And actually, he's a good interviewer. Jeez. I think it sucks because I liked him. I couldn't care less about most of them. But him was all right.
Yeah, it's so.
Oh, somebody said me too. Yeah.
They have
Sorry.
just picked this one guy. They're like, look, it's almost like they're like, oh, I'm glad this happened. Now we can capitalize on it. Here's what we're going to do.
Oh, they
And-
planned it. They were waiting to do this. This is strategic. This is all, they're strategic people. They're planning, and they have these sick people that think about all these diabolical things. Because
but just like this is
they
going to be
hate
our
this.
guy. We'll say that he was the Martin Luther King of our time.
Mm.
That's what they're saying. They put him up with Jesus,
Oh,
Martin
no,
Luther
real.
King,
Nothing that they
Abraham
say
Lincoln.
matters because no one pays attention to any of it. No one cares. They're just putting out a story so that they can reference it 6 months from now to do something else.
Well, something else will happen.
No
and
one actually
Kirk will be
cares.
out
Like,
of
do
the
you think
news.
more than like 7% of the population even
But
follows
they're
what the fuck's going on?
they're just they
We are
have to have
fucked.
something, no matter how flimsy, to point back to and go, no,
Yep.
we arrested him because of this. No, we shut him down because of this. It's not a free speech
They
thing.
shut
It's
him
because
down
of this.
because Donald Trump is a fascist piece of shit, and these people are all a bunch of fucking assholes,
See,
and they
now,
follow him like a cult leader,
that's
and it's psychopathocracy. And I made a video on it called.
Now-
I just want to
now-
say, for the record, I love Israel. Okay, I just want
Yeah, but see,
Yeah,
when-
we just love it.
Sandy, when you talk that way, you sound like Andrea looking at a
Andrea
drawing of
Lack.
asparagus and toothpaste
Okay,
and
sorry.
just flipping out with all the fascists, the F word, so to speak. The other.
F word.
I'm done. I got it out of my system. I feel so much better now. Jake, your turn.
Jake, go. What are you doing?
What are you thinking about as we are talking about this whole thing? What's your
No,
analysis?
I mean, I'm thinking about what you're saying here. I mean, I didn't think there was any question that it was dishonest. The whole Charlie Kirk thing. Like, yeah, of course they don't care. Did you hear?
There's a lot of
Trump?
conspiracies going around about it.
Well,
too.
did you
I'm
hear
not-
ballroom being
gonna be
asked,
going
how are you holding
great.
up?
The building.
Yeah, we're gonna.
The ballroom's gonna be great because we're
We
all
clipped
gonna
you talking about
fall
that,
in
Jake.
it.
It's
really?
awesome.
They thought he was talking about. Yeah, we had trouble with the
Oh.
video, but we're working on it.
I
they
would like
they
to make
The
money.
problem was you're on it. But other
These
than that,
people.
yeah, they had
Awesome stuff.
they had he thought they were asking him about his popularity, right? Like
He doesn't know what anybody's
and
asking.
he heard the
So
words
embarrassed.
perfectly. He just interpreted them the way a villain would interpret things.
It's because in that moment he didn't know that Charlie Kirk had been shot and killed. He has dementia.
At that moment, he didn't.
He didn't
remember
know
or
what the
know?
fuck.
Oh,
Why are you
for a-
talking
for a
about
moment?
Charlie Kirk all of a sudden? He's just some dipshit guy somewhere else doing a podcast. Why? The ball is what we're
Do
here
not
about.
have evidence of
He
that.
has
There's
dementia.
plenty
He
of
doesn't
evidence.
know what year it
Andrea,
is.
you're very
Speculation.
astute. Well, I mean, I'm listening and thinking
Well, and
of
it's
these
because
conspiracies.
we're stretching the facts in order to try to make a harsher point, which isn't even harsher. It's a worse. It speaks, and it's more clear. I think it speaks to who Trump is to say he heard. How are you holding up after Charlie Kirk is passed?
He's an egomaniac.
Understood that Charlie Kirk is dead, and holding up must in fact refer to my poll numbers. And we have evidence of him doing this in the past when he was asked about 9/11. Well, I've got the tallest building in New York now.
Yeah, remember
that's who this
pathetic
motherfucker is.
Legendary clip. That may be
and
one
the
of the
Muslim.
best.
He said they were
few
dancing in
seconds
the
of sound
street.
of all
Yeah,
time.
We
I
have
lived this. I
evidence.
know what happened. I
He
had
said
so
he was
nothing.
down there helping clearing rubble and shit. We have evidence
Again, you
of
guys
his
are
ego.
going to other stuff. That
But we have
he
evidence
did
of
say.
his ego.
This
Yeah.
stuff he did say and do, and it was all awful. But you're not. You're missing the forest here with all these trees. He is a sociopath. He does not care
Right.
about anybody else, especially
Well,
you,
that's true.
whoever
That's-
you
That's
are.
a known.
He doesn't give a fuck about you.
Yeah, I think
So
that's
when he was
foundational. We all like you can't talk about Trump.
The
without
point is,
admitting
these two moments are examples of that, and it just happened again. So by all means, ask yourselves.
But
does
in
this guy-
terms of his accusations to Biden, Hillary, literally everyone who
that
he's
shit.
ever said they have dementia. I think that's where it comes from mostly. Is
totally,
people
though.
are just
He's
putting that back on him,
totally
like, "Oh, you have dementia."
And they've just been in the UK, so dementia-ridden royalty and dementia-ridden.
Oh, it's
you
not
know,
contagious.
And listen, they were riding in the chariot. It was like all pomp and circumstance, and there's all this photography going on, and they're riding in the chariot. I'm thinking, oh, this is going to give him more ideas to ruin the White House with.
I saw-
like a bordello.
Dementia
meme.
technically can be contagious because there's
Can it?
certain things out there that
like hyper. But I saw a meme that was Trump and Andrew.
right,
It was like
Andrea.
Trump and Prince Andrew awkwardly don't make eye contact during royal visit.
Well,
like they're like,
oh,
hey,
did
hey,
you see what
haven't
Trump
seen
did?
you in a while.
I checked into social media today, and supposedly all these people unrolled a humongous poster. I don't know if it was real.
people
of-
just love being
of
little
Trump and
servile little
Epstein.
cucks,
And
dude.
they had
Imagine
He's gonna
rolling
notice
out a red
me.
carpet for these cocksucker
Well,
motherfuckers.
No, listen, they really did these things. These people in the UK, these protesters, fucking awesome, man. They're blowing up the pictures of Trump and Epstein on
I
buildings.
saw that one, yeah.
On
I
buildings.
saw that, yeah.
And they planned and unfurled a flag that must have cost thousands of dollars. Probably Soros funded, you know.
Yeah,
All of
actually,
us left-wingers.
it's not
I'm
Soros funded,
waiting
but it is
for
funded
my
by,
Soros check. God,
I've been
damn it.
waiting
It's
for a
actually
long
funded
time.
by
Yeah.
the anti-Elon Musk folks. Strangely
Oh,
enough,
really? Tell us about this.
It's an
Jake.
international
Going around with
coalition of people who
that
don't
thing
like
with Prince
Elon
Andrew
Musk.
is so awkward because they awkwardly didn't make eye contact this
Playing
time, and then the last
Groove
time they were
Dragons.
hanging out, they awkwardly did make eye contact
Ooh.
during a
Was it a
moment.
wink? Oh, I get it.
Yeah,
Good one. Where he like
Hey.
looked back.
I just
Or-
discovered one of the world's. I'm so glad it got mad.
Yeah, that projection. It was awesome. Holy shit.
I have a recipe for you. Asparagus bathed in a glaze of orange marmalade and soy sauce. You put a little
Okay.
ground
I
powdered
wouldn't eat it,
mustard
but
on
okay.
that, salt and
Powdered
pepper.
mustard with the marmalade. Mm.
Oh
Huh.
yeah. And you gotta cut the thick ends of the bottom off. Bake those at 425 for like 20 minutes. First, so they
Another
get nice.
cooking show. How about the left past 10 cooking show?
So yeah, bake that all together till it gets covered in Parmesan, and then when it gets nice and crunchy, and it's like a little bit burnt, you mix it in with some rice. It's delicious.
Okay, make sure if you're using Parmesan, you're not using the shit you buy that's sawdust. You have to get something.
I actually use fake
real.
Parmesan. It's
Is
not
this
even
Michigan?
Yeah, I love
Michigander
Parmesan
cuisine
flavored
or
sawdust and
It
cellulose.
sounds good to me. It sounds
Oh, it's
and it sounds very except for the Parmesan, it sounds pretty
is this
vegetarian.
local Michigan cuisine or is this like?
I invented it just because I had
Oh.
some soy. I originally, instead of jam, I used duck sauce because I had soy sauce and duck sauce packets
Cooking
left
with
over.
Draugelis.
What
Right.
is duck
That's
sauce?
so cool.
Could you explain to me?
It's
like
orange.
leftover-
Grind up the duck.
It
or
looks
something?
like Donald
when we
Trump
did
in a
prank
plastic
calls,
container.
when we did prank calls, we'd say, "Oh, and don't forget the duck sauce, soy sauce." We used to always
Yeah.
love to say duck sauce, soy sauce.
Sweet sauce.
Don't forget the extra duck sauce, soy sauce.
What
But
is
no,
duck? I don't know what
It's
that is.
a kind of sauce that Chinese restaurants
Yeah, it's like sweeter,
provide.
not
It's a
as
sweet
salty.
kind
But where
of.
does duck
It tastes
come
like
from?
jelly. Who the hell knows?
Oh,
Maybe
well,
it's
it
supposed to
go
have
on
little
duck.
pieces- Yeah,
It's like
duck.
jelly, but less sweet, slightly more liquidy, more of a sauce.
It's
And,
for
it's
duck.
used for duck dishes or where I use it, egg rolls. That's
Mm-hmm.
what you get with egg rolls normally.
All right.
And yes, to the vegetarian thing, I got to point out they sell now fake Parmesan. It's not made with rennet.
Right.
It's not made with.
It's all sawdust.
No,
Yeah.
I love
Delicious sawdust.
what I love. Have you ever had the Violife or there's another company, Chow? Their smoked cheese is so good. It's fake cheese,
Oh,
but
yeah.
it's smoked. That's good shit.
That is.
I
good
don't
shit.
think I'll
I've had
ever
that
eat
before.
regular.
still
I
on
will
real cheese.
never eat real cheese again in my life with this shit. It's there. I love it.
I've had a lot of
The-
vegetarian
yeah.
things where I was like, "This is great," and I've had a lot of vegetarian like substitutes where I'm like, "Why are you
I
trying
am
to
not
replicate
a
this shit?
vegan or
Just make
anything."
something new. Like,
Right.
why does it have to
Yeah.
Right.
be vegan meat and
Right.
vegan like?"
I don't know
Okay.
if I would go that far, that whole meat thing. I am not a vegan.
Some of it's
but
really
that
good,
Cheese
for
is
sure.
good. Yeah.
But like, let's just have food. Like I've said this a billion times. My wife will make something, and I'm like, "This is amazing," and she goes, "And it's vegan." Not like, "Hey, I made vegan
Right. She's just made it,
turkey."
and it worked.
And-
I
out
love
great.
I love when Letterhack goes on this vegan centrism campaign where it's
The
like
future is
I
vegan.
support veganism, but we don't need these meat substitutes. They're really cringy.
No, I eat the hell out of them. Actually, I really do.
But they
Yeah,
all
me
have
too.
to get
But
delivered by
I
truck.
had one of those
and
Impossible burgers the other
burning
day.
fossil fuel.
They're just trying to satisfy these
French fries on
human
that bitch.
being carnivore.
Oh,
yeah, like they even make them so they're kind of bloody when you bite into them. Like, do you have to do
Yeah,
that?
that part's
Come
kind
on,
of weird.
just-
That's strange. I
I'm
don't know.
fine with literally all of that, but I am still with Letterhack where if they like, I'm fine with the attempt. You can try to make a fake meat, but if what you end up making is still good but doesn't taste like meat, just stop calling it that. Because I don't want to
Right.
buy it thinking I'm getting almost meat. But
False
it doesn't need to
advertising.
be that.
Well, when you
Just
think about it, meat
call it
does
something
not
else.
even necessarily mean animal flesh. Meat,
True.
it being
make the meat
meaning
of
animal flesh is a
beans.
new meaning over the last 80 years.
Look at mincemeat pie.
I
There's
can
no
make-
meat
used
in
to
there.
just mean the
Meat-
primary component of a meal. So potatoes were considered meat in many regions of the world.
That's
And
right.
that's the other thing is
Famine.
like
Then they
maybe
had
we
a
need to
famine.
get away from like, oh, there needs to be the main course and all the other. Just make something to eat.
Yeah, oh yeah, I never fucking bother with that shit. I throw that shit in there.
Well,
I
the
fucking
whole
put that shit. I
3
slop it
meals a
down.
day thing.
I
is
don't do that main
bullshit
course
anyway.
whole fucking horse shit. This fucking
I have
garbage
a
they teach you
smoothie in the
school or
morning
whatever.
and a pretty good sized smoothie, and I put superfood and all kinds of stuff in there. I'm like dumping emergency and
in a
the
smoothie?
liquid IV. I'm like,
Oh, it's
just
a
I'll
fruit
dump
bowl.
this
I went
shit
in the
there.
opposite direction. I had 2 cups of black coffee and then a bunch of
Yeah.
whiskey. I had no
drink-
food whatsoever.
I've been drinking Scotch
Andrea.
highball, and I got the mix fucking down. I've been making highballs at home with McKellen 12. And
What
it
makes
I
it
is-
a
want,
highball?
I want
I
these
never
people.
understood.
I want these people to sponsor me.
A
and
highball
I'll
is-
advertise them on my show for all 400 people that watch a video.
a highball is a indicator for railways that it's all clear, full speed ahead, nothing to worry about. It's the high ball. And so they named the drink that because it's that kind of drink. It's like nothing's going to stop you from drinking this. It's great. It's a big glass of ice. And then it's like 2 ounces of your scotch, rye, whiskey, whatever it is you're using. And then tonic chilled on top of it. And you want to use quality ice. You don't want it all to melt right away. Like it's, I think 8 ounces of tonic on top of that. And then like a lemon twist or wedge. And I'm telling you, it is
Sounds very
like,
sophisticated.
it's like, I would say it's like the lemonade of drinks, but I don't want anyone going into it thinking it's lemonade.
Lemonade's lemonade of drinks, but
Yeah,
sure.
or of alcoholic drinks. Of
I
alcoholic.
remember when I first discovered lemonade as a young child, it was a life-altering experience.
Yeah, lemonade is like the
I
cheeseburger of
consumed
beverages, but
so much lemonade. I remember just feeling sick and then not being
better
able
in
to
the
put those
summertime.
things together, and
Isn't
then
that
just
funny?
in
You
summertime.
mean all the sugar?
Oh,
You were drinking
And it's
sugar.
not-
Hobbling it. The sugar. I was probably consuming thousands of grams of sugar. I was
Jeez.
like 6 or 7. Because it was like I didn't have it that young, but I was like old enough to form like a cohesive memory. But man, I remember that
Of
lemonade.
how you felt.
Oh, my whole body was shaking. It was like, the time I would try like fucking recreational, pain medication. It was
lemonade.
similar to
Oh,
that.
I thought you meant recreational lemonade. Like
No,
the
but they're
medicinal
very,
lemonade is where it's
you
at.
know,
But if you got
it's like-
recreational, go for it.
It's like really zoning out under a blanket, a weighted blanket when
God.
you've consumed,
Hi,
certain
Alex.
sorts of substances. But that's what it was like when I was 6. So I'm always trying to recapture that experience. That's why
I think
consume
that
alcohol.
lemonade is. I'm always just so amazed that it's not marketing. It really does taste better when it's hot. It's the perfect drink for being
Hot.
Like I'll
It's
drink
hot.
iced tea in winter and be like, still iced tea. I'll drink lemonade in winter and be like, it's not hitting the same. Then it's hot as hell. And you drink lemonade and you're like, damn,
It's
it was made
crazy.
for
I
this.
don't know how they do it.
It was really, it's the only
Those
drink that
lemons.
like works perfectly in, I mean, even hot cocoa. I'll have that in July. If it's cold inside, I can simulate. Hot lemonade. Huh. That's interesting.
That's funny.
That's like honey and tea and lemon. That's close. Not the
I'm
same.
open to it. I'm open to it.
But the iced tea they have in South Carolina is not good. It
You make
is
your own
so popular.
Get a
It's-
big bottle,
just
a big
unsweetened
glass
iced
jar,
tea.
and make your own sun
people are
tea.
just, do you want iced tea with that? And they would just get iced tea with everything. I was like, this is like brackish water.
Those
There's
people,
nothing
those people in the South,
really.
they really do not know what the fuck is going on. I'm sorry. They have terrible.
They don't want to though. That's
you
the
know,
thing. You
it's
gotta.
everything.
That's what you learn when you
They
land down
drink
here.
garbage. They eat fucking garbage. There's a
Sarcasm
little
does
bit
not
of
work.
not all Southern food and drink is bad, but you know the
There
ones
is
I'm talking
no
about.
sarcasm down
I
here.
lived
What are
in
you
the
talking
South for a
about?
while, and I know some shit, man. These people are fucking. They will eat the worst garbage you've ever fucking consumed in your life, and they'll go like, "You want extra? You want this? You want?" And then they call it Southern hospitality. We're so nice to people.
The
Like, give
food
me the-
is
give me a fucking
actually.
break.
The food's not bad. I mean, I've had some
What, Southern food?
pretty good.
There's a
food
lot
down
of good
here. Yeah,
Southern food, but there's a lot of terrible.
Yeah.
Southern
My
food.
favorite is grits and
Mm.
sausage and grits, but they make them up here, but not like the South. For some reason, biscuits are different.
Biscuits.
Anyway.
I don't eat it, but I like.
But yeah, that's the other thing about the South is they don't give two shits what you think or what anybody thinks. They really don't. I mean, it's pretty and like I
Unless
always
you're
say,
saying something negative about a certain somebody, then they all of a sudden they collect themselves in a rally of sorts with their pointed hats.
but the sarcasm, it just I try it every now and then just to be like, it's a little too funny not to say. I'm gonna do the sarcasm.
I'm like the most sarcastic
Nobody gets it.
motherfucker in the world, and when I was living in the South, that was an incompatible scenario. I
They
guarantee
don't
you.
give a fuck.
I got a
They
lot of
are
blank stares, like what?
blank and like also
Yeah.
don't make like why
Really
don't you just say
blank
what you
people?
fucking mean, asshole? Don't make me look dumb. Like I get a
Blank
lot of those
people.
looks.
That's because the thing is, like, they're really
Terrifying.
dumb. A lot of Southerners, like, and I'm, I don't want to be offensive, but a lot of them, most of them even, are really stupid. Their schools are the worst in the country, in the world, and there are a lot of really stupid motherfuckers.
Do
And
you
the
think
smart
that's
motherfuckers
from-
have to deal with the fact that everyone around them is a
Andrea, I
stupid-ass
live
kid.
here.
Do you think it's from environmental
know.
toxins? Part of it.
A lot
I
of it's
mean,
environmental
well,
toxins.
I have been
Absolutely, they're
studying
huffing in
the-
the fucking all that asbestos, the lead, and all
Yeah,
that
and the
shit that hasn't been cleaned
nanoplastics,
down.
which was highlighted
These
in
are
my
some
show.
real, like, not so good in the mental region type people. I have to guarantee you.
It's
I
sad.
mean,
Nope, here we
I
go. I'm
lived
being
in
censored.
Colorado for a while.
I like being in
Bad
New
for
York.
different reasons. It's
I
not
can't
like
breathe.
there's like an ideal spot to go to that's 100%. It's whether you can work with it. And I hear what you're saying, but I am not gonna be. There's a very delicate way to go about it. I wouldn't move to the South and be like, well, I'm gonna make some changes around here. You're gonna have to get used to the old Letterhack. I'm not gonna do that.
You're assimilate
But
to
but
when you're outside.
we can be a positive force for change in the right situations. And if the entire country, because a lot of people are like, why are you moving down there? Oh my God, I would never move there. And I'm like, that might be the problem. That might be why the way of thinking seems so isolated.
Because
Do you know what I
not
mean?
enough diversity in thought.
I'm gonna say, I'm not moving down there. I
No,
lived
you
down
don't
there.
have
I
to.
gave it a shot. I'm not going
But
back.
I was-
Oh, it's too hot for me. The weather patterns
the
are changing.
Oh, it's beautiful
Fuck
right
all
now.
of
But
them.
I was talking
Fuck
to
you, Matt.
my
You're in there
right-wing
too,
neighbor
man.
from Colorado, and he was like, yeah, I bet you moved down to the South, and now it's you got a bunch of New Yorkers moving to South Carolina. I bet that's miserable. And I was like, well, I don't have anything against New York. And he goes, oh, yeah. And I was like, I didn't move here to get away from it all. What are you talking about? I mean, it's just silly. So, but yeah, I mean, the weather,
Yeah.
it's not that bad. It's humid. It's humid over hot.
Humidity just makes me want to like just die. It just makes
Just
my
get a
Well, we're in a
dehumidifier.
drought right
wither.
now.
Then you gotta fucking clean the bucket every 5
I'm wearing
minutes or get that
sweaters year-round.
hose set up. You get the
we're
hose
in
set
a-
up with
we're
the
in a
dehumidifier.
serious-
That's a
No, it's a
that thing can
portable
crack a
thing.
leak and anything.
No,
I
it
I
goes
don't.
for like 24 hours and then you dump it out. It's not.
I hate doing
you're
that. It starts
exaggerating. You're
overfilling,
exaggerating.
and then it
It's
has
not
the
a
auto shut off.
dehumidifier
I don't
like a
notice that
water
it's-
pump or something like
I'm
that.
telling
It's
you,
a
like
little-
all of these
R2
are
unit.
terrible. It's not a. There's no solution. There's no solution. The solution is get the hell out.
You can also not care about the
Why
humidity.
would you want
I
to
don't
live in
care.
the swamp? That's what the South is. It's
I have a
mostly just
dehumidifier for
gross,
my books.
swampish
I'm not.
garbage. Oh,
I
hate
have
the
two
South.
dehumidifiers and I haven't used them since August. We're in a fucking drought. So
If
there.
you came down,
Yeah,
here
I
and
agree
you're-
with Sandee.
I'm
Fuck
worried about my
dehumidifiers.
well, and I'm
Yeah.
dragging goddamn buckets of water from my rainwater
We need
catchment to
humidifiers.
go
What does that have to do with
We
the
need to make
South?
it more
to
humid
go
over there. Yeah.
water. Well, you guys aren't in a drought. You're having
we are in a drought.
You are? Oh, I have
Yeah.
to check South Carolina out. I'm gonna have to look at my
No,
friend
we
Emily's
have
channel.
we have the
American
exact same.
Resiliency, great channel.
You remember what
Emily.
happened here this time last year?
Yes, that's right.
That
Yes.
was there was
That's
a
right.
drought.
We had
in
no
the
power
whole-
for how many days? How many days?
Well,
you
we
lost
went 8
power?
days.
Oh, and
but
then
it-
you almost
Yeah.
killed that guy at the gas station. You like threatened to cut his neck or something. With a knife.
Yeah. Hey, we
What
should
was that
find.
about?
Wow,
we
you have
should
a great
find
memory.
best
Wow, you
of-
remembered that perfectly.
Yeah, we should find.
didn't skip
best
a
of
You're
beat.
like,
best
get
of
away
best
from
of-
me, man. I'm crazy.
So,
and you're
the,
like
um,
throwing your knife around. It was crazy shit.
Yeah, I was throwing. I was like, look at this. See, stick at that tree. That could have been you, buddy.
Yeah.
But no, I mean, there's the exact same conditions. We're in a drought, and what happened was because there was no water, and then there was a sudden influx. We got like 6 inches in 12 hours or something crazy, and 45, 60 mile per hour winds.
Yeah.
All the trees came down, and so now we're just sitting here like, yikes. So, so I called an arborist to come over and clean out some kudzu ivy, right, and some volunteers that are just like a hub for this ivy. And it's like, yeah, we'll get on his list now so that he's here at that time, the same time as last year. So if something happens, we go, well, since you're here, help us out with hook it up. But anyway, we've been getting rain here and there. It's not the climate down here is not bad. Plus, we're on a lake. There's massive lake in
Oh,
Greenwood.
I'm sure it's beautiful.
So many
You
It
may,
is
I
beautiful.
haven't heard
Leaping
that.
ass
I
cockroaches,
yeah,
man.
but
I
Got those
wouldn't.
motherfuckers. Oh,
I
just kill me
wouldn't.
now. Just kill me now. I'm not
No,
going back.
look, we have pest control comes out quarterly, and you get free visits in between. I was
Oh,
like,
Jesus
sign
Christ.
me up for the free visits.
Pest
Let's
control.
schedule
What do
them.
they use?
When you're near that lake, they're
Oh,
just
it's
gonna
perfectly
every time you
harmless.
leave the house, they're gonna be crawling up your ankles. Oh, Jesus Lord.
They do the outside of the house too.
I got
Right.
natural pest control. All kinds of critters outside eating
If
each other.
you put up purple martin bird
Jake,
houses,
where
they
you
take
live,
care
it's
of
like
a
where
lot
I
of
live.
mosquitoes and stuff.
The
so.
birdhouses, they bring over the fucking H5N1. You know, you got to deal with that shit.
Oh, stop. I have
Yeah.
birds
Oh,
outside
Andrea,
all the
you're
time.
right. It's time for the bunker, everyone. I hope you've been
telling
stocking
you.
up because we're going down and we're not coming up
You
for another
think it's
50
funny
years.
now, but you know, in another year
Well,
of this
I
shit,
have
you're gonna be
all
wishing you were
kinds
me.
of birds outside my kitchen window that from
Oh
the
man,
feeders.
it's already over.
Blue ones.
If it's
Today
bunker
was
time, I'm throwing in the
neon
towel.
green bird.
I'm going head
beautiful.
first into whatever the
There's
dilemma
no
is. I'm
bunker
not
for me. I'm
Going
in the
head
bunker.
first into the
I'm
bunker.
in the bunker. It's over.
like people who are like, "Would you eat another person during the
Bye-bye.
apocalypse?" And I'm like, "Look, if it comes to that, like if it's the apocalypse, no. Why am I trying to live any longer? This is
absolutely.
insane."
I would
I'm-
eat
we
at least
are
3
in the
different people.
political
I think after
apocalypse,
you get to that point, you start
guys.
to really risk illness. But I would eat at least 3 people.
I would just go. This is my time.
We're
I'm
in
sure
the,
enough to
we're in the
admit it.
political apocalypse, and we are in the sixth mass.
We're in the apocalypse now. We're just in the good part. Think about
and
that.
the sixth mass extinction.
We're in the best part of the apocalypse right now.
Right now,
We're
it
living
was.
it up.
Yeah,
with
this
some
was
soy
the
sauce and
coolest
asparagus.
summer ever that you will ever experience again, because every summer is going to get hotter.
Now, I'll be honest. This summer
they
was
said
a
that
little bit
last year.
easier for me than it
They
was
say
last
that
year.
every year. But
They say that every year. Okay, Heartland
do.
Institute. No,
I
it's
want to point out,
very-
I did a great fucking. I was gonna say I did a great interview. I didn't interview. I was the guest on Looney Tunes 9000's YouTube
Yes,
channel
I
last
was
Friday.
there. I saw you.
It was great. It was. I'm not kidding. I wouldn't just say this because LT9K is we're tight, but like it was a good interview. Halfway through, I was like, oh, he's doing a really good job of interviewing. If I do say so myself, he's letting me talk. He's answering or asking all the right questions. He was getting questions in real time from the chat, and he was picking out the good ones. It was really good. I'm just saying, if he invites any of y'all,
Would you
on
say
there,
that you were in
do
the
it.
hot seat?
No, I didn't feel that way at all. I felt very welcomed.
I
It
loved
was
watching it. It was
inclusive.
great.
Oh, okay.
I
I'll
was
have
Yeah.
to check that out.
proud of him. He's good.
Yeah,
And
it was
Looney
good.
Tunes, feel free to send an invite.
There you go. It
Yeah.
was good. Now look, if he has one of you guys on, he gets real nervous or something and screws it up, I take it all
He
back. No,
doesn't
it's-
get. He's pretty.
Oh, he's
gonna
that
fuck it
guy's
up.
got a
Sure,
pretty good
absolutely.
head.
And then as soon as I got off that
I-
show, Hank Thompson's
You know
of
the
Winners
live
and
chat with
Losers.
Kim.
Winners
What?
and Losers dropped a video interview of he and I in like the same afternoon. I was like, nice.
Everyone loves the Letterhack.
There you
It's
go.
Letterhack all day.
Bing, bing, bing.
He's scrolling through YouTube. You
Here we
click do not
go.
recommend channel ever again. And then
Jake.
somehow Letterhack's on another channel. You click do not recommend ever again.
I lost a bunch
it's
of
like
subs.
whack-a-mole.
Yeah.
Every time you refresh the YouTube homepage, it's like, oh, where's Letterhack today?
I've been
Oh, do
seeing
not
Jake on
recommend,
it
do not
night.
recommend.
Jake,
I know
why don't
Jake
you
is coming
tell us
on
about what you were
unannounced,
doing?
unscheduled, and I'm like, I missed it. And he's like asking
No,
people
he's
to
got-
like debate and stuff, and I'm like,
yes, you've got
I'm not
something
watching.
going on. Talk to us.
Oh, it's been shockingly difficult. I've only got in 3 shows. I've only got 2 right wingers to come on.
are you being
But you know what?
spontaneous in deciding when to go live, or
If you're doing one of those and you got a live one, let me in. I want to get a
You
shot
got
at him.
a live one.
I'm
Yeah, I'm
saying,
not gonna. I'm gonna very specifically not because I don't think
See?
you'd be good at it.
see?
I
think
you
He's
know
trying
I'd
to
be
win
good.
them over.
Oh.
You know
right?
I'd be good. You know
No.
I'd be able to get him. Oh, I've been censored.
No, I'm not trying to win them over, but
Self-centered.
I am very intentionally not trying to do what I see political talkers do all the time. Just create moments for themselves where they look very smart, and the other person hasn't learned anything, and nobody understands anymore. No, I'm trying to control it very specifically. But I'll invite you on to talk to me by all means.
Oh, in a debate setting, can we debate something crazy?
Here's the thing. I want to take advantage of the fact that we progressives disagree about effing everything. I think it could be fun. Yeah. So to debate, but not debate as internet people debate. Like actually the way we just talk about
philosophical debate.
Are we? Yeah, but okay, I'm not saying that you're saying it's bad that we disagree, but I hear a lot of criticism all the time about the left, and I'm like, what is this kumbaya happy camper left that you all have in your mind? Maybe this is just how it fucking is. Let's deal with it instead of no, we're supposed to all agree and get along and stop the infight. No, it's not infighting. It's just
that's the thing is though, we really should all agree and get along, and that's why everyone should subscribe to my specific ideology, because I'm the only one who actually knows what's going on. All the rest of them are fucking they don't know what the hell's going on. So we should agree. Everyone should agree with me specifically. So
Andrea Trump has taken the stage.
There's lots of getting along and disagreeing in the world. I mean, that's perfectly okay.
Much better, Andrea.
I want people to stop using it as a deal breaker. Like the left doesn't get along, the left can't unite.
It's the thing that makes us the left.
It's dramatic, though, and then people get caught up in the drama and the bullshit. It happens with every group.
I was saying
it's on Environmental Coffee House.
Disagreement, and in fact, a nerd's passion for the exact correct truth is what makes us lefties. That's how most people get here. Is you argue your way until there's indisputable facts that you're dealing with, and then you might still disagree about what to do with those facts, but you look around and you're like, oh, the only people still talking in this conversation are progressives, because we're the only ones that give a shit about what's actually real.
Yeah, and there is drama, and there is a lot of like online left type stuff, but there is no point in time that you could point to in terms of make the left great again. You know what I mean? There is no like, remember when we all got along and it was idealistic? And
never.
I mean, I think I'm starting to detect people saying that as like disrupting. You know what I mean? Like your point. What's that?
So, well, no, I didn't. I was just trying to back up your point, but yes, famously, during a time where there's two black guys on the left, one's named Martin, another's named Malcolm. They were arguing with each other, even though you're in America in the 60s. You would think there would not be anything you even could argue about, because it's so obvious what the problems are for you, Martin Luther King Jr. and Malcolm X. But they're lefties, so of course they're arguing, and they're like, well, technically speaking, the best way to go about it would be that's a lefty through and through.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of disruption in terms of
they both got killed by the
shit
government
talking.
though.
People
Very
will
left.
Yeah, that's proving the point. But like a lot of people will go to great lengths to make points. And I'm like, yeah, great points. And then they go, and that's what's wrong with the left. And I'm like, okay, what? That's just what's wrong. Why are you?
Yeah.
What? You're never saying, because it should be whatever, right? There's nothing there. It's just a criticism. And I don't know. That's like there. I think it's disruptive.
Americans complain about the left the way children complain about anything to their parents during an emergency. If you're in the basement hiding from a tornado, the walls are rattling, the kids will turn and out of fear and annoyance say, "Daddy, it's loud. It's loud." And then Daddy's got to turn and say, "Yeah, I know it's loud. It'll be over." That's America to the left. They're saying we're poor. We're poor. Kick, struggle.
Yeah.
And we're saying, yeah, I'm trying to help you. And why don't why do you like the blacks but not the us? Ugh. That's America.
I mean,
we have to
Jake
just deal with it.
Jake's on a roll tonight. I gotta say, Jake's doing a
good,
lot
I
of really
got
good
it.
material here.
America.
I like the
have to
idea
admit,
that Americans are childlike, infantile, uneducated, slobbish, deserved,
Struggle,
irrepentant, just unskilled,
Blind struggle kick.
Oh,
just the worst people you've ever imagined. They stink. They're disgusting. They
Okay.
look atrocious. They sound atrocious. They
I
can't
might
speak.
disagree
They can't
eventually,
write.
not so far.
Andrea.
That's the average American, and I agree. We should really think of them that way. I agree
But
with
the
Jake.
point
I'm on
is
Jake's
not-
team here. I'm a
The
follower
point
of
is
Jake.
that it's not about the way we ought to behave. It's about or even about the way we will behave. It's about the way we behave right now. And we got to work with it. It doesn't matter what should be. It just is what it is. And so we got to deal with
It
it.
is what it is.
Do you all want me to draw something else? Matt, I also wanted, I'll be frank with you. I wanted to try to goad you into doing some drawing as well, to do a draw off.
I just love the idea that
we might draw
Jake
each other
decided
off.
to draw some like
draw.
really actually pretty solid looking cartoons. Like this is
Okay.
and you just like didn't
Hi,
mention it at
Ernie.
all for the first 30 minutes. You just let it ride. That was good. Well done.
I've been doing an excessive amount of drawing.
All right, never mind.
I
have
am-
not.
I'm 16 pages into
Yeah.
the pencils on the graphic novel I'm making right now.
That's a lot of concentration.
The first 16 pages. And it is, Sandee, it's
Yeah.
exactly right. It's like
Yeah.
creative
lot of work.
energy is an energy.
Yeah, it's
And it-
insane.
It's like you get possessed by a
Like
devil.
sometimes it's
but
a
the
high
devil is
energy,
the best
sometimes
version of
it's
yourself.
low.
Like usually
Mine's
I'm
been
possessed
really
by the
high.
worst version of myself. But
What did
Letterhack
you
right
wanna
now,
draw?
he's on a roll.
What did you want to draw, Jake?
Hello, Ernie.
I'm not really sure. Just sort of whatever.
Is this a gun barrel?
A gun barrel.
No, I wouldn't do that.
That looks like a finger.
I do start everything
I would like
off
to
with
say-
drawing a cock, and then I just see where I can go from there. Maybe
Yeah,
just
makes
the
sense.
sun.
Good warm up.
Yeah.
Yeah, I gotta. Yeah, I mean, you know, assuming you know what it looks like. I meant.
I mean, I haven't
assuming
seen
you
my
know
own
what
in
you're
a long
drawing.
time
It's a
for
good
work
warm up,
expectations.
not that you know what a cock looks like. I wasn't saying that.
I mean, I
if-
hope he knows what it looks like. I mean,
I was drawing
that would
something
be-
today.
Hmm.
I was drawing something today, and I started to tear up. Not because of my ability or inability. What might be like,
No,
I'm
I've
so
been there.
terrible at this.
No, you're so in the zone. You're just like, God damn, I can't believe it.
I
It's
was
happening."
drawing something that actually happened in real life. Most of the book it's based on a true story, but there are things in the book that actually happen in real life, and it's meant to evoke a certain reaction, not an emotion, but it's meant to make the reader go, "Oh fuck," right? Like, "Oh, I remember," or "Oh, why is he showing that?" But like, it was when I decided that was the image I was going to put in the
Tearing up.
book, I was like, I don't know if I want to. That was a tough one for me. Like, I didn't want to see that image. I didn't want to see that video or that image from that video. But
I know what you mean.
But I was like, you know what? I'm fucking doing it because of that reason. And so then today I was like, oh, I got to draw that picture today, And so I was drawing it, and I was doing fine, and then it hit me, and I was like, this is fucked up. This fucking country and this whole world sucks. Like, the one image is just a perfect example of what is wrong. But then I got off that panel. It's one panel, and I started drawing a bunch of other stuff, and I was like, all right, this is much. This
You're
is
back in.
why the book exists, because it's not just that. So there was a lot of stuff. Chuck L said, Matt draws, ? Yeah, I guess you can call that.
Yeah, a little bit.
If you're a member of my channel, I've shown the cover on a members only live stream. I'll show more on the next members only live stream. Yeah, anyway.
I have a suggestion then.
Mm-hmm.
Let's ask the audience, what would you like me to draw? And we can give the drawing, which might not turn out very good at all, to somebody, the person that asked for it, I guess.
I mean, we could do that.
Audience, I'm going
Or
to do it.
we could just draw and then not have to mail things to people because that's really
No,
complicated.
I'm not mailing digitally.
Oh,
I'm saying if you happen to be on the Discord.
No, which you definitely
Tonight,
shouldn't be.
I'm tired. I'm not going to make it. What I want,
Sandy, this show is at 10 p.m. It's only 11 p.m. You've been saying you're tired all night.
I know I'm probably still anemic, and I'm drinking a little red wine and vitamin water.
Here's how well you've recovered.
Red wine, I think, because every time I do drink it, I get stuffed up. So I must have an allergy to something in it. Yeah.
Yeah.
This stuff is
That's
sugar-free and carb-free red wine. It's not bad. I mean, I'm not a wino, but it's just that every time I drink it, my nose gets a little red and I start not being able to breathe. So wouldn't that be an allergy to something in it? Grapes? I mean, it's grapes.
Maybe.
I've never been
Your nose getting red is capillaries.
Well, I've never been a drinker, like a wine drinker at all, ever in my life. And then I got turned
You're
on
saying
to this.
wine is grapes? I mean, it's more than that, but
Yeah, but I mean, I don't know if there's something in it that's making me not be able to breathe after I drink it. I'm correlating that's happened a couple of times, unless the room is just dusty.
I
and
can
need
see
to do
wine
that.
doing that. I can see wine doing that. Absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah,
So
because
what kind are you talking red?
It's a red one. This is a red one, but it's a company
Maybe try
that is marketing to people like me that don't want
Chardonnay
sugar.
or
Yeah, they have other
Pinot
other-
Grigio or Pinot Noir or
I
not
had
Noir,
before the red
Sauvignon
one.
Blanc.
I had a rosé before the red one, and that lasted for
can't do
4
those.
months.
I can't.
So that was good, and I brought it to a party.
Oh, I mean, I got an $80 bottle of scotch I bought last Saturday that's got like
Sulfate allergy.
a shot left. That shit is long. A
Kim
bottle
says
of wine
it's
in my house
sulfate.
doesn't last 12 hours, really.
Yeah, 12, maybe 6.
I made
maybe
that box
3.
last 4 months, but I don't do this
Wow.
like every day. Yeah, but I would give people wine or
Can it go that long?
for me because it's new. I've not.
No, I
ever-
mean the.
I
does
could
it
very
stay
probably
good?
easily become a wino.
It doesn't go bad after 4 months.
That's sort of the danger of
Long time.
No.
winoism.
No.
It's very,
No.
very easy to become one.
Okay. Yeah.
Well, maybe I
Can't
don't
argue
want
with
to over stress
Light the
that. I mean,
feet
I
up.
like to put
Light the
extra in work.
feet
Wait, what
up,
does that
baby.
say?
Well,
Oh.
after all this time,
What do you got?
we know how to read what he says.
What does it say?
What can you do? It's an F up of my show name. And I've got, oh, yeah. She got the bags under the eyes, nailed it. Posture, nailed it.
I don't think your
Floppy
bags are
hair,
that
nailed it.
bad.
Eyeballs not quite looking in any particular direction, nailed it. Yeah, well done.
Wow.
All right. Now I'm going to draw you. So I start with a dick, in this case, my friend, who insults me. See what I've done there? I've called you a foul name. And I add a helmet. And this is way too, I have to get through it quickly. I did, oh, wait. I'm sorry. Y'all can't see the foul things. This isn't going anywhere.
No, because I
Shit.
started looking at what's behind Andrea. More.
Oh, these are my signs for Fuckville.
Yeah. Okay.
Wednesdays, 3 p.m. Eastern Time, exclusive on this space. Welcome to Fuckville, starring me.
I think the best thing we ever did on this space was give Jeff Waldorf the task of saying, next up, welcome to Fuckville.
Yeah,
today
what
he
did he
said,
say today? He was
today
like,
he said, and that's it for me. And now here's a one-way ticket to Fuckville.
yeah, that was good.
That was great. I was like,
Yeah.
oh man. Even my wife was
we're
like,
in it.
what did he just say? I was like, yeah, isn't that great?
Yes,
We get
we're
him to
in
say
it.
that.
We're in it. Yeah.
Okay,
He's just about the most Midwestern guy. Like he was like made in a lab to be a humble, quiet Midwestern dude, and the phrase "Welcome to Fuckville" is so good for that.
It's the most memorable thing about the day. Oh, and that was my like I said, I don't have favorites, but I do have moments where I'm like, that was good tuning in for. So I tuned in for that show today. It was perfect. Perfect show. I was like, he just fucking nailed it. All the topics and stories and commentary. It was just we are so lucky to have Jeff Waldorf on here. This is not my best drawing of Jake, but
I'd love to do a show with him, actually, and get
I'm
him.
positive you can make that happen.
Yeah, I would. I'd like to do it. I'd like to do a show on the science of what's happening with our climate and what the EPA is doing from his viewpoint. I think he's into it. He'd be into it.
You know what? Let's do a fantasy pairing. Who do you think for each of us would be really interesting to do one show with?
Well,
I got one coming up tomorrow.
Jeff or Carlos. Difficult Truth.
Ooh.
I'd like to work.
Sandee,
with
I could see you and Carlos having.
Yeah,
a really
I asked him
interesting
already.
Energy.
Right, I did
Really?
ask him already. Yeah, I just have to get it together. So yeah, I think he'd be great.
Agreed. I think that's a great choice.
I would like to see
obviously Andrea and Jeff would have an interesting
I
chemistry.
did a show with him a couple of years ago during the
Did you really?
All days, good old fashioned days.
How was it? What's your honest
I don't
assessment
remember. I don't remember any of those.
I don't remember. We remember. That's how we all love you. Came to love you. 2001, 2021.
2001. Those were the days. I'll tell you what.
No, I was working then. I was a wage slave.
Oh, how do I get this on fucking screen?
Yeah. I'm working now. It's just all different kinds of work in life. It's working around. It's working outside. It's working. Just everything is always a chore. There's chores galore in this place. Holy crap.
Chores galore.
Yes.
Come on down this weekend to Chores Galore. Don't forget your Jake bucks. Chores Galore.
Please give me some Jake bucks.
Don't forget your Jake bucks for discounted Chores Galore. We've got guys waiting to do chores, standing by.
You know what? I realize you're saying this like a totally joke business. I would 100% hire Chores Galore. Are you kidding me?
Oh yeah.
I would hire them tomorrow.
They're great.
Like, what kind of chores do you
I
do?
hired
What do
them
you got?
for a real
What do you
rough
fucking got?
job. I had like some real fucked up shit in my kitchen. I hired Chores Galore. They got it done with the end of the day. I was able to cook dinner at 5 p.m. It was incredible.
That's the thing, because it's chores. It's all the little tedious stuff that you don't actually get paid to do that is left at the end of the day, you know? I would love to never have to, like, you know, just if you have 6 dishes and some laundry, you know, you just hire the chores person and give them like a long list
I don't want
of minor things.
chores.
I would love
I
that.
want people
It's
that
like-
fix shit.
It's like I don't feel like cooking
Shit.
dinner. I'm gonna just grab some takeout and then and also can you call Chores Galore and just have them look at the backyard and all the fucking
Yeah.
leaves we got piling, just Chores Galore, man. They could do the laundry while they're out there.
Yeah. That's the thing that we would have to define what makes it a chore versus just a job you're not paying fairly for. And I think it's the amount. Wait, I'm the most right wing. Oh, Matt, that's right. I remember when you were telling everybody you're the most. Oh, look at that right wing person I left. That's that with the asparagus.
I was like, yeah, 3. I'm gonna just draw 3.
I love it. I love it. I love it, man.
So jury's still out on whether Matt can draw or not.
Hard to say. Hard to say.
But I think that okay, so let's recap the fever dream so far. Banger joke out of the bat, nobody, or out of the gate, nobody saw it coming. That was great. Also, Sandee, very tired. Also, Sandee, probably drinking a little too much wine. Let's back off.
No,
on
come
that.
on.
Also, Sandee,
This
new show tomorrow,
little
5 p.m.
glass.
Eastern on this space.
I'm
Political
excited.
Coffee House. Very excited about that. Also, chores galore. Probably need to copyright that. Actually,
Yeah,
probably
that's
need
a
to
good
Google
one.
it. Google it.
We got to do that like
Chores
now. In
galore.
fact, probably someone
I
else
bet
has
it's
already
out
done
there.
it. I think.
It is.
I bet it's fucking out there.
Chores galore. Oh God.
Has anyone looked it up? I'll look it up.
I mean, after I get off tonight, I've still got to swing through and see.
I mistyped the C with something that was nearby and went to a very different business, but also a good one.
What
is that?
I
Supposed to
got-
be me on your
it's
screen?
a-
Is that what that is?
Yeah.
What is this little?
That is great,
What is
Jake.
that on the side of my face there? Why is that there?
Look
Chores
at your
galore.
keyboard and appreciate that joke. That was just
That's not
right
supposed to
off
be
the
there.
cuff. That's you trying to hold back a cruel smile.
Is that?
Yeah,
Is that
that's
this?
the
Okay.
yeah. That's you making one of your facial expressions where
I
you
like
say
it. I
something
think
mean.
I actually think it fits.
It's not there normally though. Right?
No.
Because I'm young.
Chores galore is a business in the UK. So
Oh, it is. You looked it up.
God damn it!
it's
Somebody's
the
got it.
name of
Yeah.
of an episode of a Disney kids show.
Well, fuck Disney because they're the parent company for Jimmy Kimmel, and I'm mad. So I'm boycotting just like they did Bud Light.
I think that I think we got chores galore. I think we got it. Okay, so how's everybody doing? You guys having a good week? What are you doing this weekend? Answer any of those.
What am I doing this weekend? Well, I'm glad you asked. I am going to once again, as usual, continue my my streak of consuming alcohol on a daily basis for about 6 days, and I'm going to ride that out through the weekend. I might watch a couple movies. Might play
What are
a
you gonna
couple
watch?
video games. Don't know yet. I'll keep you posted.
I haven't heard of that. When
You
did
haven't
Don't
heard
Know
of-
Ya come out?
Don't know
You're a
yet.
bad person.
Don't know
What?
yet.
I'm a bad person. Oh.
No, Matt's a bad person. I just had to say that.
Oh, well, that's
When
true.
that's
true.
So
What am I doing?
what are you gonna watch? I've been watching some stuff recently. What did I watch? I watched
a movie recently called Short
I've
Circuit.
You did?
The Short Circuit's rad. Are you just watching stuff trying to bait the older gentleman in the group?
I love that motherfucker, man. Short Circuit was like ET, but better than ever. It was better than Mac and Me even, and that was a rough.
Let's not go crazy.
Well, it was. I think I had a great time with that fucking show or movie. It was a movie.
That was Johnny
When that guy like shows up with a
alive.
gun, like, and he starts like wreaking havoc. What the hell? That was crazy.
Alive. Shit. Where see shit? No see shit. Where see shit? Remember that?
It's
Jeez,
all
that movie.
every just need input, and then he's just reading the fucking books. It's great. It's
All right.
amazing. It's fantastic.
Okay. I saw now you guys know where I'm at with the superhero movies based on comics and stuff.
Yeah,
I
those
don't
are
really
what are they? They're called
care.
comic book movies. Is that what they're called? 'Cause they're
Yeah,
based
it's
on
not.
comic books, so they
It's
call them
not.
comic book
cinema has ever
movies,
been.
right?
I wouldn't. Yeah, I don't.
I
Even
know
like,
you love that term, Letterhack. You love talking about comic book movies, and you love doing top 10 comic book movies.
So
It's
I
made you like
Side
comics
channel
less because you prefer the
where you
movies.
talk
if I
about comic
understand.
book movies. My hair is longer
I-
than that, by the way. I'm just pointing that out.
I
Your
watched
hair's longer
one.
than that.
Oh yeah, look at
That's
this.
true. It is.
It's way
I
longer.
watched one recently called Thunderbolts. It's a Marvel movie.
That actually looked really good.
I
It
prefer
was
regular
great.
Bolt, like the dog. The dog.
I was like,
you know,
oh,
Bolt.
finally, they just made like a good movie. It's funny because it's supposed to be, not because, Oh, this is
It's
gonna be the
obligated to
funny
be.
part. Oh, everyone's dumb, which is also funny. It's not like
Everyone's
that, you
dumb
know.
which is also funny.
That's what they try and do. They just make people stupid. So I don't really go for those, but like, wow, man, this was great. I really liked it. I thought it was funny and like action packed, and like the story was cool. But like, you know, then at the end they're like, oh, and by the way, it ties into all these other ones, and I was like, okay, not really here for that, but
yeah,
whatever.
I've seen a couple movies where it's like they try to do this tie-in thing that I don't understand, and I'm like, I don't even get it.
Yeah,
like I was watching the X-Men movies, and they did that a couple times.
I have had no chance to watch a movie or anything in weeks.
I think you had a chance today. You just chose to do something else.
No, I didn't. I was listening to the CDC hearing, actually.
You could have done
3 hours.
Watched a movie instead of doing this.
No, but I was outside working and doing things and listening.
Could have watched a movie
It was
outside. Get a
very
projector.
good. But that requires sitting and doing nothing, and things don't get done unless
I watch movies
do
sometimes,
them.
like movies that I've seen like 10 times. I've got
Yeah.
a list, you know. I'll just once a movie hits 10 times, it's exponential growth. Because then I don't care about the art anymore. I already know it front to back. I'll just watch it 30
Yeah.
times. Like it's just on in the background while I'm doing whatever.
Well,
I did
Andrea,
with it.
I'll watch them late at night and then I fall asleep. That's the problem. There's no time to watch movies. I need to
Falling
make
asleep
time.
during a
But
movie.
I'm also trying to watch
hate
a.
that
I'm
shit.
also trying to read a
Gotta
book
watch it in
right
one
now.
sitting.
Another
You're
book.
trying to what right now?
Now what is
Just
this?
read a book. Find time to read. Once those
Yeah,
kittens go to their new
it
home,
shocks me
I
how
will
difficult that's become. But
It's
yeah.
terrible. It's awful. But I have
What's
to go down-
terrible? What's awful?
I
I
have to
missed- I
sit
missed the
downstairs and take the book with me and sit with those kittens
Test.
because they're leaving in 2 weeks, and then I'm free again.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes,
Yeah.
we can hear you. I'm sorry, I just couldn't find a polite time. And
Can you
Sandee,
guys
yes,
hear me?
like finding time. I'm sorry, I wasn't clear. Finding time to read is ridiculous these days. It feels like. How
I like
what
reading,
do you
but
like
it's
to
hard
read?
The
for
phone
me to
off.
do it
Well,
in
I'm
a
reading Michael Mann's
contiguous
new
setting.
book about the war on science, and
Ah.
Dr. Michael Mann. And
So for
Don't
you,
you-
it's not even escapism reading. it's
Yeah,
just-
you got any
no, I
fiction
have
laying
to
around?
read this book because I want to interview the guy, but I
Well,
want to
Well,
read the book.
that's different than that's like you got to consume material for an interview.
Yes,
How
but
about any
this
good
is
books lately?
No, this is science. This is what I like. I want to read what he has to say about the culture today. He wrote it with Dr. Peter Hotez, who is a virologist, immunologist who he gets death threats, from the anti-vax crowd.
Oh, yeah,
So
I think
they
he
wrote-
tells the truth.
and Dr. Mann has also been a controversial climate scientist. But the problem with Dr. Mann is that, he's cool and all, and he knows his climate science, but he hates doomers. He always has to mention something.
I love Doom. It's the best video game ever made.
But I'm not a doomer. The thing is, he just has to always. I just had Elliot Jacobson, Professor.
It sounds
Elliot
like
Jacobson,
the
on my
people
show.
that always talk about the left, every argument
Yeah,
they can, they just
maybe.
stick it in there. And some guy on Blue
Always
Sky
has to
the
be
other day told me something that made me really sad, and now I got to put it in my article about.
Give me some extra
homosexual
duck sauce,
squad.
soy sauce.
And by the way,
Yeah,
can I get side order soy sauce, duck sauce?
Oh man, yeah, I got some duck
Uh,
sauce with my egg rolls down at Chores Galore, and I paid for them
Chores
with Jake
Galore.
Jake Bugs!
Hey, now
Oh,
accepting
my
Jake
God.
Bugs.
Come on
And
down
Chores
to, what was
Galore.
it called? The
Chores
fucking
Galore.
Infinity. Come on down to the Infinity Dome with your Jake Bugs.
This Sunday at the Infinity Dome. Kids get in free. Everyone else, bring your Jake
You
Bugs.
have a career there in voiceover.
Oh,
I mean,
I'm just waiting for
I
everyone
mean,
else to
that's
find out.
voiceover that's not AI. That is.
I'm just waiting for
There
the rest of the
will-
world to agree with
We
you.
still want humans,
I
right?
had quite a lucrative career ahead of me at some point, but there's
We're always gonna need people like Letterhack. You can maybe do some voice acting for Atari. I know you love them so much. They're
Are they
always
still
hiring
around?
voice actors. Yes, they are still around.
Andrea's like, how dare you? What do you? Why do you ask?
I don't. I mean, I don't pay
They're
attention to that
still-
shit either. But of course, they're still around. Shit.
Yeah.
So if
They
I
got a
do
real big
leave,
PR
this is what I
problem.
want. If I go to bed, go to because I am tired and I have a big day tomorrow.
Oh, you're
Can
leaving?
you,
What the
if
fuck?
I am leaving, listen.
Well, you're
shut
not
me
leaving.
off. Shut me off on
that's
Environmental
the thing.
Coffee
But
House,
if you
and
were
I
to
want
leave-
everybody to go over to this space. That's on my chat. 15 people, if you want, go over to this space, or 12, or whatever.
Come on over to this space,
So,
and
Sandee, you're
bring
out?
your Jake books.
Soon. I'm really tired. Bring my Jake books.
Well, you said if though, so but in this universe, in the quantum many worlds theory interpretation, there's a universe where you went to bed, but this is the one where you stay up all night.
I
right?
can't.
What do you mean you can't?
No, I'm
Why
not
not?
staying up all
Sandee,
night.
this is Left Past Sandwich. Starts at 10 p.m. Eastern and goes generally till midnight or later.
I know.
You've been saying you were tired since 10:15.
I am. Maybe I'm still anemic. I don't know. No,
I was gonna say
Drink some
that.
blood.
I'm
Just
tired.
fucking
That's
go out
not
there and
crazy.
drink some blood. What are you doing? Get some iron.
Like,
No, that's
Sandee, you-
Sandy. That's left of the box.
You
yeah.
wanna?
Yeah.
like even if you are not still anemic, you did recently have like significant surgery. So like,
Sandee.
No,
I
had
think you're allowed to
significant
be a little tired.
problem. I'm fine. I'm
Yeah,
fine
but
now.
I mean,
I'm
your
just
body needs to recover. You know, like it.
My
it
body
just does,
recovered.
so-
I'm
Listen
just
to Jake,
tired.
Sandee.
It's
Good
That's-
advice.
That I'm just saying, it's not
Self-care.
crazy that
I
you're
would
tired
not listen
generally.
to Jake. On the other hand,
No,
I
that
would
was-
just say
that was
stay
August.
You gotta
up all
listen to your
night.
body.
That
I said
was
stay up
August
all night. Stay
2nd.
until 1 a.m.
I know you
Crack open some
also
more wine. Just go to
come
town.
home from the doctor and you're like, I was in my garden for 10 hours. I'm so sore. I
hours.
don't know why. It's
No,
like, yeah,
I really don't.
I know
ever-
why.
No, I never spend that.
I
kind of
drank
money.
an entire bottle of wine that I opened 4 months ago. I feel a little funny and I'm trying to figure out why.
All
I
right, make
can't
fun
put
of
my
me.
finger on it, but let me try some more of that
Neither.
wine. You know what? Now I feel worse. I wonder what it is.
No, I'll sleep. I won't have ridiculous insomnia, and I will wake up. And the kitties,
Wine,
the
it's
kittens
hard
are
to get
still
drunk
here,
off wine
and
for me.
I don't want to get drunk. I just want to relax.
Oh, I can get drunk off.
No, I'm
wine.
just saying, like, I
Oh,
can
you
drink
bet
a
your
lot of
ass
it and I
can
don't get
drunk off
tired.
that.
I don't know how this
Sandy's
wine
here.
thing started. I mean, I've never been a wine person. I always saw them on the
Hey,
movies.
things change. It's like
these women-
allergies.
I love
Yeah.
wine.
It's
I-
because I've been hanging out with these women once a month on Sundays, and everybody drinks wine.
Sexist. Only
You're
women
hanging out
drink
with a
wine,
bad
huh?
crowd.
I drink wine. Well,
No,
right now I'm
these
drinking
women
whiskey
do.
tonight, but I drink wine. I like my W's. Let's
Yeah.
just leave it there.
Yeah,
who-
and
do
I
any of you
have actually
remember?
I have things going on. I mean, really things going on. Oh, hey, Pendulous Dragon.
The best wine, like the best moment you ever had with wine, I guess, because I do. I was off work when I thought I would have to be on work back when I was a sandwich maker, and the Godfather was playing on TV for free, and I was like, oh, lovely. So I made up some spaghetti, and just the way I like, I rolled some. Well, don't worry about it. But I had a lovely giant bottle of red wine, and it was just
That sounds.
so good.
That's
I
what I'm gonna
can
do the
never
rest of
drink
the night.
more than what I had.
That's you
here.
got to watch
I had
Godfather 1 and
this
2
much.
with one
It
of
was
those
like
big
this
boys.
high. That's it.
You
I
had
don't think I could ever do anything more than that.
Hmm.
Drink it.
Um,
No,
so I was
it's the kittens. They're making me drink. They're
when
still
I was
here. There's
full
work.
blown drunk all the time in my early to mid 20s. I was just, way too good times. And there was this one, it was a San Miguel, I think. It was like a $10 bottle of wine. It was the House Red at this coffee shop I worked at. And I would just like kill a couple of bottles between the end of that shift and the start of my next shift at the restaurant next door where I was a saute cook. And it was such an easy, it was like Kool-Aid. You know what I mean? So I probably have like a bunch of really good wine experiences in there that I'm not recalling. But the most memorable one was when I gave up meat. I had what was it? $400 steak or a $500 steak or something. I was like, I'm going fucking big. It was this steakhouse where you had to go to a lobby and wait for a private elevator to take you up. And then it was like, you're not getting out of there without
You ever
paying
think
like
about it though? When you
$1,000.
go into an experience,
The wine
this
pairing.
is your last stake, you know, like, but you've already decided to quit. So like, part of you is already kind of like going, it's kind of gross.
Oh, I decided there and then.
Oh, okay. So you
Yeah.
had it, and it was like,
I was like, I was like, this would be the perfect way to end it. Go out on a very high
Okay, it is going to be the perfect way to end it for me.
That's
'cause
what I
I'm
did.
gonna be going.
That's what I did
I'm
with
going to do
me.
it. Jake's it first.
My last
Well done,
meat
Sadie.
experience.
Everybody
was
on my
the
channel,
Bernie
if you want to
campaign.
stay. I will not make you go to this space.
Well, Sandee will be here with us next week. She will also be on this space. When
Tomorrow,
you're gonna be
5
here
p.m.
tomorrow?
Eastern. I'm
5
on Nicole Sandler's show first, and then I'm doing on my show on this, and I'm not all that prepared, but it's a lot different because
figure
it's
it
not.
out.
Well, it's not the software I have that I can have all the things I usually do. So I'm going to be just talking about this subjects that are near and dear to Matt, you know, data centers, a little bit about AI, but more about the
Yeah, Matt loves
environmental
data centers. He's a huge
aspects.
supporter.
Yeah, we'll talk about what's going on environmentally. That's all.
Cool. I'm looking forward to the
But
show. I
politically,
can't wait.
environmentally, yeah. If I could make fun of Lee Zeldin, I could do that all day.
And we'll be around tomorrow if you need anything, you know, just don't worry.
I won't be.
All right.
Just about every host that's gone live on this space had some sort of like moment on their first show where they were like, how do I don't remember.
Nah.
So
What's the
do
right.
not worry about that.
My
I'm
first
not
show was
doing
awesome.
bells and, I'm not going to
Went
do
perfectly.
bells and whistles. I really have my material.
You
It's
don't
not
need
even
it.
a
Yeah,
script.
it'll be fun.
I know what I want to talk about and what I want to communicate about, and I want people to understand that they need to see what's going on and where they live and how to protect themselves from big corporations, big tech. Big tech. Yeah, really.
Unregulated.
And tell us again what
overfunded.
time.
5 p.m. Eastern, which is great
On
because
this
that's yeah. I'm excited.
This space
I am.
TV.
I am. Yeah, it should be
Great.
interesting.
All right, cool.
All right. Good night, everybody. Thank
some
you for
rest.
coming. I'm very tired, and
Thank you for
I
being
love you
here.
guys. My chat. If you want to go over to this space and all of you leave, then shut down the
This
stream.
space.tv, you type it into
Then
your
you
web
can shut
browser
down.
today.
You can shut down the stream here, and all environmental coffee house can move there, but they don't want to. They'll just stay right there in the chat.
Okay.
All
well,
right.
take care. We'll see
Nighty
you.
night. Now I have to figure out how to get out of here again.
Yeah, we
Just
can help
don't-
you with that.
just,
See you, buddy.
you know, everything's
But
fine.
the answer to this question
then there were
isn't
three?
a movie. Isn't a movie. Drops of God is one of the most famous mangas about wine. And it's about wine to the point where it is so authentic and factual and knows like all the vineyards around the world that what do they call them, like wine catalogs or something, or preview magazines that would come out once a year. They would take it into account in certain sales. Like if a wine was mentioned in this manga, the sales would go up. It's called Drops of God. Apple Plus made a series out of it. They made some changes. Look, the manga will take you a good few years to get through. It's been going for a while. It's very popular and prolific. You can jump in anywhere and try and figure it out, but you could also just watch this show and be like, wow, because the essence is there. It's these people that there are, apparently this is like a real thing, and this is not a joke. I'm not setting anything up. It's a real thing where people can taste a wine and tell you vineyard, year, weather, that it was harvested, like crazy shit, crazy details. And that's the core premise for the show. It is fascinating, but also very entertaining.
I'm
It's
in.
kind of a
Sign
thriller.
me up.
Yeah, it's really good. Drops of God. So that it's not a movie technically. Rachel Atwood, thanks for the $2. Of Bottle Shock and Sideways, I'd probably go with Bottle Shock, but Drops of God, if you're a wine fan and you like watching movies about it, you would love this show. It is fantastic, and all the episodes are out. Yeah, it's really good. I loved it. You know what? I really did.
I think I've been fascinated by something recently, which is that I think we're in a new new era, which is I just saw like clips on YouTube that were like 17 years old, and I was thinking when I was a kid, what was a 17-year-old thing that I enjoyed? Like that would be something back in the early 70s or the 80s, you know? We have that on YouTube now. So yeah, like the fact that Drops of God is completed actually and the show's over and they're done with whatever, that's a selling point to me. I'm like, yeah, I can see the whole story. Yeah, I'd rather watch that than something that's in its third of 5 seasons.
Yeah. Yeah, I just rewatched The Pit, or just watched season 1 of The Pit. I had never seen it before. My wife likes medical stuff in real life and fiction, and so we were watching it, and there, you know, I was like, okay, it just won a bunch of Emmys, so that means they're definitely going to be doing more. If they weren't before, I don't know if I want to watch it, because if I like it, I'll have to get invested. And that's another thing I gotta like. Now it's like, oh, I only keep this streaming service for this one thing that's supposedly gonna come
it's
back.
the worst. Piracy all the way.
But luckily, I
not
don't really
unlike-
like The Pit a whole lot, so I'm like, fuck it, I don't need to ever see it again. It'll be fine.
It's very much like when Andrea told us about the peanut butter and pickle sandwiches. I did not want to enjoy it. If
I
I'm
had one of
fully
those
honest.
not too long ago, a couple weeks
Well,
ago.
I'm not surprised. I know for a fact you enjoy strange sandwiches.
There
That's one of your
is-
famous quotes.
Have you guys heard of?
Put a little bit of chili crisp on there, a little hot sauce, you know.
I put potato chips.
A little
on
bit
mine.
of
It wasn't
garlic on
bad.
there.
I felt funny, but I ate it.
Real
Unknown
quick,
number. Have you seen
before we
that?
go on,
No.
artist Matt, what color background should there be for this bit?
Try like a mustard yellow.
All right, I can go a little mustardy. Ooh,
Ooh.
that does look kind of nice.
That's kind of green from here.
Awful. Holy shit, that's terrible. Oh god. Oh, that's a little better.
I feel like the brightness though is not good.
Your swatches up top, second row, far right. Far right,
Second
get
row.
it? Yeah. Second row from the top.
Yeah,
Far-
man.
That's closer. Something to offset the shirt or compliment. Unknown number, the high school catfish. Have you heard of this documentary or docu-series? I think it was
No.
it's just a documentary. It's a true story. I guess I didn't know what catfishing was. Catfishing is just somebody texting you from an unknown number, apparently. Like,
No.
I thought catfishing was like a scam.
It is.
So I think
It's where you
maybe they're
it's generally
misleading.
romantic. It's where you pretend to have an identity, but you don't really have the identity.
So it was that. But it was still anonymous. And you know, I'm sitting here watching it like, yeah, I don't really. It just sounds like teenagers talking about shit that they numerous times they were like, change the number, and they're like, we didn't think we should have to do that. And I was like, it went on for 15 months. Your teenagers were getting 50 to 100 text messages a day telling them to do all manner of terrible things to themselves. It was horrible, horribly graphic stuff. And like, they're like, no, we don't feel we should have to get them to change their number. Your kid is like 16. Fuck that phone number. They'll adjust. They'll get
I gotta say, just another wonderful example in the war on parents. So thank you.
Well,
for that
this is
one.
why I'm telling you, Andrea, you got to see it because the twist at the end. You got to see it. And-
Okay, all right.
yeah. Because, you know, naturally you're like, well, who is it? And they're like, well, who is it? Somebody in school? Who is
One of
it?
the
Oh, they
parents.
know
It's
certain
one of the
details.
parents. It's the father. It's the uncle.
You got to watch it. And I saw another. This was really cool because there's a documentary with some fictional sci-fi, and it's called 2073. Have you heard of this?
No.
No.
It is. It takes place in
Bad.
2073 with, you know, it's bleak.
It's
It
not looking so good.
It feels real sci-fi. But they the documentary part is the retelling of what's happening literally right now, as this is the catalyst. And they go through, I think they start with like 2020 to present day, and it was like, finally somebody's talking about this in a way that actually sounds right to me. But
What's the
it
name of
was
that?
2073.
And that's just the name of the movie. I'll write that
Yeah.
down.
Yeah. It was interesting the way, because I was
And
like,
when
it's
did it
not a
come out?
boring documentary. Like, I think this year. Here, I can tell you for sure. Let me look at my letterbox. That's right, everyone. You can also follow the Letterhack on Letterbox. Yeah, it
Follow
came
the
out.
Letterhack and be sure to donate with your Jake bucks.
2025, directed by Sky Borgman.
Hmm.
I loved it. I thought it was great. Oh, and I saw Ballerina. See, when you're drawing, you get to a point where you're like, all right, I'm totally fried. Now I'm going to watch a movie, which is just you entertain me. Ballerina is like John Wick 5.
Really?
But is
Yeah.
he in it though? Is John
Yeah.
Wick in it?
Yeah.
I'm intrigued.
It's awesome. So like, it's, you know how he goes to the Russian ballet and there's like the whole crime world being run out of there. The academy, it's one of those ballerinas, it's their story and how they interacted with John Wick and how he comes into their story. But I was just so like, they did it. So it's John Wick 1 and 2, then watch Atomic Blonde. Same universe.
Really?
Yeah, it's
like as in headcanon, or like the writer said
it's the same producers.
Oh.
So yeah. And so if you watch it, you would be like, this is Charlize Theron as John Wick. It's fucking awesome. So
that sounds amazing.
Yeah, it's great. So then John Wick 3, then John Wick 4. Ballerina takes place between 3 and 4, but yeah, I don't know. I guess you could watch it there, but the only way you can watch it now is after 5, unless you haven't already seen them. So it didn't feel wrong to me. But
There's a 5?
John Wick 5 is coming out. So John Wick 4 is out. And that was...
I remember seeing the
That is
4th one,
great.
yeah. And he
That is
died in that movie. And you're telling me there's another one?
Yeah, right?
Dude, it's
Or-
an action movie. Are you telling me they couldn't
know,
just
I
start it
know.
with him going, and then it's fine?
But here's what I
Unless
like
I'm
about
wrong, and
movies
this
like
is
that.
John Wick 5,
But
but
I like movies that just put the number.
but
Yeah,
expand
we're
the
on
universe.
fifth one.
Yeah,
We're
that
on
is
5.
cool. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But just
we're on 5,
expand the
motherfucker.
universe.
We're not gonna hide
too.
it. A lot of these series, they just hide the numbers. You know, like Rocky 6, Rocky Balboa. What the fuck? You know, like they get like kind of like they get like it's like a fear. You know, like ooh, people are gonna see the number and they're gonna think it's slop or whatever. No. Be proud of your numbers.
Did you see Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, Tarantino?
Yes, I did.
Cliff
Hi, Mike.
Booth?
Yes.
He's getting his own
I
spin-off, I heard.
A
saw
TV
it
show.
with, it doesn't matter. But yes, and it was
By
freaking
David
amazing. I
Fincher.
can't wait for the TV show.
David Fincher. I mean, what is happening? How did this...
You're telling me you're not excited for that? David
No,
Fincher?
I'm flipping
taking
the
a whack
fuck
at the
out.
TV
I am
format?
flipping.
Yeah.
Well, because when was the last time they worked? 7? That was the last time Brad Pitt and David Fincher were together, right? This is amazing.
I mean, I'll
This is
watch it.
amazing.
I'm not particularly hyped, but I'll watch it.
Or wait, was it Fight Club? Who directed Fight Club? Why am I
David Fincher.
spacing it? Oh, okay. So that was the last time they worked together.
Who directed
No,
7?
Benjamin
Hi, man.
Button. They've worked together a lot, I guess.
Oh God, I keep forgetting. I did not see 7 until after Fight Club came out because I did not like Brad Pitt because I was such a basic bitch until after Fight Club came out, and I was like, oh, he can act. Because I'd seen him in
they
Meet Joe
have-
Black, where his direction was look longingly at the camera, just
Oh,
look
dude.
sad.
And
Is
the
going
accent.
to
The
going to
accent.
Brad Pitt movies on a date, like throughout high school, I was like, why do I have to see a river runs through it? Get me the fuck out of here.
That
And then
poor guy.
finally 12 Monkeys.
Okay.
When they
Oh,
did
yeah.
12 Monkeys and he was the patient, I was like, nailed it. This
Yeah.
guy is good. And after that, he started doing cool shit.
You know, somebody was talking about how like there's downsides to being hot, and for the most part, I'm not sympathetic But in this case, like, it can't be denied. Brad Pitt was essentially typecast to hot guy roles to do hot guy things. But we lost out on about a decade of a really good actor being able to act. Or maybe, you know what? Maybe he wasn't good when he started, and I don't know.
No,
But
he was.
He's a hell of an actor.
I forget what the name of the movie was, but it was this movie where he was like a runner. He's like, and him and his brother are trying to hype each other up. Fuck, what was the name of that movie?
I'm thinking
that
of
was
Dustin
a banger.
Hoffman movie now.
Was
This
he
is
in
really
there?
good.
I don't know. I think he was
No,
in there.
there's no way. If
They
Brad
got
Pitt
a dead dad, and the mom's a piece of shit, and they
I-
love running on track. They're the track. It's a
I
good
haven't
movie.
even
though.
heard of this film.
It was. It's an early one. It's good.
I'll have a gander.
Have you seen Kinds of Kindness?
I don't know.
This guy, he's a extravagant director. He has a real like weird style. He did that Emma Stone movie that just came out where she's like a Frankenstein of sorts, I think. Like reanimates her. It won stuff, but this is like a triptych. There's like 3 stories in here where the actors all play different characters every time. It was it was good. It was
Real good.
It was real good. But like who man, I'm so bad with actor names. The redheaded guy that is married to Kirsten Dunst. He's in all 3 of them. He's perfect. Perfect role. Anyway, that was a good one. I'm just going through my letterbox now. Wolfman. Just saw Wolfman. Have you seen?
Yeah,
that was good. The Thursday
see
Murder Club. Real cute. That was cute. Old people in a convalescent center who are they're trying to solve cold cases. It's Helen Mirren.
I would love to watch that. Helen Mirren solving a murder mystery, sold already.
Well, it's not just her. It's fucker. He's got Pierce Brosnan.
Yeah.
Ben
I've seen him.
Kingsley.
Yeah.
David Tennant. Jonathan Price.
Okay.
It's really, really funny. Super cute. Super cute.
It sounds like basically just a bigger named cast, but still only murders in the building.
Yeah, it made me think it was like based on a series of books. Like there's definitely going to be more. My review was haven't seen a flick this feel good since F1, which was the feel good movie of the year. I don't know if you've seen another Brad Pitt movie, F1.
No, I haven't. Here's the weird thing. When I was in high school, I would watch movies. Like my friend and I were intentionally trying to watch at least one movie a week. I have not gone to the movies or seen a film that I remember really in years, actual years.
I watch films every day. I try to watch at least one every day.
The Billy Crudup was the better
But I don't
one
go to
of
the
these.
theaters because that would just be insane. That would be ludicrous.
Prefontaine. You guys watch any of those movies? The track star from Oregon, I think it was Oregon State, who went on to, his coach was the guy who went on to found Nike.
No,
Never heard of it.
My dad would have loved that movie already. He was a major track athlete fan. I wish I would have seen it. It's called Prefontaine.
University of Oregon. There were 2 of them, one with Jared Leto and the one with Billy Crudup was the one I liked. I can't remember what the movie was called, but it was something like not going the distance, but it was something. I think it was something in terms of how he would just get out in front and how Prefontaine, is without limits.
Yeah.
I think was it. This is
Wait, we're talking about the guy that broke the 4-minute mile, right?
I think that was it. But like his thing was to they were like, pace yourself. And he goes, nah, I'm just going to get in front and stay there. And they're like, you can't win that way. And he goes, fuck you. That was basically, he would always just go full bore and be like too crazy about it. They were like, just chill, but it wasn't in him.
Yeah. I have a tremendous amount of respect for that attitude as well. Like, I'm not even here to compete against the other competitors. I'm here to compete against whatever it is my last time was.
Yeah.
For the same reason I love speedrunning. It has that element built in. It's not just, can I beat the world record, but what's the personal best? What's the best under these scenarios, etc.
Yeah, I was thinking
I
the
like
other day.
speed running. I speed run.
I was thinking
Yeah,
the
I
other
know.
day about
I'm a
how
fan of your speedruns.
Nah.
how my brothers and I used to time each other treading water and how long we could hold our breath underwater. You know, growing up in Maryland, like Annapolis, Maryland, we were water kids basically. So it was, you know, we were just strong swimmers. And I remember I tread water for like 2 hours one time. I was, 14 maybe.
That's not nothing, dude. That's
I thought that
insane.
was pretty good. And I feel like, I can't remember. Nobody can. I asked my brother. He's like, I don't know, dude. But I feel like I held my breath for a couple of minutes underwater. And I honestly don't know what is even possible. But anyway, have you ever seen what?
The
How
record.
long?
Hold on, let me see if I can remember this. I believe the record is 11 minutes.
Wow, that's crazy.
Let's look it up and see what's true.
I used to just close my eyes and be like, don't think about it. I just let it go, and then we get to a point where it's like I've been struggling for a little too long, and then I would go up. 11 minutes?
What is it?
No.
What?
29 minutes 3 seconds. I almost said I believe
Who
the
the
record is
fuck?
a half hour. We've looked this
What
up before.
Tibetan monk did that shit? Who pulled that
A
off?
Croatian freediver by the name of Vitomir
Wrong.
Marchik. Okay, I don't feel bad. I do not feel bad. It was
they cheated.
it was June 14, 2025.
They still cheated though. That's not possible. You didn't
Yes,
breathe for 30 minutes.
Preparation for the record.
Nah.
To prepare for the attempt, Marchik pre-breathed pure oxygen for 10 minutes, so his blood was
Bullshit.
saturated with oxygen. This
Bullshit.
process is known as pre-oxygenation and increases the amount of oxygen dissolved in his blood plasma, providing.
How is that
so
not
he cheated.
illegal?
Yeah,
That's
so he
sports
cheated.
enhancement, right?
That's not okay. I mean, okay, that's interesting from like a control standpoint. Like you control your body,
Yeah.
so that's not nothing. But it's
Yeah.
not the same as just like dunking yourself and
Yeah, it's
going
like
for it.
saying, "Oh, this dude can fly. Have you seen this?" And he's like, "He can fly." And he goes, "Yeah." First, he ingests all this helium to the point where he levitates, and it's like, wait, no, he doesn't fly. He's full of helium.
All right. I wouldn't go so far as to say it's cheating. It's not cheating.
It's full of
because-
helium.
It's sports enhancement. That's what I'm saying. That's
Well,
usually
because
It's a different
these
category. It's
these
a different thing.
advantages were available to everybody, but it is, just to be real, it's besides the point. We're not interested in how long you can hold your breath, blah blah blah. If you have whatever, no, we want to know a human being, how long can they hold their breath? And this is not it.
And 2 minutes is not that good. Then maybe it was longer. Maybe it was like 5. I can't remember.
No, 2 minutes.
I
Is,
usually
think, pretty good.
try my best to breathe at least 17 times a minute, the minimum.
When I am holding my breath, I will try to recycle the air in my mouth with the air in my lungs. So I'll like suck on my cheeks, and I'm not sure if that actually does anything, or if what I'm doing is just burning up more oxygen because I'm going underwater.
It's very strange.
I put my tongue against the roof of my mouth and just
I go
like kind of go back into my throat somehow. Just go.
I also breathe out very slowly. How about you? Do you get rid of any of the air?
Oh yeah, you gotta nostrils. And there's a lot of diaphragm expansion and whatnot.
Right.
So what was I gonna say about speed running. It made me think of something.
It's one of the coolest things in the world, particularly Doom, released on December 10th. You know what
Okay.
else was released on
That's
December
my
10th?
birthday. Me.
Yeah, Matt. Matt was
I was
released on
released.
December 10th,
They said,
19
let him
something.
out. Today's the day, people.
How old are
I came
you?
out.
You're like
I came out
70?
feet first.
73?
Me right now, I'm 90 on the inside,
Hmm.
but the outside's got to catch up by like 40 years almost. I mean, what are we talking about? My birthday's in December. It's like here.
Yeah, you're fucked.
Start rounding up, huh?
You might as well just celebrate your 57th birthday. You know,
I actually feel
get it out of the way.
Look at this shit. Oh my god, this.
It looks like a fast food
We're gonna have
worker,
to
by the
ban
way.
this guy.
Hey.
This guy is gonna have to get timed out or something. I don't know. This is not,
no,
I
you're
can't.
just
Oh wait,
jealous.
totally redeemed himself. Good call, buddy.
Nah.
Thank you.
Now
And
he's gone. Now he's dead. Rip.
there's I always say, you think I'm old, you should see my big brother because he's 1 year older than me. Anyway.
Whenever I say that, is I say, well, you think I'm old, you should see the Letterhack because he's
You want to see old?
God damn it, Andrea.
I have here's what I have to do every morning. Okay.
Nice eyeball. That looks really good. Oh shit.
Every morning, I thought those were nostrils. Every morning, I have to, before I get out of bed, I have to use I have like a strap. I have to use it to stretch my calf muscles or my feet hurt. If I don't, because my calf muscles are swollen overnight. So like
the Trump syndrome.
So I just have to do like good stretch, get up, feel fine. Those are his ankles, by the way. It's a little different. So
what you got to do is you just got to do that thing where you just you tie your ankles to the ceiling and then do the rope and then you go upside down.
Sleep
for 5
like a bat.
minutes.
Sure. No, that won't be weird.
No, just 5 minutes. It recirculates your whole system. It reduces the swelling. It's something.
Yeah, but this works. So you know,
don't
I'm
have
like
that setup where you just tie yourself to the ceiling. I mean, it's complicated. Not everyone has that setup.
We have high ceilings. It's not one.
Yeah,
but I think that now I've totally spaced what I was going to say. Something along the lines of some days I don't do it and it's okay. So it's not I forgot why I brought this up.
Sounds like a shitty story anyway. So
well,
I don't follow.
Derailed.
Yeah, I don't follow why your calves swell at night.
Because
what's
got
going
Oh,
on?
that I've had calf injuries in both legs.
Okay.
Once from skateboarding, once from snowboarding. So, no, once from skateboarding, once from basketball, right? Is that what I tore? I've torn both. So they've been fucked for. And it's something about living with humidity just causes swelling. But yeah. So
that's
anyway,
not fun.
it's
I'm sorry, man.
That's okay. But like I can go for a run. I can run like a mile, 3 miles, but the next day I'm not doing anything. I'm not running. It just seizes up like chink, like a metal rod. It's crazy. Speaking of which, have you guys ever seen Tetsuo the Iron Man? Have you ever seen this movie?
No, but I've heard about it.
No.
Oh, yeah. Wow. Oh, Andrea, you would dig it.
I gotta check it out.
Dig it. It is a weird one. So my on my channel, Left Past 10 from last week was like going up in views steadily, right? It's like, I don't know, 450 right now. And I was losing subscribers. I was like, oh wow, 20 views. Oh, lost 2 subs.
Yeah. People subscribe and then they see, or they view, they subscribe and then they see Left Past 10. And they're like, I'm going to go subscribe to Jake's channel. Cut out the middleman here.
I finally found a way I can put my feelings on this succinctly. Galactic News Network has 1,000 some subscribers. But he has watching at any given time as many people as this space does. in the middle of the night. The subscriber count is just going to become less and less relevant because of the thing you're noticing. It's effing bots, dude, and they're going to get purged. But it's a nonsense number now.
I'm the 1,000 subscriber for
Really?
Galactic News Network. Yeah, I woke up.
Hell yeah!
I woke up in the middle of the night. I couldn't sleep. I forget what was going on, but I was like, it's happened like several nights in a row. I was wide awake, and I'm like, this fucker's still on. Holy shit! I went on there, and I knew he was trying to get to 1,000. He was at 999, and I was on under. I have 2 emails. One's personal and one is the Letterhack. And the Letterhack had not subscribed to his channel. And I was like, oh.
Hell yeah,
I'm number
dude.
1. And then I said, I think I'm number 1,000. They were like, what the fuck is this guy doing up? Now, is that Captain Morgan?
Oh, that's you.
Nice ball cap.
That
Oh,
actually
and
looks rad.
headphones. And it looks like there's a rocket in my pocket, unless that's
a bottle of wine.
Okay.
I thought it was a weed pen.
Cool.
And then you're doing something, some sort of Binger related activity.
Binger.
That has very frustrating facial features.
I gotta be honest. I agree. I've been trying this fucking shit too.
I mean, you're
very frustrating. You don't want to make the nose look that big, but it kind of can't help it.
Well, that's the thing. You've got a cute button nose. I was going to mention this earlier. You've got a cute button nose. I'm trying to get that curve, but it's hard to draw such a nose without making it look bulbous. Now, the correct way to do it would be, I think, we're going to draw a large nose here.
Ooh, what is that?
You draw a half circle, and you draw a line coming out of it, and then you delete. Wait a minute. Wait, we can do this much simpler. Then you delete the bottom half of the half circle, and there you go. Button nose shape, right? But that doesn't look great. It's better than me. I got a beak. I've got a large bulbous teardrop shape that somehow has nostrils that are too small with cartilage that is been described by scientists as redundant.
Scientist. Your doctor was like, do you mind if I have a scientist or two take a look at this? This is not in the books.
It really feels like you shouldn't exist. I mean like in terms of like God or Darwin. It seems like you're a mistake when we measure it all out,
Yeah.
Not
that would be hard to hear. Andrea, did you see that picture of me that's going to be in the Fuck Billionaires comic book?
No.
Wow.
I show up as a podcaster in that comic.
Why?
Check it out. He needed a podcaster. It's part of the story. I guess there's more than one, but this was my likeness. And then look, this set. And these aren't the official colors. These are the flats where they just drop in solid blocks of
the
color.
Hair color, though, is way off.
I told him you could just forego that and it would be pretty accurate. You could just have white paper right there. But yeah, look at the background and everything.
That's what threw me off, because the hair is not even close.
You know how it works, though. They just do colors that aren't part of the actual palette. Okay.
But the hair is just not even.
You just wanted to go out of your way.
But this looks good. And they got the clothing, and they got the background with the lectern.
Yeah.
I mean, there's so much about it that it's just spot on. Like, you can tell this guy is not just somebody, like, he's a fan of yours to have captured it like that. Because it's not, he got the background correct. Yeah, he got all these, but like the stance, like the body language, the facial expression, like he's captured you, man. That's quite flattering and freaking fun to see as a longtime fan.
Yeah, and I have a broken nose too, so
is that why it's so bulbous?
Be perfect, Jake. No, the broken part is higher up. The broken part is not the bottom of the nose; it's up here. What the fuck is that? Oh man, I was loving that. So I showed a video of this lady who's promoting AI photos, and I don't approve, and we probably wouldn't be friends for that reason. But I was watching the whole video of hers, and I was like, I love this accent. And this, I know it might sound like it, but this is not like the dumb American who thinks the accent sounds neat. It's the way she talks is amazing. And she kept saying like the first thing, the second thing, and the third thing, but she would say the third thing. And I was like, I love how that sounds. The third thing, like this is to me the
good.
beauty of other languages is the sounds that the combinations of sounds, not just
Oh, yeah.
how do you pronounce that?
Yeah.
How does that word work? It's the combinations of sounds that come through a sentence to the point where I don't even care what you're saying. It's just how it sounds.
Oh
But
yeah. Sometimes it's just fun.
yeah, I liked I wish she had been talking about something I was into. Because every time she talked, I was like, "Oh, fuck that. No, it's horrible. No, don't say that.
No.
But like
stop.
I really liked the accent. There was a guy who
I
used
like
to
Indian
watch,
accents, man. Just
Yeah,
generally,
me
they're
too.
fun. Good accents.
How about in what's the guy's name in Short Circuit? There's a white guy doing was he Indian? That was bad. Right?
Shit was insane.
He was full on. I remember as a kid, I didn't get it. I didn't get that it was a white guy doing a cultural appropriation. I mean, this is horrible thing to do, but like
horrendous on so many levels. But I have to say, it's what elevates the movie to such a great, because it's so unnecessary.
they could have
don't
got
it could have
anybody
been-
from that
it's
actual
so
country.
it's just such an unnecessary thing that you have to think that they did it for a reason. Like they needed
Yeah.
you to know that this was something special, you know, like they needed you to remember the movie somehow, and sometimes that's just the way you do it.
That's
Oh, I know what the reason was. They turned around and said, "We got to punch this thing up. We need more jokes, and so let's get some hack writers in here." And the hack writers said, "I've got." You know what people always laugh at is a Brownman. So
Get somebody to do brown face.
yeah, God, we are like we're such a low and loathsome peoples that like
you know.
Speak
It's
for
the problem,
yourself
like,
there, partner.
It's the problem
you
with the
can
left.
you can overthink even the racism and expect better of the racists and still be disappointed. You're like, oh, well, maybe they hate Indians. No, they just don't know anything about anything. They're like, you know, what's funny is an accent from where they're around, and that's the whole joke. That's all they got.
Yeah, and it was brilliant. It was amazing.
Weren't there 3 of those? Short Circuit 1,
I
2,
haven't
and
seen
3?
the sequels. Don't.
They tried to do a modern version. It was called Chappie. I don't know if you've
I've seen that. I've
Chappie
seen
yeah.
that.
So think about it. That was basically just a Short Circuit remake.
Yep.
but
Yep.
Yeah.
The Short Circuit was way better, though. I gotta say.
You guys ever seen something called Space Truckers?
Alive. Johnny 5 is alive.
Space Truckers is free on YouTube. It's a rad movie
I
about
think I've seen
space
that.
truckers. And I feel like that's all I'm asking for. And I want to like do a push for media to go back.
The
to being
straight to
dumb.
VHS era was really, honestly, some of the best material ever produced. I saw this
Not-
movie recently called Star Time that was straight to VHS. There was just 3 actors in like the whole movie, and it was some fucking crazy ass, some experimental horse shit. It was fucking fantastic.
Pink, is it? Oh my God. Dennis Hopper? How did I miss this garbage? This looks terrible, dude. Is this?
It's so good. It is so good.
1996.
How did I miss this garbage?
Here's what I'm saying is I want some media that is on its sleeve dumb, and it's not dumb as in bad. It's just it's not there to change your life. It's there to
Right.
burn up a fucking 2-hour period while you come down from the joint or whatever.
That's what I
And,
thought
like,
of.
No, while you come up,
and doesn't secretly
you
have
got
like
to
a
peek during
nefarious.
space truckers.
Sure. But the point is, like, it doesn't have like a nefarious thing behind it. It's not secretly financing a cult or whatever. It's just a fucking show about fucking space, I guess.
Who's
Or
Johnny?
whatever.
She said, and smiled in that special way. Who's Johnny? Remember that from Short Circuit?
I remember flashes of Short Circuit. I just remember Johnny Five is awesome and a surprisingly deadly little puppet, you know?
Fuck.
Like they
Wow.
wanted to make an action movie for sure when they were making that, and they're like, "Oh, well, we'll make it funny too. Don't worry, we'll make it for kids. That's fine."
Oh, the military. Holy fuck. Oh man, when they blow that bitch up at the end, holy shit.
Channel Warhorse mentions Jamie Lee Curtis. She made a pro eco-terrorist comic book, graphic novel. Pro eco-terrorist. It is nuts. I was like, whoa.
Jamie Lee Curtis is real life a little bit nuts though.
And it has
It's not an
like,
insult. I'm just
Mother Nature's a character in it, and it was just wow. I was reading it like because I was like, oh cool, Jamie Lee Curtis did a graphic novel. I'll be able to recommend this to some of my interview guests. And then I was just like, holy shit, I don't know if I would actually recommend this. I think I ended up doing it, but to
it's
Harvey
easy to
Wasserman.
forget she's Tony Curtis's daughter.
Yeah.
Like my point is she grew up rich her whole life. She did struggle a little bit, despite the fact that she could have bounced back to like the nicest couch you've ever seen. But like she's like the kind of weird you get when you've had a whole life, you're an intelligent person and you've had a whole life to do whatever the fuck you want. And like she's just I love her, but she is crazy in a fun way.
The Pee-wee's Big Adventure.
Yeah.
Pee-wee's Big Herman
is available for pre-order. Criterion Collection. It's coming out this December. It looks amazing. But I just got the Japanese edition box set of Godzilla -1.
Okay.
Yeah.
And there's a black and white version. And I watched the black and white version and I was like, oh my God. First of all, 4K on a 4K in black and white Godzilla. I was like, this is everything you've ever wanted in a Godzilla movie. And it's better black and white. Like it should be seen in black and white. And I popped in the special features disc and the first thing it said was, to offer you the full Japanese experience, there are no subtitles.
That's not the full Japanese experience.
And I was like, so what do you have?
Person speaks the language.
Yeah, but I was also like, so you Japanese have like perfect hearing? You don't need closed caption even? Like,
yeah, there's nobody deaf in Japan. Fun fact.
Come on. Like, think about all the Japanese people who need those subtitles. Like, fuck you. I'm not Japanese.
Yeah, that's an artist.
Like on the one hand, I was like, this is a
subtitles
funny
in
thing
Japanese.
to do.
I'm sure that there's Japanese subtitle tracks.
I couldn't find any subtitles.
Watch, we
can
go
find
over
any?
there. We go to Japan to watch it. We watch it in theaters. There's no subtitles, but it's dubbed over in English. It's the Japanese experience to not understand the language it's being spoken in.
So upset. Even when I know I can switch it, I get so offended when I put on like an anime or a movie or a show and I'm ready for the foreign, language and it's dubbed. Like, did you ever watch Dark on Netflix, which was German, the time travel show? First of all, if anyone
I had that
hasn't
experience where I saw it was dubbed and I was like, ooh, fuck this, because then I turned it off.
it's a deterrent for me. Like, it's a turn off.
Big babies. What are you talking about?
No, I need the original
It
language.
should by default
I'd rather
be
watch
dubbed.
the original. Yeah.
Oh
I'd
no,
rather
the
watch
dub is
original.
awful. There was a
So it
character
should have
in
better
Dark.
production value, but dubbing
Well, I agree.
is Why would
I agree
would
with
read?
dubbing in general. It's
English
just that
dubbing in English or dubbing at all is notoriously bad. Like it's a like a subgenre of parodies to do it. But there's
No, it's
yeah,
just
it definitely is.
poor
It really
production.
is.
That's just capitalism.
No, look,
It's not the art of dubbing. The
there
act of
are
dubbing. It's dubbing being done poorly. If anything, it should tell you how important an element that is. The dub.
no,
if
there
you're gonna-
are the not being able. Okay, so first of all, the baby would be somebody who's like, I don't want to have to read it. You know what I mean? Just dub
Yeah,
it. Like listen
that's
to it
fair.
I
in
love
its
reading it.
original language is a more complete product for sure. Like if you have to change the dialogue so it matches with the lips of the original language, just watch it with the original language or listen. But anyway, Dark
anime
had
is super easy to dub because it's notoriously dubbable. But
right
human like live action films, it's pretty difficult for me. I'd
there,
rather just
and
watch
there
the
are
original.
great versions like Andor. The two Spanish speaking characters in Andor did the Spanish dub. They did their lines over again in Spanish. So like that is really cool to me. But like, okay, so Netflix Dark was, if you haven't seen it, you gotta see it. One of the coolest like twist and turns time travel
Alright.
things ever, to the point where everyone I know was keeping notes. Like, okay, so wait a minute. They were like writing down, so this happened, and then when did this happen? And I remember my mom calls me one day and said, hey, are you watching Dark? And I was like, I just finished it. And she goes, okay, hold on, let me get my notes. And I was like, you were keeping notes? And she was like, yeah. And I was like, oh. I said, there's a website where they're like collecting all the notes and like a diary almost. And she was like, oh my God, I got to read this. So you'll want to make all these connections.
I'll check it out.
But the first time I saw it, this kid in it who ends up being very important goes from, and I mean, for all I know, they've changed this. I don't know why they would, but it went from like his regular, like I started watching it dubbed and I was like, I'm gonna like go batshit. This is horrible. The kid is like, Mom, do we have any cereal? And I was like, why? Nobody, like, there is no movie or TV show where they'd be like, we need a whiny, nasally, punk ass kid. And so I was like, oh my God, it's terrible. So I changed it to the original. And he's like, speaking German, but he basically goes, Mom, do we have any cereal? And I was like, okay, now we're like, they literally ruined the acting, right? Like it was terrible. And I just can't imagine, because where the story goes and like, how it like
don't spoil it, motherfucker.
Evolution
don't you
of everything is so
dare.
good. Like I don't know how I could have put up with such a false representation of what that actor achieved. They just had the first all AI dub. I saw a trailer for a movie that I think it was Dutch, and I was like, they're speaking English in the trailer. Like this looks great. It reminded me of Stranger Things. It was like a UFO club thing and quirky character. I was like, this looks fucking awesome. Took place in the 80s. I was like, I really want to watch this, and it looks like it's in English. So I rented it. It wasn't like expensive, but 2 minutes in, I was like, this is dubbed, but their mouth isn't speaking another language, but I could tell that's not them. That's not the actors.
Full on Uncanny Valley stuff.
Yeah, it's too
They
weird.
did,
It's too
and
weird.
I looked it up, and they were like, "Oh, this movie is the first all AI dub where they changed the mouth to move with the other language." And I was like, "It still sucks. Didn't make it better." And you can't get it in the original language.
Too. You got fucking trolled.
They should tell you that shit, right?
Yeah, it
That
should be anything.
There's
made
no
with
other version available.
AI, I think, should have to be by law labeled as such.
That'll never happen. Not with the way this shit is going. But I agree, man. There should be a big fat like unregistered Hypercam 2 type situation on that bitch.
Yeah, it was weird, but yeah, let me know what you think of Dark. I mean,
I'll check it out. I like time travel, so
I have forgotten so much.
I've traveled through time before, actually. I don't know if I've told the story.
I'll see you tomorrow for
Yeah,
sure.
Give me
And yesterday.
I went to buy a time travel machine off a guy, and when I got to his place, there was a note on the door that said, "Be right back." And I was like, wonder where he is.
Fuck. You mean wonder when he is?
Dun, dun, dun. And when are you going to be at Chores Galore?
And tested it
your
out
Jake
here on this space. I don't remember how that went, but it was probably fine.
Oh yeah, you had the that was a weird I think that was a different universes version, because when you time travel you enter different universes. So I think that was one of the other alternate universes that did not have too good of a reaction to that machine.
I think it worked out fine.
Jake, that's looking good from what I can tell. It's kind of French Revolution, I think, or maybe Cuban Revolution. Maybe that's
a little bit. Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah. Yeah, that guy's in the jungle, baby. Smoking cigars. Give him a cigar.
I am trying.
They don't curve at the top, though. That's the thing.
That's not
right.
Even close.
Yeah, you're going right. I see what you're doing. You are.
There's a lot that's wrong with that, actually.
Okay.
You want to see a good? Oh, okay. Time Crimes. Have you seen that? Spanish movie about time travel. Time Crimes.
Yes, Time Crimes is so good.
Because that's where you're like, no, I don't want to ruin it. Shit.
I think.
Yeah, you don't give her anything. Seriously, Andrea, please go see Time Crimes.
All right, let's check it out. Just give me a list of time travel movies. I'll watch them all.
Those two. Well, and one's like a series. You got to really invest.
I'll invest. Speaking of investment.
Oh, Fringe.
I'm going to use the bathroom.
Okay. Fringe.
I'm investing into my health.
That was more parallel universes, but that was good.
Fringe looked really good. I never got into it, but it did. I have to admit, it looked good.
There's a moment where this little kid runs into the office. She's like in like a testing facility, kind of like orphanage. And the little kid runs into the head doctor's office to tell him something. And he's sitting there shocked. You realize she crossed a parallel universe on the way in there. And he's looking at this little girl who is no longer around.
Alive, I assume. Yeah.
And he's like, you crossed over, because he knows about the it all comes together. It's really good. And it's that guy that played shit. I'm so bad with actors' names. Yeah, Leonard Nimoy was in it. That was the last thing he did.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, he was in it. He wasn't like the main character, but he was in it. It was great. What is this guy's name? John Noble. He was in The Lord of the Rings.
Yeah, I'm familiar.
Yeah, he's
I
great.
do think that looks all right. Oh, I mentioned Space Truckers originally.
Okay.
1 second. This just
Space Truckers. So what was there a song associated with it? Like did Pink do a song for it? I mean, she's in it. Is that Pink? Am I confusing actors?
No, I think that's Alyssa Milano. No, it's not Alyssa Milano. I don't know who it is, but it's
Debbie Mazur.
Yeah.
George Wendt.
Open image in new tab. Oh, this will be all right.
So this was
here we go.
This is Dennis Hopper did Super Mario's, Space Truckers, and Waterworld, all in like that was his
not
run.
having a good time. Yeah, poor guy. But it is genuinely a fun movie. It delivers on the premise and the hat. I've decided that you have a Space Truckers hat.
Okay, nice.
You see that there?
Yeah, there it is.
It's so short. It's supposed to be like it's future times or whatever. But instead of taking the time to redraw the bill. You just have a space trucker's hat.
Favorite Dennis Hopper movie? Go.
All right, I'll admit it while Andrea's not here. What's that Dennis Hopper Blue something?
Blue Velvet?
Blue Velvet, thank you. Blue Velvet's really, really good.
Tough one to watch.
My favorite Dennis Hopper movie is that Tarantino one, True Romance. How about you, buddy?
That was a Tony Scott movie written by Tarantino.
True.
Right?
True.
Yeah.
Yeah. Very good.
I was trying to.
I just ate a pickle.
Oh, nice. Nice.
Just thought I would share.
Never too early in the day for a pickle. I like An American Friend. It wasn't an American movie, and it was his first work out of rehab, Dennis Hopper. So he had just been to pretty. It was getting rough for him right before
He hopped on out of rehab.
And he did this movie, which is very good. It's not even like his movie. I mean, he is a main character in it, but he's not the main character. It is about a guy who makes picture frames, and there's a whole black market going of what's it called? Fake paintings. What's it called when you? It's an F word. Yeah, forgeries.
Forgery.
So he's
F-word again.
There's an amazing forger, and it's this guy's job to do the frames. And there's a scene, I think it's in the beginning, where he has gold leaf. He's trying to put it on a frame, and the way you do it is you kind of just blow it from your hand to the frame. Yeah, it's because it's too delicate. You'll fuck with it if you try and use your fingers. But anyway, it's just a cool movie. It was kind of weird, but just seeing Dennis Hopper kind of humbled after that and really trying to get back to work,
Yeah. That's kind of nice, actually.
Yeah. And
Especially
Hopper plays the American friend.
You know he was coked out of his mind in the 80s and probably standing on a hotel balcony shouting that he's a god or whatever. It's nice to be like, oh yeah, you had to do Mario to make a little money. You had to earn your way back into being a big celebrity guy, I guess.
A big celebrity guy.
He was so
good. Healthy
good
for Robert Downey Jr. I mean, not really, but it
he
wound
was so
up being
good
healthy.
in True Romance. That was amazing. He was so good. God, he was good. True
He's
Romance
just genuinely a really good actor, in my opinion. He's engaging.
Hoosiers.
I didn't have a big list. Hoosier. Oh my God, yeah, Hoosiers.
The drunk assistant coach who has to take over when Hackman gets himself ejected on purpose. That was great. God, what a good one. But I like True Romance a lot. That's Brad Pitt, James Gandolfini.
Yeah.
Remember
That's
Brad
a brutal
Pitt's
fight
the
scene.
stoner? He's getting high out of a honey bear.
Yeah, freaking
Remember that?
Gary Oldman with dreads.
Yeah, yes.
Now that sounds good.
Oh man.
Oh
You know what,
yeah,
Andrea,
that was great.
I'm curious to hear from Andrea and Matt because we have two different generations here. How do you
Very
guys
different.
feel about Christian Slater, broadly
Yeah.
speaking? His
Oh yeah,
film?
big fan.
I'm
Big,
not
big
super
fan.
familiar. I've seen him in a couple films.
Gleaming the
He always
Cube.
had. Oh yeah.
Anybody?
That one. Oh
Pump
yeah.
Up the Volume?
I think that's the best movie I've
Plus?
seen for sure with that. But he's okay. I mean, I'm not for or against. I think he shows up, he does the job, he does it well, and he contributes to the product. I think he's pretty
Heathers.
solid.
Heathers.
Did you see? That's
Wait,
the thing.
you guys
Is
have
like
seen
from
Heathers, right?
when we were kids.
Yes.
Yeah, I saw Heathers. I barely remember it, other than just thinking like, yeah, this
Rewatch
is
it.
douchebag. teen stuff. But
Mhm.
when we were kids, he was like on top of the world for about a 5-year period, and then he went right down to Z list. Or he's like B list, but he stayed there. But he was in Archer recently. He was really good as a voice actor.
He Natch Kid saying he was great in Mr. Robot. That is totally true. He's fantastic in Mr. Robot.
Never
The
saw it.
series that
Sounds
was really, really well done. He also there's a series where every season is a different true story of a real life murder mystery, and he played the husband in one of them. And in real life, this guy, they show him go from like, I think graduating high school all the way to becoming like this private equity guy, just banking, right? And he did such a good job. He like disappeared. But I like the fact that Christian Slater peaked at I just like remembering the movies that he did when I was a kid. Those were his best, but like I was at an impressionable age, you know what I mean? So like Pump Up the Volume. I think about that every time I plug in my fucking mic. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, because at the end of Pump Up the Volume, everyone has a podcast basically, and I was like, oh man, I wish it was like that. Oh yeah,
Now,
Pump
Andrea,
Up the Volume is great.
Please
I've seen
give
Gleaming
us
the Cube. That was great.
Please give us a piece of media that you feel is good, that you think we will definitely not have seen, and crucially, please try to tell us why it's good.
That you haven't seen.
Yeah. Media. So
What is media? Not
Well, you know, video game, movie, book, television.
I mean, it's a video game. It's a pretty good chance I haven't seen it.
that I think is good.
You are
Just repeat the
willfully.
question. Repeat the question.
Yeah, just tell us something. You know, we talk about movies and stuff that we think you should see all the time. Do it back to us. What's something you think we ought to check out? Apparently, Matt and I have watched every movie together and then had the memory that we were together erased for some reason.
Christian Slater shows up. I think he was a red shirt, right?
Yes. Yeah. What a weird world we live in. Yeah.
He peaked on Star Trek too. That's funny.
You see, this is a difficult thing for me to answer because, you know, I would, you know, it's hard to pick one, you know. I got choice paralysis.
I'll tell you,
Does it have to be a movie?
It doesn't have to only be one. It can just be the first one you toss out. Yeah, anything. It doesn't have to be a movie. That's why I said media. Book, comic book, a filthy drawing witnessed on a bathroom stall, whatever.
I don't know.
I've got
can't do it. I got stage fright. I got
two
stage fright.
comics over 1,000 pages each that I have not been able to get to. And you know how we were talking about the power going out earlier? I was like, I wish it would, because that's when I got a lot of reading done. I couldn't use any devices, wasn't going anywhere. I just started reading, and I was reading like 8 hours a day. It was glorious. I would love to do that.
Why don't you
more.
just do that tomorrow? Wake up tomorrow and do it?
No, I have a lot to do tomorrow, Andrea. What are you kidding me? Come on. Did you come up with something? What do you got?
So it has to be a movie?
Just make it from like this week. What does it say above my? Am I angry in that?
Yeah.
Well, the thing is, like a lot of the movies I've been watching, I feel like you are probably already familiar with. I've been watching a lot of just 80s and 90s material. So it's...
Yeah, but we want to talk about that. What do you got?
Dennis Hopper is a national. All right, I got one for both of you. Dennis Hopper is a national treasure, is what that says, with an exclamation point. I got a suggestion for both of you.
Is that Matt, by the way, when he was about to stab that guy during the hurricane with the knife at the gas station? That's what he looks like. That's the face he was making when he was going like, I'll cut you, man. Get away from me. Why are you talking to me, man?
It's him furiously defending the honor of Dennis Hopper for some reason.
Fair enough.
I just like the
Crazy. I
idea of
can't
drawing
believe
you
you did
both looking either angry or pensive or like something bad is happening in all these.
Yeah.
Or it's not a good moment in all
Something
these.
bad is happening. Jake's here. That's
That's generally the vibe I want to get. So when it's freeze
Yeah.
framed and I can have the three of you behind me all going like in some manner.
Trying to do.
Not Another Gay Movie is what I would recommend. It's a good old fashioned raunchy comedy. It came out in the early 2000s, so it's from that like era of old school and whatever, all those raunchy humorous comedies. And it's like full of people that all should have made it into Hollywood and been huge as comedians, and none of them were. And it's a shame because it's good, clean, dirty fun, you know. Oh, a guy from Survivor's in there, and you see his dick, which is fun.
That reminds me of the Terminator.
I'm on it. Sold.
It winds up in context. It makes perfect sense, but yeah, it's a good movie. I'm gonna go urinate.
Okay.
Enjoy.
Hurry back.
I don't know why I said it's so weird.
Just get the hell out of here. Let's go.
I'm actually hungry.
You're hungry?
I
You
could
got the munchies, huh? Is that
Yeah,
what's going
I
on?
feel like maybe like.
I'll be
maybe a
honest
bag
with
of
you. I am
chips.
starving. I drank coffee and
Oh, I
fucking
got
whiskey
Ritz
all day.
crackers upstairs right now.
Ooh.
Ritz and
Ritz and dip.
Sauvignon Blanc.
No.
You ever try to say Sauvignon Blanc? You ever try and say Ritz? You know you can't say cracker on Twitter. Did you know that? They'll get you.
You can't say cracker.
One time, our good friend Ben Dixon got a slap on the wrist for saying it on Twitter, and somebody was like, "What did he say?" And I was like, "He called white people saltines." And then I heard him use that term later, and I was like, I'm glad. Yeah, you can use that. Glad that came.
Oh,
in
you think
handy
he got
for
it
you.
from you? Is that?
I
is
know
that
he
your-
did.
You know he did.
He
Okay.
liked the tweet.
He liked the tweets.
So
There's a
And
lot of
this is going
things.
way back.
This was my show topic today on Fuckville. Is where
Tweets.
free speech is dead. Is gone. Goodbye.
Get that one-way ticket to Fuckville. Man, that was funny.
Yeah, he threw us a curveball because he normally does it differently. So we just one-way ticket. You're stuck.
Yeah. Free speech. Did we ever have it?
That's the thing. If we did have it, no one was using
Gone
it
now.
really. No one was properly,
Shit is
well, there's a couple
gone
people
now.
maybe.
It's gone now. So what you should start doing is changing the show. You should call it like Fuckville or something, or like you should keep pushing Jeff to the point where he's like storms into, I don't know, my office and goes, "I'm not saying that show name."
Well, when I came up with this is inflation, because when I came up with Welcome to Fuckville, Matt and I were in a call, and he was like, "This is his reaction." He was like,
I was like, "Oh my god,
"Yeah."
Look at that. Perfect. There's nothing wrong with this.
What's this?
The illustration up there.
Oh, yeah.
No, I think that I didn't have that reaction, but I did say something. I said something like, "Are you sure you want to call it that?" Because I was like, we can't put the F word on every single group graphic and schedule that goes out. And I was like,
Oh, that's
okay, well,
exactly
can we
why I
put an
chose it,
X
yeah.
through it? Yeah, I know. Like instigator versus innovator here.
Well,
No, but
first of all, those
So let's
are
put
not
an X
mutually
through it.
exclusive. I am innovating. We are one in Fuckville, and two, I'm welcoming us all here. And if you block it out, that's fine. People still read it. When they don't read "Welcome to Crossed Outville," they know what it says. You know, you're not hiding anything. Everyone knows.
So make it something else. Like,
no, you're a hater.
No, I say just to get Jeff to say it.
Oh,
see what I'm saying? Keep changing.
Well, maybe in a year or two, I'll say, deep down in Fuckville, or
saying next is Shit City.
Shit City.
Up
That's not
next
bad.
is Welcome to Shit City, and here's a one-way bus pass to Shit City. Yeah, and then the next week it's something else.
One-way bus pass. Okay, well.
And then the next week it's something else and something else. And
anyway, I was watching This Space. And I was trying to watch the show called Hey Funny Book.
Tuesdays, Wednesdays.
And this guy was just talking about politics. He wouldn't shut up about why politics is so important. I didn't laugh a single time.
So important?
It's called Hey Funny Book. And then he talks about
politics, art, and comics.
He just yaps and yaps and yaps about politics of all things. Can you imagine? I go in there, I'm trying to see something about fucking comic books, and I'm trying to laugh because it's called Funny Book.
That was the first 50 minutes of the show.
I don't laugh. I don't laugh at all because it's not funny.
I don't laugh.
I would never laugh at this guy's show.
Look, the fact that they called them funny books wasn't just like a different name for a joke book. Okay? They call them funny books because it's the funny pages collected in a book. And the reason they call it funny is because it's the fun part of the newspaper. But the fact is, politics has always existed in it as an industry and as a subject matter.
Holy fuck.
What do you got, Ghost?
There's a fucking
dog
something going on.
It sounded like Max was barking.
Yeah, something's going on. I scared the fuck. I got cortisol right now that's being secreted by my kidneys.
Remember that time?
Max, what the fuck?
Look, and this is actually what it nailed it. Hey, funny book. There is, or it's actually what it is like, you walk into a store and you go, hey, funny book. Like, shut, right? So, and the music, quote unquote, for that,
I like the music.
My brother was like, what do you want it to sound like? And I was like a bunch of instruments at once. Like somebody just fell into an orchestra, tripped over a bunch of people, and it's like calamity. And he was like, well, a lot of jazz musicians end all their songs in the studio on a certain like 3-note thing to indicate I'm done now, because jazz can just go on and on. He's like, so maybe I'll do that too. And he had all these ideas. I was like, oh, dude, that is perfect. Anyway,
it's a good intro. It's a good show. I was just making a little fun. I was just.
So what if Jeff? What if Jeff is like? Thank you. What if Jeff is like? Well, that's it for me today. And coming up now, Doo-doo circus. You know what I mean? Like, get him to say funny things like that, because now we know.
Well,
he's on board.
I don't know if this is gonna work out. I don't know if I'm gonna have to if I'm gonna want to do that, but I'm down to do a new show, a spin-off show. Do
you want to explain to everyone why your cigar cam keeps going out?
It has an auto shut-off feature. I haven't bothered figuring
out.
Well,
why?
Well, why? It's not
because
supposed to be
it's a camcorder. It's
yeah,
not a webcam.
It's not a webcam. That's right.
It's fucking funny. 1x.
Now we're in VCR mode.
Says it on screen. 1.
Yeah, that's what it.
Awesome.
Well, wait for it.
Have you seen the
record?
Yeah, nice. Get to 26. I think it maxes out at 26. Is that right?
It's 23, but 26 with an extra feature. But that's
okay.
It's a different feature.
Have you seen the video club on YouTube? It's one of 2 remaining video rental stores in France.
Oh my gosh.
And they have Jeff Goldblum, Brad Pitt, all kinds of directors, Ben Stiller, lots of people, Jesse Eisenberg, your old pal, Jake. Jesse Eisenberg.
your old friend.
Do you know what I'm saying? They have them in there. And they walk around and talk about their favorite movies, and they just pull random shit off the shelf. But the guy who like runs the store and the YouTube knows everything. Like Ben Stiller picked up Lost, and he's like, "How many seasons of Lost were there? 4?" And the guy's like, 6. The way he answers, you're like, "Okay, dude, we know you know.
You like movies.
Have to answer before anybody else. Let's back up a little bit." But like it is really cool. It's just fun to see like a room full of DVDs. I have several cabinets filled with DVDs. I'll never forget. I think it was my uncle. Somebody was like
that with video games, but yeah.
Yeah, somebody said, "Oh, you bought all those DVDs and now you can just stream it." And I was like, "No, you can't just stream it. You have to everything's on a different platform. It's
There's a lot of
temporary. If
movies
buy
that
it,
you just
don't
can't
own it.
stream, you know? Like
Yeah, there's a lot of that, too.
streaming has compression and looks like shit all the time, and now they're adding ads to everything. Everything's with ads now. It's $30 a month with ads, $50 a month
So
without
lucky
ads.
to have
What
those
the fuck are we
DVDs. Oh
doing?
my god.
Yeah, DVDs and Blu-ray, just anything physical, anything you could just pop in. You don't need DRM, you don't need a password, anything like that.
I have box sets.
At worst, the
from way back.
password's written on the disc or on the paper inside the case, you know, like with old PC games. That's how it should be. That's how it should be. But then a bunch of stupid fucking idiots known as Americans, mostly Southerners in this case, just
CEOs,
these
Andrea.
dumb shit for brains
Studio executive.
morons, these
CEO.
stupid consumers just mindlessly buy all this fucking crap. Even though it's getting worse and worse and worse, they're like, yes, let me into your walled garden. Yes, please close the door behind me. Let me into your dungeon of doom and desecration. Let me send you all my money as a monthly payment. But it's good because I'm getting movies at the worst quality I've ever seen them in that no one wants to watch. You know, most people spend time on streaming apps just looking at fucking garbage that's boring and shitty nonsense, shit for fucking shit, cock and ball fuck.
Like that
right?
that Catfish was very
Yeah.
much in line with that. But the video store I used to go to in Boulder, Colorado, the video station, is better than this one in France. It's just that it's one of the last ones. It's not like, I mean, I'm sure it's really cool to be in there, but like the one I used to go to was just fucking legendary. Literally legendary.
There's just something special about just seeing them all laid out. You know, and in a video store, they usually had them cover facing out. Like in my home collection, I usually just have them spines, you know, it's easier storage. But there's something special about just going down and seeing all the covers of all the bull. You fucking take them off, you look at the back. You know, I used to go to Blockbuster and rent like Pokemon games, but I'd bring my Game Boy and I'd check what's on all of them. Oh, this motherfucker's got Mewtwo. I'm taking that one. I'm gonna get this bitch.
Yes.
It's on the save file ahead of time. But yeah, you
That's
just don't.
genius.
You don't get that shit anymore, man. Kids these days are fucked. I'm sorry, but like, you know, I hate to be a boomer. I'm only 29. I get it, but like, kids these days are fucked. And it's not their fault. It's the parents' fault for creating such a shithole and then bringing the kids along for the ride. You know, like, this is awesome, by the way. I like the art. But like the fucking kids that will never have that experience. This is great. That experience of like going to the fucking Blockbuster or the Hollywood Video or whatever small mom and pop. Those were some of the good ones, the mom and pop stores. You know, I could find like NES games in that bitch in like 2005. You know, they didn't put them away.
Errol's Video and then Blockbuster.
Hmm.
Errol's had a Betamax section.
They knew.
I remember I had a Hollywood Video by my house. That was good times. Freaking miss video stores, man. So here's my question. Is it possible to restore this, to get this feeling back?
Yes.
This same thing. How?
Physical media?
It's to recreate them. And it's not even just in your home, but like, I would like, just recreate
I mean, this
space.
This
you know?
arrived at
Like,
my house yesterday, and I pre-ordered it in like June.
If you could
they're still doing
solve
physical media.
if you could solve the crisis of theft, just creating a museum that is in the form of a video store, and it's just you could look at all the movies, and you just have to figure out the whole theft thing. But once you figure that out, that's what I would
Fair.
recommend. Yeah, I'd love to have like just like a little game store. You get to try out all the bullshit. Like I remember at Blockbuster they had the N64 where you could try the game before you rented it in there that one time.
Oh yeah,
that was cool, man.
I remember that.
Yeah,
Which I freaking think like that should be the main concern of every video game seller is how do you get a demo into the hands of customers?
Yep, but nowadays everything is content. How do we make some more content? Let me load up some content. Gotta look at some content. You can never truly engage with art. You can never sit there with the same game. You have one game for 3 days. The whole weekend is just one. No. Nowadays it's content. This game sucks. I'm bored. I'm gonna go get some more content. Oh, I'm bored with this content. I'm gonna watch it on 2.5x speed. I need more content. I'm gonna play a game. I'm gonna watch a movie. I'm gonna watch a YouTube. I'm gonna read it. I don't know. I need content. This nowadays.
Have we talked about
can't
how
enjoy anything?
you used to be able to you could rent VHS tapes from 7-Eleven? Have we talked about this? We would like go to 7-Eleven.
Rent? I don't remember.
Yeah, they had like they did this for a very short period of time. They had a row where there were these cases and you could push the button and they would revolve. And then you would like tell them the number. And there was a chance it was like Redbox kind of. But this was the 80s. And there was like Saturday Night Live, the best of Eddie Murphy, which I rented like weekly probably for a year.
Oh yeah.
It's just like crazy about it.
Like you show up and they're like, yeah, Eddie Murphy.
They're
yeah.
like, we got it. It's back. But
It's back.
but like
You're showing up when they fucking walk in.
it was like the same time that people were getting Bozy says fake story. It was at the same time when people were just getting like cable. You know what I mean? And like the only way you knew about stuff was word of mouth or 7-Eleven or cable. It was just cool. I loved it. There was a period of time where physical media was just so fun to have it in your hands and be like, oh my God, I got it.
It's still fun. That's the thing. It's still
Yeah.
fun. If you don't think it's fun, it's because corporations got in your mind. They fucked up
harder
your
to do.
brain and they made you a mindless scumbag, soul rotten consumer.
Well, they've
of death.
been saying since the 80s that the comic book business is dead. It's all gonna go digital. And it's like,
yeah,
no, it's not. I mean, it
Flipping
just
through,
isn't.
smelling that bullshit when you
I
get
want it.
It's like
But
fucking
there-
snorting the finest thing you've ever done in your life when you
I
open up a
moved
new
to-
thing and you just
Yeah,
smell the ink, you smell the paper, you fucking you hear the
Yeah.
fucking little ripples of the pages. These bitches looking at shit on their fucking phones. I'm gonna read on my phone. No, you're fucking not, you little fuck.
I went when I moved to Boulder, Colorado, I moved to an apartment that was like a block away from the shopping center, and they had like a Qdoba, a Tuesday morning or something like that, a bird feed store, a coffee shop, the comic shop, and the video rental place. And the video rental place was a 2-story building in the middle of the parking lot. And I was like, what the fuck is that building? And I walked in, I was like, oh my God, I live right there. And then I remember being in the top floor and I was looked over and I was like, there's a comic book shop right there. I like flipped out, like seriously flipped out, and just was like, this was the perfect move. I don't have any money, but it doesn't matter. This was the perfect move. It was great. God damn it. That was so. And then they both moved to opposite ends of the town.
Oh.
By then I had a car.
That's not so bad though.
Well, I liked it better when it was like in walking distance to my house.
Yeah, good point.
I could walk outside and have a cigarette. By the time I was done, I was there. You know.
Yeah, everything's timed out. How many cigarettes is this walk?
Back then,
this
yeah, it
one is
was.
Hey,
3
that's proper
cigarettes.
addiction, man.
This
That's what
one's
happens.
4.5 cigarettes away. You know, like oh, I gotta go to the grocery store. That's 7 3/4 cigarettes. You know,
I was never
maybe
a
I'll
type
pick
to,
up
like,
another pack of cigarettes. Maybe I'll stop at the gas station. It's only 1 or 2 cigarettes out of the way, and then I'll get a whole carton. Bring
I
'em
was
all
never
home.
like crazy
You
hooked
know, you
on
just
it like
you're
that,
walking
but
home with cartons on your fucking arm. You're just going, yeah.
I would
Maybe it'll
smoke a
take me
pack
8
a day.
cigarettes to get home when I'm carrying all of this cargo. You know, it's going to take a while. I might get out of
I would
breath.
smoke a pack a day out of
Smoke a couple
laziness,
cigarettes, you
pure
know.
laziness. Like I would just be
Mm.
like laying around stoned, drinking and watching TV and just being a bum and just burned, or go to the bar where you're just talking and smoking and drinking and smoking, and you're like, oh shit, I'm out of cigarettes again. And then you wake up the next day and you're like, why is my throat fucked up? But like my primary thing was just like with coffee in the morning, after lunch.
So just every
on the way
waking moment of
home.
your life.
No, it was like just I had the routine was centered around relaxing. But anyway, it's not good to talk about it in a positive sense because people who quit who are
Yeah.
quitting always
Just
are
to
like,
put it in
maybe
their
I'll
head.
try it again.
Man, you know what? I've never smoked in my life before, by the way. But you know what sounds great right now? Just the smooth,
It's not smooth. That's the thing. It's
inhalation,
not.
the harsh.
You really have to build
the
up to the
feeling
point where
of
it's
your
enjoyable. It's
little
not
tendrils
enjoyable.
and your esophageal lining just ripping apart to shreds and to cinders
Oh,
as you
so-
possess the smoke, and then you hold it in, you get to play with it in your body, and then you
Play with it
slowly
in your
exhale.
No.
I've
Don't-
never
don't-
smoked
not
before,
even.
but
Hey, seriously, man. Not even as a joke. If somebody's trying not to do
Playing
that
with
shit,
it
don't
in
just
your
don't put the
body.
thought in their head because you can't jokingly say, "Don't think of an elephant." You know. Well,
So
you can.
we're watching.
People will think of it. So nah.
Yeah, I'm addicted to
Leave it.
food, and yet people talk about food every day. So.
We're watching The
Oh, there's
Pit,
no getting
which
around
is
that.
the
Ah.
ER. Have you seen The Pit? Do you know what I'm talking about? It's like an ER show that takes
No.
place in Pittsburgh.
I know the
So
pit as in Pittsburgh.
all the cast are really passive aggressive and one-uppers. So they're always like,
Oh, I
"You might wanna
love
rethink
one-upping.
that, doctor so-and-so. Are you gonna, I know it's your first day and everything, but do you maybe want to rethink that diagnosis, or what's your plan?" And they're like, "Hey, real quick, are we good?" Like they do that a lot, right? So there's the way they keep diagnosing shit, it's like they do it as in obviously it's this when it's written to be this thing that no one in their right mind would think of unless you're this one guy in the ER who's been doing it for so long. But so I started just making shit up. And it's my new favorite way to annoy my wife while we watch this show. I go, "Oh, I know what it is. It's the left clavicellum cervical arteritic left kneecap."
Oh, is that what it is?
I just keep saying random shit. And the other night I said, "Oh, yeah," because she's like, "What do you think it is?" And I was like, "Oh, I'm glad you asked," because I was dying to say, I didn't want to spoil it. But what this person has is inflammation in the pelvic region. And right then, the fucking character on the show said, "We need a pelvic exam." And I was like, "Rest my case." I was out skipping a beat. I was like, "Rest my case." I was like, next thing you know, they're going to say it's
That's
the
awesome.
medical left interior wall of the right kneecap. It is so fun to make shit up. But I nailed that pelvic one. I don't even, it wasn't. But Carrie was like, "It's not a problem with her pelvic. They're trying to see if she has blah, blah, blah." And I was like, "Okay, whatever." I definitely would have saved that person's life in that moment.
Are you seeing this like weird effect going on when I zigzag?
I think it's cigar smoke.
Is that what that is? What
But
is that?
that show manages to fit in
Why is it
every
doing that?
single thing.
Oh, that's your
that could
hair.
happen.
No, it's not. Look at my skin. Look at the facial region.
It's on your end. I'm not seeing any
Is that my
distortion
head?
whatsoever. You're in
Wow.
1080. You're in 1080 here.
No, I'm seeing. Well, I'm looking
Right.
at the raw feed, so maybe there's some sort of thing going through StreamYard.
What have you been ingesting?
I've been ingesting some materials. We've been live for quite a while now.
Materials, huh? I like how you're like, yeah, you know, you inhale it, play with it in your body.
Well, that's what I do when I smoke weed. I like to just kind of like, you
Just
know,
kinda- it's in there. Play with it.
Yeah, it's great. It's great.
Shaking around it. Oh man, fucking A. Now I'm getting tired, but that would make sense because it's almost 1 a.m. We're just about to hit the 12-hour mark. Today we kicked it off with Boston Brian, then Jeff Waldorf, then
We're entering in this space mode.
Andrea
by the way.
Rovenski, then Sandee
Shitty
Lovas,
garbage.
then Leftist Mafia, then Deter